In the Northwest, there are soldiers fierce as wolves, violent as eagles, and agile as foxes among the troops. There are those who drink strong liquor, raise battle flags, and kill mercilessly. Soldiers are without kings. Fearless in their hearts, they dedicate their lives to the military, serving their country with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 1. The Great Hero of the Nation. The finest essence of grass is known as the hero, and the most distinguished among beasts is recognized as the mighty. Both can disdain all and look down upon the masses. This is the essence of a hero: to do what others dare not, to endure what others cannot, to turn the tide in dire moments, and to support the crumbling edifice. They may serve as ministers or generals and endure through the ages. This is the great hero, with unyielding loyalty to the nation, without regret or complaint, wrapped in the skin of a horse. They face death with fortitude. In life, they can stabilize the world, and in death, they can astonish the crowd. A battle flag stirs the souls of warriors, and a gust of wind carves the essence of the mightiest. In a vast expanse of yellow sand, a solitary plume of smoke rises deep within, revealing that these soldiers are indeed the great heroes of a nation. Kaharman Martyrs Cemetery. This is a cemetery that does not exist on maps or navigation systems, situated in the deepest reaches of the Northwest's vast desert. The endless expanse of the Gobi Desert, the unbounded sky above, the dry, piercing wind specific to the Northwest, and the barren yellow earth render the cemetery solitary, almost forgotten by the world. One cup to the heavens, one cup to the yellow earth, and another to our souls returning to the homeland without further sacrifice. In the cemetery, a burly middle-aged man raised a bottle of liquor high, his hoarse voice echoing against the 42 gravestones. He poured half the bottle onto the ground, and then tilted his head back to drain the remaining contents, closing his eyes filled with anguish. The liquor spilled from the corner of his mouth, and with it, tears flowed from his closed eyes. Suddenly, the cooing of an infant broke the somber silence, bringing an entirely different atmosphere to the lonely martyr cemetery. The middle-aged man's chest bore a cloth sack, inside which was a small infant, drooling and sucking on its fingers, gazing innocently with wide, bright eyes. The contrasting atmosphere emanated from the child, representing hope and the continuation of life in a place where the dead lie. The middle-aged man suddenly cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he fell heavily to his knees. This was despair from the heart, a soul-wrenching cry, the collapse of a man. At the entrance of the cemetery stood a dusty off-road vehicle, two colonel officers standing erect, watching the middle-aged man weep uncontrollably within. Their eyes were red, already glistening with tears. "I have never seen the chief of staff like this," one officer said, his voice choked with emotion. "Soldiers are human too. Even the chief of staff has feelings and desires, even if he is a great hero of the nation. Heroes. We all aspire to be heroes. Yet not everyone can bear the spine of a hero and endure endless sacrifices." The middle-aged man weeping with the infant in the cemetery was named Goshinji, a career soldier whose journey from youth to the pinnacle of manhood was legendary. By the age of 20, Goshinji was already a hero. By 30, he had become a great hero. By 35, he was heralded as the hero of a nation by all. Heroes do not weep, yet their tears stain their garments. The infant cooed again, reaching out its chubby little hand to touch Go Xianzi's rough cheek, soaking its hands in tears. The little one grinned, sucking on its tear-stained fingers, then pouted and began to wail. "Wah, wah, 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 wah." The father wept, and the son cried, as if the tiny child could sense the profound sorrow in his father's tears. The wind grew stronger, and the child, exhausted from crying, nestled against his father's broad chest and fell asleep. Goshinji slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the 42 gravestones, extending his powerful left hand to shield the infant in his arms, and turned to walk out of the cemetery. "Chief of Staff." The two colonels immediately stepped forward. They looked at Goshinji with eyes filled with fervent admiration, for before them stood a true hero, a living hero, the only survivor among the soldiers. "My affairs are settled." Go Xianzi's words faltered as his face reddened, his right hand pressing hard against his left chest as he erupted in a violent cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. He turned his head sharply, his body trembling violently, crimson blood spattering onto the ground, dotting the yellow sand with dark spots. "Chief of Staff, your injury." Goshinji wiped his mouth with his rough hand and gently caressed the swaddled infant, shaking his head at the two officers. "My affairs are concluded. It is time to go." "Yes, it is time to go." Everyone in the military district is waiting for you, eager to attend your promotion ceremony. The respect in the colonel's eyes deepened. He could not fathom how this man had accomplished so much at the age of 35, ascending to the rank of Major General, a position typically reserved for those of higher rank in the military district. This was a hallmark of a man reaching the summit, an existence that could compel any wild beast, any arrogant rogue, any tyrannical giant to submit. Breaking conventions, becoming a general was merely a matter of time, or perhaps the position of general had already been reserved for Goshinji. This cemetery is called Kaharman, meaning hero. Goshinji pointed to the cemetery behind him, saying, "Each grave represents a soldier." The two officers' expressions turned serious, standing rigidly, for they understood the significance of this cemetery. "But all the graves are empty, do you know? Empty?" The two officers were taken aback. Endless suffering, dead with no tomb this place. Merely holds a thought, a spot for burning paper money, allowing them not to be so lonely. Gu Xianzi's eyes filled with pain once more as he self-deprecatingly said, "Chief of Staff, I shall not assume that title. I do not dare tread upon my brother's corpses to relish glory. I am Goshinji, not a hero. I return from whence I came. But, cough, 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 cough." Goshinji erupted in another violent fit of coughing, expelling a multitude of blood. He gazed down at the infant in his arms, smiling, his face radiating warmth. Yet his eyes were filled with helplessness, while the lines of his mouth remained resolutely firm, betraying a bitter sense of responsibility. Two off-road vehicles approached rapidly from a distance. These were leaders sent to escort him back for the promotion ceremony. Goshinji lifted his gaze, even spotting the former leader waving vigorously from the car window. "Gun." The officer hesitated momentarily before swiftly retrieving a rifle from the vehicle and handing it over. He understood this was the final ritual of paying homage to the resting souls. Taking the firearm, Goshinji caressed it gently, then suddenly raised it, firing at the speeding off-road vehicle 700 meters away. Bang! The gunshot rang out, puncturing the front tire of one vehicle, causing it to plunge into a sand dune. Simultaneously, Goshinji fired a second shot, hitting the rear tire of another vehicle, instantly destabilizing it and sending it into a sand pit. The two colonels were stunned, not merely by the fact that the man before them was firing at the vehicles, but by his astonishing precision in shooting the tires of vehicles traveling at a speed of 80 miles per hour from a distance of 700 meters. What incredible calculation and control must this require? It is known that an ordinary rifle cannot achieve precision beyond 400 meters. Goshinji was wielding his rifle like a sniper, employing only iron sights. 700 meters away, the former leader leaped from the vehicle, anxiously calling out Gu Xianzi's name as he ran toward him. Goshinji appeared oblivious. He tossed the rifle to the colonel and drove away, leaving all the soldiers behind, abandoning all the former leaders, discarding his legendary life. In the rearview mirror, the high-ranking former leader chased the vehicle, calling out loudly, desperately trying to retain him, but alas, all was in vain. Cough, cough, cough. Goshinji coughed again, stabilizing slightly before murmuring to himself, "The soldier's duty is done. Our responsibilities as men have been fulfilled. Now, let me fulfill my duties as a father." Returning from whence he came, Goshinji departed forever. The wind rose and the sand swirled. A battle flag stirred the souls of warriors, and a gust of wind sculpted the essence of the mightiest. In the vast expanse of yellow sand, a solitary plume of smoke rises deep within, concealing the soldiers. Chapter 2. The Ammunition Depot. 18 years later, South Sudan. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed through the air, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the pervasive stench of blood. In the C-69 region, the fiercest battleground, government forces and rebel factions engaged in a relentless struggle, surrounded by a grim tableau of corpses and dismembered limbs, intertwined and indistinguishable. This prolonged civil war had drawn significant attention from the United Nations, with numerous nations dispatching peacekeeping troops to assist in maintaining stability, including China. However, armed groups harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the UN and its peacekeepers, viewing them as intruders in their internal conflict, resorting to ambushes, kidnappings, and assassinations to expel them. In the dead of night, 10 kilometers north of the C-69 region, lay the stronghold of the armed organization. After an entire day of combat, the fighting had momentarily ceased, and the militants, weary and battered, sought respite. At the entrance of the compound, 2 peacekeepers, clad in military uniforms and bearing wounds, hung lifelessly from a wooden post, swaying gently in the breeze. The area was eerily silent as Guzhan opened his eyes, his pupils glinting with determination as he scanned his surroundings. "Are you alive?" he whispered to Hu Hailang. Suspended beside him. He had been captured, not forcibly, but rather by his own choice, motivated solely by the desire to rescue Hu Hailang. "Still alive." The words ignited a spark of hope in Guzhan's eyes. "Do you wish to escape?" he inquired. Slowly, Hu Hailang opened his eyes, gazing at Guzhan's bloodied face, and nodded faintly. He was bewildered after nearly 40 hours of being suspended. Even a special forces veteran like himself was nearing his breaking point, yet Guzhan appeared remarkably spirited. If memory served, Guzhan had arrived only 10 hours after his capture, first enduring a brutal tower beating before being strung up beside him. "A knife for 50,000. Cut the ropes for 30,000, and 2,000 for a safe landing," Guzhan stated swiftly. "Fair prices, no deception." "You, what do you mean? Do you want money or your life? Will you buy or not?" Guzhan replied impatiently. "I don't have time to haggle." "Buy?" Hu Hailang nodded more firmly. Guzhan smiled, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of currency, and he licked his cracked lips. A pained groan escaped his throat as blood trickled down from his suspended hands. Utilizing the moonlight, Hu Hailang observed Guzhan deftly, using his left index finger to pry open the thick flesh at the base of his right thumb, extracting a small surgical knife concealed within, and swiftly severing the ropes binding his wrists. This was how he had smuggled the blade past security measures. "Times are tough for making money. I'll cut your ropes now, but you must remain still until the explosions start. Then we can make our escape." In no time, Guzhan freed Hu Hailang's wrists, and they both clung to the rope, suspended in silence amidst the darkness. However, sentries were posted in many areas, and landing would surely create noise, necessitating caution. "We must execute this plan meticulously," Guzhan grinned, extending his left hand to his mouth and biting down hard at the root of his thumb. Blood oozed forth as he forced a miniature detonator from his flesh. Clenching it between his teeth, his face contorted in pain yet filled with a triumphant smile as blood dripped down. This was a calculated measure. He had previously cut the flesh at his wrists to conceal both the knife and the detonator, then stitched it back up, waiting for the moment to extract them. Truly, Guzhan was a formidable player in this deadly game. Boom. An explosion erupted in the distance, providing cover for their descent back to freedom. "Let us go," Guzhan urged, helping Hu Hailang to his feet. "No, I still have a mission to complete," Hu Hailang insisted, his voice low and strained. "My target is right here. I must fulfill my objective." "In your current state, you call that a mission? Don't be ridiculous." Hu Hailang was gravely injured, having been suspended for nearly 40 hours, his body in a state of near collapse, adorned with numerous wounds, rendering him incapable of completing any mission. "I must see this through," he insisted, summoning his strength to stand, his eyes resolute. "What if I help you?" Guzhan suggested, eyeing Hu Hailang. "I can handle it for 100,000. Just stay put and await my word. This isn't a task you can manage." Hu Hailang protested. "For 100,000, I will see it done. Remain here and do not move. Await my signal. I've come this far. I might as well profit more." With that, Guzhan brandished the surgical knife and stealthily ventured deeper into the compound, vanishing into the shadows. "I haven't told you who the target is," Hu Hailang called after him urgently. Yet Guzhan didn't need to know. He had already assessed and understood the entire compound upon infiltrating it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The armed camp remained eerily silent. Only the sound of the mountain wind rustling through the trees could be heard. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward from the northwest corner of the compound. Boom. Another explosion followed, obliterating a building and sending debris soaring into the air. Soon, a series of explosions illuminated the night. Boom. 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 The entire compound was nearly reduced to rubble, the violent blast creating an earthquake-like tremor as rocks tumbled down the mountainside. A furious shockwave surged from the heart of the compound, sending countless trees swaying in fear. Hu Hailang's pupils constricted in realization. Guzhan had blown up the ammunition depot. That madman, that reckless fool. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. They are here. The sound of gunfire erupted as the surviving militants charged furiously, pursuing Guzhan. "Run!" Guzhan yelled, sprinting towards Hu Hailang, tossing him a rifle. "Once this is over, including the earlier 100,000, it totals 200,000. Not a penny less. You lunatic!" Hu Hailang shouted in anger, gripping the rifle tightly as he fled with Guzhan, diving into the dense foliage. Chapter 3. That his faith the destruction of the ammunition depot signified the cessation of their combat efforts, heralding the imminent loss of the critical C-69 engagement zone, leading to a catastrophic tactical failure. Whosoever captured the C-69 region would pave the way for a decisive advance. The obliteration of the arms depot drove the armed factions into a frenzy. As the overall commander of this battle, known for his ferocity as the Main Wolf, Barkala clenched his fists, his knuckles protruding sharply, muscles in his dark neck twitching ominously, as a cruel glint flickered in his elongated eyes. He was on the phone, facing inquiries from his superiors. Yes, General, I will do everything in my power to mitigate the losses. Yes, yes, yes. Upon ending the call, the Maine Wolf sprang to his feet, revealing his imposing physique of over 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. His body, cloaked in darkness, was a mass of well-defined muscle, radiating an air of savage bloodlust. The Maine Wolf was a soldier forged in the crucible of civil war, beginning as a child soldier, his inherent brutality making him a notorious figure within the armed organization. His reputation was such that even the mightiest international mercenaries would think twice before crossing this African beast. Withdraw the defense line, pursue them with all our might, the Maine Wolf commanded. Colonel? A subordinate questioned, perplexed. The C-69 region is the core of our normal combat operations. If we lose it, the consequences will be dire. The superior has issued an order to firmly defend C-69 and await reinforcements. Zongo drew his pistol and aimed it at the head of his subordinate, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A spurt of blood erupted as the subordinate fell lifeless to the ground. Withdraw the defense line and pursue with full force, Zongo commanded again, silencing those around him. No one dared to offer dissent. Soon, the armed group retreated from the defenses in the C-69 area, concentrating their elite forces of thousands to exact revenge on Guzhen and Hu Hailang. The reason was simple. The destruction of the arms depot meant a crucial shortage of ammunition, rendering any steadfast defense impossible. In the pivotal area of C-69, they were engaged in a war of attrition against the government forces, and with the loss of the arms depot, human lives would become the currency of this conflict. Waiting for reinforcements? That was but a dream. The front line stretched too long, and there were no additional troops to come to their aid. Zongo would not sacrifice the lives of his thousands of elite men. Yet, he craved vengeance, much like a hyena on the African savanna, unrelenting in its pursuit of retribution. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the jungle as the armed militants relentlessly pursued Guzhen and his companion. Comrade Hailang, can you run a bit faster? Guzhen urged Hu Hailang. These militants have gone mad. Everyone is hunting us down. Who told you to blow up their arms depot? Hu Hailang retorted. What do you care? I took your job. It's my responsibility to handle it. Besides, how was I to know what your target looked like? Naturally, I had to destroy the arms depot. Guzhen replied, visibly irritated. Stop with the useless chatter. The target is definitely dead. Let's figure out the payment later. I risked my life for a few coins, didn't I? This fellow was driven by money, ruthless and straightforward, exuding the aura of a desperate outlaw from head to toe. Are you a peacekeeping soldier? Hu Hailang inquired. Of course, I'm the finest medic in this peacekeeping unit, part of a certain armed police medical team in the Northwest. Now, write me an IOU to avoid any disputes later. Was this guy really a peacekeeping soldier? A medic from the domestic armed police? Hu Hailang felt his perception shattered. He couldn't shake the impression that this man was more avaricious than a mercenary, a ruthless bandit at heart. Thud. Hu Hailang collapsed heavily to the ground, rolling twice before lying there, gasping for breath. Get up and run. If you make it out, write me that IOU. They were being pursued closely by armed militants, leaving them with no option but to flee. I can't run anymore. You've been shot. Hu Hailang had been hit. A bullet embedded itself in his left abdomen, the wound grotesquely gaping and bleeding profusely. The bullet, having struck him without any protection, had created a cavitation effect, wreaking havoc on his internal tissues. Stay calm. Guzhen's pupils constricted as he dashed over, kneeling to apply pressure to the wound. As a medic, he was all too aware of the consequences of a rifle bullet striking the human body. A limb hit would render it useless, while a shot to the torso offered almost no chance of survival. Even without striking a vital organ, excessive blood loss would lead to death. The bullet had not penetrated completely. It remained lodged within. Guzhen furrowed his brow tightly, hastily examining Hu Hailang's injury, only to discover a particularly troubling issue. The bullet had not exited. Normally, if the bullet had penetrated, treatment would be simpler, but if it remained inside, it would leave a persistent cavity. Hu Hailang let out a peculiar laugh, as if the imminent arrival of death were a matter for celebration. Brother, I fear I won't make it back. Just cut off my right hand and take it back. Hu Hailang gasped. I'm a right-handed shooter. I've never expected to return whole. Take my right hand back and bury it in my rightful place. In his heart, he understood the severity of his injuries under such circumstances. His chances of survival were nearly non-existent. What nonsense are you spouting? If I don't bring you back alive, how will I collect the reward? Guzhen shot back, eyes wide with determination. I've come this far. Am I to give up now? Even if I die, I'd rather return home to rest in peace. I truly fear I cannot return. Bringing me along would only weigh you down. Hu Hailang exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Dying in service to my country is a noble end, and I can accept that. When he said this, a strange light suddenly shone in his eyes, glowing fiercely, causing Guzhen to straighten up, a chill running through him. This was faith, the kind of gaze only faith could inspire. Before joining the military, Guzhen had witnessed pilgrims who would kneel every few steps, some beginning their journey from dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away, regardless of the distance. They would kneel every few steps, some even to the point of their limbs becoming raw and their faces bloodied. Each face bore the marks of their arduous journey. Yet no amount of hardship could obscure the extraordinary light in their eyes. His father had told him that this was faith. At that moment, the light in Hu Hailang's eyes mirrored that of the pilgrims. Both were fueled by conviction, though the object of their faith differed. Bang! Guzhen knocked Hu Hailang unconscious with a punch, spitting out blood. Spare me the heroics. If your life weren't worth $1 million, I wouldn't be risking mine here. He was in it for the million, as someone had placed a bounty on Hu Hailang's head for that very sum. As a medic, Guzhen had wagered his life and fortune. It was a gamble for either death or immense reward. Chapter 4. When the dead come to save, there they are. I see them. A barrage of bullets flew past, shattering the nearby foliage, sending splinters of bark flying towards Guzhen's face. The armed militants had arrived. Damn it! Guzhen cursed vehemently, hoisting Hu Hailang and sprinting deeper into the jungle, weaving through thick underbrush and towering trees that had stood for ages. Regardless of whether it was branches or shrubs, they all became sharp knives under the pressure of their desperate speed, mercilessly cutting into his exposed skin. In a matter of moments, gory cuts appeared on Guzhen's skin, blood seeping out. The gunfire continued to crackle behind them, bullets whizzing past him, each one a stark reminder of his mortality. In the face of such terror, his mind dulled, and all he understood was the imperative to run without stopping. With Hu Hailang slung over his shoulder, Guzhen navigated through the dense thicket, gradually putting distance between himself and the pursuing militants. He was oblivious to how fast he was running or the pain coursing through his body. All that occupied his mind was the frantic movement of his legs and the wild expression on his face. Eyes wide, pupils dilated, mouth agape, tongue lolling. Drool mixed with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Colonel, we lost sight of the target. The pursuing militants reported to Zongo, they're too fast. We can't catch up. Upon hearing this, Zongo squinted, his right hand gently caressing the desert eagle at his waist. He was a man intimately familiar with the jungle terrain. They were up against a formidable opponent. This is the jungle. They are the ones who know this terrain best. Both I and every soldier under my command, Zongo murmured. In such circumstances, one cannot possibly catch up with the adversary. Which only serves to illustrate a singular truth. They have encountered a true opponent, a creature of the wild. In fact, Guzhen possesses little experience in the jungle. He merely unleashes all the latent potential within him when his life is threatened, resulting in the misjudgment of the main wolf. And what is the main wolf? It can be considered the sovereign of this jungle. The fact that Guzhen can instigate a miscalculation in such a beast reveals the extent of his formidable explosive power. They ascend the mountain. The main wolf sniffs the air and emits a chilling sound. I smell something. Surround the mountain. Instantly, thousands of armed militants sprint in different directions, encircling the mountain where Guzhen stands. Once they complete the encirclement, it will signify that the two are trapped in a dead end. To encircle and then eliminate, the main wolf may lose ground. But it will never let Guzhen and his companion escape. Carrying Hu Hailang, Guzhen bolts halfway up the slope, collapsing heavily onto the ground, producing strange sounds as he gasps for breath. His pupils constrict, and he opens his mouth wide, desperately inhaling air. As the air rushes through his mouth and nostrils into his trachea and then his lungs, a sharp pain pierces his chest, causing his entire body to convulse rhythmically. This is Guzhen's first experience of running for his life, and he feels as though he is on the brink of death. His limbs seem to act independently of his brain, and his lungs feel as if they might explode. After more than a minute, he gradually regains his composure. The armed militants have been shaken off, and the gunfire has faded into silence. Hang in there, buddy. Guzhen presses his hand against Hu Hailang's neck and, upon feeling a pulse, tears open his shirt to administer first aid. The bullet has lodged in his right abdomen, creating a gaping wound. He inserts 2 fingers into the wound, attempting to locate the bullet. With a painful squelch, blood surges from the wound as Hu Hailang's body shudders, his unconscious face contorting in agony. Damn it, the bullet is buried deeper than I imagined. Guzhen curses, pulling out a surgical knife, gritting his teeth as he enlarges the wound to probe further. With another squelch, more blood spills out. Got it. Guzhen declares through gritted teeth. Don't blame me for being rough. I have to treat you as if you were dead. He grasps the bullet firmly. I've got it. 2 fingers emerge from the wound, bloodied and holding the bullet. Hu Hailang emits a deep, pained groan, suddenly sitting upright, his eyes wide open, the whites of his eyes bulging with shock. The pain jolts him awake from his unconscious state. Lie down. Guzhen slaps Hu Hailang's chest to force him back down. Do you know why I was able to serve as a medic in peacekeeping missions? Because I've never failed to save a life. With audacious confidence, he continues. You are the first person I am determined to save. Hu Hailang trembles violently, his eyes wide open, caught between despair and the brink of breakdown. Chapter 5. The most ruthless kill after extracting the bullet. Guzhen uses 2 fingers to hold the surgical blade, probing once more into Hu Hailang's abdominal wound. His expression is grave as he meticulously searches for the cavity created by the bullet's passage, releasing gas and pooled blood to prevent permanent internal damage. This barbaric method of addressing cavitary wounds is fraught with risk. A moment's inattention could exacerbate the injury. Yet Guzhen is treating Hu Hailang as if he were already dead, once he has addressed the internal cavity damage. He withdraws the surgical knife and inserts his fingers again, feeling around within the abdomen. The continuous probing causes Hu Hailang to faint once more from the pain. Consider yourself fortunate. No vital organs were injured, and there isn't excessive internal bleeding. Guzhen exhales deeply, his bloodied hands trembling in relief. What a miracle! The bullet was a rifle round, fired from a distance, causing a cavitary effect as it rolled through, yet miraculously not injuring any critical organs. In a scenario where surgical tools are readily available, the survival rate for 100 individuals struck by rifle rounds to the chest or abdomen would yield at best 1 survivor. There are 2 dire possibilities: organ damage or significant internal bleeding. Either could be fatal in a matter of moments. Guzhen, aided by the faint moonlight, searches the nearby underbrush, finding a hemostatic herb which he chews before discovering a sharp thorn, akin to a needle. He then disassembles a piece of his clothing, crafting a thread to tie securely to the thorn's end, spitting out the thoroughly chewed herb. The next step is to cleanse the wound and suture it. What are you doing? Hu Hailang murmurs as he regains consciousness, catching sight of Guzhen preparing to remove his trousers. Cleaning the wound. Guzhen replies with earnest seriousness, how can I stitch it up without cleaning it? How can I apply medicine? How can I save your life? Lie still. You. What about me? Guzhen retorts, eyes wide as he pulls out his member. I've been holding this urine in for ages. Now it's time to use it to clean your wound, and you still have the audacity to complain? I haven't even charged you yet. Just lie down. As soon as he finishes, the sound of rushing water fills the air. Guzhen uses his urine to cleanse Hu Hailang's wound. Hu Hailang rolls his eyes, nearly fainting again. Yet, it is a desperate measure. Urine is composed of 95% water and is non-toxic, making it a reasonable choice in the absence of clean water. With a chuckle, Guzhen pulls up his trousers and begins stitching Hu Hailang's wound. The torn muscles are in a state of rupture, divided into numerous fragments. More complex than a standard bayonet injury. In a hospital setting, even a team of surgical experts might struggle to find the optimal suturing method. However, Guzhen methodically stitches, ensuring every piece of flesh is meticulously aligned and secured. Hu Hailang's expression shifts. Where did you learn to suture wounds? He asks, staring at Guzhen. The method you're using is specifically designed for battlefield gunshot injuries. I'm a medic. This is child's play for me, Guzhen replies with pride. There has never been a life I couldn't save. His technique is unique to the right-hand brigade, primarily addressing the injuries caused by rifle rounds. The average person would have no idea how to stitch such wounds, not even the best surgeon. Guzhen pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He hadn't learned this suturing technique from a doctor, but rather from his father, who had stitched him up when he severely injured his leg as a child. Is this unique to the right-hand brigade? Don't joke. My father was hardly the imposing figure of a soldier from such a prestigious unit. Hu Hailang says nothing further, instead glancing around their surroundings before breaking into a bitter smile. Are we halfway up the mountain? I suppose so. Guzhen nods. I was so focused on carrying you to escape that I inadvertently ended up here. Oh no. We're halfway up the mountain. We're doomed. Suddenly realizing that the armed organization would surely seal off the mountain, Hu Hailang pulls Guzhen close, rolling them both aside just as gunfire erupts. The sudden crack of gunfire erupted without warning, the bullet striking the very spot they had just occupied. In the darkness, a band of armed men had emerged, pinpointing their location. Here. Over here. Fire. Fire. In an instant, at least a dozen gun barrels unleashed flames, unleashing a torrent of bullets that shredded the foliage around them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hu Hailang, clutching the dazed Guzhen, rolled frantically on the ground, the bullets pursuing them, sending dirt and debris flying, raining down upon the two. In that moment, Guzhen was utterly bewildered, the cacophony of gunfire deafening, allowing the severely injured Hu Hailang to guide him in evasive maneuvers. Bang. Ugh. A sharp pain struck as Guzhen was kicked in the abdomen, his body rolling to the side. Meanwhile, Hu Hailang raised his rifle, executing tactical rolls while pulling the trigger. Bang. 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 Uft. 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 The bullets pierced the bodies of the assailants, momentarily weakening their firepower and granting the two men a brief respite. Suddenly, as Hu Hailang continued to roll, he abruptly lifted his head, pushing off the ground with his right hand and leaping upward with a thunderous thrust. As he reached the pinnacle of his jump, he descended like a heavy boulder, completing a swift roll close to the ground. In that very instant, he exerted tremendous force with his legs, propelling himself forward like a soaring eagle. Diving into the midst of the armed men. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, sizzle, crack, the sounds of gunfire, the snapping of bones, the slicing of flesh, and the anguished cries of despair intertwined, sending a shiver down Guzhan's spine. What a formidable warrior! Oh no, my money! Without hesitation, Guzhan charged into the fray, confronting a scene strewn with corpses. Hu Hailang was pinned to the ground by two assailants, who ruthlessly stabbed at him with a bayonet. The blade pierced his shoulder, only to be withdrawn for another thrust, while another assailant viciously aimed for his ribs and lungs. Struggling against the assault, Hu Hailang extended his left hand to grasp the enemy's bayonet. Sizzle! The sharp blade penetrated his palm, the sound of steel grinding against bone audible. Already gravely injured, Hu Hailang felt his strength waning. He had hoped to vanquish this wave of foes, but it became increasingly difficult. Witnessing this scene, Guzhan's eyes widened with fury as he charged forward, flipping his wrist to reveal a glint of silver in the dim moonlight. Swoosh! The scalpel darted into an assailant's carotid artery with astonishing speed, only to be withdrawn, spraying a fountain of arterial blood. With his left hand, he clawed at another assailant's eyes, pulling upward as his right hand's scalpel grazed their throat. Swoosh! Gasp! A nearly 10-centimeter gash appeared in the assailant's throat, severing their windpipe. Thud! Thud! The two armed men collapsed, clutching their necks in their final struggles. This was a quintessential execution, swift, fierce, precise, lethal, transforming every attack into the simplest, most effective means, devoid of any superfluous motions, emanating an aura of icy coldness. The simplest, most direct method of killing is visually stunning, yet it is the most challenging to achieve. Those capable of such feats are either unparalleled assassins or battlefield monarchs. Chapter 6. Who is my father? This was Guzhan's first experience of killing directly, a swift execution, yet he felt no fear. In fact, witnessing the blood spray invigorated him. In a normal world, such a response would be deemed twisted, but in the theater of war, it is merely the instinct to adapt and integrate into the chaos. Do you wish to live or die? Hu Hailang gritted his teeth, his voice strained. His right flank wound tore open again, blood soaking his shoulder, while one arm dangled limply at his side, desperately using the bayonet to prop himself up as he attempted to rise. Yet, as soon as he managed to lift himself a fraction, he collapsed again. I see you're quite tenacious, my friend. Be careful. Guzhan reached out to support him. Of course I want to live. As the saying goes, better to live poorly than to die well. Then it falls to you to instill fear in them. Hu Hailang leaned against Guzhan. Rely on me? Don't be ridiculous. I'm merely a humble medic, not a heroic warrior like you. Killing them, we need to find a way to escape. Guzhan shook his head repeatedly, fully aware of his limitations. Although he was willing to fight, facing the armed men head-on was out of the question. You are inherently suited for the battlefield. Your very essence radiates a murderous intent, and your methods of killing are instinctual, the fiercest, most precise, and most lethal I have ever witnessed. Oh dear, haha. TSK. This is rather embarrassing, haha, truly embarrassing, haha. You've misjudged me, surely. Guzhan feigned humility despite the satisfaction on his face. With only 2 hours until dawn, once the sun rose, the government forces would launch a counterattack. That would be their sole chance for survival. Enduring excruciating pain. Hu Hailang gritted his teeth and spoke rapidly. We need to hold out for 2 hours, so we must employ effective strategies. Do you know the primary purpose of landmines? Deterrence. Guzhan nodded. It was common knowledge that landmines served as a means of intimidation rather than large-scale destruction. The screams of a soldier whose legs had been blown off would instill greater fear than a venomous snake. In these 2 hours, we have but one goal: killing. Hu Hailang declared with fervor. We must shift from a passive retreat to an aggressive assault, instilling fear in the armed men, making them aware that advancing means death, while retreating offers a chance at life. To survive and return home, our only option is to fight them to the bitter end. The murderous aura seemed to ignite the oxygen in the air, exploding within Guzhan's lungs, stirring a surge of passionate blood. Hu Hailang stood tall, his wounded body erect, radiating a fierce presence, exuding an intimidating aura. Humans are composed of flesh and bone, Guzhan observed, stretching his neck to examine Hu Hailang. Without bones, one is merely a pile of flesh. It is the bones that make a complete person. You fight with the strength of your bones, even in the face of death. Still resembling a fierce tiger, wild as a dragon. Is that the right sentiment? Hu Hailang smiled. It's not me. It's the Chinese soldiers. We Chinese soldiers are either unyielding pines or tombstones before graves. Guzhen nodded, digesting the essence of the Chinese soldier's creed. A man must defend his country. To defend the country, one must slay the enemy, kill one every 10 steps, slay the bandits with every stride. The bloodshed of battle is undoubtedly the aspiration of every passionate man, representing the innate desire for aggression within each male. The battlefield either forges heroic spirits or true men of iron and blood. I think we should play hide and seek with the armed men. After all, it's just a matter of buying time, Guzhen suggested quietly. Hide and seek? Do you think we can stall until dawn? They have at least 1,000 men. Hu Hailang glared at Guzhen. Fortune favors the bold. Consider your motivation for risking your life. We are just one step away. We must take that leap. Guzhen's expression changed, his brow furrowing deeply. He had compelling reasons to risk everything, and he needed to survive this ordeal to return. You know, deep down, you are a reckless gambler. Your joy only exists in the high stakes of life and death. You are restless, yearning to soar, yet shackled by constraints. I don't understand your obsession with wealth, but I know that money is not your ultimate pursuit. Why waste words on trivialities? Guzhen shot Hu Hailang a glance and declared resolutely, Today, I shall take a risk for once. You guide me on how to proceed. For I am aware that this sum of money is not easily acquired. He vowed to impart the art of assassination in the shortest time possible, believing that the more one learns, the greater the chance of survival. Time was of the essence, as armed militants could arrive at any moment, prompting Hu Hailang to teach Guzhen the skills of assassination with utmost urgency. From camouflage to weaponry, from breathing techniques to footwork. From assessment to execution, each element was crucial and demanded extensive training and exploration. Truth be told, Hu Hailang felt helpless. He could no longer fight, and had to place his hopes on Guzhen's shoulders. 10 minutes, merely 10 minutes, were all he had to convey a lifetime of astonishment. Every word he uttered was meticulously etched into Guzhen's memory, who demonstrated the techniques with remarkable prowess, revealing an astonishing capacity for learning that could instill inferiority in anyone. A prodigy. It seemed as though Guzhen's physique was crafted for combat. Every motion he executed harmonized perfectly with his bones and muscles. It was a blow to Hu Hailang's pride as he murmured to himself while seated against a large tree, feeling an unprecedented sense of inadequacy. As Guzhen prepared for camouflage, he discarded his blood-soaked garments, smearing damp earth across his body to mask the scent of blood. He then rubbed leaves over himself to adopt the fragrance of the surrounding flora, finally applying a layer of dry soil. Every detail was executed with precision, ensuring that his scent blended seamlessly with that of the jungle. Guzhen, remain calm. We have no second chance. One misstep, and we perish, Hu Hailang admonished. I cannot die. I must return alive, taking the money with me. Guzhen nodded, thumping his chest. Trust me, when I put my life on the line, I fear even myself. After uttering those words, he turned his back to Hu Hailang, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Is this truly the art of assassination? It feels more like a game my father played with me in my youth. Guzhen's mind was reeling, realizing that his rapid learning stemmed not from this brief 10-minute lesson, but from memories of his childhood when his father taught him these skills as a form of play. Moreover, the techniques for suturing wounds. Who was my father? Could he truly be just a miner? For the first time, Guzhen questioned whether his father was merely an ordinary man. Chapter 7. Slaughter in the darkness. The sounds of armed militants searching echoed nearby, with at least 20 of them wielding guns, spreading out as they entered the area where the two men were concealed. At that moment, Guzhen gripped a military knife in his left hand and a small, sharp scalpel in his right, pressing his back against a large tree, merging into the darkness. His eyes narrowed slightly, breathing steadily, motionless as if he were a wooden carving. Hidden amidst the underbrush, Hu Hailang fixed his gaze on Guzhen, feeling the tension rise as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His uninjured left hand clenched into a fist as he struggled to suppress his breath. It was absurd to expect a medic to carry out an assassination in the face of over 20 armed militants. It felt like a joke. Yet, they had reached a dead end. However, it was not entirely hopeless. This region had been rife with conflict, and most of these militants lacked formal military training. In simple terms, those carrying firearms were militants, and those who relinquished them were civilians. Regardless, it posed an unprecedented challenge for Guzhen. Life or death now rested in his hands. Two armed militants passed by the tree, their vigilance palpable. Yet they failed to notice the figure seamlessly blending into the shadows. It had begun. Hu Hailang's heart raced, breaths quickening, his eyes wide with anticipation. Even more anxious than Guzhen, who stood amid the turmoil. Suddenly, from behind the tree, a small scalpel shot forth like a striking serpent, delivering a lethal kiss to the neck of the left militant. The blade effortlessly severed the throat and carotid artery, nearly decapitating him. Simultaneously, a hand clamped over the gaping wound, stanching the flow of blood, before allowing the body to collapse, supported by the knee, transitioning to the toes. Just as the first militant was about to hit the ground, Guzhen struck again, plunging the military knife into the neck of the right militant. The military knife pierced through the side of the neck, horizontally penetrating, severing the carotid artery, trachea, and throat, before Guzhan pulled the lifeless body to him, stacking it atop the first. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, devoid of sound, leaving Hu Hailang's heart in his throat as he silently cheered. Perfect. A flawless assassination. Who is he? He is the best professional soldier of the right hand. In his eyes, Guzhan's execution was immaculate. Is he a medic? Is he an ordinary soldier? If he is, how much confidence must he shatter among seasoned soldiers? With precision. The military knife was driven upward through the ribs into the lung, leaving only the handle exposed. A swift rotation released the air within the lung. Another kill. Executed as seamlessly as flowing water, plunged Hu Hailang into a state of unprecedented shock. At that moment, Guzhan appeared to be in a trance. Utilizing the darkness and trees to continuously shift his position, approaching one armed militant after another. This time, he boldly approached from behind, swiftly covering the militant's mouth and nose with one hand while plunging the scalpel into his eye, penetrating deep into the brain. The militant's body convulsed violently before settling into stillness upon the ground. One after another, Guzhan executed his moves with increasing finesse and lethal precision, igniting a fervent excitement within the concealed Hu Hailang. Although these were silent assassinations, Hu Hailang felt an overwhelming surge of adrenaline. He, a professional soldier of the right hand, was being electrified by the silent killings of a mere medic. Why was this happening? Hu Hailang could not comprehend. He only knew that witnessing Guzhan's lethal prowess was akin to indulging in the most exquisite dance from the depths of hell. Guzhan transformed into a specter, silently traversing the dark jungle, wielding his knife with deadly efficiency, eliminating the group of militants within a mere 5 minutes. With blood still dripping from his blades, he stood there, brow furrowed, lost in thought and recollection of the entire killing process, which his father had taught him through games over the years. The only distinction lay in the fact that, in the game, he used his palm to strike. Now, he wielded a knife to take lives. Guzhan, which unit do you belong to? The assassination techniques you employed were not ones I taught you. Brother, for the sake of our shared struggle for survival, please do not toy with me. Hu Hailang's nerves were frayed. He could not accept that Guzhan was merely an ordinary soldier from the armed police. This individual's assassination skills surpassed his own. No, not merely better. There existed a vast chasm between their abilities. Do you believe in prodigies? Guzhan widened his eyes, pointing at himself. If you do not believe, then just watch me. Though I tend to keep a low profile, I will never shy away from the spotlight when it truly matters. Damn it. Hu Hailang swore vehemently. Guzhan chuckled, swinging the military knife to sever the heads of the slain militants, hanging them from the trees as a declaration of war against the armed organization. Delaying for 2 hours was no small feat, yet it was not insurmountable. They could not evade it, only intimidate the armed organization into granting them time. A change of venue was in order. Excellent. 2 individuals swiftly relocated, with Guzhan continuing his covert assassination in the darkness, severing the heads of armed militants and suspending them from trees, instilling a terror akin to that of landmines spreading through the area. The sound of gunfire erupted, reverberating through the jungle hills. Upon witnessing the severed heads of their comrades hanging from the trees, the militants fired aimlessly, their eyes filled with dread. Devils. There are devils among us. All-powerful fire god, do not punish me. We are your most devout followers. Great dog god, I shall serve you faithfully to the end. The sight of numerous corpses and severed heads led these militants to question if they had descended into hell, with some even kneeling in despair. In the vast expanse of Africa, there exist thousands of totems, representing either animals, ranks, or tools. Most of these militants hailed from tribes lacking education. When faced with terror, they instinctively prayed to their deities. Hu Hailang keenly understood this vulnerability. As the mountain winds blew, the bloodied head swayed ominously, evoking a chilling sensation. The troops halted their pursuit, chaos ensued, and the hyena swiftly arrived at the scene, a mocking glint in his eyes upon witnessing the aftermath. He believed not in deities but in strength. It had been long since anyone had dared to challenge him, and he relished the prospect. Here lay his domain. His reputation as a hyena renowned across much of Africa, even bloodthirsty international mercenaries dared not confront him. Thus, the consequence would be singular, to shatter the challenger to pieces. Chapter 8. Faced the consequences as he continued his slaughter. Guzhan felt invigorated, increasingly exhilarated and tireless. Perhaps this was merely a game he once played. On the mountaintop, the two faced one another, pressed to their utmost limit, maximizing their time. When the militants surged forth, it would signify their demise. What does it feel like to kill so many? Hu Hailang inquired, sensing Guzhan's palpable aura of lethality. The more one killed, the denser this aura became, rivaling that of seasoned mercenaries. Guzhan plunged his military knife into the ground with fervor. The feeling of sanctioned killing is exhilarating. I hope I won't suffer from battle fatigue. Perhaps you will, perhaps you won't, Hu Hailing sighed. If you die, you won T. If you return alive, you undoubtedly will. This was a soldier who had never before seen combat nor taken a life, yet in a single night, he had slain nearly 100. The transition was too abrupt. If he survived, Guzhen would likely grapple with the psychological scars of warfare. Indeed, Guzhen glanced at Hu Hailing, his eyes bloodshot, as if intoxicated by carnage. What is your father's name? Hu Hailing suddenly asked. He recalled a figure, noting how Guzhen bore a striking resemblance to him, suggesting a potential kinship. Why do you ask about my father? Guzhen scrutinized him. I merely think you resemble someone who also bears the surname Gu, Hu Hailing continued. Our former superior unit was called the Warriors, and it had a national hero named Gu Xianji. Gu Xianji? How fortuitously coincidental. He is indeed a distant relative. Guzhen exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, what sort of unit were the Warriors? More formidable than your unit? More than formidable, tenfold, 100-fold. Alas. Hu Hailing shook his head, tentatively probing. Guzhen, your father must be Gu Xianji, correct? Having seen Guzhen's photograph, he increasingly found their likeness uncanny. Nonsense. My father is Guzhen. I take my mother's surname. Who? Ah, I may have erred. At that moment, a violent explosion reverberated. Boom, boom. Flames erupted from the mountainside, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The government forces had launched a counteroffensive. Hu Hailing's eyes lit up. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had arrived, marking the commencement of battle. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions surged from all directions. Indeed, the government forces had initiated their counterattack, breaching the previously unguarded lines and reaching the militant stronghold. Upon witnessing the munitions depot ablaze, they swiftly organized a fierce counteroffensive, pursuing the enemy's remaining forces. The vast armed group did not retreat far. They sought revenge against Guzhen and Hu Hailing, engaging in intense combat upon being pursued. Damn it. Finally, a counterattack. Guzhen exclaimed, leaping up with glee. Ha ha. We might just survive. By fortune, I consulted an old almanac before embarking on this journey. With my water-gold fate, today my luck must be unparalleled. Old Hu. Remember you owe me 100,000. With our camaraderie, you wouldn't dare default, would you? Fortune awaits, fortune awaits. I still have $1 million to claim, ha ha ha. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. They had finally endured through the night. $1 million? Hu Hailing frowned. Yes. Once I secure the funds, I'll retire and be done with this nonsense. After serving in the military, bearing arms, killing, and dancing, my life shall be complete. Guzhen, with his bloodshot eyes, proclaimed, upon my return, I shall lead virtuous women astray, guide wayward souls to redemption, take mature women on merry-go-rounds, and show young girls the splendor of the world. Life's grand fulfillment arrived so abruptly. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot pierced the air as a bullet struck Guzhen's chest, the force toppling him to the ground, motionless. Guzhen, Hu Hailing's face contorted with panic, throughout the brief yet protracted night. He had come to regard this avaricious yet brilliant individual as a brother in life and death. Guzhen lay still, seemingly lifeless. Hyena. Hu Hailing managed to utter through gritted teeth, his pupils ablaze with fury as he struggled to rise, fixating on the towering and formidable black-armed leader. Hyena. My homeland, regardless of the chaos, does not require your interference, yet you have inserted yourselves. Hyena replied in fluent English. To us, any outsider is an invader. Our internal matters can be resolved independently. Hu Hailing was acutely aware of Hyena's prowess. In South Sudan, this individual had once single-handedly annihilated a squad of 6 international mercenaries. Not C-class, nor B-class, nor even A-class, but the pinnacle S-class, comprising elite operatives from renowned special forces worldwide. If uninjured, he could contend, but now, facing Hyena, it was a path to certain death. Bang! The gunfire resounded again, a bullet piercing Hu Hailing's shoulder. He collapsed, reaching for his weapon. Bang! Another shot rang out, a bullet striking his arm with precision. Hu Hailing stifled a groan, veins bulging in his neck as he fought to rise, only to find he lacked the strength to even roll over. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He yearned for vengeance for Guzhen. You have caused our front to falter, plunging my soldiers into a devastating struggle. Hyena drew another desert eagle. You are soldiers, executing orders. As a fellow soldier, I won't use a hunting rifle. Upon uttering these words, he discarded the desert eagle, strode over, and hoisted Hu Hailing into the air, bellowing, now face the consequences. Hu Hailing's body was forcefully hurled to the ground. Thud. The overwhelming force caused a rebound. Just as he was propelled upward, Hyena's knee collided with his face. Slap. Thud. Blood gushed from Hu Hailing's mouth, his face instantly becoming a grotesque mask of flesh and blood as he lay helplessly on the ground. Invaders. Die. The beastly figure of Zhong Go raised his foot and mercilessly kicked at Hu Hailing's chest. Bang. 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 He trampled upon him as if he were a mere ball, venting all his fury upon the ground beneath him. With each violent kick, Hu Hailang's body contorted in agony, spewing forth blood in great gasps, his consciousness slipping away. Had he not been injured, he could have fought back, but now, gravely wounded, he faced only death at the hands of Zhong Go. Hu Hailang lost consciousness. His arms falling limply to his sides, his head tilted aside, breathing shallowly. Is this what it feels like to be shot? Suddenly, Gu Xun's voice broke through the haze. He slowly stood up, reaching for the gunshot wound on his left chest, confusion clouding his eyes. It doesn't hurt, just a bit numb. Oh no. I've been shot. Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. Gu Xun cried out in pain, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being shot. Chapter 9. The bombardment zone. Zhong Go halted his kicks against Hu Hailang, fixing his chilling gaze upon the standing Gu Xun. Gu Xun raised his head to meet Zhong Go's stare and simultaneously caught sight of Hu Hailang, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. In an instant, clarity surged through him, his eyes blazed with fury, and his body involuntarily adopted a predatory stance, glaring at Zhong Go with blood-red intensity. You dare to harm my brother? You intend to sever my lifeline of 1 million? Gu Xun roared like a beast. Hu Hailang was vital. He represented not only a monetary bond, but also a brother who had fought side by side with him. I will annihilate you, Gu Xun bellowed. The pent-up rage of an entire night erupted within him, a primal force manifesting in his contorted features, filled with savage ferocity and bloodlust. Suddenly, Gu Xun took a formidable step forward, adopting a combat stance with his right fist at the forefront and his left fist pulled back. His gaze piercing straight into Zhong Go's eyes. This stance radiated an unyielding aggression, akin to a battle blade poised to spill blood at the slightest provocation. Fight. Gu Xun's eyes widened, a roar erupting from his chest as he unleashed all his might in a single word, a torrent of energy flooding forth. Zhong Go's pupils constricted violently, instinctively taking a small step back. You, a warrior. His voice trembled slightly as he sought confirmation. Having witnessed that very stance before, a precursor to an assault from a warrior, Zhong Go's muscles tensed involuntarily, his body moving to adopt a defensive posture. Sensing he was up against a ferocious lion of the African savanna, while he, in contrast, was merely a mangy dog. Suddenly, Gu Xun sprinted down the mountain at an astonishing speed. The abrupt change took Zhong Go by surprise, and by the time he regained his composure, he immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp gunshots echoed as bullets raced towards Gu Xun, but he had already plunged into the thicket. Surrounded by the natural cover of the forest, each bullet was thwarted by trees and bushes, causing no harm. Zhong Go, furious, discarded his spent handgun and pursued relentlessly, a murderous intent lighting up his face. He had encountered warriors before, many years ago, at the age of 17 or 18, when his base was fortified with a defense line stretching nearly 10 kilometers deep. Yet, 5 warriors had breached it in one swift movement, penetrating deep into the base and surrounding it. 2 decades had passed, but Zhong Go still vividly remembered the terror those 5 warriors had instilled in him. When encircled, those warriors had adopted the same attacking stance Gu Xun now displayed, before breaking free from the encirclement. As the pursuit began, the 5 warriors had turned back, wreaking havoc. Zhong Go had witnessed them break through the encirclement 4 times, before finally departing, while he lay feigning death, only to realize afterward that he had wet himself. Among the fallen, fewer than 20 had survived from several hundred. Impossible, warriors no longer exist. Zhong Go furrowed his brow. In his heart, warriors were more fearsome than demons, and he remained vigilant about their movements. As far as he knew, this brigade had been utterly annihilated 18 years ago by a certain country's army division, combined with a mountain brigade and an air support unit. For 18 years, this brigade, which Zhong Go regarded as invincible, had not resurfaced. So, was this truly a warrior? The pursuing Zhong Go hesitated, slowing his pace. He was uncertain whether Gu Xun was indeed a warrior. If he were, pursuing him would be tantamount to suicide. If not, he is not a warrior, I am certain of it. Zhong Go gritted his teeth and muttered, if he truly were a warrior, he would not flee before my thousands. Although momentarily intimidated by Gu Xun's stance, Zhong Go quickly dispelled the fear of warriors from his mind. His experience told him that Gu Xun was certainly not a warrior. If he were, breaking through Zhong Go's encirclement would be effortless. If he were a warrior, he would not run but would charge head-on into battle. Realizing this, Zhong Go quickened his pace, his eyes bloodshot with frenzy. However, his temporary doubt afforded Gu Xun the perfect opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong Go had encountered warriors and was filled with dread of them. In truth, he did not understand what warriors were capable of. He merely assumed a stance as swiftly as possible to instill momentary intimidation. Akin to a cat's fur bristling before a dog, not truly intending to attack, but merely seeking to frighten the opponent and then escape. The effect was remarkably pronounced, even exceeding Gu Xun's expectations, granting him ample time to flee down the mountain while depleting Zhong Go's ammunition. Clutching the scalpel, Guzhan pushed himself to the limit. Ignoring the penetrating pain of the bullets, his eyes radiated unmasked hatred and madness, his face taut with determination as he raced towards the battlefield below. Boom, boom, boom. The government forces struck down armed organizations, employing artillery to conduct long-range clearance. From the foot of the mountain to a third of the way up, the area was engulfed in the bombardment zone, and at that moment, Guzhan plunged headlong into the explosive territory. Boom. An artillery shell detonated 30 meters away, sending dirt and debris flying, the shockwave swirling around him, creating a searing wind that threatened to suffocate him. He did not stop, continuing his descent. Zhong Guo remained in pursuit, relentless and unyielding. Boom. Another shell exploded a mere 10 meters to Guzhan's right, the violent shockwave propelling him to the ground. Rolling several meters downhill, spitting out dirt, Guzhan pushed himself up with one hand, turning to face the approaching Zhong Guo. At that moment, Zhong Guo was utterly convinced that Guzhan was not a warrior, for he exhibited no battlefield experience. How could someone be toppled by the edge of a small artillery explosion from over 10 meters away? This was sheer cowardice. Come, let us duel here. Guzhan licked his lips, sneering at Zhong Guo. It's too calm above. Here is where the real challenge lies, my chance to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Guo suddenly grasped Guzhan's true intentions. He was luring him into the artillery bombardment zone. In this area, a seasoned soldier could make preliminary judgments based on the whistling of shells, but what if the only sounds were explosions? In such a setting, regardless of how formidable a professional soldier might be, survival would hinge solely on luck. Guzhan sought to kill Zhong Guo, and entering the bombardment zone was his only opportunity. Warriors are cunning. Chapter 10. Waiting for the opportunity, the fierce dog unsheathed his tactical knife without hesitation, charging directly at Guzhan with a single, powerful stroke aimed to claim his life. With astonishing speed and formidable strength, the heavy blade sliced through the air, creating a fierce wind. Guzhan's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of helplessness rising within him. It seemed he could not even evade this lethal strike. He could dispatch ordinary armed militants who were, in comparison to civilians, merely equipped with firearms. However, he now faced the experienced and formidable dog, whose power, speed, and combat skills left Guzhan in the dust. Overwhelmed and weak-kneed, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, cunningly rolling backwards to narrowly escape the fatal blow. Though he was indeed frightened to the point of falling, it was not solely fear that brought him down. When faced with such a vast disparity in strength, he instinctively utilized his body as fear to drop to the ground and roll away, evading the strike by a hair's breadth. A low, menacing growl escaped the dog as he lunged forward, his right hand wielding the knife aimed at Guzhan's face. In a moment of desperation, Guzhan grasped a thick piece of wood for defense. Crack! The knife cleaved the wood in two, and at that moment, the dog's powerful body pinned Guzhan down, transforming his knife strike into a vicious stab. Searing pain erupted as Guzhan let out a harrowing scream. The knife plunged mercilessly into his wound. The dog's blade, resembling a kukri, bore a sharp tip that widened into a broad, thick body. Blood gushed forth as the blade penetrated deeply. Against invaders, there is only death. The dog bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He pressed the knife deeper into Guzhan's wound, eliciting a gasp of agony from him. Guzhan's eyes bulged with pain, blood vessels bursting. As veins stood out on his neck and face, he endured an unprecedented torment, one that transcended all prior suffering. A pain that resonated deep within his bones and seemed to shake his very soul. He gripped a scalpel in his right hand, poised to strike at the dog's abdomen, yet his trembling fingers refused to release it, hiding it tightly in his palm. The sound of the knife scraping against bone sent shivers down his spine. No one shall govern my nation. No one can obstruct our struggle to plant the flag of freedom in every corner of our homeland. The dog roared, you know nothing of our country. Your attempts at stability only bring more bloodshed, shattering families, leaving countless children orphaned. With that, he twisted the knife again, reopening Guzhan's wound. The anguish was unbearable, and Guzhan screamed once more, a sound that pierced the air. The blade twisted, tearing through muscle, while blood poured out, staining half of his body crimson. With a swift motion, the dog withdrew the knife, splattering blood everywhere, and pressed it menacingly against Guzhan's throat. To instill fear in invaders, death was the only answer. For peace within must first come from the elimination of threats. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced into Guzhan's flesh, pressing down inexorably. Gasping for breath, Guzhan's eyes bulged in terror, fixated on the dog's blood-red gaze. The scalpel in his palm repeatedly threatened to emerge, yearning to deliver a fatal blow. Yet each time he grasped it, he would retract it, keeping it hidden. He awaited the opportune moment. The scalpel was small, and even if it pierced the dog, it would hardly inflict significant damage, instead revealing his hidden weapon. But did he still have a chance? Uncertain, Guzhan knew that as long as he breathed, he must endure. If he could hold on, an opportunity would arise. If not, he would face his fate. This is our homeland. We shall not yield an inch. Even if you invaders are all lions, you will ultimately be torn to shreds. The dog roared furiously, those who invade my territory shall be slain. At that very moment, he pressed the knife hard against Guzhan's neck. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, a shell landing just 7 meters from them, releasing a scorching wave of heat and shrapnel. Countless fragments tore into the dog's body, toppling him to the ground, bloodied and battered. With several jagged pieces lodged in his back, Guzhan had found his chance, barely escaping with a quick roll to the side, distancing himself from the dog. This was the advantage of being within the bombardment zone. The indiscriminate nature of artillery offered no mercy. With a guttural roar, the dog rose, yanking a shard from his back and flinging it aside with immense force. Here, you have no opportunity. His powerful form lunged once more, primal rage coursing through him. Come at me. Guzhan stood defiantly, his bloodied chest thrusting forward as he bellowed. Let us have it out. Today one of us shall die. The dog charged. But as he took 2 steps, another shell fell between them. Boom. They were both thrown to the ground. The explosions continued, a relentless barrage raining down, the ground erupting with detonations. Suddenly, Guzhan erupted into laughter. You've fallen into my trap, haven't you? This area ahead is open terrain, and you were so conspicuous that a simple telescope could lock onto you. Did you really think I couldn't evade that shell? I did it on purpose. When I turn cunning, even I fear myself. You dare kill my brother and sever my fortune? If I don't eliminate you, I can't face myself. They were now near the foot of the mountain, with open ground ahead completely exposed to the government's artillery. Upon encountering the first shell, Guzhan had deliberately fallen, deceiving the dog. To infiltrate such a dangerous situation for a bounty required not just bravery but also cunning and guile. One must embody the traits of both wolf and fox to survive as a fugitive. Chapter 11. The lethal blow. The government forces concentrated their fire, unleashing a relentless bombardment. Trees toppled, shrubs were obliterated, and the ground was churned up, creating craters everywhere. The dog was a significant threat to the government forces. Once they locked onto him, they would swiftly move to eliminate him. Amidst the deafening explosions, Guzhan curled up, hiding in a depression among the bushes. His ears roared with sound, drowning in the cacophony of blasts and the debris raining down upon him. Boom! A shell exploded near his hiding spot, the shockwave resonating through him, shaking his very core. In an instant, Guzhan's body trembled violently, a stream of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. The shockwave, the most lethal invisible killer on the battlefield. Regardless of the nature of warfare, soldiers who perish from artillery shells or bullets constitute a mere fraction. The overwhelming majority succumb to the brutal force of shock. Those caught in the vicinity of an explosion, once thrown to the ground, are already subjected to the devastating power that penetrates their bodies, wreaking havoc on their organs and bodily functions. They may still be alive when they fall, but their fate is sealed as their innards bleed profusely. Moreover, the greatest casualties are often the inexperienced soldiers. Upon surveying the battlefield, many corpses bear no visible wounds, yet all are lifeless, predominantly consisting of fresh recruits. This is the tragic reality of death by shock. At this moment, the inexperienced Guzhan is similarly affected by the shockwave, unaware that when taking cover, one must maintain a certain distance from the ground to avoid the most vicious and insidious effects of an explosion. He finds himself in a dire predicament. Blood continues to flow from his mouth, and his body begins to tremble lightly. He can distinctly feel the suffocating pressure within his chest. An experienced soldier would have immediately recognized the damage to their internal organs and taken swift action to save themselves. However, Guzhan remains oblivious, curled up in despair, attempting to rise but finding his limbs devoid of strength. The pain in his wounds seems to have dulled, overshadowed by the unbearable pressure in his chest. With each breath, the suffocation intensifies. Exhaling blood offers a fleeting relief, only to be followed by an inevitable return to anguish. At that moment, Guzhan observes the injured hound, struggling to rise amidst the chaos of explosions, slowly turning to seek him out. The hound spots him, gripping a bloody machete, and lurches forward. A glimmer of hope ignites within Guzhan. He can see the hound's severe injuries, with its right leg in tatters, half of its body soaked in blood. This is an opportunity, perhaps the best he will get. The scalpel is wedged between his right thumb, index, and middle fingers as he exerts all his effort to rise. Alas, the shockwave's force pervades his entire being, rendering him powerless to stand. Even summoning every ounce of strength only permits him to lift his arm slightly. Have you been shaken? The hound chuckles menacingly, limping closer, recognizing Guzhan's inexperience and the severe impact of the explosion on him. Guzhan emits a groan of pain, fixating his gaze on the hound, now merely 10 meters away, attempting once more to stand, yet failing again. Boom, boom. The explosions continue. and the hound advances through the chaos, wielding its bloodied machete. 10 meters, 9, 8, 7. Guzhan gasps for breath, acutely aware of his precarious situation. Should the hound draw closer, he is but meat on the chopping block, destined for a swift demise. The opportunity slips away, lost in a sea of helplessness. Utilizing this environment to mitigate their disparity in strength is a double-edged sword, and with his unfamiliarity with the battlefield, he is merely gambling with his life. Ultimately, even in such dire circumstances, the hound's chances of survival far exceed his own. A shell explodes behind the hound, sending it sprawling to the ground, countless fragments slicing through its back mercilessly. You can be blown to bits too, Guzhan whispers weakly. To his dismay, the hound struggles to rise once more. First kneeling, using its machete for support, slowly lifting a leg. Despite the immense effort and trembling body, it persists in its ascent. Now, only 5 meters separate them. With just 2 more steps, the hound could unleash a sudden burst of speed, pouncing like a predator to deliver a fatal blow. This is Guzhan's last chance. His pupils dilate with fierce determination as he plunges the scalpel into his chest wound without hesitation. Thud. The scalpel sinks deep, stirring within him. A primal scream escapes his lips as blood gushes from the gaping wound, even pulling out bits of flesh. He is fierce, merciless to himself, facing life and death with an unforgiving resolve. This is Guzhan, embodying a spirit that knows no sorrow and sacrifice. When the moment calls for a soldier to sever their own limb, he does not bemoan the loss but instead makes the necessary choice with unwavering conviction. Ah, it hurts like hell, Guzhan wails, every nerve in his body transmitting the pain to his brain, resonating throughout. He has never felt such agony. Yet this torment fuels his will to combat the internal damage, flipping onto his knees, his face a mask of fury. I will take your life. Another roar erupts from him as he hurls the scalpel. Swish. The petite scalpel, drenched in blood, glimmers under the sun as it arcs through the smoke and chaos, tracing an almost perfect line toward the hound. The hound looks up, catching sight of the crimson glimmer. Thud. The scalpel finds its mark, piercing the hound's throat. Embedding deep within, the hound's body freezes, disbelief flickering in its eyes. Moments later, it trembles uncontrollably, gasping as its life force wanes, pupils constricting before gradually dilating. Gasp. Gasp. Yet it does not fall, still kneeling, propped up by its machete. Its eyes, though dimming, remain fixed on Guzhan as he approaches. Many have played with me, and they all met their end. Do you know why? Guzhan inhales deeply, a proud expression crossing his face. Because I strike ruthlessly. Even if you were to summon an elite squad, it would make no difference. Get lost. Guzhan raises his foot, poised to kick the hound down. Yet, in that moment, he halts, locking eyes with the hound. A tear cascades down the hound's cheek. The tear, crystal clear, carves a path through the blood on its face, dripping onto the ground below. Guzhan is taken aback, observing as the hound's left hand clutches a handful of earth, gripping it fiercely, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. The tears shed are for its homeland. The soil gripped represents a profound love for its country. In that moment, Guzhan experiences an unprecedented shock within his heart. He retracts his foot, standing tall before the unyielding hound, slowly raising his right hand to render a solemn salute. The hound is a true warrior. Chapter 12. Because of youth the smoke of war lingers, and the lines of right and wrong blur in this land, making it impossible to discern who is justified. Yet, regardless of the truth, Guzhan is left with an ineffable sense of shock and inspiration. Though they are enemies, the hound is undeniably a warrior worthy of respect. As the hound breathes its last, the bombardment ceases, and the government forces continue their assault on the remnants of insurgents, the sounds of gunfire echoing as victory is assured. Coughing violently, Guzhan expels clots of blood, forcing himself to ascend the hill where Hu Hailang lies, collapsing heavily onto the ground beside him. Hu Hailang rests quietly, his chest soaked in dried blood, his face a ghastly gray. Damn it. A million gone, gone. A million is trivial. Just bring him back to life. Guzhan struggles to transition from sitting to kneeling, pressing his hands against Hu Hailang's chest. Crack. The sound of a breaking bone fills the air as he inadvertently snaps one of Hu Hailang's ribs. In truth, the human sternum is robust. A mere push would not suffice to fracture it. However, Hu Hailang's chest had been battered by the hound's relentless kicks, rendering it fragile. Guzhan's attempt at resuscitation becomes the final straw. Did you not claim your bones were unbreakable? Bones uphold flesh, making one human. The bones of a Chinese soldier are the hardest. How could they break? How could they break? Guzhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at Hu Hailang, "Bring me back to life. You, alive, are worth 1,000,000. Dead, you're worthless. I risked everything to come here for this money. Come back to life, please." Brother. He came here for the money, but beyond that? In their flight, fighting side by side, you saved my life, and I saved yours. You risked your life for me. and I would do the same for you. Though their time together was brief, a bond akin to life and death had formed. Most importantly, Hu Hailang revealed to Guzhen the essence of a pure Chinese professional soldier and the faith that accompanied such a calling. I am from the right-hand battalion. I never expected to return home intact. Take my right hand and send it back. Bury it where it belongs. He chuckled darkly, fearing he truly might not return. You carry me, and I will only burden you. To serve my country with loyalty and die without regrets. I can and shall do that. Guzhen was unaware of the nature of the right-hand battalion, but he recognized Hu Hailang's unparalleled faith, which made him feel incredibly small. Many had shouted the slogan of loyalty and sacrifice for the nation, but Hu Hailang embodied it before him. You must live. Guzhen cried, his voice trembling. His eyes reddened and blurred with tears. He did not want Hu Hailang to die, not for money, but for the sake of humanity. Sacrifice had once felt distant, but now it loomed unexpectedly before him, and he was unprepared. Live. Come back to me. Despair enveloped Guzhen as he knelt. Head thrown back, fists clenched, trying to scream. Yet, his voice caught in his throat, his chest tightened with anguish, and his eyes grew wetter. You. Just kill me then. Suddenly, a weak voice reached Guzhen's ears. A tough bone does not mean it will break. A Chinese soldier can fight on even with a broken bone. Ecstasy surged through Guzhen as he wiped his eyes, clearly seeing Hu Hailang open his eyes. He was alive. You're still alive? You're still. Thud. Just as the exclamation escaped his lips, Guzhen collapsed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. He could no longer hold on. His insides were shaken, his body battered, and he had reached his limit. Guzhen. The world faded to darkness. Guzhen clearly saw himself wandering in the shadows, desperately searching for an exit. He had to return home, had to bring the money back. Wait, where's my money? My money. Guzhen realized he had no money, his hands empty. Panic rising within him. My money. With a roar, Guzhen sat upright, anxiety etched across his face. The sunlight was blinding, and the sound of gunfire echoed. He was still on the mountain, alive. Awake? Hu Hailang's voice pierced through. Next time you find yourself near an explosive point, do not let your chest hit the ground. Fortunately, this artillery isn't of large caliber. Otherwise, you would have been killed instantly. You're a rookie, charging onto the battlefield without understanding anything. I admire your bravery. Hu Hailang appeared much better. Individuals like him had sturdy lives. As long as they could draw breath, they could survive. Guzhen blinked at him, tears welling up. My money is still there. Still there. I am the red third generation in the eyes of many. Hu Hailang glanced at him, speaking to himself. I can do nothing, and my family does not require me to do anything. What I can do, my ancestors have accomplished. What I cannot do, my ancestors have also achieved. The red third generation? This revelation astonished Guzhen, who looked at Hu Hailang for a long moment, seemingly struggling to accept it. A red third generation joining the military? Surely, that can't be right. Everyone in my family opposes my enlistment, even my father, because I am not needed for anything. Ha. A self-deprecating laugh followed. But one must find a goal, a way to realize self-worth. It appears I can only tread this path, and even now, I have yet to fully comprehend it, merely grasping the four characters. No regrets in heart. This is a heartfelt exchange. After enduring so much, there is nothing left unsaid. And Hu Hailang is transparent as well. What about you? Why do you love money so much? Hu Hailang inquired. Of course. Don't you like money? Guzhen scoffed. What do I need money for? Hu Hailang frowned. The question nearly choked Guzhen, yet he recognized the truth. What purpose does money serve? Only those who lack nothing have the privilege to pursue self-worth. I cannot compare to you. I need money. Guzhen chuckled bitterly. I need to gather enough money to treat my father. He is a miner, suffering from late-stage pneumoconiosis, coughing up blood, afflicted by various complications. Without money, he awaits death. With money, he has a chance to prolong his life. Hu Hailang remained silent, observing Guzhen's bloodied and smoke-stained face. Their backgrounds and experiences differed vastly, as did the burdens they bore. Guzhen could not fully grasp Hu Hailang's spiritual realm, nor could Hu Hailang entirely comprehend Guzhen's actions. Yet, they must both carry on for they are young. Chapter 13. I truly envy you. The nearly 12 hours of harrowing experience felt like an exhilarating dream to Guzhen. He had won this gamble. As he was transported back to the base for treatment, his spirit soared. He gazed at Hu Hailang, making the latter feel somewhat uneasy, as this was his money. No. I must claim my reward. Guzhen could not remain still, pulling out the needle from his arm, attempting to rise. Lie down. Hu Hailang, clinically, commanded. I know who issued the bounty. Once you are healed, I will take you to claim it. You won't lose a single cent. Go. I need it urgently. Thud. Ow. Guzhen fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Given his current injuries, he could not walk. The bounty was posted by my mother, Hu Hailang said nonchalantly. Your Mother. Gu Jin stared incredulously at Hu Hailang. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I just took a hard fall, and my wound has reopened. How should I have said it? Hu Hailang smiled bitterly. Should I tell everyone that my mother used her connections to gather intel, then offered a bounty to save her son? My son's life is precious. Are others' lives not? Just lie down. A plane will fly us back home tonight. After you recover, I will take you to claim the bounty, as well as the 200,000 I owe you. Ha ha ha. Such loyalty. Gu Jin's face lit up with a radiant smile, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. However, you will certainly face repercussions upon your return. As far as I know, your rescue of me was entirely a personal act, essentially deserting the army abroad. Hu Hailang furrowed his brow. This is a serious issue, unprecedented. This was the truth. Gu Jin's actions constituted a significant violation of regulations. No one was pursuing him now. But upon returning to the country, he would certainly face consequences. Such repercussions would be severe. Ordinarily, deserting the military in such circumstances would be classified as wartime desertion. Regardless of the reasons for fleeing, even if it was to save Hu Hailang, wartime desertion implies the potential for immediate execution if necessary. I've long considered this. As long as I obtain that money, I would accept being thrown into a military prison. Gu Jin lay on the ground, chuckling. Old Hu. You have no idea how crucial money is for someone like me. It is our greatest affliction. Gu Jin smiled, yet the humor lacked brilliance. He needed money. Was willing to take risks, and after acquiring the funds, he would have to bear the consequences of his actions. No regrets? Hu Hailang inquired. Regret? Not at all. I joined the military for the money. Gu Jin smiled and said, I am truly different from you. While I hold great admiration for your beliefs, I am simply who I am. My father at home is relying on me for a new lease on life, and to sustain that life, it requires money. In truth, I harbor a certain disdain for wealth, he chuckled. After uttering these words, Gu Jin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and a subtle bitterness and helplessness lingered at the corners of his mouth. Hu Hailang sighed, lying there, gazing at Gu Jin's face, falling into a profound silence. They hailed from disparate worlds with differing pursuits, and the harsh realities of life could keep them entirely apart. A nurse entered, observing Gu Jin sprawled on the floor, and quickly assisted him back to the bed, reattaching the four. Silence reigned once more, until Gu Jin broke it. Old Hu, I truly envy you. His eyes sparkled with envy and longing. Envy me for what? Being born into a revolutionary family? Having no autonomy? Being treated like a giant infant after joining the military? Hu Hailang shook his head, feeling no reason for envy. He would rather not have been born into such a family. No, I do not envy your prestigious lineage. I envy you for having a mother who loves you so dearly. Gu Jin licked his lips and sniffed, saying, since childhood, I have longed to see my mother. But alas, you have no mother? Hu Hailang was taken aback. I do. Gu Jin replied joyfully. How else would I have come into this world? I have a photograph of my mother. She was a stunning beauty, truly remarkable. He chuckled, his eyes lighting up, his face brimming with joy, as if enveloped in the tender affection of maternal love. Your mother, she has passed? Hu Hailang asked softly. I do not know, but I believe I will find her. Gu Jin shook his head. I wish to ask her about everything, to inquire why she abandoned me. I do not wish to hate her or blame her. I merely want to know. I am certain my father is not a scoundrel. In Gu Jin's mind, his mother existed solely as a faded photograph. That was all he had of her. While most in this world squander maternal love, for Gu Jin, it was a luxury. From childhood to adulthood, his greatest wish was to call out to the woman in the photograph, Mother. Enough of this. Let us lie down for a while. Tonight, I will return home to collect the money, he laughed. At 9 o'clock that evening, a transport plane carried the severely injured Gu Jin and Hu Hailang back to their homeland. Upon landing, they were swiftly taken to the hospital for treatment. Half a month later, in a villa district of City C, Hu Hailang, unable to withstand Gu Jin's insistence despite still recovering, took him home to retrieve his reward. He understood that this money held no significance for him, yet for Gu Jin, it was vital for his survival. My goodness, a 600 square meter detached villa. Your father is a corrupt official, isn't he? Gu Jin gaped at Hu Hailang's home. Don't be absurd. Hu Hailang replied irritably. I have no concept of money. And neither does my father. This was purchased by my mother. My grandfather and his brother-in-arms transitioned into business after their military service, building their fortune gradually. Wow. Gu Jin couldn't help but click his tongue. Old Hu, you must be quite foolish to be in the military. If I were you, I'd be sleeping with beautiful models every night. Enough with the nonsense, Hu Hailang laughed. If we swapped places, I suspect you would make the same choice as I did. Emptiness cannot be filled by models. Come on, let's go inside. All right, let's get the money. As they entered the lavish villa, the security guard, upon seeing Hu Hailang return, nodded respectfully, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Gu Jin observed this, sensing the military aura emanating from the guards. Undoubtedly, each one was a veteran, possessing a strength that commanded his respect. Is Hiling back? A hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged, his face aglow with a smile. Dressed in a military uniform devoid of insignia, exuding an amiable presence. However, Guzhin's keen eyes caught sight of a gruesome purplish scar on the man's neck. Instantly realizing this was no ordinary individual, Uncle Dong, Hu Hailing greeted him with a smile. This is my brother Guzhin. He saved my life in South Sudan. Hello. Uncle Dong. Guzhin returned the smile. Suddenly, he noticed a shift in Uncle Dong's gaze. The previously warm expression turned cold and piercing, filled with ferocity and brutality. A fierce glint directed at him. This look was almost unbearable for Guzhin, as if his soul were being pierced, yet he defiantly held the gaze, refusing to flinch. Young man, you are Guzhin? Thank you for saving Hailing. Please, come in, come in. Uncle Dong's demeanor transformed back into one of warmth and kindness, the menacing look vanishing without a trace. Hu Hailing, visibly surprised, noted that Uncle Dong hadn't displayed such a fierce gaze in years, having long since left the profession of a soldier known as the battlefield tiger. Yet now, it resurfaced, directed at Guzhin. Chapter 14. The woman lying there upon entering the room. Guzhin was too preoccupied with the lingering fear from that gaze to observe his surroundings. Having experienced the battlefield, he understood the weight of that look and could sense the thick scent of blood it carried. Hailing, your mother will return in 10 minutes. Uncle Dong said with a smile, addressing Hu Hailing. You both have injuries. I will have the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup. Thank you, Uncle Dong. Hu Hailing nodded. Uncle Dong smiled and turned toward the kitchen. Once he had left and his figure disappeared, Guzhin gradually regained his composure, fully confident that Uncle Dong had blood on his hands. Uncle Dong is my grandfather's former subordinate. After retiring, he has remained with my family, managing various affairs. Hu Hailing explained as he settled onto the sofa. He was known as the battlefield tiger during his service. You saw that look he gave you. I am unsure why he displayed such a gaze toward you. Hu Hailing was puzzled. He understood the significance of Uncle Dong's expression, which had hinted at aggression. I was about to ask you the same. Guzhin exclaimed, wide-eyed. What does it mean? Are they unwilling to pay? If they don't want to pay, they should just say so. You see, I assure you, this money must be paid. It was earned with lives on the line. Of course. Who said they wouldn't pay? That's more like it. Guzhin huffed, still pondering the reason behind Uncle Dong's fierce gaze. Despite his efforts to analyze the situation, he could not discern a clear motive. Previously, he and Hu Hailing were strangers, with no ties to the Hu family, leading him to believe the only explanation could be they were unwilling to pay. Feel free to look around. I will go find Uncle Dong. Hu Hailing stood and headed toward the kitchen, determined to understand the situation. A single look had made him sensitive, instinctively believing there was more to uncover. Otherwise, Uncle Dong wouldn't he have acted that way. All right. Go ahead. I will explore on my own. Guzhin replied, rising slowly to wander through the villa, carefully observing the seemingly understated yet opulent abode. The interior boasted a pure Chinese style, exuding an ancient charm, although Guzhin had not encountered much grandeur. He understood the value of each piece of furniture here was considerable. How wonderful it is to be wealthy, Guzhin mused, strolling leisurely upstairs with his hands clasped behind his back. The household staff did not hinder his exploration, allowing him to roam freely. Ascending the stairs, Guzhin was struck by a new sense of awe. Standing on the upper floor offered a wholly different perspective than below. Being born into the right family is indeed a skill. I can't help but envy that, he thought, contemplating learning from Hu Hailing for future use. As he walked, a whiff of herbal fragrance caught his attention. As an adept medic, he immediately recognized the presence of a patient. Following the scent of medicinal herbs, he arrived at a door, paused for a moment, then pushed it open and stepped inside. A wave of medicinal aroma enveloped him. The room exuded an elegant charm, adorned in soft pinks and gentle greens, radiating warmth and vibrant life. Is anyone there? Guzhin inquired softly. No response came, and he cautiously entered, surveying the room that starkly contrasted with the outside world, only to spot a woman lying on the bed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize someone was here. I'll leave right away. Guzhin felt an acute embarrassment. Clearly, this was the girl's private chamber, and it felt terribly inappropriate to intrude upon her slumber. Yet, the woman on the bed remained utterly still, undisturbed. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Guzhin retreated toward the door, but inexplicably, an irresistible impulse compelled him to step back inside. A powerful urge surged within him, as if something of utmost importance lay within, urging him to traverse any perilous path to seek it out. Are you unwell? I'm a paramedic. Suddenly, Guzhin froze, his gaze fixated on the wall of photographs. The wall displayed an extraordinarily beautiful girl, her face adorned with a radiant smile, her eyes reflecting a pool of autumnal serenity, playful, tranquil, walking in a rain-drenched alley, and holding a bouquet of flowers. But what truly stunned him was not merely the girl's breathtaking beauty, but the realization that he had seen her before. The only photograph in his mother's possession was of this very girl, identical, with those soulful, watery eyes and that subtly upturned smile. This. It can't be. It's just a striking resemblance. Yet, despite his verbal protestations, Guzhin approached the bedside, gently parting the woman's brittle hair to scrutinize her face closely. The woman was gaunt, little more than skin and bones, her complexion pale. Yet she appeared utterly peaceful in her slumber. A sudden sound, plop, plop, plop. Guzhin's shoulders trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming forth uncontrollably, each drop landing upon the woman's face. This was the most significant discovery he had ever made, not a mere object, but a person, familiar yet foreign. It stirred within him an overwhelming desire to curl up in this woman's embrace and weep. Guzhin. The voice of Hu Hailing echoed from the corridor. Drawing a deep breath, Guzhin hastily wiped his tears and plucked 2 photographs from the wall, tucking them into his pocket. Just as he finished, Hu Hailing entered. "What are you doing here? What is going on?" he questioned, perplexed. "I'm a paramedic. I caught a whiff of medicine and came to check, then saw this patient." Guzhin lowered his gaze, avoiding Hu Hailing's eyes, desperately trying to conceal his emotions. "This is my aunt. She has been bedridden since I can remember." Hu Hailing whispered. "She is in a vegetative state, and who knows when she'll awaken, but it seems she might not last much longer." "Since you can remember?" Guzhin continued to look down, asking. "Yes, it's been about 17 or 18 years now," Hu Hailing sighed. "My grandfather adored her. And my father and uncle cherished her as well. They've tried everything over the years to keep her alive, just hoping that one day she might wake up. Alas, how did she become a vegetative state?" Guzhin inquired again. "I don't know." "Oh." Finally, Guzhin lifted his head. Speaking as he walked out, "Old Hu, do you have any sea cucumbers or abalone? Let us have a meal. We share a bond of life and death." "I've never had that before. By the way, let us start with a bowl of shark fin soup." Hu Hailing burst into laughter, clapping Guzhin on the shoulder. "All you can eat. I'll let the kitchen know." "All right, I'll stroll around your garden." As Hu Hailing headed to the kitchen, Guzhin dashed out, clutching the photographs and racing home. "My father isn't called Hu Dali. My mother's surname is Hu. This must be my mother. I need to find out the truth." No 2 individuals could resemble each other so closely. Guzhin was certain this was his mother, whom he had only seen in photographs. But he needed confirmation from his father, the man who appeared simple yet was undoubtedly far more complex than he seemed. Chapter 15. I call you uncle. This was a city impoverished by the depletion of coal, the place where Guzhin had grown up. During the downturn of the coal industry, perhaps the only pride left was the local liquor, quozi jiao. The spirit nourished the soul. And perhaps it was due to his childhood habit of sneaking sips that Guzhin had developed his current disposition. The fiery liquor burned his throat like a knife, igniting a surge of bravado. Alone in the desolate house, he poured himself glass after glass of liquor, having failed to locate his father. The home had been vacant for an extended period. Where had his father gone? No one knew. Not even the neighbors were aware of when he had left. "Where have you gone? I just want to ask you one thing. Is this my mother?" Guzhin shouted, clutching the photograph in fury. "Who are you really? Is Hu Qinlan truly my mother?" "Dad, where did you go? Come back and explain." With a crash, the bottle shattered on the floor. Guzhin's eyes burned red. He was a desperate man, a fierce character, and yet he was someone who didn't even know what he truly wanted. But one thing was certain, he longed for his mother. While other children cried when they fell, their mothers would lovingly scoop them up, wipe away their tears, and comfort them. Guzhin had only ever managed to rise on his own under his father's watchful gaze. While other children snuggled up to their mothers and indulged in affection during their leisure, Guzhin had learned to stand independently under his father's scrutiny. When other children returned home to a warm meal after school, Guzhin had to prepare dinner for his father, returning from the coal mine's night shift. When others faced setbacks, they were met with maternal tenderness, while Guzhin had to confront his challenges alone, weathering the trials. His father was a good father. But a father could never replace a mother. A home was only a home when a mother was present. After 18 years, Guzhin only wished to call out mom to the right person, if only to prove that he, too, could possess what others did. Bang! The door was kicked open, and over a dozen armed police officers stormed in, pinning Guzhin to the ground. An officer with a grim expression declared, "Twice you fled the army. You're quite something, aren't you? Arrest him and take him away." This was the old regiment coming to apprehend him. As Guzhin had indeed deserted twice, once to rescue Hu Hailing for a bounty, and once to escape the hospital with Hu Hailing to claim another reward. Such occurrences typically resulted in the military retrieving the deserters, and today, it was the men from Guzhin's former regiment who had come for him. "I did flee the army. I don't care." Guzhin spat, breath reeking of liquor. "I'm not afraid of death, so why should I fear you? My purpose in joining the army was never noble. I just wanted to make money. What can you do to me? I want to speak to you. Let Huda. No. Let Gushinji come speak to me. He is my father. His name isn't Hudali. It's Gushinji. He is, the soldier. Gushinji. A piece of tape sealed his mouth shut, and his hands and feet were restrained as he was dragged out and shoved into a vehicle heading back to his old regiment. Military discipline was strict. Having fled the army twice, Gujin would face severe punishment. In the confinement room, he sat in a corner, stripped of all metallic possessions. Under the watch of 2 guards, one inside, one outside. Can I have a cigarette? Gujin asked the guard. You need to understand your position. The guard barked. And you need to understand yours. I just fled the army twice. They'll send me to military prison at worst. I want to be executed. Gujin replied with a sideways glance. You're here to ensure I don't commit suicide, right? This confinement room is surrounded by walls. If I were to charge into one when you're not looking, even if I don't die, you'll have a problem on your hands, right? A single conversation left the inspector in a state of turmoil. Indeed, it was his duty. If the guard, Gujin, encountered any misfortune here, it would signify his dereliction of responsibility. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and bring me a cigarette. I need to calm the agitation within me. After 10 days of confinement, he felt an overwhelming desire to crash his head against a wall. All right, I'll get it for you. Just don't entertain thoughts of self-harm, the inspector conceded. Producing a cigarette, igniting it, and placing it between Gujin's lips. By the way, inform the cooking team to prepare some twice-cooked pork for me at noon. Gujin, with the cigarette clenched in his mouth, remarked, make sure to add extra chili. I've been craving it. If I can't have it today, I might just contemplate suicide. Fine. The inspector replied, exasperated. You're the boss here. You're the one in confinement. Understood? As long as you don't keep thinking about suicide, everything can be negotiated. Gujin merely shrugged, while others in confinement remained docile as rabbits. He strutted about like a lord, frequently threatening self-harm as if it were a game. The inspector felt powerless. He couldn't possibly shackle him completely for control. This was merely the investigative phase, and nothing had been definitively decided. How about some liquor? A 5-year-old Kuaizhou would suffice. It pairs well. Hey, how about I just commit suicide right now? Gujin taunted. The inspector, losing his composure, retorted, come on, let us die together. Crash into the wall. Whoever doesn't is a coward. Haha, look at you, getting all worked up. Gujin laughed heartily. You're not as amusing as those guys outside. You're asking for trouble. The inspector was genuinely alarmed. He was there to oversee soldiers who had erred, representing the dignity of the military, yet now found himself the subject of ridicule. I'll just go ahead and kill myself. Gujin pointed at the wall. If you're brave enough, go ahead. Crash into it. Without hesitation, Gujin lunged towards the wall. Stop. The inspector rushed forward, blocking him with his body. You're the boss. You're my dear elder. All right? Just one more cigarette. No problem, dear elder. Absolutely no problem. The inspector felt tears welling up. How does one manage a soldier like this? Attention. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from outside. The door swung open, and 2 robust officers strode in, fixing their gaze on Gujin for 3 seconds before producing a photograph. Do you recognize this person? One officer inquired in a deep tone. The image depicted a young man in military attire, with fierce brows and piercing eyes radiating a masculine aggression that filled the confinement room. Yes, that is my father, Gujin replied, glancing at the photograph. He is waiting for you. The officer dropped that statement before turning to exit, exuding an air of decisiveness. I'm in confinement, Gujin shouted. The officer halted, turning back to cast a penetrating glance at him, then suddenly raised his right hand. No one dares to confine Gushinji, unless they wish to flatten the right-hand coalition. Who are you? Gujin's expression shifted. Desperados, don't overthink it. To us, you're insignificant. We only recognize Gushinji. Chapter 16. I do not envy others at the Kaharman Martyrs Cemetery. Gushinji worked shirtless, wielding a trowel in his right hand and bricks in the other, laying mortar and stacking bricks. He intended to construct a house here, spending the remainder of his life among his brothers. The few men assisting him were also bare-chested, their uniforms carelessly discarded on the sandy terrain, all adorned with 2 stripes of rank. Chief of Staff, you should return. Your position is waiting for you. Just for your return, one officer remarked. Cough. Cough. Gushinji erupted into a fit of coughing, gradually lowering his trowel and turning to reveal his frail physique compared to the others. His hair was graying, his back slightly hunched. The once powerful muscles and lion-like body had long since vanished, replaced by a sickly thin frame. I can't go back. I've forgotten how to command, forgotten how to kill, and I've forgotten everything. I want to be alive much longer. So let me stay here and reminisce with my brothers until we reunite. Gushinji waved his hand and resumed laying bricks, knowing he hadn't returned 18 years ago. And now it was even less likely. He was no longer the man he once was. Several officers contemplated speaking but ultimately remained silent, focusing on their work. Guzhen arrived. "Dad," he called, standing behind Gushinji, inhaling deeply the unique sandy wind of the desert, attempting to quell his emotions. For him, this all felt too sudden. His father, once a miner at home, had transformed into a soldier. "Son." Gushinji dropped his tools, donned a shirt, and beamed a loving smile at Guzhen. "Your arrival here signifies a complete alteration of your life's trajectory." Guzhen bit his lip, his eyes reddening. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to face his father in this moment. "Let us take a stroll through the cemetery." "Sure." The father and son walked together, embarking on their first true conversation in 18 years, as Gushinji had foretold. Guzhen's fate would fundamentally change with his presence. Cough, cough. Guzhen intermittently coughed, and Guzhen, trailing behind, watched with concern as a surge of anger welled up within him. "Why are you running around like this?" Guzhen suddenly shouted. "I couldn't find you at home and thought you were dead. I worked myself to the bone to earn money for your treatment. And you disappeared without a word. What is the meaning of this? Did I do something wrong?" The outburst was sudden and loud, echoing clearly to the officers at the cemetery entrance, leaving them in shock. "The chief of staff is being reprimanded?" one officer wondered. Gushinji nodded, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. The officers were further astonished. The only surviving soldier was being scolded by his son, accepting the reprimand with sincerity. In their minds, no one dared to chastise Gushinji, not even those in high positions. "Did I do something wrong?" Guzhen seized the cigarette and threw it to the ground, stomping on it. "You still smoke? You're in the late stages of pneumoconiosis, and you still smoke? Just die already." "Haha, I won't smoke anymore, I promise." Gushinji chuckled. Faced with such a father, Guzhen was at a loss for words. But this was his father. Since he was 12, he had taken care of his father's life. Gushinji cherished this son, for he was the essence of his life. "Is this my mother?" Guzhen pulled out the two photographs. Instantly, Gushinji's gaze fell upon the images, and he slowly extended his right hand to stroke them. His eyes filled with affection and guilt. He smiled, a bittersweet smile. "Yes, this is your mother. Hu Qinglan is your mother." Upon hearing this, Guzhen finally confirmed that Hu Hailing's aunt was indeed his mother. He had entered this place through an inexplicable pool of blood. "Can you tell me about her?" Guzhen asked quietly. Gushinji slowly turned, deeply sighing, his eyes filled with guilt. "Two types, one for Hu Qinglan and another for his son. If I take her with me, we will all perish. If I leave her, you can survive. I chose to leave her so you could live." As he spoke, Gushinji's face contorted in pain, tears welling in his eyes, tracing down his cheeks. "My mother is a vegetable now. She won't live for long." Guzhen exclaimed angrily, grasping his father's shoulders and turning him around. "Why don't you go?" He barely finished the sentence before freezing in place. "My father is crying in his memory." His father had always been a mountain, steadfast and unyielding even under the storms of life, remaining calm and composed. Tears prevented Guzhen from connecting with his father, especially after learning that his father was a soldier. "Dad, I am unable to bring your mother back. It was I who abandoned her, and I cannot ensure her survival all these years. I am waiting for you to grow up and make your own choices." Gushinji wiped his face with his rough hand and said, "Once, everyone believed that the soldier Gushinji was invincible. I, too, considered myself a god. Yet, in the end, I realized I am merely a small being, just like everyone else. I could only watch as my brothers fell one by one. And I had to leave my beloved woman to fend for herself." His words, laden with despair, evoked deep sorrow. Even the mightiest among us are but human. To be human is to make choices and to accept the fate that follows. "Son, do you think I am strong?" Gushinji asked, gazing into Guzhen's eyes. "I don't know." Guzhen shook his head, truly uncertain whether his father was strong or not. If strength lay in decisiveness, sacrificing a wife to preserve a child, then perhaps he was strong. Conversely, if it meant being unable to control one's fate or ensure the safety of loved ones, then perhaps he was not. Is it better for all three to perish, or for one to die while two survive? Perhaps in the past, Guzhen would have angrily condemned such a father, but after witnessing the brutalities of war, he could no longer discern right from wrong. "My mother must have loved me dearly, right?" Guzhen sniffled, his voice choking with emotion. "She willingly sacrificed her life for my survival, didn't she? She loved you immensely. She devoted her entire being to you. I would not give up. If it came to it, I would rather have our family perish together. Yet, your mother took her own life, only to protect you." Tears streamed down Guzhen's face. "I no longer envy others. I no longer envy others. I have a mother who loves me dearly." Chapter 17. Forge your own path. After Gushinji left with his son, tears in his eyes, the war tiger arrived with reinforcements and rescued the gravely injured Hu Qinglan. A mere few minutes delay, 100 meters distance, war tiger had witnessed Gushinji depart. This slight deviation ignited the fury of the Hu family, who, instead of plotting Gu Xianji's demise, spared him for the sake of the child. After all, Gu Zhen was Hu Qinglan's son, sharing the blood of the Hu family. In this context, Gu Xianji could offer no explanation, and Hu Qinglan, grievously wounded and devoid of hope, fell into a vegetative state upon being rescued. The hatred brewed, irreconcilable. I want to bring my mother home. Gu Zhen clenched his fists, his voice resolute. You have two choices, to kneel or to fight, Gu Xianji replied gravely. He could not retrieve Hu Qinglan. Kneeling was not an option, nor was fighting feasible, as they were her family. But Gu Zhen could choose. He could kneel or fight. For he was Hu Qinglan's son, and he was young. Youth allows for reckless abandon. Youth permits one to act without hesitation. I choose to fight. Gu Zhen narrowed his eyes. You have not erred in your actions, so I will not kneel. I choose to fight. Then let us fight. Gu Xianji gazed intently into Gu Zhen's eyes. A soldier fights for oneself, unyielding until death. A soldier fights for the people, selfless and devoted. A soldier fights for the nation, refusing to cede an inch. Remember, this is what it means to be a soldier. This contradicts our beliefs. Gu Zhen had always heard of loyalty to the motherland and the people, yet never any discourse on self. Yet, there was a notion of sacrifice and dedication, repeatedly emphasized. Sensing his son's confusion at this moment, Gu Xianji explained, in all endeavors, the individual is fundamental, possessing self-awareness and human emotions. First, be true to yourself. Only by being a good person can you navigate the inevitable relationship between the self and the collective. If one cannot even be true to oneself, how can one faithfully serve the nation? Dedication and sacrifice must be predicated upon certain conditions, such as compensation after sacrifice, assistance from civil affairs, and so forth. All measures to alleviate future burdens. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhen felt even more perplexed. The Hu Hailing he had encountered embodied courage and sacrifice, asking for nothing in return. A figure brimming with faith. Yet his father's words painted a different picture, one that seemed almost heretical. Dad, our beliefs are. Belief is not merely spoken. It must be enacted. In times of peace, every young person entering the military harbors varied motives. Must we insist that they all enlist solely for the sake of loyalty to the nation? At this juncture, Gu Zhen began to grasp the concept. In this era of peace, many places lacked individuals willing to serve, and those who did often sought a career path, promotion to sergeant, military school, job placement, or academic advantages. How many truly entered with aspirations of patriotism and a fervent desire to defend their homeland? Yet, such motivations mattered little. Once in the military, all would undergo transformation. The soldier merely amplifies this process. To simplify, when one enters the military with a heart full of patriotic zeal, doubts will inevitably arise. However, if one enters with self-interest yet ultimately embraces dedication and sacrifice, doubts will dissipate, as the individual would have reconciled personal desires with the collective. I understand, Gu Zhen contemplated. It is good that you understand. Forge your own path. No one can assist you. Go. Gu Xianji waved his hand. But your health. Strengthen your body. Hone your spirit, and forge your resolve. The Northwest is a splendid place, with vast yellow sands and solitary smoke rising in the distance. Where do soldiers stand? Gu Xianji began to walk forward, passing by grave after grave, observing one soldier after another. Gu Zhen was never lost. He always possessed a strong sense of purpose. He enlisted to secure funds for his father's survival, risking everything, disregarding military discipline, much like a fugitive. Now, he held a fervent purpose, to empower himself and bring his mother home through combat. How to become strong? By breaking bones, honing muscles, and forging resilience, becoming a soldier. What does being a soldier truly signify? Gu Zhen was uncertain, yet he clearly understood that he must traverse this path unwaveringly. Half a month later, an order was issued for Gu Zhen to transfer from his current unit to report to a certain mobile 2nd Battalion. Upon receiving the order, he reacted calmly. Having spent time at headquarters, he was well aware of the notorious reputation of the 2nd Battalion, deemed the most inhospitable hell in the entire Western region. Since its establishment, it had been tasked with counterterrorism operations, maintaining stability, and rapid response missions. It was said that those who endured 2 years there would be driven to madness. A challenge. I welcome it. Gu Zhen smiled as he exited the unit, carrying his bag. A military vehicle came to a steady halt before him. Get in. I will take you to the 2nd Battalion, a sweet, melodious voice called out. The speaker was a lieutenant officer, with a chic bob and striking features, exuding an ethereal beauty that left Gu Zhen momentarily entranced. Gu Zhen, get in. I will take you to the 2nd Battalion, the officer repeated. Oh, how can I accept such kindness? Gu Zhen chuckled, leaping into the vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on her, his pupils sparkling with an unusual light. I am Su Mushiwe. And you are? Su Mushiwe felt the intensity of his gaze and became flustered, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks, prompting her to glare at him uncomfortably. Oh! The moment he met her gaze, Guzhen shivered, feeling invigorated in a manner he could not describe. Sumushiwe was filled with a vexation that gnawed at her teeth. Although she had garnered many admirers, none had fixed their gaze upon her quite like Guzhen. Under his penetrating stare, she felt akin to a delicate rabbit being hunted by a ravenous wolf. Guzhen, aged 18, hailing from Anhui, was previously a member of a certain health unit in the armed police force and had ventured to South Sudan on a peacekeeping mission on May 28th, during which he had deserted the unit. Sumushiwe recited all the details of Guzhen's background without a single error. My information is slightly inaccurate. Guzhen corrected her. What detail is amiss? Sumushiwe furrowed her brow. The sight of her knitted brow sent a shiver of delight through Guzhen, causing every pore on his body to open in exhilaration. I have a son. A son? Sumushiwe's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, my name is Guzhen. And my son's name is Guzhen Shiwe, derived from a character in both mine and his mother's names. Impossible. Sumushiwe shook her head vehemently. You cannot possibly have a son. The information must be correct. Oh, it is possible. Should we have a son, we shall name him Guzhen Shiwe. Hiki. Slap. A resounding smack landed on Guzhen's face. Scoundrel. Get lost. The car door swung open, and Guzhen, cradling his head, leapt out as the off-road vehicle sped away. Hey, my bag, my bag. Mother of the child, perhaps fate will reunite us. If you bear me a child, I shall abandon my aspirations of seducing virtuous women. I swear. Chapter 18. This is the second squad on the vast expanse of the borderline, amidst the desolate Gobi, the treacherous silver stream, closely knit. Battling against winds and sands, enduring the biting cold, our posts are in the Gobi, westward from Jiaguan, northward to Mount Helan. Traversing the Tingir Desert, crossing the banks of the Yellow River. This was Guzhen's first impression upon entering the second squad, where powerful, resonant songs floated across the sky. The squad was fully staffed with 108 members, each soldier deeply tanned by the Highland's ultraviolet rays, exuding a robust, iron-willed masculinity. The songs rang out strongly, the ranks were straight, and the discipline was stern, igniting a fervent passion within Guzhen. A soldier, this is what a soldier should be. This is where true masculine beings ought to reside. Private Guzhen, reporting. Guzhen stood tall and proud before his squad leader, Zhang Xiaoza. Push-ups, 100. What? 100 push-ups? What does that mean? Execute immediately. Why? Guzhen inquired. No reason. Either you do it, or you pack your bags and leave. Zhang Xiaoza's face remained stern as he barked. I only want men here, not weaklings who can't even stand upright. Fury surged within Guzhen at those words. Am I a weakling? You dare to challenge me? Wu hao. Zhang Xiaoza called out the name of a soldier. Present. 200 meters away, a soldier carrying a bucket of pig feed abruptly dropped it, emitting a singular, powerful shout before sprinting over with remarkable speed. Slap. The soldier named Wu hao assumed a perfect position of attention, hands firmly against his trousers, chest out, head high, standing as rigid as a pine tree, emanating an aura of lethal intent. I'm not trying to intimidate you. I have no interest in that. Zhang Xiaoza fixed his sharp gaze on Guzhen. This is our pig farming soldier. Observe the difference. Guzhen blinked, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground and began his push-ups. He acknowledged the truth. He truly could not even stand properly. The presence of a pig farmer standing before him instilled a sense of dread. This is the true military. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guzhen executed his push-ups with the utmost precision, completing 100 in a single breath, then rose to his feet, awaiting the next command from his stern-faced squad leader. Receiving an assignment meant one could join the second squad. Standing firm meant one could integrate into it. Zhang Xiaoza, with a stoic expression, stated, You will be considered my soldier only when you meet my satisfaction. Stand bare-chested in military posture for 6 hours. Stand bare-chested for 6 hours? Guzhen's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It was August, in the peak of summer. If you are a man, endure. If you are a coward, then leave. Zhang Xiaoza's face remained impassive. Guzhen was taken aback. He had just arrived at the second squad, and before he could even unpack, he was already subjected to such rigorous training. Was this second squad truly so extreme? Standing bare-chested in the sweltering heat, risking sunburn? Nevertheless, he was not one to concede defeat easily. Without hesitation, he stripped off his shirt, revealing a body marred with scars. The injuries from South Sudan had mostly healed. Yet each scar retained a faint reddish hue, resembling fresh flesh, a striking visual impact. Upon seeing his scars, Zhang Xiaoza's gaze shifted slightly, his pupils narrowing. Knife wounds? Shrapnel wounds? Gunshot wounds? Excellent. You have a foundation and should adapt swiftly. Zhang Xiaoza nodded, continuing, but remember, scars are not a mark of glory. They merely signify a soldier's past. At ease, attention. With this command, the military posture commenced. On the expansive training ground, Guzhan occupied a corner, standing straight under the sun, soon drenched in sweat. Yet the most arduous challenge was not the heat, but the pain. At an altitude exceeding 3,000 meters. In the highland, the ultraviolet rays were exceedingly harsh. Within an hour, his upper body had turned a deep crimson, accompanied by waves of stinging pain. From a distance, the mess hall echoed with the sounds of mealtime songs, yet no one came to call him for food, signifying that he had been forgotten in this corner. Was this how new recruits in the second squad were treated? Uncertain, yet Guzhan would not yield. He would stand firm. For he understood that his trials in the military were truly beginning now. To grow stronger, acceptance was necessary. In the mess hall, Zhang Xiao's eyes remained fixed on Guzhan, even during mealtime, never straying from his focus. He was scrutinizing this soldier, seeking to understand him. Squad leader Zhang. I hear your soldier has deserted twice. What a coward, a sergeant approached, smiling at Zhang Xiaoza. Such a soldier is worthless. Does he warrant your concern? The tale of Guzhan's 2 desertions was no secret. Although he had been transferred from another squad, all details were clearly documented in his file. Deserter, twice a deserter. Such a soldier would be a headache wherever he went. The second squad had no need for him, yet he had been thrust into their ranks. Worthless? Zhang Xiaoza's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the sergeant. Zhao Chong, you cannot afford to provoke this soldier. Not even 10 of you could handle him. This remark left the sergeant at a loss, his face shifting between shades of blue and white. Although he had been a sergeant for 4 years, lacking a formal position, he was still considered a key member. To be publicly labeled as someone who could not handle Guzhan was a slap in the face. Your soldier is impressive, I suppose. With a dismissive remark, Zhao Chong retreated to his own table. Zhang Xiaoza continued to watch Guzhan, standing under the relentless sun, murmuring to himself. This, Guzhan, he could turn the world upside down. After lunch, everyone retired for a midday rest, leaving the training ground devoid of life. Save for Guzhan, who remained steadfast in his position. The pig-farming soldier, Wu Hao, ambled over, his honest smile radiating warmth from afar. Guzhan, I'm Wu Hao, the pig farmer of the squad. Wu Hao produced a water bottle, offering it with a grin. Have a drink. You've been standing for 2 hours. Oh. And I saved you a bun stuffed with beef. It's delicious. Guzhan beamed, instantly developing a fondness for this pig-farming soldier. Do you have any sense? I'm standing in military posture. I can't move. Feed me. Oh, right. You can't move. If you do, you'll be penalized. Open wide. I'll feed you. Wu Hao chuckled as he brought the water and bun to Guzhan's mouth. Did you eat your fill? Hee. Wu Hao scratched his head and chuckled. I can't help it if I'm not full. This bun was saved by me. The kitchen has no surplus. And wasting food is forbidden. Upon hearing this, a warm feeling surged within Guzhan, stirring deep emotions. All right, I have a brother in you. Huh? You consider me a brother? No, I'm just a pig farmer. I can only stand at attention. I can't do anything else. Wu Hao waved his hands repeatedly, his face a mixture of surprise and bashfulness. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable to have a brother? What's wrong with being a pig farmer? Guzhan furrowed his brow. It's nothing. It's just. Wu Hao stammered, his face flushed with anxiety. This is the second squad, and I'm a pig farmer. Guzhan understood. This was the second squad, a counterterrorism unit, a rapid response team formed for anti-terrorism missions. Those with superior military skills thrived, while those lacking in military prowess would find themselves overlooked. The second squad was rife with fierce competition. Chapter 19. Utterly stifled under the harsh sun of the plateau. Guzhan endured 6 hours of standing at attention, his back turning a deep crimson, as if scalded. It wasn't until 5:50 p.m. that Zhang Xiaoza approached. Dismissed. With the command given, Guzhan licked his lips, slowly shifting his right foot, then his left, breaking free from the stance. After standing for so long, his legs felt numb, and his spirit was nearly drained, yet his eyes shone with a fierce determination. Sure, he would shed skin tonight, but that was fine. When one could stand at attention properly, one would shed at least 6 layers of skin. Zhang Xiaoza stated flatly, once you shed those 6 layers, you can roll around bare-chested on the Gobi Desert. So, the people of the second squad have thick skin? Guzhan remarked with a smile. Indeed. Thicker than the bins of a city wall. If you're not thick-skinned, how can you endure the falls and the blows? At 6, they gathered for dinner. And after the meal, they tidied their quarters. Yes. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Guzhan donned his clothes and entered the cafeteria. Many eyes were on him, whispering in hushed tones. Isn't that the soldier who fled the army twice? How could he end up in our squad? What a disgrace. Such a soldier should be executed. What use is he? Garbage. I've never seen a soldier like him, fleeing from the army. A soldier like that will never amount to anything. He can't even endure this little hardship. Will he drag our squad down with him? What if he escapes from the second squad? That would really be a liability. Damn it, I've never looked down on a deserter more. Contempt was palpable everywhere. Guzhan's two-time desertion was no secret, and soldiers' attitudes towards deserters were remarkably uniform. A deserter brought immense shame. If one appeared in a unit, the entire squad would feel a sense of humiliation. The second squad had never tolerated deserters. Nor could a well-disciplined combat unit accept one. To put it plainly, the organization would attempt to reform a deserter, but among the soldiers, they would be met with a lethal blow. The disgrace was shared by the entire soldier community. Who allowed you to sit here? Two veterans approached, their expressions unfriendly. This side is vacant, Guzhan replied. Deserters have no right to sit here. Get lost. Damn. Guzhan shot up. Oh, so the deserter has a say? He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and turned to leave, relinquishing the table. Yes, he was a deserter, and certainly had no right to complain. But if given another chance, he would still choose to desert. Stay away. There's no place for a deserter here. Get lost. Are you blind? A deserter ought to be aware of their status, understood? In the cafeteria, with numerous tables, there was no place for Guzhan. Everyone regarded him with disdain, using blatant words to reject him. This was expected. Traitors are not seen as human, nor are deserters, and while there is a distinction, the level of disdain is similarly high. With nowhere to sit, Guzhan took a tray and approached the serving area. Humph. The cook scoffed, his nose in the air, not sparing him a glance. Fine. If there's no room for me to sit, I can stand. It's no big deal. Guzhan said to the cook. If you don't give me food, no one will eat well today. I still have military status. As long as I am enlisted, the army must provide for me. No. The cook shot a fierce glare at Guzhan. You think someone like you deserves to eat? Feeding you would be better suited for pigs. Will you give it, or not? Guzhan fixed his gaze on the cook, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity. You. The cook instinctively took a step back, a chill running through him, sweat prickling all over. He could swear he had never seen such a terrifying gaze, filled with cruelty, savagery, and a hint of bloodlust that was indescribable. You, what do you want? This is a crowded place. This is the second squad, not your playground. Understand? Relying on the numbers, the cook shouted, drawing all eyes toward him, as if that gave him a sense of security. Otherwise, he was merely a target locked by Guzhan, who could easily snap his throat at any moment. Why are you making such a fuss? Just do your job. A mere cook shouldn't feel superior. If you can't do your job, then join the training tomorrow and shed some of that flab. Oh, yes, squad leader. The cook nodded hurriedly, beginning to serve food. Holding a plate of food, Guzhan peered through the window and met the eyes of the cook as squad leader. Those eyes held a playful glint as he lounged with his legs crossed, cracking seeds. Upon seeing Guzhan, he grinned and gave a silent thumbs up, as if to say, You were in twice, impressive. Guzhan smiled back, clutching his plate and wolfing down the food. Truthfully, he felt overwhelmed with frustration, but he had to swallow it down. The reason was simple. He was a deserter, and being unwelcome was only to be expected. When he had fled, it hadn't seemed like much, but now, facing the rigors of military life, he truly understood the contempt surrounding the word deserter. Others had done nothing wrong, nor had he, but it was stifling. After finishing his meal, Guzhan exited the cafeteria and sauntered towards the pigpen. Eager to converse with the straightforward Wu Hao and discern the true nature of the second squad. Clearly, he wished to forge his own path. And the second squad was the first hurdle. If he could not overcome this barrier, he might as well return home to mine coal. Squad leader Zhao Chang. I've run out of my allowance for this month. I can't buy you cigarettes. Wu Hao's voice cracked with desperation. Stop whining. I didn't say I wouldn't give you money for cigarettes, so why are you crying? Another soldier named Zhao Chang grumbled impatiently. How can I buy them? You give me 5 yuan for a pack of black Lancao. I really have no money left. This month, I only have enough for toothpaste and soap. Squad leader Zhao, can we wait until next month? Slap. The sound of a slap echoed. You just said you were broke. And now you say you have a little left. Are you playing me? Can't you buy a pack of cigarettes? Didn't I give you money? I. Guzhan stepped over, witnessing Wu Hao's face, which was on the verge of tears, marred by a clear handprint. Smack. Another crisp slap rang out as Guzhan struck Zhao Chang's face decisively, without hesitation. Both Wu Hao and Zhao Chang stared at him, eyes wide in shock. Chapter 20. The consequences of fighting 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You, a deserter, dare to hit me? Do you dare to hit me? Zhao Chang shouted angrily. I'll kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he threw a fierce punch. Guzhan remained unfazed and immediately kicked out. His foot arrived well before Zhao Chang's fist, moving with far greater speed. Bang! His foot struck Zhao Chang's abdomen with force, sending him crashing to the ground. In quick succession, Guzhan landed another kick to Zhao Chang's face. Slap! A pained howl escaped Zhao Chang, blood erupting from his face as he rolled away, clutching it. Guzhan, stop, don't fight. Wu Hao exclaimed in desperation, rushing over to embrace Guzhan's waist. The squad prohibits fighting. Anyone who does will have to face the entire squad. Just go. I'll help you out. Hurry. With a swift motion. Gu Jin broke free from Wu Hao's grasp and retorted, Wu Hao, although I'm a deserter, I want to stand by while my brother is bullied. I understand the consequences are severe, but if I had to think through every outcome before acting, I wouldn't be Gu Jin. After saying this, Gu Jin seized a pig-feeding stick and swung it fiercely at Zhao Chong. Crack! Zhao Chong let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing on the ground in agony. Gu Jin swung the stick again mercilessly. Crack! No more. Please, don't hit me. Zhao Chang pleaded, shocked that this deserter was so fierce, attacking without a second thought. Gu Jin remained silent and swung the stick once more. Crack! The sheer force caused the stick to break in two. Zhao Chang's shrieks pierced the air as he lay on the ground, unable to muster the strength to even roll over. Spitting a mouthful of saliva, Gu Jin declared, Do you know why I'm hitting you? Because you bullied my brother. Do you know why I'm hitting you so hard? Because I've been pent up all day. I want to do it again. I want to. Zhao Chong crawled away in fear, suddenly recalling what Zhang Xiaozhi had told him at noon. This soldier is not someone you can provoke. Not even 10 of you could. Watching Zhao Chong retreat in a frantic crawl, Gu Jin exhaled, feeling utterly refreshed. Gu Jin, you've really made a mess of things. Wu Hao urged anxiously. Why did you do that? I can handle being bullied. I'm used to it. You just arrived, and now you've put yourself in danger. What are we going to do? Seeing Wu Hao's distressed expression, Gu Jin chuckled. Do you think I can survive in the second squad as a deserter? Haha. I need to set the tone here. I don't have much time. This is merely my starting point. After saying this, Gu Jin patted Wu Hao on the shoulder and strode confidently towards the training ground. Zhang Xiaozhi was already waiting for him, along with the squad warriors, including the platoon leader, the deputy commander, and the deputy instructor. Zhao Chang lay on a stretcher, bloodied and wailing to the leaders. This deserter hit me without a word. Struck me with a stick that broke, and now my back is about to snap. Woe is me. Hearing Zhao Chang's cries from afar, Gu Jin rolled his eyes, realizing that not all in the second squad were tough men. A coward had slipped in as well. Zhang Xiaozhi approached with a dark expression. Did you do this? Yes, he replied. Now you have two choices, leave the second squad or face the entire squad in a duel. Zhang Xiaozhi stated quietly. Your transfer to the squad has not been well received by the captain and the instructor, who are currently meeting with the leaders at the brigade. Do you understand what I mean? His words were clear, implying that the entire second squad wanted Gu Jin gone. They were unwilling to accept a deserter. Where would I go if I left the second squad? With my status as a deserter, I'd be unwelcome anywhere. Gu Jin shrugged and smiled. Let us face the entire squad then. Should we go all at once or one at a time? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhang Xiaozhi's eyes. He found Gu Jin intriguing. One at a time. The second squad was known for its fierce demeanor, often resulting in private fights. To put an end to such behavior, any fighter had to face the entire squad one by one. Typically, once this rule was established, no one dared to fight anymore. This was perhaps the most effective form of punishment. If one enjoyed fighting, they would have to face every member of the squad, allowing them to indulge. If they could withstand it, they would secure their position in the second squad. If not, they would have to leave immediately, for only the strong were respected here. This was Zhang Xiaozhi's advice. He recognized Gu Jin's potential, sensing he could rise to great heights, though he did not anticipate it happening so swiftly. This is exhilarating. I like it, Gu Jin grinned. Soon, everyone in the squad gathered at the combat training ground. To the left stood over 100 soldiers from the second squad, while Gu Jin stood alone on the right. Without a word, the punishment commenced. A lean, dark-skinned recruit stepped forward, facing Gu Jin. Although a new recruit, his eyes sparkled with determination. Under the rigorous training of the second squad, his military skills far surpassed those of his peers in other divisions. Deserter, disgrace. The recruit extended his middle finger at Gu Jin and charged forward with a clenched fist. How bold. Gu Jin smirked, crossing his arms and remaining still as the recruit closed in. Huh. With a fierce shout, the recruit threw a punch, only for Gu Jin to counter with a powerful strike to his face, the force of which not only neutralized the recruit's momentum but also delivered an even greater impact. Thud. The recruit fell back, bloodied and dazed. Take him away next. Gu Jin called out nonchalantly. He had never feared a fight. Since joining the army, he had focused on making money, with no intention of brawling. Few knew of his ferocity in combat. However, this did not mean he was incapable. Rather, his fighting style transcended mere brawling, falling into the realm of combat mastery. The second recruit lunged forward like a ravenous wolf, executing a sweeping kick. Gu Jin caught the recruit's leg with his left hand while swiftly pushing with his right palm to the recruit's face. Crack. Ugh. The recruit groaned, collapsing to the ground with blood streaming from his nose. Take him away. Next, Gu Jin declared lazily. The soldiers of the second squad wore expressions of disbelief. They knew their trained recruits were formidable, often on par with seasoned soldiers in terms of combat. Yet, two had been swiftly dispatched by Gujan, each with a single move. This was annihilation. Take him away next. Take him away next. Take him away next. Gujan's voice echoed repeatedly, striking the faces of the second squad like a stinging slap. He made no defensive moves, simply standing there, toppling one soldier after another, already having taken down 20 men in a short span. Deputy Commander Li Linzhong exchanged glances with Deputy Instructor Zhang Hongbin, both reflecting mutual astonishment. What kind of combat technique is this? So quick, so fierce, so precise? Deputy Instructor Zhang Hongbin inquired quietly. I haven't seen anything like it. But it's definitely lethal, Deputy Commander Li Linzhong replied, contemplating further. It's not the combat style of our armed police forces, nor is it CQB. It resembles battlefield slaughter. Military combat differs significantly based on context. For instance, armed police forces focus more on urban combat, which typically emphasizes apprehension and CQB. Even though the primary operational mode of the second squad is based on rapid response to counterterrorism, their missions largely occur in urban and rural settings. The constraints imposed by various military units render it exceedingly challenging for them to penetrate large-scale battlefields. Conversely, as external field troops, they're the first to engage when war breaks out, and their sole purpose in employing hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield is to eliminate the enemy. Different military branches possess distinct operational modalities. One might understand it this way. Field troops excel in offense, while armed police units specialize in defense. The finest bayonets are found among field troops, whereas the best shields belong to the armed police. One is oriented outward, the other inward. I'm coming. A robust voice resonated as the new recruit Lu Dao strode into the arena, instantly imposing a sense of intimidation upon Gujan. This new recruit stood over 1.8 meters tall, with arms as thick as others' thighs, and a neck brimming with muscle, crowned by a large head and fierce eyes. Though not the most skilled fighter in the squad due to a lack of technique, his sheer brute strength was sufficient to dominate among the new recruits. I despise two kinds of people in my life, scoundrels and deserters. Today, I'll make you call me grandfather. With that declaration, Lu Dao launched himself at Gujan. Thud, thud, thud. With each stride, the ground reverberated beneath his feet, evoking the image of an indomitable tyrannosaurus. Despite the sight of this hulking figure, Gujan remained unfazed. Arms crossed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Upon noticing Gujan's expression, Lu Dao's fury ignited, charging forward like a heavily armored tank. Closer and closer, 10 meters. 8 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters, down. Lu Dao roared, swinging his fist, reminiscent of a small jar, forcefully towards Gujan's face. Whoosh! The punch sliced through the air, the weight of its force unknown. Finally, Gujan moved, not to evade or retreat, but to meet the punch head-on. Crack! Lu Dao's fist collided brutally with Gujan's face, instantly mangling half of his cheek, the sheer force causing his head to jolt violently. Excellent! Well done! The cheers erupted, as all the soldiers exhaled in relief, the previous humiliation inflicted by Gujan momentarily forgotten. Did he truly believe that the second squad was an easy target? Suddenly, a scream of agony pierced the air from Lu Dao, whose formidable body collapsed to his knees before Gujan. The applause turned awkward, now seemingly directed at Gujan. All eyes widened in disbelief, watching Lu Dao, who had just landed a blow, now kneeling in submission. The sound of pained wails echoed from Lu Dao, who clutched his groin, muscles straining and veins bulging with agony. He had been struck in the most vulnerable part of a man's anatomy. Meanwhile, at a distance, the chef, Tao Yonggang, nonchalantly cracked sunflower seeds, mumbling, how ruthless, how composed. How cunning. Trading half a face for a knockout? Worth it. This kid is a businessman, heh. The vice captain, vice instructor, and squad leaders were all taken aback by the unfolding scene. This was a display of tactical precision, faced with Lu Dao's ferocity. Gujan had no choice but to evade. Body size and mass dictated the outcome. What options did he have besides avoidance? A punch to Lu Dao's abdomen would render him ineffective, but Lu Dao was an anomaly, brimming with muscle that could likely withstand a hammer strike without faltering. Instead of retreating, Gujan surged forward, risking a concussion, and delivered a kick to Lu Dao's groin. Get this elephant out of here. Next. Gujan wiped the blood from his face and waved dismissively. No need for new recruits. After all, we are contemporaries. There's no satisfaction in defeating them. Let's take on the veterans and enjoy the real challenge. Laughter erupted, echoing in the faces of the soldiers, leaving the second squad steeped in humiliation. This coward had the audacity to boast here, completely intolerable. Veterans, step up, commanded Vice Captain Li Linzhong, his face set in grim determination. He recognized that not a single new recruit could match Guzhan. Only seasoned veterans stood a chance. With a crackle of his neck, an old soldier stepped into the arena, a mocking smile plastered on his face. Not bad. You're the most formidable recruit I've encountered. But, whoosh. The veteran lunged at Guzhan like a tempest, legs slicing through the air with ferocity. The speed was astonishing, akin to autumn winds sweeping away leaves. Chilling to the bone, Guzhan's demeanor shifted. No longer arms crossed. He retaliated with kicks of his own. Thud, thud, thud. Their legs collided, producing a symphony of sharp sounds. Suddenly, the veteran executed a flawless backflip, his right foot connecting squarely with Guzhan's chin. Crack! Guzhan crashed to the ground, while the veteran landed gracefully. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is that all you've got? The veteran's derisive tone intensified, his disdain unmistakable. Scram, coward. This is no place for you. With that, the veteran turned to leave, ignoring Guzhan still sprawled on the ground. Wait. You think you can throw down a parting shot and just walk away? What gives you such confidence? Guzhan rose, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his eyes gleaming with an unusual, wild ferocity. Chapter 22. Continuation. The veteran halted, surprised, and turned back to face Guzhan's wild gaze. Then, he witnessed Guzhan's legs whirling in the air, forming dual battle axes, striking down upon him with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed was astonishing, with no loss of power, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Impossible. The veteran's eyes widened. He had never encountered legs as skilled as his own. Yet Guzhan was matching his every move. Thud, thud, thud. They exchanged fierce kicks, an exhilarating display of violence and passion, igniting a visceral response in all who watched. Suddenly, Guzhan arched backward, executing a flawless backflip, his right foot connecting forcefully with the veteran's chin. Crack! The veteran was lifted off the ground, crashing down violently, blood spewing from his mouth. Thud! Both fighters landed, Guzhan returning the attack with equal force, embodying the principle of an eye for an eye. The surrounding soldiers were thrown into disarray, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. Guzhan had retaliated with the same technique that had struck him. In the distance, Chef Tao Yonggang blinked, a wry smile on his lips, resuming his casual snacking. Impossible! The veteran exclaimed, leaping to his feet. I began my martial training at 8. Honing these legs, how could you possibly match me? With a fierce expression, he charged at Guzhan once more. Whoosh! The veteran unleashed a powerful kick. Whoosh! Guzhan countered with his own. The two legs collided with equal speed and force. Crack! The impact sent them both recoiling from the force, the veteran stepping back, his expression grave. Yet Guzhan showed no signs of retreat. He suddenly bent down, propping himself up with his left hand, and his body traced an arc in the air as he brought his right calf crashing down onto his opponent's shoulder. Witnessing such a dazzling kick, the veteran felt a surge of helplessness, for his old strength had waned and the new had yet to awaken, leaving him unable to evade the blow. Thud! The veteran's body jolted violently, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of unyielding frustration, as he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless log, losing consciousness. The surroundings fell silent. The entire second squad was enveloped in an eerie stillness, each member grappling with an almost surreal sense of disbelief, convinced that such a spectacle could not be real. Yet the truth lay stark before them. This deserter had defeated a veteran using the very techniques of his attack. Why the silence? Guzhan wiped the blood from his nose and waved dismissively at the second squad across from him, commanding, remove him, next. His voice was low yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. They no longer felt the sting of embarrassment on their faces after enduring relentless blows from the beginning. Their faces had grown numb to the pain. I'll step in. Another veteran cautiously entered the arena, his gaze fixed intently on Guzhan. Gladly, Guzhan grinned, suddenly launching a sweeping kick at the veteran, swinging his leg like a battle axe, reminiscent of autumn winds scattering leaves. The veteran remained composed, his eyes narrowing to slits. Just as Guzhan's kick was about to connect, the veteran struck out with both hands. Crack! The block secured, his footwork shifted, and he ducked under Guzhan's leg, springing upwards to slam him to the ground. Thud! Ugh! This was a nearly flawless takedown, so much so that one could see Guzhan's body bounce slightly upon impact. But it was not over. Immediately after throwing Guzhan down, the veteran lunged forward, seized his right wrist, and with a swift turn, executed a back slam. Thud! Ay damn! Guzhan felt as if his insides had been rearranged, his body instinctively curling up. Yet it was not finished. The veteran grasped his collar, yanked him up, and, lowering his shoulders slightly, delivered a precise strike to Guzhan's chest. Crack! The shoulder collided with Guzhan's chest, effortlessly sending him flying. Before the eyes of all, Guzhan flipped in the air and landed heavily on the ground again as the veteran passed beneath him. Impressive. The deputy captain exclaimed in applause. Indeed, it was magnificent. This was a series of heavy slams. Once thrown, the opponent could not escape the second. After the second, the third would follow. Each slam rendered the opponent increasingly incapable of fighting back, ultimately leading to their demise. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed as the veteran had already thrown Guzhan over a dozen times, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. I shut, gasping for breath, utterly motionless. A man may be wild, but he must never be recklessly so. The veteran glanced at the motionless Guzhan. The second squad is filled with hidden talents. You, however, do not qualify. With that, the veteran turned and walked back to the ranks, wearing the smile of a victor. Second squad, fierce as wolves. Second squad, fierce as wolves. Second squad, fierce as wolves. The chant of the second squad reverberated above, a pack of wolves, embodying their ferocity, howling, striking, tearing through the wilderness with ruthless tenacity. The veteran roared, fierce as wolves. But suddenly, he realized that he was the only one echoing that last line. His comrades had ceased their chanting, their eyes fixed intently behind him. With a rush, the veteran turned around to see Guzhan, once resembling a lifeless dog, now rising to his feet, slapping his face. He can stand. I've thrown him over a dozen times. How exhilarating. Guzhan vigorously twisted his neck, tilting his head and grinning with a bloodied smile. This is more refreshing than a visit to a massage parlor. I feel utterly invigorated. It would be rude not to reciprocate, so let me treat you to something explosive. The veteran's pupils contracted, sensing the gravity of the situation. This deserter was indeed not so easily dealt with. Roaring, Guzhan charged forward again, executing the same sweeping kick. Crack. The veteran, still composed, caught the kick, preparing to throw Guzhan once more, but he discovered that Guzhan's leg was spinning violently in his grip. Whoosh. Guzhan's entire body rotated in midair, causing his right leg to break free from the veteran's grasp and land on the ground. The veteran's eyes gleamed with intensity as he lunged to seize Guzhan's right wrist, ready for another round of slams. Suddenly, Guzhan half-knelt on the ground, looking up at the veteran with a peculiar smile. The veteran's heart sank. It's over. Indeed, it was over, before he could even think of defending himself. Guzhan had slipped beneath him while half-kneeling, sprang up, and executed the same slam he had just suffered. Thud. His body crashed into the ground with a dull thud. Immediately after, Guzhan dashed forward, grasped the veteran's right wrist, yanked him up, and turned to perform a back slam. Thud. He then replicated every single throw the veteran had used against him, the only difference being the roles were now reversed. Thud, thud, thud. The second squad fell into a hushed silence once more, each member craning their necks, wide-eyed, holding their breath as they beheld the unfolding scene. They felt as though they were being trampled by countless wild steeds. Chapter 23. Exceptional learning ability. Remove him. Next. Guzhan stood there, his voice languid, his eyes filled with a carefree indifference, yet it was this very indifference that draped him in an air of defiance. Upon hearing his words, the muscles of every member of the second squad twitched, exchanging glances before settling their gaze on the deputy captain, Li Linzhong. Could Guzhan really replicate techniques? Does he possess some sort of superpower? Li Linzhong mused to himself. He was not alone in this thought. Many others shared the same sentiment. For Guzhan had dispatched two veterans using their most adept techniques. You strike me, I strike you back. In the distance, the cook squad leader, Tao Yonggang, dropped a handful of sunflower seeds, his eyes reflecting profound shock. No way. This kid's learning capability is astonishing. Tao Yonggang exclaimed. Absolutely impossible. 100 times impossible. No, it's possible. Someone must have laid down the best foundation for him. This was not mere replication. It was a formidable learning ability. One undoubtedly built upon a vast foundation. Before enlisting, Guzhan's foundations had already been established by his father, Gu Xianji, through various means, including bone structure, muscle, flexibility, reflexes, and so forth. Combat techniques were also implanted into his brain through different methods, fostering muscle memory and neural reflexes. In other words, Gu Xianji had prepared for both scenarios. If his son settled for mediocrity, he would lead an ordinary life. If he chose to follow in his father's footsteps, the foundations laid in his youth would come to fruition. Now, who exactly provided this boy with such a foundation? Tao Yonggang picked up the seeds and tossed them into his mouth, exclaiming, incredible. Whoever laid this foundation for him is undoubtedly extraordinary. Tao Yonggang was in awe. He understood that teaching someone is relatively straightforward, but laying a solid foundation is exceedingly challenging. This foundation encompasses not only the physical body, but also the integration into muscle memory and reflexes. Meanwhile, Guzhan continued to take on veterans one after another, relentlessly using their own combat techniques against them. Remove him. Next. Guzhan, bloodied and barely able to stand, let out a resounding roar. His eyes locked onto the second squad. By now, he had crossed the midpoint, raising his right fist high, exuding an unparalleled aura of arrogance. The second squad fell into an eerie silence, with even those who entered the fray refraining from uttering a word, embodying an unspoken oppression. The vice captain and the veterans had all succumbed to defeat. In hushed tones, the deputy instructor spoke to Li Linzhong. Li Linzhong appeared somewhat bewildered. A company's strength traditionally lay in its veterans, many of whom were pivotal figures, surpassing ordinary non-commissioned officers and capable of standing toe-to-toe with squad leaders. Yet now, the veterans had been utterly vanquished, leaving behind only the officers, squad leaders, and non-commissioned officers without positions. Next, Guzhen swayed unsteadily, striving to maintain his balance, and fiercely licked his lips, his gaze wild and feral, reminiscent of a beast. He was grievously injured during the combat with the veterans. He had endured blows before retaliating in kind. In this struggle, injury was one aspect, but stamina was paramount. One could say that Guzhen was merely hanging on. "Guzhen, I'm coming." A non-commissioned officer charged forth. Upon seeing an opponent approach, the previously staggering Guzhen instantly transformed, adopting a fierce offensive stance as he clashed with his foe. The battle unfolded swiftly. The non-commissioned officer was kicked out of the arena, clutching his abdomen, convulsing in pain. Completely incapacitated. Thud. Guzhen knelt on one knee, yet held his head high, his eyes flashing with untamed ferocity, rage, bloodlust, and madness. "Next, I'm here." Another non-commissioned officer rushed out. Witnessing the charge, Guzhen, still on one knee, resembled a mighty lion or tiger, erupting with power, colliding with his adversary. His speed remained lightning quick, seemingly unaffected by his wounds or the depletion of his strength, continuing to fight with fervor. Bang! The two collided, with Guzhen seizing his opponent's waist. Crack! 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 The non-commissioned officer relentlessly struck Guzhen's back with his elbows. A roar of primal fury rose as Guzhen lifted the non-commissioned officer, arching his body backward, crashing them both to the ground. Bang! The non-commissioned officer hit the ground hard, his body folding painfully. Just as he was about to react, he felt a knee strike upward against his face. Crack! Darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness, sensing liquid bursting forth from his face before succumbing. Huff! Huff! Guzhen gasped heavily, straining to stand upright. After staggering a couple of steps, he lifted his head once more. Next, he was still capable of fighting, still ready for battle, despite his severe injuries and utter exhaustion. The mere presence of an opponent ignited an explosive surge within him, allowing him to engage in relentless combat. At that moment, the gaze of every member of the second squad transformed in awe, uncertain whether it was admiration or fear. One man had battled on, refusing to fall, exuding indomitable spirit like a wolf or a tiger, evoking an undeniable sense of invincibility. Indeed, Guzhen was unbeatable. His essence was wild and proud. While one might conquer his body, his soul remained unconquerable, and his indomitable will could not be shattered. He was a desperate outlaw. When such a figure discovers their life's path, they forge an unyielding legend. An eagle, yes, an eagle. Li Linzhong squinted, defiant, unafraid, relentless, untamed, free. When battle commenced, fierce as an eagle, no one stepped forward. Next, with a fierce motion, Guzhen tore off his shirt, revealing a bloodied torso. 6 hours of standing at attention had ravaged his skin, and after enduring such a grueling fight, the flesh had long since torn away, sticking to his clothing. Now, stripped bare, he was a bloodied figure. Would the second squad dare to fight? A defiant roar erupted from his chest as Guzhen clenched his fists, exposing his bloodied chest, his demeanor radiating primal aggression and dominance, infused with an overwhelming masculine vitality. In his eyes, there was only the battle. Zhang Xiaozhi stepped forward, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on Guzhen. "Squad leader, you finally emerged." Guzhen grinned with untamed exuberance. "You are the strongest here. I've been waiting for you. Against them, I employed their own techniques to preserve their dignity, but against you, I shall fight with all my might. As a mark of respect, for you are the first squad leader to guide me into this iron-blooded wilderness." Upon finishing his declaration, Guzhen took a heavy step forward, adopting a stance with his right fist forward and left fist drawn back, his gaze piercing toward Zhang Xiaozhi's eyes. "Battle!" With a roar. Every hair on his body bristled with unyielding aggression, transforming him into a blood-soaked human weapon, bloodthirsty and fierce, ready to conquer. At the mess hall entrance, Tao Yonggong's eyes nearly popped out. "I know who laid the foundation for this kid." Chapter 24. Encountering the supernatural in the arena. The bloodied Guzhen wielded an aura that intimidated the entire assembly, imposing immense pressure upon the second squad. Zhang Xiaozhi smiled, shifting slightly to the side, gesturing toward the area where the second squad soldiers stood. "Welcome to the second squad," he announced. "You need not fight me. I shall not fight you. You are my soldier." Guzhen stared intently at Zhang Xiaozhi for a while before gradually making his way toward the second squad's lineup. As he approached, everyone automatically parted, acknowledging his formal acceptance as a member of the second squad. "Let us call it a day. You're welcome to challenge me anytime," Guzhen remarked with a playful tilt of his head. "Relationships are forged through battle. Camaraderie is built over drinks. I am a deserter, but what of it? Not satisfied? If you're not, then you can run away too. Do you know what it means for Guzhen to arrive? It means your pretense is over." Leaving those words behind, Guzhen strode toward the dormitory, leaving a group of soldiers unsure of how to react. Is there any justification for a deserter? Who dares to be so audacious after becoming one? Whether justified or not, Guzhen had stood against the entire squad and emerged victorious. From this moment on, he was a member of the second squad, and no one would dare to underestimate him or look down upon him again. Strength is the ultimate truth, and Guzhen exemplified this with his fists. The second squad would become his starting point. In the dead of night, as all the soldiers slept, Zhang Xiaozhi remained awake, tending to Guzhen's injuries in the infirmary. "Squad leader, why do I perceive you as so enigmatic?" Guzhen inquired as he lay there. He felt this way about his first true squad leader, who was stern yet somehow unfathomable. "Soldiers must do their duties. Squad leaders must fulfill theirs," Zhang Xiaozhi replied calmly. "My task is to be responsible for every soldier, ensuring that each one I lead becomes a true soldier. I have no interest in accolades. I derive satisfaction from seeing those I guide achieve greatness." This sentiment likely resonated with every military commander, for they serve for a limited time, 5 or 8 years. In the monotonous and often lonely barracks, the most comforting thought is nurturing capable soldiers. When they retire and face the trials of life, remembering their soldiers brings a sense of fulfillment. "Tomorrow, we shall continue with standing at attention until you can stand like a soldier," Zhang Xiaozhi instructed. "Continue shirtless? If you wish to go shirtless, I have no objections. Only a fool would go bare." Guzhen laughed heartily, tilting his head. "Squad leader, are you not curious as to why I became a deserter? Aren't you interested in what I have endured?" "Not interested. My only goal is to transform you into a true soldier," Zhang Xiaozhi replied, casting a glance at him. "Having endured gunshot wounds and knife cuts does not automatically make one a true soldier. No, you still have a long way to go. You have yet to take the first step in the military." Guzhen smiled broadly. He had yet to take his first step into the military camp and was acutely aware that, in a fundamental sense, he was not a soldier at all. At 3 a.m, the captain and the instructor returned. "Where's that deserter? Tell him to hurry and pack his things. He needs to leave tomorrow morning. Sentinel, fetch me a cup of water, quickly. I've been arguing with that bunch of antiques from the brigade until midnight, and my throat is on fire." "Yes, Captain." "Have that deserter gather his belongings and wait outside. The brigade's vehicle has arrived to take him away from the second platoon." "Understood, instructor." The platoon leader was known for his fiery temper, and the instructor shared a similar disposition. Although they often clashed, they always stood united on critical matters. When this deserter was assigned to them, the two immediately set off for the brigade, starting their inquiries with the brigade commander and persisting until midnight to resolve the issue concerning this soldier. They had no intention of keeping a deserter. "Captain, instructor." The duty officer rushed down upon hearing the commotion. "What captain and instructor?" "I'm old Zhang, and he is old Wang. It's pointless to keep up these formalities." The captain waved his hand impatiently. These two men bore no heirs, Captain Zhang Xiangyang and instructor Wang Haijun. In informal settings, the soldiers simply referred to them as old Zhang and old Wang. This was not an attempt to blend in with the soldiers. Rather, they genuinely led by example, participating in every training exercise themselves. This was the tradition of the second platoon and the spirit that pervaded it from top to bottom. "Where is the deserter?" the platoon leader inquired. "That deserter, old Zhang, old Wang. Let me elaborate. That deserter assaulted Zhao Chang today and then challenged the entire platoon to a fight." The duty officer rapidly recounted the day's events, leaving Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun agape in shock. "Is this for real? Little Li, don't fool me, or I'll have you carrying the rank of lieutenant as a private." "It's true. Feel free to ask any soldier." The duty officer grimaced. Who could have imagined? Yet, it indeed happened. Zhang Xiangyang exchanged a glance with Wang Haijun, quickly communicating their thoughts. "What are you yelling about?" Zhang Xiangyang shot a glare at the officer, lowering his voice with a serious tone. "Keep it down. Let our soldiers rest and sleep well. We also need the cooks to prepare something good." Instructor Wang Haijun added, "What kind of work ethic is this? Don't you know that we need to provide for our injured comrade, Guzhen? These soldiers are like our own children. Who will take responsibility if they are harmed? Don't they understand? It's heartbreaking. The duty officer, Li Linzhong, looked bewildered, mechanically responding, yes. Let us go, and get some sleep. Right? Keep the noise down during washing up to let the soldiers rest peacefully. Exactly, old Wang, you're quite considerate. The next day, just after morning exercises, the brigade's vehicle arrived at the second platoon to pick up Guzhen. Captain Zhang and Instructor Wang, I'm here to escort Guzhen. A staff officer smiled at the two. You two are quite the handful, very well, as you wish. This staff officer was well aware of the stubbornness of the two commanders of the second platoon, who would not relent until their objectives were achieved. Last night, they had kept the chief of staff up until after 1 a.m, nearly driving him mad before securing the transfer order. Then, they knocked on the brigade commander's door and the political commissar's door, dragging both leaders from their slumber to sign off, successfully expelling Guzhen from the second platoon. Everyone, be alert. Let the roll call commence. Zhu Binbin, how on earth are you leading your troops? Look at your soldiers. They VE, all broken formation. Oh dear, did I not say? Just wait until I deal with you. The captain rushed toward the training ground, pretending not to notice the staff officer. Hey, Captain Zhang. The staff officer hesitated, turning to look at Instructor Wang Haijun. Tao Yonggang, what is going on in your cooking team? Can yesterday's steamed buns be eaten? Did they rise properly? Wang Haijun, hands behind his back, strolled toward the cooking team. Steamed buns are only delicious if the dough rises properly. If you don't prepare the dough correctly, how can the steamed buns turn out well? Come, let me teach you how to prepare the dough. The yeast needs to be measured precisely. And kneading the buns requires skill. You mustn't treat it like kneading a girl. You need to apply just the right amount of pressure. Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang. The staff officer called loudly, but neither man acknowledged him, finding any excuse to evade. Am I seeing things? The staff officer wondered. Yes, indeed. After returning, Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun had encountered something inexplicable, which led to the staff officer experiencing the same. Want to transfer Guzhen? Not a chance. Chapter 25. A harmonious duet. Guzhen single-handedly challenged the second platoon, injuring over half of the soldiers. Why would they want to let go of such a soldier? If they were to dismiss someone like him, then Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun would be blind. This was not merely about fighting prowess, but rather the spirit and determination of combat. That is what truly distinguishes a soldier. Thus, both Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun felt regret. After some contemplation, they decided to play dumb and feign ignorance. Captain Zhang, Instructor Wang, please bring Guzhen out quickly. I need to take him back to the unit. The staff officer finally managed to stop them. Instructor, what is our food expense balance? Zhang Xianyang inquired. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Wang Haijun pretended to be knowledgeable. Where's the quartermaster? We ought to check the accounts. Zhang Xianyang appeared serious. Yes, indeed. We should check the accounts. Wang Haijun nodded sagely. It's critical to review the accounts. Let us go find the quartermaster and conduct a surprise inspection. All right. Let us go. The two men harmoniously conspired, turning to slip away. Stop. The staff officer called out loudly. What accounts are you checking? Do you think I Haven T served as a commander in the grassroots units? The accounts are reported directly to the finance section by the quartermaster. Don't act this charade with me. What are you really up to? The staff officer was perplexed. He had come to take Guzhen away because another transfer order had arrived after Guzhen was reassigned. This meant that upon leaving the second platoon, another unit was prepared to receive him, though the specifics were unclear. What is going on? Are we not allowed to check the accounts? Instructor Wang Haijun glared. Do you think you, as a brigade staff officer, are superior? Do you dare to act so arrogantly in our second platoon? If you keep this up, I'll throw you out. There is no reason for you to linger here. The soldiers need to train, so hurry back to the brigade. After saying this, Wang Haijun shot a knowing glance at Zhang Xianyang and walked forward briskly. Hey, have you two grown wise? Where are the soldiers? The staff officer shouted. Don't tell me the soldiers have fled your platoon. Hee. Zhang Xianyang turned around, chuckling. Li staff officer. This situation is a bit unexpected. So, they really ran away. The staff officer exclaimed incredulously. He was aware that Guzhen had fled twice before. Could it be that he had run away for a third time? This would be serious. The other side was waiting for the handover. Have they fled? That is certainly not the case. Our second platoon has a familial bond. Actually, this matter is, well, Guzhen is ill. He has chickenpox. Covered in spots, my goodness, it's quite alarming. Wang Haijun stated with utmost seriousness. Did you not see? He is riddled with chickenpox. The pox. Captain, it's indeed chickenpox, right? Zhang Xianyang hurriedly nodded. Yes, chickenpox. The Munich atypical chickenpox caused by a disseminated viral infection. Exactly, the Munich chickenpox. Wang Haijun shrugged. How could he leave while bedridden? Even if we were to let a soldier go, we cannot carry him out on a sickbed, can we? Our unit emphasizes a people-centered approach. We must ensure he is well first. The staff officer was taken aback, but seeing the serious demeanor of the two, he sensed something was amiss. Have you two harmed him? Li's expression darkened. No, no, no. Zhang Xianyang discreetly slipped a box of soft Chinese cigarettes into Li's pocket and whispered, I find this soldier quite pitiable, though he has fled the army. Which young person hasn't made mistakes? The military is a great crucible. We must not abandon any soldier. Hey, hey. What are you calling the chief of staff for? Li, put the phone down. We can discuss this civilly. Just as the box of cigarettes was pushed back to him, Li dialed the chief of staff's number to report the situation. Chief of staff, this is Li Zhonghua. I am at the 2nd Squad, ready to take Private Guzhen away, but Captain Zhang Xianyang and Instructor Wang Haijun refused to release him. Yes. Li handed the phone to Zhang Xianyang, his face expressionless. Old Li, you're ruthless. Zhang Xianyang shot Li a glare, taking the phone and standing at attention. Comrade Chief of Staff, I am Captain Zhang Xianyang of the 2nd Squad. Please give your instructions. As soon as he finished reporting, a flurry of curses erupted from the phone, causing Zhang Xianyang's muscles to twitch. Meanwhile, Wang Haijun, standing beside him with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky, his eyes blinking rhythmically to the curses. You don't want him, yet you cling to me until midnight. Now you say you want him. What do you intend? Is the army your family business? This is absurd. Can we continue? If not, we can remove our hats. There are others who can manage the 2nd Squad besides you. Chief of Staff. Zhang Xianyang inhaled deeply and replied, This is not my fault, is it? Wang and I came to you for approval, and you just approved? It's not like that. We both believe this soldier should stay in our 2nd Squad to receive our education. What? The unit has sent personnel for his file? They've already arrived at the door? This. Looking up, he saw a military vehicle with regional plates parked outside the squadron. Sentinel, do not open the door. Zhang Xianyang shouted. Zhang Xianyang, open the door for me. A slightly irate voice responded. Deputy, Division Commander? In an instant, both Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun were taken aback. They had not anticipated the Deputy Division Commander personally escorting someone to retrieve Guzhen. The vehicle drove in and came to a steady halt. The Deputy Division Commander stepped out first, followed by a young man adorned with the rank of Colonel, holding a dossier. Salute. Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun quickly stood at attention, saluting the Deputy Division Commander and the young Colonel. As they saluted, they scrutinized the young man, realizing he could not be more than in his early 20s. In his early 20s, a colonel, outranking even the Deputy Division Commander. This is Comrade Hu Hailang. From the Military District Reconnaissance Battalion, the Deputy Division Commander introduced. The Armed Police and the Military District Forces are entirely different branches. Hence the lack of further introduction for Hu Hailang. However, everyone was acutely aware that this Colonel Hu Hailang had a promising future ahead. Where is Guzhen? Hu Hailang inquired. I have been ordered to receive your unit's private Guzhen. If there are any doubts, you may contact your unit's police department directly. Here is the transfer order. Hu Hailang produced a transfer order and handed it to Zhang Xianyang. The moment Zhang Xianyang glanced at the order, he understood the matter was beyond negotiation, for the order was directly issued from the headquarters, bearing the signatures of the commander and the political commissar. He's sleeping in the infirmary. Zhang Xianyang reluctantly pointed towards the infirmary. Thank you. Hu Hailang strode towards the infirmary, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 26. The low-key frenzy in the infirmary. Guzhen lay in discomfort, unable to find a suitable position, grimacing as he spotted Hu Hailang enter. Oh, old Hu. Seeing Hu Hailang brought a smile to Guzhen's face, but it was quickly replaced by a glimmer of disappointment as thoughts of his mother crossed his mind. Old Hu. Not at all. I am your cousin. Hu Hailang shot Guzhen a glare, an odd sensation bubbling within him. The one he had risked his life to save on the battlefield turned out to be his aunt's son. Was this fate or mere coincidence? Nonetheless, Hu Hailang felt elated. With this connection, he and Guzhen were now brothers. Did you find out? Guzhen furrowed his brow. Of course. The moment your aunt's husband appeared, we were all informed. Hu Hailang grinned. I never imagined my dear aunt's husband would be the renowned soldier Gu Xianji. How surprising and delightful. The revelation of Gu Xianji's identity had kept Hu Hailang exhilarated for several nights. They existed to honor the soldier, if they could not return intact. Then the severed right hand would salute the military flag. Are you aware of what transpired? Guzhen asked, his expression stoic. I am aware, Hu Hailang replied, filled with regret. I don't know how to express my sympathy or offer comfort. But I want you to know that the doors of the Hu family are open to you. Neither my grandfather nor my father holds any prejudices against you. Upon learning of Gu Xianji's emergence, the Hu family naturally became aware of his son, Guzhen. They harbored resentment towards Gu Xianji. Yet they would not direct that bitterness towards Guzhan. After all, he was the beloved grandson of the elder Hu Qinglan's son. Thus, they welcomed Guzhan into the Hu family and treated him as one of their own. What if I want to take my mother away to be with my father? Guzhan inquired. Hu Hailing hesitated, unable to respond. That was simply implausible. Old Hu, I know that is impossible. Guzhan remarked with a casual smile. But I will definitely bring my mother home. My father needs a wife, and I need a mother. We must reunite as a family of 3. Well, you could plead with grandfather. As long as he relents, it would suffice, Hu Hailing suggested. Plead? How would I plead? Kneel and beg. Guzhan replied defiantly. Do you think I would kneel to plead? After all these years, with your family's connections. Could you truly not find us? Enough of this. I choose to fight, not to plead. Seeing his demeanor, Hu Hailing realized he could not sway his newly recognized cousin. He understood how stubborn Guzhan was and how fiercely proud his spirit remained, though he concealed it well. If there were to be a frenzy, it would be a low-key one for Guzhan. He was typically amiable, not extreme, yet when he chose to be fierce, he embodied the essence of a reckless outlaw. All right, let's not discuss this further. Guzhan waved his hand. What brings you here? Surely, you aren't here to act as an envoy for your family? Not at all. I am not here as a negotiator. In fact, I am almost severing ties with my family, Hu Hailing said, exasperated. They want me to transfer out, but I refuse, leading to a very tense situation. By the way, on a serious note, I managed to secure a transfer order for you to join the right-hand company. What? The right-hand company? Guzhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, the right-hand company. You won't have to go through selection because I happen to need a partner, so I made the request. Besides, they are looking to send you away anyway. How about helping me out? Hu Hailing's words were diplomatic, yet the task was exceedingly challenging, though he ultimately succeeded. Damn the right-hand company. Bah! Guzhan spat vehemently, his reaction catching Hu Hailing off guard. He was at a loss as to what had offended Guzhan. What else with such a strong reaction? The right-hand company is not merely a dream for soldiers, it is the aspiration of every career soldier. Each year, the right-hand company selects only 12 individuals from various special forces across the nation, with exceedingly stringent criteria. Get lost. Guzhan snapped impatiently. So you think the right-hand company is so impressive? I don't see anything remarkable about it. You're one of them, right? Didn't I save your life? Oh, and you haven't been compensated yet. I'll remember this debt. This individual harbors a profound disdain for the right-hand company, and the reason is quite straightforward. On that fateful day during confinement, he overheard that individual proclaiming that he, Guzhan, was nothing more than a mere trifle in the eyes of the right-hand company. That single utterance irrevocably offended him. Indeed, it is true that my life was salvaged by you, yet my capture was merely a twist of fate. The right-hand company is undoubtedly incomparable to the second squad. Do you not wish to engage in battle? Joining the right-hand company would elevate you, allowing you to soar higher and faster. What Hu Hailing stated is indeed factual. Differing starting points yield varying altitudes, and naturally, the ceilings differ as well. Old Hu, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall not join the right-hand company. Even if I were to consider it, I would only do so through the proper selection process. At present, my sole desire is to become a true soldier. For I am not yet worthy of such a title. Therefore, take your orders and allow me to remain peacefully in the second squad, simply as a handsome man. Hu Hailing jested. No. Guzhan cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, Wolf King. Hu Hailing nodded, realizing he understood his cousin's mindset and respected his decision. Some individuals require no further persuasion. They do not lack the insight to seize opportunities, but instead have their own paths to tread. Very well, I shall say no more. Hu Hailing placed the dossier on the table. However, I hope to see your figure during the selection of the right-hand company 2 years from now. To be honest, I am indeed in need of a partner. No one in the entire right-hand company is willing to team up with me. Why? Hu Hailing turned away. Because your cousin is rather prideful. I await your partnership. Dream on, you fool, Guzhan retorted. Ha ha, as an exchange. I shall keep you updated on your aunt's condition. By the way, on the day you left, your aunt's fingers moved, and her vital signs began to strengthen. Deal. Guzhan blurted out. He yearned to bring his mother home openly for a family reunion. Thus he refrained from visiting her, though thoughts of her consumed him constantly. He was a man of few words, much like Hu Hailing's perception, a low-key maverick. As Hu Hailing departed, Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun exhaled heavily, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. In truth, Guzhan's reluctance to leave stemmed from his desire to become a genuine soldier from this point forward. Progressing step by step. Chapter 27. The first step in the barracks. The initial step in the barracks measures 75 centimeters. You must achieve precision. No room for error. Zhang Xiaozhi's voice thundered across the training ground, mercilessly using his teaching rod to strike Guzhan's shins. Crack. The lash fell, not injuring tendons or bones, yet it was painful enough to elicit cold sweat. Yes, the first step in the barracks is indeed 75 centimeters. A soldier's first step is 75 centimeters. Guzhan proclaimed loudly, I shall achieve precision. I shall be accurate to the millimeter. I shall master this first step. His back was strapped with a supportive cross, a large pin affixed to his collar, his pant legs rolled up, and he stood barefoot on the scorching concrete ground. His calves had already been bruised by Zhang Xiao's strikes, yet throughout it all, Guzhan gritted his teeth and persevered. Marching in formation is the first lesson in entering the troops. Marching necessitates moving in a straight line, covering approximately 75 centimeters, but in the second squad. Under Zhang Xiao's instruction, the approximation is eliminated. It must be a precise 75 centimeters, with no allowance for even a millimeter of deviation. Guzhan accepted this, along with the punishment. March. Upon hearing the command, Guzhan swung his arms and took a step forward, pausing there. Zhang Xiaozha immediately crouched down to measure with a caliper. Crack. The teaching rod descended mercilessly once more upon Guzhan's shins, leaving a vivid red mark. 3 millimeters off. Again, Guzhan grinned through gritted teeth. I initially thought this task would be straightforward, but now I realize it is far more challenging than I anticipated. It can be simple, but under my instruction, it must be the most difficult. Zhang Xiaozha stood tall and declared, the first step is not easily mastered. If you succeed, your military career will not be lost. The 75 centimeters forge new character and hone edges. Regrettably, many do not comprehend the significance of this first step, as their squad leaders have failed to impart this wisdom. Rich in philosophy, it is worth pondering. In the eyes of many, marching is simply marching. As long as it appears orderly and spirited, following the fundamental movements suffices. Few would employ Zhang Xiao's stringent standards. Too many individuals grasp only the surface, oblivious to why marching is standardized at 75 centimeters. If you wish to extend your stride, 75 centimeters serves as a limit. If you desire a shorter stride, 75 centimeters is the standard. The process of honing begins the moment one learns to walk as a soldier. On command, march. Guzhan swung his arms and took a step forward, halting there for Zhang Xiaozha to measure with the caliper. 2 millimeters off. Crack. Again. Crack. Again. Crack. This encapsulated Guzhan's training regimen. If he failed to master the first step, he was prohibited from engaging in any further training. If he did not meet the standards for internal organization, he would not be granted a bed to sleep on. Zhang Xiaozha, with an almost obsessive demeanor, meticulously deducted points. His mission was to forge Guzhan into a true soldier. In the office, Captain Zhang Xiangyang and instructor Wang Haijun observed Guzhan's training with keen interest. I find the soldier increasingly likable, Zhang Xiangyang remarked, holding a teacup. He exhibits no restlessness, only a steadfast approach. We nearly overlooked Guzhan. Wang Haijun lit a cigarette and asked, what do you discern in him? What? This lad is exceptional. He was remarkable before and will be even more so in the future. His time in our second squad is limited. This place can only be considered his familial home. Wang Haijun's eyes were deep with insight. Provide him with the finest support, impose the most rigorous demands, and assist him in soaring. Agreed. Zhang Xiangyang set down his teacup. Before transitioning out, let us challenge him to the fullest, empowering him like a wolf and fierce as an eagle. The two exchanged knowing smiles, beginning to devise a comprehensive training plan for Guzhan. At the conclusion of a grueling day's training, Guzhan lay languidly on his bed, relishing the foot soak administered personally by Zhang Xiaozha. After a day spent on the scorching ground, his feet bore numerous blisters, a testament to the harshness of the regimen. Oh, easy there, squad leader, take it slow. Endure this. Once your soles have blistered 5 times, running barefoot over thorny terrain will be a trivial matter, Zhang Xiaozha instructed. I understand, my skin has toughened. Yet the discomfort is unbearable. Ouch, be gentle. Lie down, I will tend to your blisters. Very well, squad leader, but be gentle. Ha. The days were filled with relentless training. Even the slightest error was deemed an unforgivable mistake in Zhang Xiaozha's eyes. Yet, once training concluded, the strict squad leader transformed into a caring figure, attending to Guzhan's needs with meticulous attention. Zhang Xiaozha carefully drained and treated each of Guzhan's blisters. Squad leader, why are you so kind to me? Guzhan expressed his sentiments. Although you are quite demanding, at times, I feel as though you are like a mother to me. This was a heartfelt reflection. Guzhan had never experienced such attentive care from anyone until he encountered Zhang Xiaozha. Isn't that the role of a squad leader? My squad leader has done this for me, and naturally, I must do the same for you. Zhang Xiaozha smiled and replied, you think the squad leader only oversees your drills? No, your daily needs are also within the squad leader's purview. The squad leader is both the head and the heart of the troops, a nurturing figure in the military. A nurturing figure in the military. A nurturing figure in the military. For reasons unknown, Gujun's eyes grew misty. Perhaps this was the first time he felt the essence of the army and what it truly meant to have a squad leader. Report. Just as Gujun was about to utter some emotional words, the voice of reporting interrupted. Enter. Sergeant Zhao Chong pushed open the door and entered with a beaming smile. However, upon spotting Gujun, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Ah, squad leader, you finished your cigarettes, haven't you? Gujun suddenly remarked. Cigarettes? Zhang Xiaozha paused momentarily. I don't. Before he could complete his sentence, Gujun interrupted. Squad leader, just sit tight. Sergeant Zhao is here to bury the hatchet with me. Right, Sergeant Zhao? Gujun wore a broad smile. Yes, burying the hatchet. Comrades are as close as brothers. Zhao Chong quickly replied, clearly intimidated by Gujun and the formidable display of the entire squad. Having recovered from his injuries, he sought out this fierce individual. After all, they were comrades, no doubt about it. Gujun retrieved a coin from his pocket and flicked it towards Zhao Chong. The coin arced through the air and was caught by Zhao Chong. Sergeant Zhao, I'm currently unable to move about well. Kindly fetch me a pack of Black Landshouse cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang hesitated, glancing at Gujun, then Zhang Xiaozha, before looking down at the coin in his hand. All right, just wait, I'll get it for you. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned and dashed outside, only to let his enthusiasm falter as he stepped out the door. Hey, Sergeant Zhao, remember to get me change, Gujun reminded him. Hearing this, Zhao Chong nearly broke down in tears. This is just too much. I also have to get you change. Chapter 28. How about a match? Military posture. Marching in step, running, tidying up, grooming standards, military decorum. Over a mere month and a half, Gujun was thoroughly transformed into a soldier by Zhang Xiaozha. All his bad habits vanished without a trace. Now, whenever he took to the field, he exuded the essence of a soldier. Heaven knows the hardships he endured. He was almost driven to madness, but he persevered. Tomorrow, you can train with them, Zhang Xiaozha finally declared. That is fantastic. Truly fantastic. Gujun was almost brought to tears of joy. However, Zhang Xiaozha continued, now that you have become, in the strictest sense, a soldier, as you aim for greater heights, you will need to shed that soldierly essence, but I fear I may not have the time to help you with that. Shed it? Why don't you have the time? Gujun inquired. At ease. Attention. Crack. The moment Gujun heard the command, he immediately assumed the at-ease position, standing rigidly like a green pine, exuding a vigor as if standing at the edge of a precipice. Dismissed. Zhang Xiaozha issued another command. Bring me your torn combat uniform tonight. At your age, how can you still have a torn uniform? All right, go on, enjoy your free time. Haha. Gujun laughed awkwardly, turning to run away, disappearing without a trace. Watching him dart towards the pigpen, Zhang Xiaozha broke into a smile. Xiaozha, your training is commendable. You've finally shaped Gujun into a soldier. Instructor Wang Haijun approached, hands behind his back. Instructor. Zhang Xiaozha stood at attention. Is he a burden to you? Wang Haijun inquired. Not at all, Zhang Xiaozha replied decisively. He knows what he wants, understands the rules, is intelligent, and is very humble. He can hold his own, right? Haha, indeed. Take good care of him. I'm counting on him to lead our second squad. By the way, regarding your promotion to a third-class sergeant, I will do everything possible with the captain. Don't rush. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Zhang Xiaozha's eyes. This year marked his final opportunity to elevate to a second-class sergeant. Failure to achieve this would mean returning home. However, he remained steadfast, prepared for both outcomes. Wang Haijun patted his shoulder earnestly. The quota for third-class sergeants in our armed police force is limited, and it's even more challenging for command sergeants to advance. Zhang Xiaozha nodded, fully aware of the difficulty in continuing his service. Typically, military command sergeants in the armed police could only attain first-class status. Those who reached second class were exceptional command personnel, but attaining third class was exceedingly rare, as those slots were usually reserved for technical sergeants. Instructor, I can face the prospect of leaving or staying with clarity, Zhang Xiaozha smiled. That's good. After all, you've earned 2 third-class merits and numerous accolades. And you've been recognized as an outstanding squad leader by the headquarters. Zhang Xiaozha nodded, watching as the instructor walked away, his eyes filled with resignation. He understood that preparations were in order. With 3 months remaining, he resolved to present a satisfactory report to everyone. As the squad leader, his duty was to cultivate good soldiers for the unit, ensuring peace of mind upon his return home. From the day he joined the unit, he would eventually have to confront the reality of discharge. It was a harsh truth. In the pigpen, Gujun sat with Wu Hao, munching on spicy strips. Wu Hao, can't you be a bit more assertive? Do you think it's right to just sit here and let others bully you? Who dares to bully me? I'll swing a shoulder pole at them. Gujin, you say that without feeling the pain. I'm just a pig farmer. I came to the army to work in logistics, then spent a few days here in the second squad taking care of pigs. I can't take them on. I'm not like you, who can take on the whole squad. Wu Hao, chewing on spicy strips, wore a look of helplessness. Who says fighting must mean winning? It's about spirit and the determination to never back down. Gujun replied while chewing on the strips, if you don't learn to resist, you'll forever be bullied. Right now, I'm here, no one dares to bully you. But what will happen when I leave? When you leave, I'll leave too. Wu Hao nodded vigorously. You're the only buddy I have here. If you go, they'll bully me. Oh, come on. Can't you aspire to more? Gujin snapped as he snatched the spicy strips. Do you even know where I'm going? I'm heading to a high-ranking special forces unit. Wu Hao stared at him for a moment, contemplating before saying, then I'll join you in the special forces. Aspiring. Gujin laughed. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, Wu Hao's next comment crushed his spirits. You help me find someone. I'll go to the special forces to farm pigs. Don't worry, I'm great at pig farming. I guarantee that every piglet will be alive in my care. Gujin jumped down from the pig pen, no longer wishing to converse with Wu Hao. Hey, spicy strips. Spicy strips, how could you take all of them? Am I supposed to eat alone? Sure, we're brothers, haha. Wu Hao scratched his head and laughed. Not angry at all, but rather pleased. This was his first friend in the army, his first brother. Shall I buy you a couple more bags? Wu Hao called out. Get lost. Frustrated, he had never encountered someone as peculiar as Wu Hao, who seemed like a wronged little wife. Although this guy was genuinely nice and possessed a simplicity that many had long lost, the problem was that such a person simply did not belong in the second squad. Other squads might be easier to navigate, but here it was survival of the fittest. Logistics personnel could not integrate into combat teams. And combat teams had little interest in logistics personnel. A whistle pierced the air as the cook team leader, Tao Yonggang, leaned against the wall, eyeing Gujin with a playful expression. Oh, Tao squad leader, Gujin grinned. He had a favorable impression of this leader, as he had been the one to lend a helping hand on Gujin's first day during mealtime. Gujin, you're quite the fighter. Tao Yonggang remarked with a smile. I manage, Gujin replied. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. There is something. I'm here to see just how well you can fight. Care for a match? Tao Yonggang suggested. Hearing this, Gujin was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Squad leader, don't joke around. What if I accidentally hurt you? I still have a pack of Black Land's House cigarettes waiting for you. As soon as the words fell, Tao Yonggang charged forward, delivering a stunning punch. Seeing the immediate escalation to violence, Gujin did not hesitate either, opting for a direct attack with a straight punch. His speed was superior, allowing him to launch an effective strike before Tao's fist could reach him. However, unexpectedly, Tao Yonggang retracted his fist into a defensive stance, using his right forearm to block Gujin's punch while swiftly grabbing with his left hand. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Gujin was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Get up and continue. Tao Yonggang tossed a sunflower seed into his mouth, grinning. I've been waiting for you to recover. It's been a while. With a fierce leap, Gujin sprang back up, his pupils narrowing as he gazed at Tao Yonggang, whose face bore a carefree smile. Chapter 29. The mysterious Tao Yonggang. Tao Yonggang was formidable, beyond ordinary strength. This was Gujin's realization after receiving a kick. Yet he could not pinpoint what made his opponent so powerful. Despite the kick, Tao's punches lacked speed and force. Class leader Tao, are we really going to fight? Gujin dusted off his clothes. Do you think I enjoy coming to this pigsty? Tao Yonggang shot back. Hurry up and use everything you can. Gujin assumed an aggressive stance, launching a fierce kick towards his opponent. Swish, swish, swish. His legs danced through the air, displaying absolute speed and power, resembling unbreakable battle axes. Clap, clap, clap. The sounds of his legs colliding with Tao's defenses echoed, each wave of attack, pushing Tao Yonggang back step by step. Is that all you've got? Tao scoffed. He defended against all of Gujin's assaults flawlessly, rendering them utterly ineffective. His arms and legs became impenetrable shields. With another kick, which Tao blocked with both arms, he swiftly reversed his wrist to trap Gujin's leg. Is that it? Tao taunted. Gujin struggled to retract his leg, but Tao's grip was like iron, unyielding. At that moment, Tao delivered a strike to Gujin's thigh. Bang! The impact sent Gujin flying sideways, crashing to the ground once more. Ugh! Tao spat out a sunflower seed, his expression filled with disdain. With a fierce shout, Gujin pushed himself off the ground and launched another furious assault. Clap! 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 The sounds of fists and feet connecting with flesh rang out. Yet Tao remained steadfast in his defense, unyielding. Bang! Gujin found himself on the ground for the third time, but he leapt up again, abandoning his punches and kicks to engage in close quarters grappling. With a graceful throw, he slammed Tao to the ground. Guzhen sprang up again, employing his elbows and knees as his primary weapons, unleashing a ferocious Muay Thai-style barrage. Clap, 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 bang. Before he could land many hits, he was kicked down once more by Tao Yonggang. At that moment, his eyes turned red with frustration as he spat vehemently, launching another desperate assault. But every attempt proved futile. Bang, clap, boom. In less than 5 minutes, Guzhen was left battered, panting heavily, lacking the strength to even lift his arms. Yet, what drove him to madness was the realization that he had failed to inflict any damage on Tao. Every attack had been effortlessly thwarted. Are you convinced now? Tao Yonggang crouched down, tossing a sunflower seed into his mouth with a grin. If you're not convinced, keep going. I find your attempts rather amusing. Not convinced? Guzhen shouted defiantly, struggling to rise. Clap. Tao Yonggang slapped him on the head, forcing him back down. You only know how to attack, lacking any understanding of defense. That's the path of a soldier, isn't it? Tao chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, all your skills were instilled in you by Gu Xianji, right? As far as I know, he is the only remaining soldier. Guzhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think the second squad has vanished? That's only because I haven't made my move. Tao Yonggang dismissed him with a scoff. Your soldier-esque path is valid, but your execution is subpar. Class leader Tao, who exactly are you? Guzhen inquired. I am Tao Yonggang, he shrugged with a smile. You are a deserter. And I am the most unsuccessful soldier. We are equally matched in that regard. Get up. Stop lying there in comfort. Slowly, Guzhen rose from the ground. Leaning against the wall, his eyes fixed intently on Tao. During the last rotation, I observed you and noticed you only understood offense, lacking any defensive capabilities. Tao picked up a spicy strip that had fallen to the ground. Your aggression hasn't even fully manifested. If you continue to fight Zhang Xiaojia, I fear he would suffer greatly. Class leader Tao, what do you mean? Guzhen asked. You must learn to defend yourself. Tao placed a spicy strip into his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. Meet me at the back of the dormitory at 2 in the morning. Don't be late. Having said this, Tao Yonggang brushed himself off and left, leaving Guzhen puzzled, still unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. However, one thing was undeniably terrifying. The defensive prowess of this cook was so formidable that it seemed impossible to find a single flaw. At 2 in the morning, while the entire squad was in slumber, Guzhen stealthily rose, evading the sentry, and slipped to the back of the dormitory. He could choose not to come. Yet he felt an inexplicable intrigue towards Tao Yonggang, driven by an innate spirit of exploration. Over here, in the darkness of the corner, Tao Yonggang's voice beckoned. Climb the wall, let us go. The two swiftly scaled the wall, arriving at a spacious area behind the squad. This site had once housed a chemical defense battalion, and after their departure, it remained vacant, often serving as a tactical training ground for the squad. All right, there are no sentries here. It's quiet, Tao Yonggang stated. From this evening onward, I will teach you how to defend yourself. Guzhen was momentarily taken aback. What? You don't want to learn? Do you believe defense is useless, or that offense is the best defense? Tao Yonggang rolled his eyes. I admit that offense can often be more effective than defense. But absolute defense can save your life, allowing you to survive and continue attacking. Why? Guzhen questioned, perplexed. Once you've learned, I will explain why. For now, the only question is whether you want to learn. Absolutely, Guzhen replied without hesitation. He was eager to learn, having already witnessed Tao Yonggang's invincible defense. Offense and defense are opposing forces, yet when they merge, they enhance both the strength of the attack and the robustness of the defense, an enticing prospect for him. But you must promise me one thing. After I teach you, you are not to use it in front of anyone. In the darkness, Tao Yonggang's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on Guzhen's. All right, I promise. But why are you willing to teach me? When the time is right, I will tell you. You must agree to help me with something. It will not breach any military discipline or ethics. As long as you can make that promise, I will teach you everything I know. Meeting Tao's intense gaze, Guzhen thought little before responding, okay, I promise to help you when the time comes. Tao Yonggang smiled, exhaling deeply, and gave Guzhen a firm pat on the shoulder. Chapter 30. The wet blanket. Tao Yonggang is truly enigmatic. He is the cook team leader, known for his carefree demeanor, and has gained notoriety within the squadron due to his unkempt appearance. He has faced reprimands from both the captain and the instructor on numerous occasions. However, despite the scoldings, he remains unchanged. Yet he manages the cooking team effectively and provides satisfactory meals, to the point that no one bothers to criticize him anymore. When it comes to training Guzhen, his demeanor shifts entirely. Defense techniques encompass evasion, dodging, blocking, utilizing footwork for dodging, leveraging the environment for evasion, and using all parts of the body capable of absorbing impacts for blocking. This stands in stark contrast to attacking, Thus, during defense training, one must forget about offense entirely. Each step is meticulously outlined, each movement thoroughly explained, and from the very beginning, Guzhen feels the strength of his opponent. He cannot fathom why such a formidable person would serve as a cook in the second squad, but he refrains from asking, understanding that everyone has their past and their story. From that day forth, he engages in various training exercises by day and studies defense with Tao Yonggang by night. Averaging less than 4 hours of sleep, he fervently absorbs combat skills like a sponge, relentlessly striving for improvement. After 2 months, Guzhen undergoes a remarkable transformation. This is his phase of growth, and he has no right to complain about fatigue or hardship. Second squad, fierce as wolves. The boisterous shouts echo across the skies as the squad organizes a military competition featuring shooting, climbing, obstacle courses, hand-to-hand combat, and tactics. Each event follows one after another in a fervent contest. 5-kilometer armed cross-country. First place, Guzhen. Unarmed climbing. First place, Guzhen. 400-meter obstacle course. First place, Guzhen. 800-meter comprehensive drill. First place, Guzhen. The entire squad is astounded. While they acknowledge Guzhen's prowess, in just 2 to 3 months, this individual has swept through the ranks like a hungry wolf. In individual events outside the squad's competition, he claims every first place. If before, they merely feared him, now they respect him as a formidable adversary, a tradition that will never change in the military. Guzhen, fierce as wolves, swift as eagles. Deputy Captain Li Linzhong bellows with fervor. As his voice resonates, a wave of cheers follows suit. Guzhen, fierce as wolves, swift as eagles. The roar crescendos. Signifying Guzhen's ultimate recognition, he has earned the respect of the entire second squad through his relentless efforts. Even as a new recruit, he has emerged as the strongest among them. The captain smiles, the instructor smiles, and Guzhen smiles. After the competition, he promptly reports to Zhang Xiaozhe, squad leader. I secured first place in all individual events. His face radiates joy, much like a student proudly sharing their excellent grades with their parents. For he has achieved this through 2 months of grueling effort with only 4 hours of sleep each night. What is so amusing about that? What is there to be proud of? Zhang Xiaozhe replies with a stoic expression. This is merely a small unit within the second squad. A company-level unit subordinate to the battalion. What's there to celebrate? Is first place that significant? Will it ensure survival in actual combat? 30 kilograms of gear, fully armed. 10 kilometers, immediately. Guzhen's smile fades, his expression turning somber, yet he can only comply. Yes, fully armed, 30 kilograms, beginning the 10-kilometer cross-country. As he starts the run, Zhang Xiaozhe calmly remarks, the sky here is too small. Do not let a momentary victory cloud your judgment. You still lack a sense of collective honor. At 2 in the morning, Guzhen, pushing through exhaustion, runs to find Tao Yonggang behind the building, immediately voicing his grievances. Tao squad leader, is our squad leader unwell? I've secured first place in all individual events, yet I'm still being made to run 10 kilometers? Isn't that too harsh? You understand nothing, Tao Yonggang scoffs. Having Zhang Xiaozhe as your squad leader is a blessing from your past life. He possesses great insight and vision. Leading troops is not merely about command. It's also about teaching you how to conduct yourself. When someone achieves victory, there must be someone to douse them with cold water. Those who can do that are the best of friends. Upon hearing this, Guzhen instantly comprehends, filled with respect. He pushes you to your limits in training, mercilessly challenging you, yet he can also sew your clothes and care for every aspect of your life. Likewise, he will offer encouragement, but will also splash cold water on you when necessary. That is what a squad leader should be. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Guzhen inquires. Nothing. Just continue training. Let us practice a bit longer today, as starting tomorrow, there will be little time left. The squad will conduct a simulated anti-terrorism exercise in the mountainous border regions, Tao Yonggang responds. Understood. The simulated anti-terrorism exercise in the mountainous border regions differs significantly from typical anti-terrorism drills. Normally, the armed police conduct anti-terrorism exercises in a designated area, showcasing one or multiple projects in a performance format. This is considered a performance because the entire process is pre-planned, demonstrating the elite special forces' exquisite tactical skills. However, this time is different. It closely resembles real combat scenarios. The location is chosen in a mountainous forest along the border, with the objective being to eliminate terrorist forces hiding within. The entire process is unscripted, aiming to genuinely test the special forces' comprehensive combat capabilities. What the hell does this mean? Why are we being made to pose as terrorists while they, the direct 3rd Battalion, play the role of anti-terrorism elites? This is absurd. In the office, Captain Zhang Xianyang erupts in fury, slamming a document onto the table, seething with rage. The exercise unit is set to arrive today, Yet early this morning, the battalion issued a directive stating that the 2nd Squad must assume the role of the enemy and assist the direct 3rd Battalion in the drill. This is utterly ridiculous. Wang Haijun pounds the table, unable to contain his anger. Indeed, this is a blatant injustice. The 2nd Squad was established as a rapid response unit for anti-terrorism tasks, responsible for maintaining security and stability in the Western region. Yet now, they are required to play the role of the enemy in the exercise, assisting the direct 3rd Battalion in completing the drill. What does this imply? Is the 3rd Battalion favored while the 2nd Squad is treated like a stepchild? Yes, indeed. The 3rd Battalion is favored. They are the direct anti-terrorism forces of the battalion, whereas the 2nd Squad is merely an anti-terrorism unit under a regional battalion. The two cannot be compared, even though the 2nd Squad is undoubtedly strong. Hey, old Zhang, old Wang, are you two cursing? A smiling major officer enters. Upon seeing him, Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun feel as if they have caught the mastermind. Ren Langlang, you and your 3rd Battalion did this on purpose, didn't you? We demand an explanation, or we will refuse to participate in this anti-terrorism exercise. The newcomer is a captain from the 3rd Battalion named Ren Langlang. We have no choice. The drill requires an opposing force. After much deliberation, we decided to let your 2nd Squad take on the role of the enemy. Don't overthink it. It's because the 2nd Squad is truly impressive, or else you wouldn't even have this opportunity. He chuckles. Get out of here with that nonsense. Don't curse, don't curse. I'm not here to argue with you. If you wish to vent, go to the battalion. It won't do any good to take it out on me. I just came to see if the food has changed in the 2nd Squad. Ren Langlang grins. You haven't been part of the 2nd Squad for a long time. There's no breakfast for you here. Wang Haijun replies disdainfully. No? Then I guess I'll go out for a bowl of beef noodles. Ren Langlang laughs. Just don't forget to gather your troops after breakfast and head to the exercise area. We won't make things too difficult for your 2nd Squad. Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun were at a loss for words, feeling nothing but humiliation, compounded by their uncertainty on how to issue commands to the soldiers. Chapter 31. Simulated Resistance Exercise. Comrades, following orders from higher command, we will conduct a 3-day simulated counter-terrorism exercise in the mountainous border region. As the troops assembled, Captain Zhang Xianyang rallied them. Upon hearing this assignment, the eyes of all soldiers sparkled with excitement. This was their forte and an opportunity to bring honor to their unit. It is known that actual combat experiences are scarce, and the true measure of a unit's combat capability lies in exercises that closely simulate real scenarios. 2nd Company, fierce as wolves. 2nd Company, fierce as wolves. 2nd Company, fierce as wolves. The soldiers roared with a surge of adrenaline, each one shouting like they had been invigorated. This exercise was their exclusive chance to shine, and there was no doubt they would excel. However, witnessing the spirited morale of his men, Zhang Xianyang felt a pang of discomfort. He did not wish for his unit to serve as mere sparring partners, but unfortunately, that was beyond his control. What are you all shouting about? Zhang Xianyang snapped, his eyes narrowing. This exercise does not involve being fierce like wolves. It only involves certain defeat. The 3rd Direct Battalion was conducting a simulated counterterrorism exercise, and our 2nd Company was honored to cooperate as the hypothetical enemy, essentially taking on the role of terrorist forces. Instructor, you handle the mobilization. I have something to attend to, he added, leaving his statement hanging in the air, provoking shock and anger throughout the unit. He retreated to a corner of the building, lighting a cigarette and taking deep drags, feeling frustrated and humiliated. He struggled to find the right words to motivate his soldiers, as this mobilization was nearly impossible to conduct. What kind of entity was the 2nd Company? An invincible presence within the area. Yet, their status could not be compared to that of the 3rd Direct Battalion. While they were tasked with the exercise, they had not anticipated such a role. Why were they designated as the hypothetical enemy? What was the higher command thinking? The 2nd Company had completed numerous missions, achieving 1st and 2nd class honors. Why were they relegated to the role of the enemy? I refuse to accept this. The soldiers were agitated, chaos quickly ensuing. Silence. Wang Haijun barked, his face pale with anger. Look at yourselves. Do you still resemble soldiers of the 2nd Company? Do you still represent the People's Army? Revolutionary soldiers are like bricks. We must fulfill whatever role is required of us. Instructor, this is simply too much. One of the squad leaders exclaimed. The vital throat of the West, spanning 600 kilometers, has always been defended by our 2nd Company. Since we took on this responsibility, we have never disappointed. So what is this all about? There are plenty of others who can serve as the enemy. Why must it be us? We are engaged in counterterrorism. We are special operations forces, not mere pawns for others. Upon hearing these sentiments, Wang Haijun's facial muscles twitched in frustration. He too felt stifled, but he could not vent his anger in front of the soldiers. He needed to effectively communicate the intentions of their superiors and manage the soldiers' morale. Who are you addressing? Who are you questioning? Guzhin interjected, stepping forward and glaring at the assembled troops. You're all making a fuss here, but if the captain and instructor are displeased, who will they express it to? You're all grown-ups. Can't you understand? It's simple. We're the counter-terrorism elite, and they are the terrorist forces. Just take them down. Guzhin's chilling laughter sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers, but they quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Who told you to step out of line? Get back. Wang Haijun commanded, glaring at him. Time to eat. Prepare for deployment. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison. Smiles creeping onto their faces, seemingly influenced by Guzhin's demeanor, which hinted at a certain cunning. They traversed the desolate Black Gobi to reach Mazong Mountain, a vital area along the northwestern border, adjacent to Outer Mongolia. The region was characterized by the main peak of Mazong Mountain, dry low hills, eroded mounds, and plains formed by alluvial deposits. The exercise was to take place on one of the mountains in this area. The terrain was gray and largely devoid of vegetation, surrounded by a vast expanse of desolate Gobi and sandy land, evoking a sense of both spaciousness and desolation. However, to the soldiers from the northwest, this was a majestic and expansive landscape. They were long accustomed to the moonlight over the yellow sands and Gobi of the frontier. Once the troops arrived, field tents were erected, battlefield cooking vehicles were set up, and all logistical facilities were in place. The tents of the 3rd Battalion were positioned on the left, while those of the 2nd Company were on the right, separated by about 50 meters. One was large, and the other was small. There was simply no comparison. The 2nd Company was only a company-level unit, fully staffed with 108 personnel, whereas the 3rd Battalion was a regiment-level unit, comprising 3 battalions, each with 3 companies. Each tasked differently, including dog units, chemical defense units, artillery units, communication units, and electronic warfare units. What did the 2nd Company have? Nothing but a group of eager soldiers. Hey, Lao Zhang, Lao Wang, is dinner ready? Let me see what you're eating, haha. Ren Lang, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, strolled over, loudly proclaiming. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun's faces darkened, remaining silent and refusing to engage. Just eating radishes, cabbage, and pork belly? This doesn't make sense. Why is the food for your 2nd Company so poor? How much is your food allowance? In front of the cooking vehicle, Tao Yonggang smiled at the inquiry. Sir, the food allowance for our 2nd Company is 8 yuan and 7, and with local subsidies, it comes to just under 10 yuan. 10 yuan? Not much. But how can you only have radishes and cabbage stewed with pork belly? Our 3rd Battalion has a food allowance of 19 yuan. We have beef, turtle, roast chicken. Everything you can imagine. Zhang Xiangyang could no longer sit still. He stood up, his face dark, and approached Ren Lang. Hey, Lao Zhang. We haven't even eaten yet. Since we're idle, let us organize a singing competition, Ren Lang suggested, offering a cigarette with a grin. Before the exercise, we should let the soldiers relax a bit. Of course, we have the numbers. If you're afraid, who says we're afraid? Zhang Xiangyang shot back, brushing the cigarette aside. He turned to issue an order. Deputy Captain, assemble the troops. We will have a singing contest with the 3rd Battalion. If we can't match them, you'll run around the mountain with weights. Yes, sir. Chapter 32. Venting frustration quickly, both units assembled. On the left was the densely packed 3rd Battalion, boasting over 1,000 men, while the right held the 2nd Company, consisting of just over 100 soldiers. Appearing pitifully weak, how could they compete in a singing contest? The disparity was stark. The voices of 100 men would be drowned out by over 1,000. Guzhin, Wang Haijun called. Here. Guzhin jogged over. Organize the singing contest. Instructor, how do I organize it? The sides are not evenly matched. Guarantee you the fiercest in a fight? Can't you handle singing? Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Guzhin sprinted back, positioning himself at the front of the line to organize the singing. Just then, the 3rd Battalion began their chant. 2nd Company, let us hear you. Come on, 2nd Company. If you're asked to sing, then just sing. Don't be shy. Watermelon skin, winter melon skin, no cheating allowed. Machine guns, 2 legs. The 2nd Company can't even open their mouths. Laughter erupted from the 3rd Battalion, who did not regard the 2nd Company at all, immediately mocking them. Such arrogance. Guzhin, with a fierce glare, muttered to himself, this is utterly outrageous. Let us show them. Yes, let us do it. No shame, only determination. The soldiers were on the verge of exploding with fury. Guzhin nodded vigorously and raised his hand. The 3rd unit fell silent, their eyes glinting with mockery. They were eager to see how the 2nd unit would measure up against them. Clearing his throat, Guzhin inhaled deeply and began to sing, The Girl Across the Way. Look this way. Ready to sing. The 2nd unit paused momentarily before bursting into laughter and joining in. The Girl Across the Way. Look this way. Look this way. The third unit was momentarily stunned, then seethed with anger as many soldiers stood up, pointing fingers at the second unit, hurling insults. What does the second unit mean by this? Are they seeking trouble? Who gave them such audacity? Come on, let us have a match. This was absurd and utterly disgusting. If you can't keep up, you're ready to fight? Come on, step up and face us. Guzhin, hands on his hips, provocatively thrust his hips forward while shouting, if you can't keep up, just be quiet. Stop wasting our time. If you're capable, then sing. Let us hear the third unit. The second unit erupted into applause, joyfully singing along. The third unit, red-faced and furious, realized they had been thoroughly outsmarted by the second unit, and their pride was wounded. One officer from the third unit stood up, his voice booming. Let us sing a song that makes the second unit feel our might. The solemn national emblem. Ready to sing. The solemn national emblem shone in the morning sun, the gleaming rifles reflecting cold light as the armed police warriors bravely pressed forward. The united voices of 1,000 soldiers filled the air with a powerful resonance, echoing across the desert and between the rocks, inspiring and intimidating. Just as their song began to swell, Guzhin issued an order. Second unit, stand up. All soldiers rose, bewildered by Guzhin's intentions. For the safety of our motherland and the hopes of our nation, our vigilant eyes searched day and night in every direction. The song ceased, yet its echoes remained, suffused with a palpable masculine vigor. The third unit, incensed, sang their song with even greater fervor, determined to assert their dominance. Mealtime. Guzhin waved his hand. About face, march. 1-2, 1-2. Thousands of eyes widened in disbelief as he declared mealtime and simply walked away. What is this? Are they really singing a pre-meal song for the second unit? Yes, indeed. Traditionally, soldiers sing a song before meals. And now the third unit had just performed one for the second unit. Second unit, halt. This was outrageous. Attack them. Someone hurled a bench forward in frustration. They were genuinely infuriated. From the start of the singing to this moment, the second unit had brazenly slapped their faces. The scene was spiraling out of control. With 1,000 soldiers from the third unit boiling over with rage, feeling humiliated. Is this the style of the third unit? Resorting to fights when they can't outsing? Zhang Xiangyang glared. You are the People's Army, the nation's armed forces. What kind of decorum is this? The ability of a unit to win battles is rooted in its conduct. Look at your soldiers in the third unit. Alas, a bad soldier reflects poorly on their leader. His voice, neither loud nor soft, was perfectly pitched for the leaders of the third unit to hear. Upon realizing this, Zhang Xiangyang turned to leave. The two leaders of the third unit turned pale with fury, immediately summoning all squad leaders and unit leaders. Is this the caliber of soldiers you command? Is this what you brought me? Resorting to brawls here? Utterly ridiculous. Each of you write a 20,000-word self-critique and submit it to me by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. A group of officers wore glum expressions, yet they dared not retort, channeling their resentment towards the second unit. That evening, class meetings were held. The battalion commander, Ren Lang Lang, whispered to the officers, when the drill officially begins, make sure to thoroughly punish the second unit. Absolutely, let us make it count. This was communicated to every squad and soldier. The second unit felt exhilarated, relishing the taste of their meal, cabbage, vermicelli, and pork, more delicious than usual. Finally, they could vent their frustrations. Well done. Wang Haijun patted Guzhin on the shoulder, smiling. I knew you had it in you. Otherwise, the captain wouldn't have gone to such lengths to bring you here. Isn't it the opposite? You wanted me gone? Guzhin retorted. Hey, can you speak like that? Wang Haijun glared. If I truly wanted you gone, you would have left long ago. The fact that you're still here proves we don't want you to go. Saying so is merely a test. And look, you've passed the test, full of soldierly spirit. Guzhin rolled his eyes, admiring the instructor's unabashed authenticity. However, he had to admit that both the captain and the instructor were deserving of respect. At mealtime, the two officers did not have their own special table but chose to sit with the soldiers. During training, they arrived first, followed by the soldiers. During leisure time, they played and joked together with the soldiers. There was no pretense. Within the unit, they were approachable, trustworthy, and respected elder brothers. Instructor, we are bursting with energy for this drill. If we are to act as a fearsome armed force, then let us be the fiercest, Guzhin declared to Wang Haijun. Though he said this, he knew it wouldn't be easy. Wang Haijun frowned. We are meant to endure, you understand? If we could resist, the second unit wouldn't bother with them. Unfortunately, I have a plan. Guzhin squinted, a grin forming. If we follow my lead, we can resist within the rules. But I worry about whether you and the captain can withstand the pressure. If you can't hold up, we will endure. The instructor's face was fierce. We must show them that we will not be bullied. Chapter 33. Someone is sabotaging. This was a large-scale drill. With nearly all the leadership present, including leaders from brother units, the commanders and staff officers of various subordinate units, and local officials. This was the first time a drill closely mimicking actual combat conditions in border anti-terror operations was conducted. With all preparations complete, the rally concluded amidst applause. The third unit, fully armed, stood ready for deployment. The second unit, acting as the hypothetical enemy, removed their shoulder insignias and donned black hoods, entering the mountains. For the next 24 hours, the third unit aimed to swiftly annihilate the terror forces. We fight with determination. Victory is ours. Third unit, charge, charge, charge. The third unit, poised for action, unleashed a battle cry, their eyes radiating a fierce cold light, fully unleashing their combat spirit. Bang, bang, bang. The signal flares shot into the air, marking the official commencement of this close-to-real combat anti-terror drill. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, flames soared from the mountains, and the scent of gunpowder permeated the air, evoking the atmosphere of a battlefield. The third unit, with clear divisions of labor, split into 3 tactical teams, advancing towards the mountain space with precision. Safety, safety, safety. A series of exquisite tactical maneuvers provided a visually pleasing experience. The standard equipment and flawless coordination earned frequent nods from distant commanders. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Remarkable. The tactical skills are commendable. Ultimately, all practice must translate into combat. The praise from the leaders of allied units brought immense joy to the senior officials, who were thoroughly satisfied with the performance of the third team. Truly a professional counterterrorism unit. Their methodical takeover and progressive search operations were entirely under the control of the third team. In contrast, the second squad, serving as the simulated adversary, wielded outdated Type 56 submachine guns, the kind that mimicked the AK with wooden stocks. Their magazines were devoid of training rounds, completely empty. As they hid in the mountains, waiting for the third team to eliminate them. Close to real combat? Indeed, merely close. The third team had 2 firearms each, assault rifles and handguns, loaded with training rounds filled with rubber projectiles. Upon sighting them, they would open fire. Although these rubber bullets were non-lethal, they were incapacitating, inflicting excruciating pain upon impact, rendering any counterattack impossible. The disparity was glaring, and Guzhan felt quite displeased. If they were to simulate real combat, they ought to be provided with a vehicle full of explosives. Unfortunately, the rules dictated their role as the defeated side, and that would not change. Captain, instructor, you go first, Guzhan said with a grin. Follow my lead, and I assure you there will be no issues. At most, you'll endure a couple of rubber bullets. Agreed. Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun concurred, believing Guzhan's words and plans to be sound. The two exchanged glances, raised their weapons, and charged from behind the rocks. The sounds of gunfire erupted, tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. Rubber projectiles struck their bodies, causing them to collapse to the ground. Continue firing. A command rang out from behind. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. Countless rubber projectiles rained down, relentless even as Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun lay on the ground. Despite their lower power, the penetrating force of the rubber bullets was significant. Dozens struck them, compounding the impact and breaking their ribs. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun convulsed, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, veins bulging on their faces and necks, their eyes rolling back. So, ruthless. Zhang Xiangyang managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. Third team. Ren Lang Lang. You were truly sinister. Wang Haijun's pupils dilated. While it was non-lethal, their bones were broken. Witnessing this, Guzhan's eyes turned crimson, fixating on the individual who had issued the command like a venomous serpent. From afar, leaders observed the elimination of the 2 simulated adversaries, nodding in approval. This was a promising start. The third team's tactical coordination was impressive, worthy of emulation. Moreover, their decisiveness in dealing with the enemy was commendable. Suddenly, all the soldiers acting as simulated enemies jumped out from their hiding spots, discarding their submachine guns and raising their hands high. The boss has been killed. We surrender. With our leader gone, we dare not oppose you any longer. We surrender. We surrender. Over 100 soldiers emerged, tossing down their weapons in surrender, leaving the third team, poised for victory, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. This was not part of the drill. What is happening? The commander furrowed his brow. It seemed that the terrorist forces had surrendered en masse, and the exercise had concluded with the third team's unscathed victory. Nonsense. The commander fumed. You won in just 15 minutes? How was this exercise arranged? Why did they surrender so suddenly? Observing the commander's anger, the personnel hurried to inquire about the situation. This was utterly unreliable. Such a grand exercise resulting in the terrorists capitulating without a fight in just 15 minutes. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. The person in charge rushed over, visibly agitated. The terrorists surrendered. Ran Lang Lang of the third team murmured. Who ordered your surrender? The person in charge shouted. Sir, From the perspective of the terrorists, surrendering was also an option, Guzhan replied confidently. The mountain was surrounded. Resisting meant certain death, so surrendering is understandable, is it not? What nonsense is this? Did you not review the exercise plan? The person in charge reprimanded. What is the second squad doing? Guzhan's expression shifted, his voice turning cold. Are the terrorists truly that weak? Have they exhausted all their resources? Are they merely waiting to be killed? If so, what is the purpose of this exercise? A mere charade. It is all a farce. You. The person in charge's face darkened, realizing this was a meticulously planned large-scale exercise. Yet the second squad's sudden surrender was utterly unacceptable. With so many leaders observing, including comrades from other provinces, public security officials, and provincial leaders. Good day, Commander. Suddenly, Guzhan stood at attention and saluted behind the person in charge. Unbeknownst to him, the commander and the chief of staff had arrived. Commander, the second squad has deviated from the exercise rules. Young man, continue speaking. Do not be afraid. The commander urged, furrowing his brow, signaling Guzhan to proceed. Commander, as a private, I am still new to the unit and may not understand much, but I do comprehend the injuries we endure when engaging with terrorists. Are they really that weak? No. Exercises must be grounded in reality. If they cannot reflect reality, then what is the purpose of the exercise? To send people to their deaths one after another during an actual large-scale conflict? Proceed. The commander's expression grew increasingly grave. Only by overcoming the strongest terrorist forces can we be prepared for any counterterrorism combat that may arise. I believe we must have opposition. An exercise without opposition, or one that is merely a facade, serves no purpose beyond superficial appearance. Commander, I speak as I think. After all, I am merely a private, so I fear nothing. Well said. The commander remarked, tossing out a statement before turning silently to leave. Chapter 34. Who cannot play with life? The exercise was halted just 15 minutes in, with all participating officers summoned to a tent. The sounds of shattered cups and fist-pounding tables echoed repeatedly as the commander raged within. He demanded a genuine exercise. Not a child's game, where they merely ran around before retreating home to watch. You little brats. What a mess. The sounds of curses accompanied the shattering of objects, causing the outside sentries to break into a sweat, trembling in fear. After a full 20 minutes, the commander emerged from the tent, his face still flushed with lingering anger. Though he managed to suppress it in front of other leaders, he strode to the podium, microphone in hand, and issued an order. I hereby declare the counter-exercise officially commenced. Second squad, unleash your full potential. If you manage to inflict a 1/5 loss on the third team, I will award you collective third-class merit. If you cause a 1/4 loss, I will grant you second-class merit. Should you inflict a loss of half their strength, I will bestow first-class merit upon your squad, and personally assign you a distinct unit designation. Furthermore, your squad will receive 2 promotions. The commander was genuinely furious. He now demanded the second squad to put up a strong fight, and if they met the conditions, there would be no issue. However, upon hearing this, the second squad did not display much excitement. They were not motivated by collective first-class merit, nor by a unique designation, and certainly not by the 2 promotion slots. Their captain and instructor were unable to participate, having sustained injuries from over 100 rubber bullets, with 2 ribs broken. Deputy Captain Li Linzhong, suppressing his anger, spoke up. The expressions of all present darkened, their gazes towards the third team igniting with fierce determination. The ruthlessness of these individuals is astounding. Rubber projectiles are inherently incapacitating weapons. Just a few can render a person immobile for an extended period. They unleashed hundreds of rounds, continuing to fire even at those who had fallen. How do we proceed? Zhang Xiaozhe inquired, narrowing his eyes. In a matter of moments, Deputy Commander Li Linzhong sketched a rudimentary map on the ground. Here, and here, hold the line. They would defend while systematically wearing down the enemy. This plan seemed the most prudent, although they had guns without ammunition. The elevated positions would suffice for the 3 teams to secure their footing. I concur with the Deputy Commander's strategy. Assistant Instructor Zhang Hongbin nodded. I agree. I also agree. As every squad leader expressed their agreement, dissent emerged. I disagree. All heads turned to Guzhan, the source of the objection. What is your concern? The Deputy Commander asked. Giving way to Guzhan's opposition, having recognized the young man's resourcefulness, Guzhan swiftly erased the map with his hand and spoke urgently. We are at a disadvantage with guns, but no ammunition. Defending will be exceedingly difficult. Our objective should not be merely to defend, but to embody the spirit of the 2nd Battalion and fight with its soul. His impassioned words ignited fervor among the ranks. Yes, they were to unleash the indomitable spirit of the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion is fierce and strikes first. Each of us must take down 4. Even if we are annihilated, we shall consume half of them. Guzhen's eyes gleamed with a fervor bordering on madness, his lips trembling with anticipation. Not only him, but also the deputy commander, assistant instructor, squad leaders, and all the soldiers bore the predatory gaze of wolves. They would disperse, each a lone wolf, yet ready to converge into a pack. Their roles were established, a band of desperate warriors pushed to the brink. Eliminate one to break even, two to profit. Who among us does not dare to fight for our lives? The words exuded the spirit of a desperate outlaw, resonating with a savage bloodlust that stirred the already ignited blood within each soldier. Who among us does not dare to fight for our lives? This is the battle of the 2nd Battalion, not a plea for explanations from the commander or instructors. Guzhen murmured, each must bear their own burden. Let us keep matters clear. Li Linzhong shot him a glance, then turned decisively. 2nd Battalion, assemble. Instantly, all personnel gathered, awaiting the deputy commander's orders. Each of you must take down at least 4. Failure to complete this task means you cannot claim to be a member of the 2nd Battalion. This ensuing battle is for the honor of the 2nd Battalion. It is a fight to the death. The soldiers immediately sprinted up the mountain, seeking hiding spots and employing any available means for camouflage, their eyes narrowing into bloodthirsty wolf-like slits. Next, they would fight to manifest the unique spirit of the 2nd Battalion. The exercise resumed, with the 3rd team splitting into numerous tactical units, centering their assault on the mountaintop and advancing with an impenetrable encirclement. Remember, upon encountering any member of the 2nd Battalion, engage with lethal intent. Ron Lang gritted his teeth. Show no mercy, understand? The animosity between the factions had solidified, and both sides were determined to clash fiercely. A 5-member tactical advance team proceeded cautiously, scanning their surroundings and carefully navigating the rocky terrain. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the rubble without warning, wielding a non-lethal submachine gun and striking a special operations soldier with ferocity. The impact echoed as the soldier crumpled to the ground. Simultaneously, the figure collapsed heavily, kicking towards another special operations soldier's leg. A scream pierced the air as the second soldier fell, clutching his leg in agony. This figure sprang back up, seizing the wrist of a 3rd soldier and twisting it with a brutal technique. The sound of dislocated bones resonated ominously. Next, the figure lunged at a 4th soldier. Gunfire erupted as rubber bullets struck the assailant's chest. With a howl, the figure summoned its final strength to deliver a devastating blow to the opponent's neck. The rapidity of these events was overwhelming. This individual was entirely committed to the fight. Gunfire continued as the last soldier unleashed a barrage upon him, rubber projectiles rebounding off his body, bringing him into violent convulsions. Private Hu Staolong, mission accomplished. With a roar, this member of the 2nd Battalion succumbed to unconsciousness. The wolf-like ferocity of the 2nd Battalion transformed each soldier into a relentless force. From a distance, the commanders rose in alarm, their pupils constricting sharply. They witnessed firsthand the ferocity of the 2nd Battalion, who engaged with unrestrained fervor, showing no mercy in their assault. Is this the nature of wolf soldiers? Not just in this location. Another soldier from the 2nd Battalion, face contorted in rage, clutched a special operations elite and smashed his head into the opponent's nose. Blood erupted. The elite howled in agony, collapsing from standing to crouching, cradling his face as he fell to his knees, seemingly with a broken nose. Without pausing, the soldier swept his leg, toppling another elite and delivering a punch to the opponent's groin. The elite's body arched painfully, his face contorted, rendered silent as he fell unconscious. Next, the soldier seized the left arm of another elite, wrenched it violently, and crashed his knee into the joint. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the elite fell, incapacitated. As gunfire erupted again, a barrage of rounds struck the soldier, but in his final act, he managed to hook the ankle of a 4th elite, yanking him down as he fell atop him, viciously biting into his neck. Let go. I am not your sworn enemy. Let go. The elite cried out, fear evident in his eyes. This was not merely a fight. It was a desperate struggle for survival. Gunfire rang out as another elite fired repeatedly at the soldier's neck with rubber bullets, rendering him unconscious. Yet, the soldier held on with fierce determination, his teeth embedded in flesh. Commander, this exercise cannot continue. The 2nd Battalion has gone mad. The exercise supervisor exclaimed anxiously. They are fighting to kill, breaking bones and causing severe injuries. Even if there are no fatalities, this exercise could result in significant non-combat casualties. The supervisor was nearly in a panic. It had only just begun, and the 2nd Battalion soldiers were behaving like ravenous wolves, treating the 3rd team's elite as sworn enemies. Within a short span, over 20 soldiers were rendered unable to fight, all severely injured. Is the 2nd Battalion more ruthless, or is it the terror squad? The commander inquired. The exercise continued, bolstered by personnel for battlefield first aid. I want to witness this confrontation. I wish to see how far the 3rd team has taken counterterrorism operations. Understood. Despite the supervisor's cold sweat, he dared not voice a single word more, knowing that the exercise had to proceed. As for the injured, or even the potential for fatalities, that burden rested solely upon him. Is this truly the 2nd Battalion? A leader remarked, how fierce and relentless. They are truly a pack of wolves. The commander, silent, lifted his binoculars to gaze across the slope, unable to suppress his admiration. Excellent. This young warrior is remarkable, indeed. With his words, the other leaders also raised their binoculars, their faces reflecting varying degrees of astonishment. This was Guzhan, standing before the commander with a demeanor both humble and proud. With a sudden burst of energy, Guzhan charged forth, seizing a Special Forces soldier's rifle with his right hand and delivering a swift kick to the soldier's abdomen. The impact was thunderous as the soldier collapsed. In the same fluid motion, Guzhan spun midair, bringing his right foot crashing down upon another soldier's shoulder. The force was overwhelming. The soldier fell to one knee, caught off guard, only to be met with a knee strike to the face. Blood sprayed as he fell back, lifeless. Simultaneously, Guzhan grasped the neck of a 3rd Special Forces soldier, pulling him close. The sound of gunfire erupted as rubber bullets struck the soldier. Guzhan thrust him towards a 4th soldier before darting away, delivering an elbow strike that felled him instantly. As the 5th soldier aimed at him, Guzhan seized the gun barrel, crashing into him and executing a flawless throw. The 5th soldier hit the ground, attempting to rise, only to be met with a kick to the head that rendered him unconscious. In a mere span of seconds, Guzhan had dispatched 5 opponents with unparalleled precision and ferocity. Victory! He shouted, swiftly collecting the 5 rifles scattered on the ground and hurling them to his comrades as he sprinted uphill. Nearby, gunfire echoed, accompanied by the agonized cries of soldiers struck by rubber bullets. Li Linzhong has taken down 7. The deputy commander has fallen. Zhang Hongbin has taken down 6. On the other side, bullets struck Deputy Commander Zhang Hongbin, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, veins bulging like worms on his neck, his body arched in agony. The deputy commander was also defeated. Corporal Wei Wu had taken down 5. Private He Jun had taken down 4. Corporal He Hu had felled 4. Ha ha ha. Sergeant Guan Yu had taken down 5. Private Hu Shufu had taken down 4. Hearing the chorus of triumph around him, Guzhan surveyed the scene, his eyes gleaming with pride and glory. His comrades fought with ferocious tenacity, refusing to yield, tearing into their foes like wolves until they could no longer stand. The motto of the 2nd Squadron, fierce as wolves, was truly not just a phrase, but a reality forged through relentless combat. In a short span, dozens of warriors from the 2nd Squadron had succumbed, not thinking of survival, but fixated on taking down as many opponents as possible. The 3rd Squadron was on the brink of madness, feeling the terrifying pressure from the 2nd Squadron. Wolfpack! Zhang Xiaozhi roared. Dozens of soldiers from the 2nd Squadron surged forward, viciously attacking a tactical unit of the enemy. Gunfire, screams, and the sounds of bones snapping filled the air. In mere seconds, an entire platoon of 30 lay defeated, while only 7 soldiers from the 2nd Squadron had fallen. The warriors, embodying the wolf pack strategy, swiftly maneuvered and attacked another tactical unit. The exercise had devolved into a bloody slaughter, leaving all observing officers in shock, their eyes wide with fear. These soldiers were indeed the true wolf warriors. The commander clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. The 2nd Squadron, the rightful wolf warriors. Allow me to once again feel the surge of blood. The spectacle had transcended a mere counterterrorism exercise. It had become the ultimate transformation of the 2nd Squadron from mere ferocity to unparalleled warrior prowess. Chapter 36, Initiated by Action. Exploded by duty, the battle intensified dramatically as both sides engaged in a fierce mountain assault. After experiencing chaos and fear, the 3rd Squadron quickly regrouped, using smoke grenades to create barriers and flashbangs to incapacitate the 2nd Squadron. As a result, the number of soldiers in the 2nd Squadron dwindled rapidly, and after an hour, only a mere 10 remained. Boom! A flashbang detonated beside a private, leaving him momentarily deaf and blinded. The enemy closed in, delivering brutal blows that left him battered and bloodied. Damn it! He spat, blood spilling as he defiantly challenged. If you have the guts, kill me. Come on, kick me. Let us see if you can break your grandfather's bones. With a swift kick to his chest, at that moment, the private quickly caught the foot, summoning every ounce of strength to roll and topple his assailant. A crack echoed as the Special Forces soldier's leg twisted painfully. Let go! He screamed in agony. But the private held on fiercely. A rifle but struck the private's head, staggering him momentarily, yet he persisted. Let go! Came the demand, accompanied by more strikes. His face was bloodied and battered, but he refused to relent. You'll break my leg. Let go! He held. You think I'm afraid? I won't yield. The Special Forces soldier, in sheer pain and fear, shouted for mercy, but the private laughed. Now you know the 2nd Squadron is not to be trifled with, right? Admit it. and I'll let go. I'll chop off your hand. A special forces soldier brandished a knife at the private's wrist. Chop it? Not a chance. Or you're my grandson. The clash continued until a gunshot rang out from Guzhan, who shot the private with precision, ensuring his comrade would not suffer further torment from the relentless enemy. The second squadron was composed of resolute warriors. Even if they lost a limb, they would not submit. Guzhan, filled with disdain, declared, "Do you understand why? Because this is the spirit of the second squadron. We never shout 'use me' in the first battle. And I will win. We only fight with ferocity." Gunfire erupted around him as Guzhan retreated behind a rock, evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, nearly all soldiers of the second squadron had been incapacitated, with Zhang Xiao's count standing at 11 defeated foes, echoing the last wolf howl of their squadron. There was no one left. Every soldier of the second squadron had fallen, fighting until they could no longer move. In a terrifying twist, the third squadron had suffered over 400 casualties. This was a battle of grossly unequal numbers, against 10 times their strength, after just over an hour. The casualty ratio had spiraled to over 1:4. All those witnessing the drill were engulfed in a fervent sense of passion. Some had traversed such a fiery journey, while others had not. Yet, regardless of their experiences, they were all conquered by the indomitable ferocity of the second squad. How was this formidable unit forged? The commander inquired of the squad leader. Reporting, sir, in 4 words, loyalty to the nation. The squad leader stood upright as he relayed his report. What commendable loyalty to the nation? The commander turned to face the leaders in the stands and spoke solemnly. Our troops, our soldiers, are now preoccupied with honor, chanting slogans. Yet they have forgotten the very essence of being a soldier. This essence is encapsulated in the phrase loyalty to the nation. Only by harboring such loyalty can one possess the resilient spirit to fight on, even when battered. Just like a soldier. Fierce and unyielding. Indeed, today's troops have placed honor at the forefront, reflecting their relentless pursuit of glory. It is entirely natural for soldiers to yearn for accomplishments. Yet they often overlook the core tenet, especially in conventional forces. It can come to an end, the commander declared. Not yet, sir. The second squad has not been entirely vanquished. 2 remain, the squad leader replied. Who? Private Guzhan and Private Ludalu. On the mountainside. Guzhan and Ludala nestled behind a rock, while in front of them stood a throng from the third squad. Dalu, your task is to serve as my shield, absorbing the rubber projectiles so I can infiltrate the crowd. Guzhan instructed Ludalu. Why should I take the bullets for you? You nearly obliterated me once. I am the last of my lineage. Ludala glared fiercely at Guzhan. It's simple, for the squad's independence. Guzhan asserted. For all the brothers we have lost, does that reason suffice? Let us do it. Ludalu replied, his eyes narrowing. Though you may be cunning, you are still a key player. Fine, I shall shield you, but remember, I can take down 10 on my own, and you must account for mine. 10? I will annihilate them. Ludalu growled, I like your spirit. With a fierce roar, Ludalu sprang forth, transforming into a raging juggernaut, charging towards the third squad. Boom, boom, boom. The gunfire erupted, rubber projectiles mercilessly striking his body, yet his formidable physique surged forward, crashing into the throng. Guzhan followed closely, using Ludalu as his shield to plunge into the fray. Each punch and kick exuded unparalleled aggression, toppling foes one after another. Guzhan, give them hell. Ludalu's body convulsed, eyes rolling back. He could endure no longer. He had brought Guzhan into the fray. Huh. Guzhan bellowed, taking a powerful step forward. Right fist leading, left fist drawn back. The aura of battle enveloped him, transforming him into a human weapon. From a distance, the commander keenly observed the ferocity of this private, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. He is a wolf king. What does he intend? The squad leader asked, astonished. He aims to eliminate the remaining 500 of the third squad. The commander murmured, struggling to contain his excitement, his face flushed. In the vast desert, one can see the soldier amidst the solitary smoke. Indeed, Guzhan sought to obliterate the remaining forces of the third squad. Whether achievable or not, his audacity was unparalleled. His fervor ignited by duty. The spirit of the second squad coursed through him. Even as a lone warrior, he embodied its essence. The second squad, fierce as wolves. Guzhan unleashed his assault, true to the spirit of the wolves. Chapter 37. A lone rider amongst thousands surrounded, Guzhan transformed into a beast, launching a tempestuous offensive against the special operations members of the third squad. He seized one operative's arm, deftly sliding to fracture his wrist. The operative cried out in agony, collapsing, and in that moment, Guzhan pivoted, driving his knee into the fallen soldier. Thud! As the operative hit the ground. He attempted to rise, but found his right hand incapacitated, his left leg nearly devoid of strength. Though unbroken, The pain mimicked that of a fracture due to Gu Zhan's finesse in controlling his force, leaving the soldier on the brink of collapse. A special operations member, wielding a shield, charged towards him with ferocity. Yet in an instant, Gu Zhan spun like a whirlwind, grasping the operative's elbow, executing a twist. With precision, he struck the operative's lower back. A muffled groan escaped the operative as he crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Gu Zhan pressed on with close-quarters combat, targeting joints with lethal precision: wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, spine, tailbone, and neck, even the ribs, every vulnerable point of the human body. His strikes were fierce yet calculated, just shy of inflicting fatal harm, rendering these elite operatives ineffective. Amidst this chaos, the area appeared as a dense mass of bodies, akin to a swirling flood, with Gu Zhan as a lone vessel navigating through the storm. Fight! Manifest the spirit of the second squad. Battle forth the unyielding soul of the second squad. One after another, the special operatives fell, unable to utilize their rifles in such close quarters, resorting to fists and shields. This was precisely the outcome Gu Zhan desired. For he knew the limitations of firearms in close combat, where blades reign supreme, especially in melee situations. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of a pistol echoed as one operative drew his weapon, unleashing a hail of rubber projectiles at Gu Zhan. In a flash, Gu Zhan reacted, pivoting and using another operative as his shield. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets struck the second operative, incapacitating him and sending him to the ground in convulsions. Gu Zhan lunged at the shooter, and before the operative could react, he crumpled, clutching his leg in pain. How exhilarating! Gu Zhan roared, his adrenaline surging as he darted through the throng, each operative he encountered collapsing in agony. This spectacle drew the commander's attention, his heart racing with exhilaration, even mirroring the rhythm of the Private S movements. Nearby, at a multifunctional kitchen vehicle, Tao Yonggang muttered to himself while observing through binoculars, bone-crushing. This is the most ruthless close-quarters combat, a skill known only to soldiers. Gu Xianji even taught this to his son. Bone-crushing, by definition, refers to the act of shattering an enemy's bones, a technique honed through years of battlefield experience by soldiers. This lethal technique is seldom employed, yet when it is, it signifies a desperate situation, necessitating a bold incursion into the enemy's ranks. In this moment, Gu Zhan unleashed his formidable prowess, embodying the spirit of a do-or-die battle. However, he exercised restraint, inflicting injuries without breaking bones. Before long, 20 elite commandos lay defeated on the ground, while Gu Zhan carved a path through the encirclement. The sound of gunfire erupted, a cacophony of bullets as hundreds of soldiers raised their rifles, directing their fire towards Gu Zhan, who had narrowly escaped close combat. Countless rubber projectiles surged forth, creating a visual tempest in the air. The ground was soon enveloped in a haze of dust as the projectiles struck fiercely. Bouncing back to form a chaotic heap, Gu Zhan propelled himself forward, rolling frantically over the various rocks. At this juncture, the third unit seemed to have abandoned tactical strategy. Suffering considerable losses, and the mere presence of this solitary soldier had instilled genuine panic, prompting them to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon him. What a spectacle! The third unit had already succumbed, defeated in spirit. As the dust settled, hundreds of eyes searched for Gu Zhan, only to find him utterly vanished. Where could he be? He could not have simply disappeared. Yet, Gu Zhan had indeed vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The terrain around him offered no stones large enough for an adult to conceal themselves, and there was nothing within several dozen meters. In such an environment, one could not simply disappear. Yet, Gu Zhan had managed to do just that. On the viewing platform, the commander, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow in search of Gu Zhan. The leaders behind him were equally engrossed in the search. The fervor of battle had turned into a silence, all due to Gu Zhan's inexplicable disappearance. Where was he? Suddenly, a team armed with shields rushed to the forefront, forming a solid line as they began to advance steadily. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Suddenly, tension gripped the front line as fear spread across their faces. For they were confronted by a steep cliff, a drop of nearly 20 meters. The special forces scrambled to the edge of the precipice, eager to ascertain whether Gu Zhan had plunged into the abyss. At that moment, a defiant roar emanated from below. Gu Zhan emerged from beneath, his eyes ablaze with defiance, a derisive smirk playing upon his lips. He had concealed himself beneath the overhanging rocks, maintaining his grip to remain suspended until the third unit drew near. Battle resumed. Chaos ensued wherever he tread, leaving all in his wake prostrate, elevating the battlefield's rhythm to its zenith, leading forth a grand momentum akin to a lone rider amidst a sea of warriors. Chapter 38. A fearsome wolf king. None could impede his relentless advance, nor withstand his bone-crushing attacks. The encircling third unit had become a mere jest, akin to a flock of sheep attempting to surround a ravenous wolf. Excellent. The commander exclaimed, his fist clenched in enthusiasm. What a magnificent wolf king! A leader declared excitedly, though I have never served. I have seen enough soldiers to know that none can rival this wolf king. Having infiltrated and emerged from the encirclement, a true soldier, a true wolf king. This spectacle stirred all leaders to fervor, reigniting the once dormant passion within them, transporting them back to their youthful days. It is time to conclude, the commander issued the order. With a resounding boom, 3 signal flares soared into the sky, signaling the end of the exercise. There was no need to continue, should they proceed. Guzhen would surely be gravely injured by the overwhelming numbers. Despite his ferocity, he remained but one man. Upon witnessing the signal flares, the 3rd unit hesitated briefly before hastily retreating down the mountain. Damn it! Guzhen cursed at the flares. What signal is this? I haven't had my fill of battle yet. Indeed, he had not yet finished, having only completed 1 incursion and still falling short of his goal by 4. Yet orders were orders, and this exercise, which should have unfolded normally, concluded in an unexpected manner. Rest, adjustment, and a debriefing followed. The 2nd unit, battered and bruised. Some unable to stand straight, nevertheless held their chests high, gritting their teeth in defiance. Their formation was askew, yet no one demanded they realign, nor did anyone criticize them. Instead, the gazes directed at them brimmed with respect and affirmation, even from the soldiers of the 3rd unit. This exercise transcended mere training, exceeding expectations beyond comprehension. As the commander stood before the disarrayed 2nd unit, he addressed them with solemnity. First and foremost, I extend military honors to all soldiers of the 2nd unit. With that, the commander stood erect, raising his right hand in salute to the 2nd unit. This gesture astonished everyone, leaving the 2nd unit in a state of disbelief. Salute, Zhangxiangyang. Enduring the agony of broken bones, let out a voice that tore through the air. He could swear that this command resonated louder and more earnestly than any he had ever issued. In unison, the 2nd unit raised their right hands, returning the salute. Well done, wolf soldiers, the commander nodded. In service to the people, they roared in unison, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. Wolf soldiers? The commander referred to them as such. This was acknowledgement, validation, and trust. Today, I have witnessed an indomitable pack of wolf soldiers, far more impactful than 1,000 rehearsals. The commander proclaimed. We need soldiers like these. All slogans are hollow, but what we witness today is tangible. How do we serve as loyal guardians of the party and the people? By being unyielding, unbreakable, and resilient, like these wolf soldiers. Tears welled in the eyes of all 2nd unit soldiers, for they had received recognition. Their struggles rewarded with the highest praise. Wolf soldiers are forged through rigorous training in the spirit of iron will. The commander approached the 2nd unit, meeting their tear-filled gazes, and gently placed his hand on each shoulder, leaving none untouched. The entire area fell silent, observing this seemingly trivial yet profoundly significant gesture. The debriefing concluded, and each unit was ordered to rest in place. Yes, in accordance with standard procedures, the anticipated lengthy speeches were absent, replaced only by the commander's brief remarks to the 2nd unit. The 3rd unit did not even receive a glance from him, as the troops remained in place. A meeting was convened for officers of brigade level and above. Guzhen, Captain Zhang Xiangyang called out. Here, Guzhen replied. Zhang Xiangyang smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Guzhen, well done. Instructor Wang Haijun raised 2 thumbs in approval. The 2 were forcing smiles despite their injuries, struggling to offer their praise. Guzhen shot them a fleeting glance, momentarily igniting a flicker of anger in his eyes. You little rascal, are you some sort of prodigy? Vice Captain Li Linzhong chuckled. You've got my respect, brother. We are professionals, Vice Instructor Zhang Hongbin added with a smile. Guzhen, you are the best among professionals. Guzhen, I truly have the utmost respect for you. Brother, if anyone dares to call you a coward, I shall be the first to deal with them. From top to bottom, all regarded Guzhen with newfound respect, genuinely recognizing him as an iron-blooded brother of the 2nd unit. Brothers, I really didn't do anything special. Guzhen spoke with utmost seriousness. I merely followed the spirit of the 2nd squad, adhered to its essence, and nothing more. I consider myself fortunate to have you, my pack of brothers, and I take immense pride in standing shoulder to shoulder with you as comrades. I was once oblivious to the true meaning of being a soldier. It was the 2nd squad that forged me into a genuine warrior. This heartfelt declaration encapsulates Guzhen's deepest sentiments, the very essence he yearned to convey. Previously, he was not a soldier. It was only after joining the 2nd squad that he was sculpted into one. Regardless of how far he may go in the future, this place will forever remain the home that tugs at his soul. Sitting nearby, Zhang Xiaozhi beamed with a radiant smile. Fully aware that Guzhen had now become a complete soldier, imbued with a profound sense of collective honor and belonging. Guzhen, let us forget about that incident. Lu Delu interjected, glaring with wide eyes and a gruff voice. I'm a simple man, not very clever. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask. If you need to relieve yourself, I'll stand guard and endure the stench. If you need to urinate, I'll stand at attention like a sentinel. Ha ha. Lou de Lou, aren't you bothered by Gujan's foulness? Came the laughter. All right. Looks like someone finally has his hands full. Lou de Lou, the epitome of a rough man, was undeniably sincere in his coarseness, which made him endearing. You don't understand anything. Lou de Lou, now slightly irate amidst the laughter, retorted. I was just using a metaphor, all right? Do you really think I'd go sniffing Gujan's waist? That'd be foolish beyond measure. No laughing allowed. Only Gujan can laugh. If anyone else laughs, I'll settle the score with them. The atmosphere was filled with mirth in the second squad, contrasting sharply with the oppressive silence enveloping the third squad. They had suffered a complete and utter defeat, not just in battle but in spirit, morale, and the indescribable essence of military camaraderie. Despite possessing superior equipment, enhanced training resources, and clearer, more refined military roles, they had been thoroughly vanquished. Is this the disparity? If so, it is indeed staggering. Chapter 39. Two different kinds of frenzy. After dinner, the members of the second squad, having endured a life-and-death struggle, retired early. Gujan meandered away from the camp, heading towards the nearby third squad. The matter was far from over. Halt, commanded the sentry, eyeing Gujan sternly. I'm here to see Captain Ren Lang Lang. Gujan replied with a smile. No need to be tense or frightened. I, Gujan, am not a terrorist. Just a soldier. Please inform him that I wish to meet Captain Ren Lang Lang. You are Gujan? The sentry gasped. For Gujan's name had spread throughout the third squad. Whenever mentioned, it elicited a mixture of awe and trepidation, especially among those who had faced him. This man was formidable. He had even dared to leap off a cliff, clutching the rocks, awaiting their approach for another close-quarters battle. He was reckless, yet his ferocity was unparalleled. I am Gujan. Please inform him I seek an audience. I have matters to discuss, Gujan added with a friendly demeanor. The sentry hesitated momentarily before reaching for the radio. Captain Ren, Gujan from the second squad is here to see you. Should I let him in? Upon hearing the name, Ren Lang Lang, who had been writing a report, immediately threw down his pen. Let him in. Upon entering, Gujan noticed the camp of the third squad was eerily quiet. This was not due to rest, but because the entire unit was seated, writing reports specifically. The officers were writing reflections while the soldiers penned their thoughts. Their defeat had been devastating. The two leaders of the unit were on the brink of being reprimanded by their superiors. And the first order of business upon returning was a complete overhaul of the squad. Gujan, Ren Lang Lang fixed his gaze on the visitor. Ah, Captain Ren. Good to see you. Gujan replied with a smile, gesturing towards the silent troops. You and your squad are quite diligent, still studying at this hour. Impressive. This spirit of learning is something we in the second squad should emulate. Ren Lang Lang's expression darkened considerably, yet Gujan continued. Our atmosphere of learning is rather lacking. We're always caught up in training, merely a bunch of bumpkins. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Ren? Private, are you mocking me? Ren Lang Lang said coldly. Speak plainly, or I'll remind you that I am a major. His words highlighted the vast disparity in their ranks, one a major, the other a mere private. Very well. I shall be brief. Gujan's smile faded as he scrutinized Ren Lang Lang's glowering face. Comrade Ren Lang Lang, former commander of the second squad, has been responsible for the disciplinary actions against 4 combat team leaders and their assistants, managing the squad with an iron fist and facing opposition from the entire unit. In such circumstances, Ren Lang Lang implemented a high-pressure policy, punishing the non-commissioned officers and veterans multiple times. After beating a cook from Sichuan, he was reported to the battalion and subsequently dismissed from his position as commander of the second squad, which celebrated his departure. Ren Lang Lang's face darkened further, his eyes blazing with fury, for this was his history. After the incident, he was transferred to the third squad. Gujan had gleaned this information from various soldiers without hesitation, even managing to connect with the cook who had been forced to report the incident. What do you mean by that? Ren Lang Lang hissed ominously. Nothing of significance. Your past is irrelevant to me. I am here for one matter. Gujan fixed his gaze intently on Ren Lang Lang. Who ordered the strike against my 2 elder brothers? Who commanded the brutal assault on the second squad? I hope, given your former affiliation with the second squad, you can provide us with an explanation. An explanation? You seek one from me. Is this a jest? Ren Lang Lang chuckled darkly. Injuries during combat are inevitable. Many of our soldiers are nursing fractures. You think I owe you an explanation? Get lost. This is the third squad. Do you think you can act recklessly here? Gujan exhaled heavily. Having unraveled the tangled web of relationships, Ren Lang Lang harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the second squad, blaming them for his misfortunes. Moreover, the arrangement for the second squad to assist the third squad had been orchestrated by the latter. Additionally, it was he who had instigated the aggression, for without orders, Those soldiers would not have continued firing after their comrades fell. You know, I was once a deserter. But it was the second squad that transformed me into a true soldier, Guzhan sighed. My two elder brothers are fiercely loyal. They train with us, share meals, and engage in light-hearted banter. During training, they are like the lords of hell, but once training concludes, they become our cherished brothers. Get out of my sight this instant, or I'll have the sentry throw you out. Ren Langlang shouted angrily. Yet Guzhan remained unfazed, undeterred by the threat. There are many types of arrogance in this world. Some are bold enough to take on the world, conquering wherever they go without regard for others. Such individuals are extraordinary. Indeed. However, there exists another type of arrogance, not one of defiance, but rather one that seeks to integrate, recognizing that solitude is not an option. Valuing every bond formed along the journey. This kind of boldness is measured, born out of righteousness. When the journey concludes, it is surrounded by brothers. With a cold stare directed at Ren Langlang, Guzhan continued, this is the understated kind of boldness. Ren Langlang had never encountered such a concept of boldness before. But he was disinclined to hear more, for Guzhan's gaze had transformed, revealing an unabashed arrogance akin to a blazing fire. Suddenly, Guzhan grasped Ren Langlang's right wrist. What are you doing? Ren Langlang barely had time to evade. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Guzhan coldly shattered Ren Langlang's wrist, not merely dislocating it, but breaking it. Ack! Ren Langlang let out a wretched scream, a cry of agony that reverberated through much of the team. Bam! Guzhan's elbow struck his face, and he swiftly seized the other hand, twisting it backward. Crack! A howl of torment erupted from Ren Langlang, his veins bulging, every pore of his body seemingly bursting with the excruciating pain radiating from his brain. Crack! 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 The relentless sound of bones breaking continued as Guzhan maintained a stoic expression, resembling a butcher methodically transforming Ren Langlang into a lifeless, pitiful creature. Throughout the ordeal, he uttered not a single word, exuding an aura of coldness and brutality. Eventually, Ren Langlang succumbed to unconsciousness, his limbs limp, drool escaping his mouth. Countless soldiers from Team 3 rushed over, surrounding him. Guzhan, the understated yet fierce Guzhan, looked down at Ren Langlang and solemnly declared, "For justice, we live." After uttering this, he turned to face the throng of soldiers, his demeanor calm and devoid of fear. Chapter 40. Lock him up. The third team was in chaos, a level of turmoil they had never experienced before. In their camp, Captain Ren Langlang had been severely beaten, his bones broken, likely rendering him incapable of continuing his special operations career. The instigator, Guzhan, remained eerily calm, as if nothing had transpired. This was no mere affront. It was a violent attack, a crime, a grievous injury. Oh, they have arrived? Guzhan smiled nonchalantly. Don't be nervous. I won't run. Nor can I escape, haha. Guzhan, you have broken so many of Captain Ren's bones. You're finished. No one can save you this time. A life for a life. Those who injure must pay the price. Don't even think of fleeing. The soldiers of Team 3 were incensed, their eyes filled with hatred, ready to swarm and beat Guzhan to a pulp. This was their camp. Someone had dared to assault their captain within its confines. Regardless of public sentiment towards Ren Langlang, the assailant could not hope to leave unscathed, especially since he was one of them. Heh. Do I look like I intend to flee? Guzhan casually spread his hands and declared, I came in openly to confront, so I've no intention of running. If I did, could it still be called open confrontation? His words further ignited the soldiers' fury, for this man was audacious and utterly dismissive of their anger. I struck him. I did it, Guzhan proclaimed, hands behind his back, head held high. Dare to lay a hand on my elder brother? I shall make him pay. You outnumber me, thousands to one, and you could easily rush in and beat me to death. After all, there's a saying, the law does not punish the many. However, he turned his gaze directly toward the leadership of Team 3. Many officers had arrived, including the political commissar of Team 3, who appeared visibly darkened upon witnessing Ren Langlang's broken bones. The situation had escalated. Soldiers were agitated, but as leaders, their foremost duty was to restore order. This was the military, and it differed greatly from any other environment. All units, withdraw. The team leader commanded, his voice teetering on the edge of fury. The sight of his captain nearly incapacitated had sent him into a rage, and now the camp was on the brink of chaos. Hearing the leader's furious command, each squad immediately issued orders to regroup and withdraw, despite the soldiers' reluctance. Military orders were absolute, and they left as swiftly as they had arrived, leaving the camp engulfed in a heavy, oppressive silence. Only Guzhan and the leaders of Team 3 remained. Guzhan, you have audacity. The team leader bellowed, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. It was evident that this leader had a fierce reputation, for one does not command a mobile team without being formidable. Yet, Guzhan felt no intimidation from the leader's presence. In truth, Few could match the imposing aura of a soldier like Gushinji, who had lived alongside him for nearly 2 decades. Rubber bullets are classified as less lethal weapons, correct? Gushin met the leader's cold gaze. Normally, a couple of hits to the body can incapacitate someone, and it is precisely this capability that makes them suitable for training. However, they can also inflict significant harm. If multiple rounds strike the ribs, could they not break bones? The team leader remained silent, his icy stare fixated on Gushin. Our squad leader's ribs were broken by your men. A few rounds can incapacitate someone, yet your men fired hundreds of rounds, all under Ren Longlong's orders. Gushin scoffed. Continuing, it was merely a confrontation. Was it necessary to inflict such severe punishment? Is this your typical conduct? Of course, I'm not here to offer explanations. I'm here to seek justice. Now that I've stated my case, do as you wish. There was no need for further discussion. He had already dealt a heavy blow to Ren Langlang. Saying more was futile. Similarly, had he not struck Ren Langlang and merely sought dialogue, it would have been pointless to speak further. Seize him and lock him up, commanded the team leader of Team 3. A dozen elite commandos rushed forward. Prepare to subdue Gushin. Get lost. Gushin shouted. Are you eager for death? The commandos hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. Gushin's ferocity had left an indelible impression on them. Despite their opposition, they could not help but feel a measure of respect. I never intended to flee. I know I cannot escape, Gushin addressed the team leader. Give me a tent. I shall remain here, awaiting the resolution of this matter. Also, my compliance is not due to the principle of one person bearing the consequences for another. It is simply because I remain a soldier, still within the ranks. After stating this, he dismissed the infuriated team leader, calling for the commandos to escort him to a tent for confinement. Perhaps this exemplified the soldier's resolve in the past. He might have sought to escape after such violence, but now he had no intention of fleeing. Gushin had transformed into a true soldier. And in the soldier-esque world, accountability was an ever-present companion. The second squad was in an uproar. Upon learning that Gushin had broken Ren Longlong's bones and was detained by Team 3, they immediately gathered and rushed over. Hand over Gushin. The cowards of Team 3, release our Gushin. Are you not satisfied with the beating? Come at us. Do you truly believe the second squad is easy prey? Release him. The entire second squad exhibited an unprecedented brutality. Had it not been for their captain's stern rebukes, they might have already stormed in. Gushin was one of their own, and regardless of the actions taken, how they handled it was their concern. Moreover, this was a matter of avenging their captain. He had done nothing wrong, and his actions had brought satisfaction to their hearts. I don't care what you intend to do. You must hand over Gushin today. Zhang Xiangyang declared with a fierce expression. He made a mistake. I have every right to punish him. It is not your place to detain my man. If he is not released, we will fight. Wang Haijun replied firmly. This was Gushin standing up for both of them. If they did not retrieve their comrade, how could they face their brother? We have detained him. What are you going to do about it? A captain from Team 3 sneered. Let us see if you have the capability. Team 3 stood their ground. Tensions escalating. Chapter 41. Absolutely no apology. Strip his rank. Zhang Xiangyang commanded. In an instant, all members of the second squad tore off their shoulder insignias with great fervor, swiftly discarding their collar flowers. This was a declaration of fierce determination. The second squad could accept defeat, but they would never allow their comrades to be imprisoned by another unit. It was akin to witnessing one's child being reprimanded by another parent, an affront that transcended all boundaries. In the military, this sentiment is even more pronounced: protectiveness. My soldiers, I may chastise or strike them, but if you dare utter a single word against them, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Upon witnessing the second squad's fervor, the third squad felt an uneasy tremor. They understood all too well what it meant to remove shoulder insignias. It signified a willingness to fight to the death. The second squad was akin to a pack of wolves, relentless even during drills, let alone in this heated moment. Stop! Stop! Two voices rang out. As the leaders of both the third squad and the second squad arrived, their expressions tense upon witnessing the unfolding scene. What are you planning? Are you rebelling? The squad leader bellowed in fury. Captain, we are not rebelling. We simply want our soldier back, Wang Haijun declared loudly. Regardless of what Gushin has done, even if it involves murder, it is our duty to handle it ourselves, personally escorting him to the execution ground. That is the protocol. Indeed, this was a commonly accepted rule. When a soldier from a unit commits an offense, that very unit is responsible for addressing the issue. It has always been thus, not merely a regulation. The squad leader inhaled deeply, his voice stern. Return at once. This is an order. The second squad halted. Yet each member's gaze toward the squad leader was filled with earnest pleading. Team leader Zhang Xiangyang and instructor Wang Haijun suppressed their inner turmoil, casting a similar beseeching look at the squad leader before ultimately leading their troops back. Such a situation, where two units nearly clashed, was rare but not unheard of. As the second squad withdrew, the squad leader turned to face the third squad leader. I know you will not release my soldier. The third squad leader remained silent, his expression clearly indicating that he would not acquiesce. However, it would be best not to make things difficult for him. Matters should be resolved appropriately. If I discover that you are making things hard for my soldier, I will not tolerate it. With that, the squad leader turned to leave, his fist clenched tightly at his side. This matter would not be brushed aside. Guzhan would certainly face the harshest of consequences, possibly even being thrown into military prison. Upon returning, the squad leader frantically made calls, determined to safeguard his soldier. News of the incident spread rapidly, and the higher-ups were soon informed. The leader, on his way back, paused momentarily upon receiving a call, a frown creasing his brow. He recalled the training exercise where he had noted Guzhan's name, referring to him as the Wolf King. He was aware that Guzhan's background was not to be underestimated. Such a title was not casually assigned, but rather a conclusion drawn after witnessing Guzhan's prowess firsthand. Sir, how should we handle this? An officer inquired. With strictness, the leader replied. Understood. The officer refrained from further questioning, fully aware of what strictness entailed. Simply put, regardless of the leader's fondness for this soldier, a serious incident necessitated serious consequences. In the confines of the third squad's detention room, Guzhan found himself imprisoned, under the watch of several elite special forces. This time in detention was far less comfortable than before, a cramped space with a tiny window, through which the passage of day and night could only be discerned by the light. The door remained locked, only opening during mealtimes. He was reduced to 2 meals a day. Bang! The door swung open, and a guard entered, expressionless, tossing a food tray onto the ground. Clatter! The tray hit the floor, causing the meager contents to bounce, with the solitary steamed bun rolling away. Aside from that bun, there was only a piece of fermented tofu. This was Guzhan's sustenance. Still eating this? Guzhan chuckled, picking up the bun. Couldn't you at least include an egg? Despite being confined, he was still entitled to a daily food allowance, he mused. The guard ignored him, exiting and locking the door behind him. For a full 10 days. Aside from being summoned for questioning, he remained in this detention room, even using the restroom within its confines. The third squad had not laid a finger on him, nor dared to during their inquiries. Given the circumstances, this treatment and diet were considered normal. The bun was passable, though the fermented tofu left much to be desired. Nevertheless, he managed to make do. Guzhan muttered to himself, taking a bite of the bun, finding it surprisingly satisfactory. After finishing his meager meal, he lay down on the floor to sleep, but the guard outside had no intention of letting him rest, immediately beginning to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was an obvious attempt to disturb his slumber. Are you done yet? Do you believe I want to kick this door down and deal with you lot? Guzhan growled. Try knocking again, I dare you. Bang, bang, bang. Guzhan sprang up, delivering a kick to the door. Clatter. The door shuddered violently, threatening to splinter. Yet it was not made of wood. Kicking it open was impossible. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless knocking made Guzhan roll his eyes in exasperation. In a fit of defiance, he shed his trousers and urinated through the crack of the door. The sound of panic echoed clearly as he chuckled in triumph. Overall, Guzhan was surprisingly compliant while confined, willing to cooperate with all inquiries and procedures. This was not his usual demeanor, yet it had become his current reality. A soldier is not merely a rebellious spirit. Rather, he must understand when to act and when to refrain. Otherwise, he ceases to be a soldier, and the military loses its essence. This realization is the hallmark of a true soldier, and Guzhan cherished his uniform. Bang! The door swung open, and an officer entered. Inquire outside. This place stinks. Guzhan gestured towards the bucket, adding, though I haven't had meat lately, the odor is still quite potent. The officer chuckled, producing a cigarette and offering it to him. To mask the smell. Receiving the cigarette, Guzhan promptly lit it, taking 2 long drags. Feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. The situation had become clearer, and it could be downplayed significantly. The officer fixed his gaze on Guzhan and stated, how can we minimize this? Guzhan replied, by writing a profound self-reflection and sincerely apologizing to Comrade Ren Lang Lang. This incident can be treated as a typical conflict. The officer spoke softly. Some have advocated on your behalf. This may be the best outcome. Guzhan was taken aback. The best outcome? So it's as if nothing happened. A deep reflection and a sincere apology, and all is well. What a stroke of luck. Write a reflection? Apologize? Why should I? Guzhan exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression one of disdain. Apologize to that scoundrel? Absolutely not. I will not accept that. But if you endure and apologize, this matter will be resolved, and you can return to your unit instead of remaining here, the officer urged. Guzhan, after all, you did leave him in such a state. An apology isn't too much to ask. Huh, you must be joking, Guzhan replied with a smirk. If I were the type to apologize, I wouldn't be stuck here. I am not one to extend apologies, and that's why I broke his bones. He added with a chuckle. Absolutely not. I will never apologize to Ren Langlang. While apologizing after a fight may be virtuous, I, Guzhen, shall never apologize for defending myself, that is, my integrity. Chapter 42. The best tool. No one could fathom Guzhen's reasoning. Many were striving to find a solution, for the leader truly cherished this soldier and understood the powerful figures backing him, even if those figures would never surface. Writing a reflection and offering an apology to resolve the issue seemed unfathomable, yet Guzhen remained steadfast in his refusal to apologize. In the following days, numerous individuals attempted to persuade him to apologize, but ultimately reduced their visitors to tears. Guzhen, I have received a strict order from above. If I fail to fulfill this task, I will be relegated to grassroots work for training, a military officer insisted, gripping Guzhen's hand tightly. Will you please consider my plea? I implore you to leave this confinement, to return to your old unit. They began to beg, urging Guzhen to regain his freedom. The matter of broken bones was trivial compared to the current situation, which merely required Guzhen to offer an apology, insincere as it might be. There had to be a way out, a semblance of dignity to preserve. Yet, this individual refused to yield, showing no intent to compromise. Having served in the military and wielded a weapon, he felt that experiencing prison and indulging in vice would complete his life's narrative. Smoking a cigarette, Guzhen remarked, I've been a soldier. I've carried a weapon. The only thing left is to serve time in prison and indulge in vice. The latter seems easier to navigate than the former. I must cherish this opportunity. This man was not merely putting on airs. He was resolute in his refusal to apologize. Judging by the events of the past few days, he sensed a hidden support system, one that likely stemmed from a significant figure. His own father would never intervene. Given his father's nature, he would insist on solitary perseverance without any covert assistance. A superior? Perhaps, but while the superior had a fondness for him, such favoritism would not extend to blatant partiality, especially when considering that Ren Langlang was also under his command. Who could it be? Suddenly, Guzhen's brow furrowed as he recalled his cousin, Hu Hailang. No, it couldn't be Hu Hailang. He lacked such influence. If not Hu Hailang, then who else could possibly provide support? Leave the cigarette, Guzhen said with a smile. Apologizing is out of the question. Serving time in prison is manageable. Even there, I can live comfortably. As the military officer found it impossible to change Guzhen's mind, he departed without progress, realizing that this soldier was obstinately unyielding despite the simplicity of the matter. The next day, the captain of the 3rd unit personally arrived. Though his expression remained stern, it was far less severe than on the night of the incident. Upon seeing the captain, Guzhen chose to ignore him. Fully aware of the vast disparity in their ranks, we have made the greatest concessions. You must provide us a way out. The captain stared intently at him. If you could apologize to Ren Langlang, even if just with 3 words, I would ensure that Ren Langlang personally visits your 2nd unit to apologize in return. What do you say? It was clear that the captain had lowered himself significantly, not only due to pressure from above, but also to mitigate the fallout from their recent drill. The superior wished to see him dismissed, and this drill had become pivotal for him to redeem himself, to restore the 3rd unit's reputation. The resolution of this matter now hinged on Guzhen's attitude. I struck him, and I owe no apology. I do not need Ren Langlang to visit the 2nd unit to apologize because I have already dealt with him. Guzhen retorted with derision. I truly do not understand how someone like this continues to survive in the military. Captain, please leave. I am quite comfortable here in your unit. With that, he reclined on the ground, refusing to engage further. The captain's eyes burned with frustration. Yet he had no choice but to suppress his anger as he turned and exited the confinement room. No one could compel Guzhen to relinquish his unique character. Consequently, for the next few days, no one came to visit, and the fate of the situation remained uncertain. 20 days passed, and as Guzhen nibbled on a cold steamed bun, lying down to digest, the door to the confinement room swung open. Several individuals in plain clothes with crew cuts entered, replacing the previous guards. Upon seeing them, Guzhen's pupils constricted slightly, detecting a distinct scent of blood. They were not ordinary. These individuals were formidable. The nearby elite special forces stood beside them, resembling Boy Scouts in comparison. These men were survivors from the battlefield, starkly different from those who seldom engaged in combat. However, Guzhen's gaze barely lingered on them before shifting to an elderly man approaching, causing his heart to race. The elder leaned on a cane, his hair silver but his face radiant, and his eyes, typically cloudy at such an age, still sparkled with vitality. The moment the elder spotted Guzhen, the gleam in his eyes faded, replaced by a warm smile that radiated a familial affection, as though this smile were reserved solely for his own kin. Guzhen's earlier suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed the individual meant to protect him. Excellent, excellent. The wolf soldier, the wolf king. The elder approached, scrutinizing Gujin from head to toe, nodding repeatedly. Your temperament, your character, so much like your mother. Quite impressive. His eyes brimmed with joy as he extended his hand to shake Gujin's. Suddenly, Gujin stepped back, his expression wary, coldly avoiding the elder's gesture. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback, yet his smile remained intact, devoid of reproach. He was the father of Gujin's mother, his biological grandfather. Such a visit was trivial. A simple phone call could have sufficed, yet he had come in person to see his beloved grandson, regardless of any biases he might hold against Gushinji. Gujin was the cherished son of his youngest daughter. My surname is Gu. My name is Gujin, he stated coldly. I hope you will refrain from involving yourself in my matters. We share no connection, even if I were to breach the heavens. It is the heavens that will come for me. With that, he strode past the elder without a backward glance, leaving the third unit. Watching Gujin's retreating figure, the elder's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately refrained from calling out, his left hand frozen midair. He had merely come to witness. Regrettably, what the elder did not see was Gujin stepping out of the third unit with tears in his eyes. He maintained an exterior of coldness, yet within, he could not suppress his emotions. A grandfather was a distant luxury, and a maternal grandfather was equally a precious rarity. This was his maternal grandfather, binding them with a complex blood relationship. His aloofness was merely a means to distance himself from emotions before losing his mother. Perhaps coldness was the best tool for maintaining such a gap. Chapter 43. The wolf flag flutters. With this matter resolved, no one dared to mention it again. Yet the entire unit was aware of Gujin's name, recognizing him as the Wolf King appointed by the superior. Upon his return to the second unit, Gujin was greeted like a hero returning from war. Wolf King, Wolf King, Wolf King. The second unit welcomed him with roaring cheers, fervor evident on every face, from top to bottom. The second unit was comprised of wolf soldiers who had proven themselves during this drill. Gujin, too, had demonstrated his worth. The title of Wolf King was not only bestowed by the superior, but was also fully embraced by every member of the second unit. In response to the cheers of his comrades, Gujin inhaled deeply, slowly raising his right hand, a humble smile gracing his face as he nodded, walking through the ranks as if reviewing the troops. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojia stepped forward, standing before him with an impassive expression. Inspection of military decorum. Yes. Gujin instinctively stood at attention, removing and placing his cap down, extending his hands forward. Your nails are too long. Why haven't you trimmed them? Zhang Xiaojia reprimanded as he inspected. Your hair is too long. Should I be the one to cut it for you? Is leaving your uniform open supposed to look handsome? Your shoes are unpolished. Do you expect a pig to lick them clean? No time to shave. Who allowed you to wear white socks? A barrage of scolding left Gujin feeling quite embarrassed, and he wished to inform Zhang Xiaojia that he had been wearing the same underwear for over 20 days. Maintaining military posture for 2 hours was far easier than attending to personal hygiene. Zhang Xiaojia issued a command. Yes. Gujin began to stand at attention, his once grand smile swiftly replaced by a pained expression. Squad leader, could you please let me relax for a moment? Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaojia paid no heed to such pleas, offering no consideration for the company commander or the political instructor, and immediately reprimanded him, punishing him without delay. Such was his rigorous expectation of his soldiers. Lu Dalu ran over, grinning broadly. The Wolf King Gujin has met his match, hasn't he? Ha ha ha. Serves you right for being so cocky. Get lost. Gujin shot back with a glare. Do you believe I could kick you to pieces? Before Lu Dalu could respond, a group of soldiers surged forward, displaying their delight in Gujin's predicament. Wolf King, keep your legs tight. When standing at attention, you must look like a proper soldier. Tighten up, tighten up. Ha ha ha. Squeeze those glutes. Follow the proper posture. Don't be slack like an old lady. Tighten up. Yes, that's the sensation. Ha ha ha. Chest out, stick the chest out. When at attention, your chest must be like a lady's. Yes, splendid. It looks magnificent from all angles. A multitude of comrades took turns teasing him. Their aim was not to demonstrate proper technique, but to revel in his discomfort. Hey, don't touch that. Squad leader son. You're a squad leader. What are you doing? Is this proper conduct? Huang, you're an officer, and you're joining in on this nonsense? Gujin was infuriated. Yet he remained immobile, forced to stand there with a resigned expression. Yet amidst this resignation lay a deep sense of joy. The playful banter of his comrades signified a closer bond. When it was time to endure hardship, they endured together. When it was time for recklessness, they were reckless together. When it was time to make merry, they made merry together. They could endure the harshest trials, engage in the fiercest of battles, and create chaos like no other. Not far off, Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun did not intervene, standing by and pointing at Gujin while laughing heartily. Suddenly, a group of soldiers broke away from Gujin, swiftly forming ranks. Comrades, as close as brothers, prepare to sing. Comrades, comrades, as close as brothers. The revolution has united us. You come from the frontier, he comes from the interior. We are all children of the people. The song rang out powerfully, stirring Guzhin's heart, his eyes brimming with emotion as he joined in the chorus. Comrades, comrades, this endearing title, this noble friendship, transforms us into a steel collective. A steel collective. Comrades, comrades, as close as brothers. Perhaps only this song could express the recognition of all the soldiers in the second squad for Guzhin. And only this song could convey their current feelings for one another. The voices soared above the second squad, embodying the fierce camaraderie of the wolves. As life returned to normal, Guzhin continued to maintain a mere 4 hours of sleep. Training with the squad during the day and studying defense with Tao Yonggang at night, he wished to seize this opportunity for some indulgence. But Zhang Xiao's strict oversight left no room for such whims. Whenever the spark of rebellion threatened to ignite, Zhang Xiao swiftly quelled it, forcing him to return to his disciplined stance. A week later, personnel from the headquarters arrived. Upon receiving the notification, the squad rose at 4 in the morning, buzzing with excitement as they tidied up every corner, then lined up, anxiously awaiting. This was to be their most glorious day, for off-road vehicles drove into the second squad, and 8 tall soldiers clad in pristine uniforms disembarked, forming a square formation. Subsequently, the brigade commander and political commissar accompanied the leaders from headquarters as they exited the vehicles. Salute. A resounding rallying cry echoed, and all members of the second squad saluted the leaders. With a crisp command, the leaders stood at attention, raising their hands in salute to the soldiers of the second squad. According to the directives from headquarters, I am here to present the battle flag to the second squad, the leaders proclaimed. An immediate hush fell over the entire squad, all eyes fervently fixed on a battle flag that was ceremoniously unveiled, held aloft by the 8 soldiers, facing the second squad. Upon seeing the flag, the eyes of everyone in the squad turned red, tears welling in their eyes. This was a vivid crimson banner, emblazoned with a fearsome wolf's head, exuding an aura of bloodshed and ferocity, showcasing 2 sharp fangs. From this moment forth, the second squad would possess its own battle flag, a privilege typically reserved for units steeped in the legacy of wartime, with few recent exceptions. This was a supreme honor, representing the nation's and the people's high regard for this unit. The second squad stepped forward in an 8-man formation, their solemn expressions brimming with excitement as they accepted the flag, their hands trembling. The second squad would forever serve as the loyal guardians of the party and the people. Indomitable and unyielding, devoted to the nation, without regrets even in death. Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun led all members of the squad in pledging allegiance to the battle flag. We shall forever be the loyal guardians of the party and the people, unyielding and indestructible, devoted to the nation, without regrets even in death. Devoted to the nation, without regrets even in death. Devoted to the nation, without regrets even in death. Devoted to the nation, without regrets even in death. The wolf flag fluttered, their oaths resonating like mountains. The second squad, the wolf soldiers. Chapter 44. I truly wish to go home. The wolf-headed battle flag fluttered, and the wolf-headed insignia was replaced as the second squad embraced its new identity. Sir, may we retain the name Second Squad? Guzhin approached the leaders of the headquarters, speaking earnestly. None of us wish for the squad to change its name. While Wolf Soldiers sounds impressive, we all still prefer Second Squad. Naturally, a change of designation necessitated a new name. Upon the presentation of the wolf-headed battle flag, the second squad would henceforth be known as the Wolf Soldiers. Once renamed, the second squad would fade into history, gradually forgotten, and years later, soldiers would only remember the Wolf Soldiers. This was an unalterable truth. Comrade Guzhin, the renaming is inherently part of the redesignation process, a leader explained. But the issue is, once we change the name, we lose our sense of home. Guzhin replied sincerely. The captain doesn't speak, the instructor doesn't speak, they all remain silent. But I must voice this. I am bold enough to say it. And I am correct in saying so. Changing the second squad's name to Wolf Soldiers does indeed sound appealing and powerful, yet everyone in the squad finds the name awkward. We have grown accustomed to Second Squad, to the notion of home. It seems that once it's changed, everything will change. No one dares to speak up. But I dare to. For him, the 3 words Second Squad represented home. Before joining the army, he had lived in a nest, but upon arriving at the second squad, he finally found a home. This was not just his desire. It was the longing of every member of the squad. The second squad was home. Without that name, it no longer felt like a home. All our spirit, all our loyalty, all our courage were bestowed upon us by the second squad. It is indeed a young unit. But this unit, his voice faltered, emotions choking him. The second squad had endowed him with an unprecedented spirit, granting countless soldiers an eternal battle soul. The significance of this title was profound. I understand, the leader smiled, patting Guzhan on the shoulder. The wolves emerged from the second squad. The den of the wolf soldiers is none other than the second squad. I am genuinely curious about the charm of your second squad. Haha. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, conveying the heartfelt sentiments of all your officers and soldiers. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Guzhan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. No need for thanks. I understand what home means. Wolf King Guzhan, give it your all. We all have high hopes for you. As well as for the second squad. Guzhan nodded vigorously, saluting the leaders before stepping back. As he exited, he was immediately pulled aside by Zhang Xiangyang, with comrades quickly surrounding them. So, were you able to keep the name second squad? Zhang Xiangyang urgently inquired. Please, do not keep us in suspense. Is it possible to retain the name of the second squad? The Wolf Brigade is simply not our calling. Indeed, the second squad is home. The Wolf Brigade feels entirely out of place. We must ensure that the name of the second squad endures eternally. A cacophony of voices filled the room. All faces etched with anxiety, and this entire scene was observed by the commanding officers present. The leader chuckled and shook his head, discreetly recording a video on his phone to send to the highest authority. He understood the sentiments of these grassroots soldiers, for as Guzhan stated, the three characters of second squad signify home. The situation unfolded favorably. The designation of the second squad would be preserved, and despite the change in rank, the original structure would remain intact, along with a collective commendation for second-class merit and the allocation of 2 promotion slots to the second squad. The commander delivered on his promise, providing everything without hesitation. For Guzhan, the preservation of the second squad's name was paramount. He cared little for superficial accolades. Honor, as Hu Hailang once remarked, should not be the focus of a soldier. The truly deserving might be like Gu Xianji, eternally guarding the graves of fallen comrades. However, Guzhan's perspective did not necessarily reflect that of others. The allocation of 2 promotion slots to the second squad was akin to dropping 2 bombs in tranquil waters, fundamentally testing their resolve. It is important to note that while the second squad exhibited a fierce spirit and proved themselves, their service members were not seasoned professionals. Each individual's tenure was brief, with a continual cycle of departures and arrivals. Thus, the arrival of 2 promotion slots posed a significant challenge for the second squad. The ability to resist temptation would be crucial in determining whether the second squad would transform into the Wolf Brigade, particularly with impending discharges. Zhang Xiaozhe, your matter is settled. In the office, Instructor Wang Haijun addressed Zhang Xiaozhe. One of the promotion slots is definitely yours. You no longer need to be distracted by thoughts of leaving the unit. Zhang Xiaozhe, the most outstanding squad leader, beamed with joy, knowing that many under his command were pivotal members of the squad. No one could take his slot from him. Thank you, Instructor, he replied with a broad smile. Do not thank me. Express your gratitude to Guzhan. If it weren't for his relentless efforts, our squad would still be struggling. Wang Haijun chuckled. Everyone understood that Guzhan was the most significant contributor to the second squad's transition. Without his presence, the training would have proceeded as usual, and the second squad would not have showcased their fierce spirit to the commander. In truth, Guzhan acted as a catalyst, accelerating the overall transformation of the squad. Instructor, I am preparing to return home, Zhang Xiaozhe stated. Returning home is good. Retirement does not diminish one's spirit, Wang Haijun began. But then his eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Returning home? Impossible. Did you not always wish to remain in the military? With the promotion slots available, you can secure your position in the army. How can you claim you want to go home? Have you lost your mind? The instructor was taken aback. He knew how much Zhang Xiaozhe wished to stay in the service, having approached him numerous times in hopes of advancing to a third-class non-commissioned officer. Now that the promotion slots were within reach, how could he express a desire to leave? Instructor, I truly wish to return home, Zhang Xiaozhe replied, his expression filled with resignation. My mother's health has deteriorated. She has been suffering from chronic back pain, and I am constantly worried about her. That is not a valid reason. Wang Haijun stood up, glaring at Zhang Xiaozhe. Zhang Xiaozhe, tell me the truth. What is the real reason? Instructor, I genuinely care for my family. Zhang Xiaozhe met his gaze and asserted, I did wish to remain in the military, but after much contemplation, I believe it is time to return home. I have served for 8 years. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to reconcile. I sincerely wish to fulfill my duty to my family. That reasoning is unacceptable. Acceptable. Unacceptable. Acceptable. This sudden shift was overwhelming. Wang Haijun could not fathom that Zhang Xiaozhe would choose to give up such an opportunity. This was not merely a promotion, but a chance to become an officer. Chapter 45. Do not let him know. The squad seemed to have transformed overnight. The matter of the 2 promotion slots became the daily topic of discussion among the soldiers. There were numerous candidates meeting the promotion criteria. Squad leaders Sun, Du, and Che counting at least a dozen, clearly insufficient slots. Certainly insufficient. The competition was fierce. Squad leader Zhang should undoubtedly secure one slot, given his exceptional leadership and the impending end of his service. However, that was not guaranteed. Everyone was vying for the slots. This was a promotion, and those returning from military academies would undoubtedly benefit. Privates were engaged in discussions, as were corporals and squad leaders. The entire squad buzzed with speculation about who might secure a promotion. However, to qualify for a promotion, certain conditions must be met, with the primary requirement being 2 commendations. In the second squad, commendations were readily attainable, and over a dozen met the criteria, making the prospect of promotion the ultimate temptation. Guzhen, however, was disinterested in participating in these discussions. He continued his training by day and night, maintaining a precious 4 hours of sleep. He was not concerned about the promotion slot for his squad leader. With 2 slots available, Zhang Xiaozhe would undoubtedly secure one, and the remaining slot was certain to go to him. The reasoning was simple. More than half of the eligible squad leaders were soldiers he had trained himself. Moreover, Zhang Xiaozhe possessed 3 commendations and numerous accolades, including recognition as an outstanding squad leader from the brigade. His achievements were plentiful. Most importantly, he was indeed an exceptional leader. Losing him would be a significant loss for the unit. As the days passed, the time until the veteran's discharge dwindled to around 10 days. During this period, the unit began to feel disheartened as the veterans prepared to return home. The management began focusing on how to send off the departing soldiers. Veterans, you are leaving. Do not be sad. The camaraderie of the unit was palpable as the soldiers expressed their reluctance to part ways. They reminisced about their enlistment, the first time donning their uniforms, the tree in front of the barracks, and their beloved instructor. The squad began playing farewell songs for the departing veterans, evoking a sense of melancholy, particularly for those who realized these were their final days in the military. The Wolf Brigade travels thousands of miles. Retirement does not fade one's spirit. The second squad, fierce as wolves, loyal to the nation, faces death without regret. Kill. The training ground echoed with fierce battle cries as the soldiers trained fervently, unafraid of the harsh winter approaching from the northwest. This is the second squad, a band of wolf warriors who, even as they neared retirement, held themselves to the highest standards. They aimed to bid farewell to their home, to the second squad, through their final training. In the office, Captain Zhang Xiangyang and Instructor Wang Haijun continued their efforts to persuade Zhang Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe, you must submit your promotion application tomorrow. You have to be promoted. Zhang Xiangyang issued an unassailable command. He could not let go of his finest squad leader, having encountered none like him in all his years of service. We have delayed this matter for you. The organization requires your input. If it were not essential for you to agree, we would have submitted your application long ago. Wang Haijun spoke earnestly. Do not offer me any excuses. I know you wish to remain in the military more than anyone else. You are someone who truly considers the military a home, who views the squad leader position as a career. The application should have been submitted long ago. But both Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun had procrastinated to the point where they could not delay any longer. Captain, instructor, aha. Zhang Xiaozhe chuckled. I really must return home. It is time to fulfill my filial duty. Indeed, a childhood friend of mine is engaged in the jade business and has arranged everything for me. To be honest, military life is arduous and exhausting. I must return home sooner rather than later. The earlier I go back, the more time I have to strive. Waiting until my 30s or 40s would leave me with no opportunities. Nonsense. Wang Haijun retorted. You do not truly believe that, do you, Zhang Xiaozhe? I can see where your heart lies. One's deep affection for the military, for the uniform they wear, can be discerned from a mere glance or gesture. Undoubtedly, Zhang Xiaozhe is one who loves the military and the attire he dons, yet he remains resolute in his desire to return. Ahaha. Do not be angry. Even if you are, it will not deter me, Zhang Xiaozhe chuckled. Surely, you cannot prevent me from pursuing my entrepreneurial dreams or marrying a wife. Can you? Captain, instructor, I am steadfast in my decision, and no amount of persuasion will sway me. Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun wished to express their frustration but knew that words at this juncture would be futile. But you ought to share your true thoughts with us. Wang Haijun sighed. If you still consider me and the captain as your elder brothers. Zhang Xiaozhe smiled. This is my most genuine desire, to return home, care for my mother, start a business, and marry. He continued, by the way, the squadron has been discussing the allocation of 2 promotion spots. I would like to recommend 2 individuals, Squad Leader Sun Chao and Squad Leader Lu Xiaojun. They are both qualified and the best candidates. Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun regarded him thoughtfully before nodding in acknowledgement. They held Zhang Xiaozhe's recommendations in high esteem, for he had never misjudged a soldier. If he deemed them the best, they undoubtedly were. We will take your recommendations into thorough consideration, Zhang Xiangyang sighed. Is there anything else you wish to say or arrange? Your two elder brothers will see to it all. Both men's eyes brimmed with regret. Yet, lamentation was futile as Zhang Xiaozha was indeed set to depart, fulfilling his duty to the military and his filial obligations. Procure some of those 3 9-day lock-on. It would help alleviate my lower back pain when soaked in liquor. Sure, no problem. Zhang Xiaoyang readily agreed. Ha, indeed, you are a true brother, so generous. Zhang Xiaozha praised, extending his thumb. Enough of the flattery. What else do you need to address? Zhang Xiaoyang waved his hand. Moreover, Zhang Xiaozha pondered. Gazing intently into their eyes, he whispered, do not announce the promotion candidates just yet. I will not relinquish my military rank until the day I depart, when I will board the train amidst the farewell procession. Zhang Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. Zhang Xiaozha grimaced. It is imperative that Guzhan remains unaware of my return home. Otherwise, he would certainly cause an uproar in the squadron. He is the last soldier I commanded and undoubtedly the boldest and the finest. This was his final request. It was crucial that Guzhan not learn of his impending discharge, for it would lead to an uncontrollable uproar. By that time, not even the leadership from the brigade would be able to contain him. On the day of his discharge, Zhang Xiaozha, accompanied by Guzhan and a group of soldiers, celebrated the farewell of veteran soldiers at the train station. Although parting was imminent, the sorrow had subsided, leaving only heartfelt wishes for these veterans to find their value upon returning to their hometowns, to marry and live happily ever after. Guzhan, the squad relies on you. Whip the new recruits into shape and train them into fierce wolves. The veteran, now free from his rank, patted Guzhan on the shoulder. Absolutely. I shall ensure they are well trained, inheriting your esteemed traditions. I promise, I swear it. Guzhan thumped his chest vigorously. Sounds as if we were the ones disciplining you. Another veteran playfully punched his chest, jesting, it's you who has been mercilessly beating us. I was almost in tears. Oh, then why didn't you cry? Guzhan laughed, wrapping an arm around his comrade's shoulder. Listen, brother, tone it down a bit when you get home. Life there is not like in the army. Understood. Once a soldier, always a soldier. The wolfish spirit shall never fade. The atmosphere was exuberant, the train station bustling with veterans. All aware they were about to leave forever, yet bidding farewell with laughter. At ease, stand at attention. The officer in charge commanded. The team leader accompanied the brigade leadership to personally see the veterans off, shaking hands and offering words of encouragement. Comrades, may you retain your spirit even after donning civilian attire. Keep your hearts tied to the motherland and the people. Strive to realize your self-worth while becoming valuable contributors to society. The military is your second home. Always remember its traditions, and whether in life or work, stand tall and embody integrity, passion, kindness, courage, and perseverance. I am confident you will all have a splendid future. Once a soldier, never forget your mission. Once a soldier, never forget your mission. Once a soldier, never forget your mission. The train station resonated with a powerful roar as all veterans pledged, once a soldier, never forget your mission. The shrill whistle of the train signaled it was time to board. Simultaneously, a sweet female voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Today is a special day. Our beloved soldiers are shedding their uniforms and returning home. On behalf of all staff at the train station, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all veterans for dedicating their youth and fervor here, for safeguarding our peace. Your sacrifices will forever be etched in our hearts. Safe travels. Veterans, may the winds be at your back. With 10 minutes remaining before departure, all veterans began to board the train, as the sound of camel bells filled the air. Farewell, comrades, embark on your journey. The poignant melody brought tears to many veterans' eyes. Some gritted their teeth and marched into the carriage, while others glanced back one last time at the land that had witnessed their youth and passion, clutching their bags and wiping away tears. The road ahead is long and foggy. The revolutionary journey often leads to separation, each farewell laden with emotion. Brothers, oh brothers. Amidst the song, all veterans boarded the train, their expressions somber, gazing longingly out the window before swiftly turning away to discreetly wipe their tears. The second squad is as fierce as wolves. Guzhan stood on the platform, shaking his fist at the train filled with veterans from the second squad, shouting, once a wolf soldier, always a wolf soldier. Take your spirit and continue to fight in a new place. In an instant, every veteran from the second squad rose, thrusting their right fists out the windows, releasing a cathartic roar. Once a wolf soldier, always a wolf soldier. The second squad is as fierce as wolves. The second squad is as fierce as wolves. The second squad is as fierce as wolves. The train began to slowly pull away, and Guzhan smiled, standing still and waving until it had vanished from sight, at which point he pressed his hand to his face and wiped away his tears. Phew, it truly is moving. Though spoken lightly, his heart was heavy with sorrow, for he would no longer see these brothers, nor would he hear their laughter or banter. On the training grounds, those familiar figures would no longer be found. The unyielding barracks and the transient soldiers. Every soldier ultimately faces the inevitability of returning home. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Guzhen called to the drum team. These fellows have been set free, while we must continue to toil away. Let us go. With a heart devoted to serving the people and a mind forever loyal to the party and the people, to continue our training. A group of individuals marched in formation towards the train station, and just as they were about to board their vehicles for the return journey, Guzhen suddenly realized that Zhang Xiaozhe was missing from their midst. Lu Dalawan, where is our squad leader? Guzhen inquired. He boarded the train. Lu Dalawan replied with wide eyes. I saw him getting on alone just now. Perhaps he went to see off the veterans? He hasn't come down yet. Maybe he went to the restroom? See off the veterans? Guzhen frowned slightly. It seems that that's not quite right. Lu Dalawan scratched his head. I noticed that squad leader Zhang wasn't wearing his insignia, and he had taken off his epaulets. He was carrying a bag, just like a veteran returning home. Upon hearing this, Guzhen's expression changed dramatically as he seized Lu Dalawan by the collar. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do you mean? Lu Dalawan retorted, his eyes wide. How could squad leader Zhang retire and go home? He is due for promotion. Lu Dalawan insisted. Surely one of the promotion slots must belong to squad leader Zhang. What is the point of discussing this? Guzhen released him and turned towards the chief of the police detachment who was seeing off the veterans, snatching the orders from his hands. Order no. XX. Soldiers below the 2nd Battalion are to retire from active service. 2nd class non-commissioned officer Zhang Xiaozhe. At that moment, Guzhen felt as though the entire world was collapsing around him. How could my squad leader retire? It's simply inconceivable. Guzhen, what are you doing? The chief of police admonished. I'll make someone pay for this. Guzhen bellowed, spinning around to confront Zhang Xiaoyang, gripping his collar tightly. Why is my squad leader retiring? Everything seemed fine yesterday. How could he be retiring today? Why? Guzhen's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaoyang, panting heavily. He volunteered to retire. We couldn't convince him to stay. Zhang Xiaoyang's voice was dry and strained. Zhang Xiaozhe asked us to keep it from you, he said. Volunteered, my foot. Guzhen released his grip and pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Xiaoyang's face. I regard you as an elder brother. Yet you didn't even secure a promotion slot for my squad leader. Well, very well. Guzhen was engulfed in rage. He had never truly cared about Zhang Xiaozhe's promotion because he had assumed it was a certainty. But now, his squad leader was departing for home, riding that very train. As the train receded into the distance, Guzhen's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with anguish. Chapter 47. What more do you want from me? Zhang Xiaozhe was Guzhen's first true squad leader, the one who had forged him into a genuine soldier. This squad leader was strict to the point where Guzhen sometimes wished to douse him with a basin of foot-soaking water. Yet, he was also filled with meticulous care for him, repairing torn clothes, tending to blisters, and personally bringing him meals when he was ill. He was gone. He had retired? Guzhen could not accept it. He refused to believe it, for his squad leader was beyond reproach, and he certainly had every reason to be promoted. Get out. Guzhen glared menacingly at the driver of the chief's vehicle. Guzhen, what are you planning? The driver protested. This is the chief's car. Get lost. Guzhen seized the driver by the collar and forcefully yanked him out. The driver flew through the air and landed heavily on the ground. In a fit of rage, Guzhen was oblivious to the control of his own strength. All he knew was that he had to retrieve his squad leader. Even if he could not prevent him from retiring and going home, he needed a farewell. The thought of leaving without one was unbearable. Virum. Guzhen jumped into the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he sped towards a nearby city to intercept Zhang Xiaozhe. Guzhen has stolen a car. The driver shouted. This is a vehicle for the detachment leaders in the headquarters. Upon hearing this and witnessing the speeding vehicle, the others immediately grasped the situation. Zhang Xiaoyang. How could you let this happen? The chief of the detachment thundered. Chief, you can scold me all you want. I'm at a loss as to how to manage this, Zhang Xiaoyang lamented. Zhang Xiaozhe has been the best squad leader over the years. I failed to persuade him to stay in the army. I hate myself for it. Where will I find such a good squad leader again? The wolves are born in packs, but good squad leaders are a rarity. He felt even worse knowing that while good soldiers could be trained in abundance, a truly exceptional squad leader was as rare as a phoenix feather. You. The chief of the detachment pointed angrily at Zhang Xiaoyang. Issuing an order, immediately intercept Guzhen. Yes, a fleet of vehicles roared to life, pursuing Guzhen. Unfortunately, they could not catch up. Even the most skilled drivers could only manage to race in formation, maintaining a 10-centimeter gap between their military transport trucks, while Guzhen drove with reckless abandon. The accelerator was floored as he plunged into the city, sirens blaring, careening through traffic without a thought for the consequences. Whoosh! Guzhan ran a red light, and in the bewildered gaze of a traffic officer, he became a mere black dot in the distance. Emergency task? Combat mission? 180 kilometers per hour. The officer paused, muttering to himself, but let south not drive against traffic. Guzhan brazenly veered onto the wrong side of the road, hurtling forward to evade the congestion ahead. Virum! A concrete truck approached head-on, honking its horn. The driver turned pale with fright, lightly tapping the brakes while frantically steering to the side, but there was no way to escape. The adjacent lane was full. A collision seemed imminent. The driver, with no other option, slammed on the brakes and resigned himself to fate. In that split second, he saw the military vehicle barreling towards the guardrail. Crash! The guardrail was shattered. The front of the off-road vehicle sustained damage, but it continued unabated into the correct lane. Whoosh! The off-road vehicle sped on, kicking up a whirlwind of dust. Whoa, how incredible! The driver gasped, yanking down the window and shouting, "Soldier, you're an expert driver. I'm thoroughly impressed." The two cities were over 40 kilometers apart, yet Guzhan managed to arrive in just over 10 minutes, crashing into the train station. The front of the off-road vehicle was already deformed, one of its blast-proof tires blown, the body scratched all over, a testament to his reckless driving. The station was also busy with the send-off of veterans, the platform filled with those who had removed their insignia. Just as the train arrived, Guzhan rushed forward. "Squad leader! Squad leader! Squad leader!" Guzhan shouted as he dashed towards the compartments. "Guzhan, what are you doing here? Have you seen my squad leader? Where is Zhang Xiaojia's compartment?" Guzhan asked frantically while running, seemingly not wanting an answer but continuing his search until he burst into the compartment where the 2nd Battalion was located. All the veterans from the 2nd Battalion froze when they saw Guzhan rush in, but soon they understood, their eyes collectively settling on Zhang Xiaojia, who was seated calmly. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaojia, Guzhan felt a mix of joy and tears as he strode forward. Zhang Xiaojia, noticing Guzhan's approach, wore an expression of both relief and resignation, accompanied by a wry smile. "Squad leader, come back with me," Guzhan implored, grasping Zhang Xiaojia's arm. "You must secure one of those 2 promotion slots, otherwise, I refuse to accept it. You cannot go home because I know how much you want to stay in the army. Let us go back. I will advocate for you." In Guzhan's mind, those 2 promotion slots were certainly unjustly occupied, and he felt compelled to seek justice for his squad leader. "It was my choice to retire." Zhang Xiaojia laughed softly as he pulled away from Guzhan's grasp. "It has nothing to do with anyone else." "Nonsense." Guzhan glared with furious eyes and shouted, "Who in the entire battalion doesn't he know that you're the most qualified for promotion? Everyone here is from our 2nd Battalion. Ask any one of them, and they will agree. 2nd Battalion warriors, tell me, is this fair? Speak up." The veterans of the 2nd Squad displayed their discontent. In their hearts, it was a foregone conclusion that once the promotion quotas were announced, Zhang Xiaojia would inevitably be sent to the military academy. Even as they boarded the vehicle, witnessing Zhang Xiaojia departing with them, disbelief permeated their minds. "I volunteered to retire. I must return home to care for my mother." Zhang Xiaojia exclaimed angrily, "Guzhan, stop this nonsense. I command you to return to the 2nd Squad immediately." Yet Guzhan paid no heed to his orders, advancing to embrace his waist, attempting to force him off the train. With a swift pivot, Zhang Xiaojia shoved him away with his shoulder, creating distance. "Squad leader, you must come with me today. Even if I cannot secure a quota for the squad, I will shamelessly ensure you receive one," Guzhan declared, his eyes wide with determination. "We have talked before. You said your greatest wish in life was to remain in the army forever, for only in the military can one truly feel the value of existence." After saying this, Guzhan advanced once more. "Stop right there," Zhang Xiaojia shouted, pointing at him in fury. "Because of you, I cannot retire openly. Not even enjoying the honor of being a retired veteran. What more do you want? What more can you possibly demand? My retirement and return home have nothing to do with you. You should stay as far away from me as possible. I have done enough." Indeed, Zhang Xiaojia had not even had the chance to retire openly, and wearing that glorious red flower of retirement had become an unattainable luxury, all due to Guzhan, the last soldier he had led. Chapter 48. I am a squad leader. Guzhan remained silent, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Xiaojia's wrist. In a flash, Zhang Xiaojia reversed his wrist, using his right hand to secure Guzhan's wrist in a counterhold. His eyes filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. However, Guzhan was quicker, darting down the aisle, pulling Zhang Xiaojia's right arm behind him, swiftly contorting it while pressing down on his neck to gain control. "Squad leader, forgive me, but I must take you back," Guzhan stated. With a sudden kick, Zhang Xiaojia struck Guzhan in the abdomen, breaking free from his hold. "Enough of this," he shouted. Guzhen remained unperturbed, his eyes reddened as he charged at him again. You. Zhang Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. If you come any closer, I will hit you. Yet Guzhen remained undaunted, continuing to embrace his waist. Huh. Zhang Xiaozhi emitted a low growl, gripping both of Guzhen's arms, lifting them before forcefully throwing him forward. With a crash, Guzhen was flung onto the table, scattering its contents across the floor. Yet he quickly sprang back up, charging at Zhang Xiaozhi once more. Stop! Zhang Xiaozhi roared. Squad leader, I'm sorry, Guzhen said as he lunged again, seizing Zhang Xiaozhi's arm and pulling him back, using a joint lock technique to execute a reversal. Ugh! Zhang Xiaozhi grunted in pain, twisting his body to escape the hold. In that moment, Guzhen's right foot slipped between his legs, shoulder slamming into his chest, completing a perfect throw. Bam! Zhang Xiaozhi hit the aisle hard, unable to react quickly enough as Guzhen seized one of his arms, flipping him over from lying on his back to face down. Subsequently, Guzhen positioned himself on Zhang Xiaozhi's waist, securing both arms to his thighs, thoroughly immobilizing his squad leader. Let me go? Release me. Zhang Xiaozhi bellowed. Squad leader. I'm truly sorry, Guzhen replied as he began untying his shoelaces. I understand you don't wish to leave the army. You have your reasons. So let us return first. Don't struggle. You are no match for me. At this moment, Zhang Xiaozhi's face flushed crimson as he exerted all his strength to break free, but with his waist pinned down and under such grappling techniques, his considerable strength was rendered useless. Guzhen, what must I do to satisfy you? Am I not entitled to make my own choices? Is it up to you to decide whether I return home or stay in the army? Zhang Xiaozhi screamed. If you still consider me your squad leader, I allow you to treat me with respect. With that, Zhang Xiaozhi slammed his head against the ground, tears streaming down his face, and he wept openly. Squad leader, you. Guzhen stood frozen, immediately releasing him, staring blankly at his superior. His squad leader was crying, tears cascading down his cheeks, causing Guzhen to feel a sharp pang in his heart. Crying had never been a privilege for men, especially not for a commanding squad leader. In youth, had you ever witnessed your father weep? In your heart, a father stands invincible, a mountain capable of shouldering anything. Similarly, in the army, a squad leader embodies that indomitable strength, forever stern, forever reprimanding yet capable of bearing everything for you. Lu Xiaojun was an orphan, having lost both parents, arriving at the military without even knowing how to write his own name. Zhang Xiaozhi recalled, I taught him to write, to spell, starting from elementary textbooks, until he too became a squad leader, earning distinctions. This was a tale almost legendary, known to all in the squad. Sun Chao, with 6 siblings, lost his mother young, and with his father bedridden, he bore the entire family's burden. His younger siblings required food and clothing, schooling needed funds, and his father needed medication, all while they lived in the mountains. Do you know? He even scrapes used toothpaste tubes to brush his teeth. Zhang Xiaozhi's tears flowed freely as he vigorously wiped his face, shaking his head vehemently. They all wished to remain in the army, they had to stay, for it was their only path to survival. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaozhi gazed at Guzhen with tear-filled eyes. You don't understand. You truly don't. I could secure a promotion. If I merely expressed my desire, I could attend the military academy and become an officer, but I will not. I must give that opportunity to the two of them. Guzhen was utterly stunned, as were the other veterans of the second squad, standing silently in the carriage, gazing at Zhang Xiaozhi with complex expressions. What does securing a promotion signify? It signifies a future, and Zhang Xiaozhi was relinquishing his own future for others. They still have the chance to become sergeants. Their paths are their own to forge. They do not need your sacrifice. Guzhen countered. Indeed. One's path must be forged by oneself, yet not everyone possesses the opportunity to choose their own way. Zhang Xiaozhi sighed deeply and continued. It is not that I do not wish to secure a promotion. Remaining in the army has always been my dream. I am not unaware of how to strive for it. Have I not sacrificed enough for my dreams? But I cannot occupy these 2 quotas. The carriage fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being Zhang Xiaozhi's labored breaths and the muffled sobs escaping his nose. In the eyes of many, I am an unequivocal fool. Even the leaders of the brigade have said my mind is muddled. Yes, I too believe that I am muddled. As if kicked in the head by a donkey, the very thing I have longed for is within reach, yet I feign nonchalance and push it away. Why? Guzhen asked softly. Why? It's simple, they are my soldiers. I cannot compete against my own men. If I claim one quota, one of them must go. I, Zhang Xiaozhi, am defined by this role as a squad leader. My success and my failures are intertwined with this position, because I am their leader. I cannot compete with my soldiers for opportunities. This is why I choose to retire, because I am a leader, a squad leader. Zhang Xiaozhi sank heavily into his seat, crying out like a child wronged, tears flooding his face. He had never felt so fragile, so helpless. He had selfish desires to stay, yet he was a squad leader. Guzhan found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed that anything he might say now would be a misstep. Go back, Wolf King of the second squad. Zhang Xiaozhou waved his hand, turning away to gaze out the window with reddened eyes. Hoist the wolf flag of the second squad and charge forward. I will think of you all in my hometown. I will miss the second squad, each and every one of you. And I will reminisce about the days we spent together. In an instant, Guzhan was overwhelmed with tears. He embraced his old squad leader tightly, then sprinted away. Squad leader, the lowest rank, yet the highest awareness. With earnest words, we shall not squander our youth nor our hearts. Chapter 49. The captain is worthless. Such is the nature of a military unit, an unyielding battalion with ever-changing soldiers. Perhaps in this life, one can only cherish memories. Yet this embodies the essence of a soldier's sacrifice. More often than not, it is not life that is forfeited, but rather the relinquishing of one's rightful self-interests. This is not foolishness, it is a spirit of dedication. Guzhan faced severe punishment. After deliberation, the brigade decided to issue him a formal reprimand, which would be publicly announced and discussed throughout the brigade. Guzhan did not express any dissent. He understood that he must bear the consequences. There was no escaping it. Just as in South Sudan, a bottle of liquor and 2 packets of spicy strips. Guzhan sat with Wu Hao in the pigpen, sipping white liquor and munching on spicy strips, sweat pouring down his face, utterly exhilarated. What now, Guzhan? You've received a formal reprimand. What are we going to do? Wu Hao's face was etched with worry. For him, even a warning was intolerable, not just a matter of shame, but one that could affect his future. I am the emperor, Guzhan declared. What? You're the emperor? Have you been drinking? The emperor is calm, but the eunuchs are anxious. It's just a reprimand. Guzhan replied nonchalantly. I am a private. A reprimand 1T deduct my allowance. I'm already on the lowest stipend for voluntary soldiers. But this reprimand is serious. It could impact your future. Wu Hao expressed his concern. We need to find a way to erase this reprimand from your record, otherwise, it will be quite troublesome later on. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Guzhan tilted his head back, draining most of the bottle, his face contorting with delight as he exhaled the fumes of liquor. Ah, delightful. Bring me another bottle, quickly. Stop drinking, you're getting drunk. Wu Hao urged. Another bottle. Guzhan suddenly shouted. I didn't hit Sun Chao or Lu Xiaojun, which is already showing my squad leader some respect. So what if I have a drink now? Bring me another. Ever since Zhang Xiaozhou left, he had been bottling up his feelings, enduring daily criticisms. After finally submitting his self-reflection report and passing, he needed a way to release his pent-up emotions. All right, I'll get you another bottle. I know you're feeling down, so I'll accompany you. Wu Hao relented. Soon, he returned with 2 more bottles, but before he could set them down, Guzhan snatched one and began pouring it into his mouth. The sight startled Wu Hao. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed 2 streams of tears flowing from Guzhan's eyes. In his heart, he believed Guzhan was brave, even his idol. And seeing him cry stirred a sense of discomfort within him. But what could he do for his friend? It seemed there was nothing he could offer. He was merely a pig farmer, tending to hundreds of pigs in the squad. Suddenly, a surge of determination welled up within Wu Hao. He knew he had to do something for his brother. Guzhan, don't drink just yet. Wait for me. I'll prepare some dishes to accompany your drinks. Good. I'll wait. You must drink with me today. Outside, the biting cold persisted. Wu Hao caught a couple of piglets, swiftly slaughtering them, heating water in the boiler room, removing the skin and entrails, then rushing back to the pig pen with an induction cooker, preparing a hot pot with the fresh pork. This was perhaps the only way he could think of to provide comfort, and he was willing to go all out. Guzhan, let me tell you. You're a good person, but you don't quite act like a man. Guzhan, reeking of alcohol, shook his head and stammered. As a man, as a soldier of the second squad, you must let loose, right? You don't understand. Wu Hao, his face flushed and voice heavy from intoxication, exhaled deeply. I cannot compare to you. Guzhan, do you believe? Do you believe? Me? I've never even fired a gun. I just raise pigs. Yes, raising pigs is what I'm best at. None of you can outdo me. Let loose. Who says I can't? The captain is impressive, right? What good does that do? When I tell the pigs how to be raised, they must listen to me. They can't utter a word against it. Having drunk too much, Wu Hao's tongue felt heavy, his gaze unfocused. The captain, what use is he? Guzhan glared angrily. Still. Acting like an elder brother? If he can't even manage my squad leader, what is he worth? Bam! Wu Hao slammed the table, his alcohol-fueled rage igniting his eyes as he shouted. Yes, he is worthless. Exactly, he is worthless. Just like a fart from a pig. Indeed, a loud fart. At this moment, Standing at the entrance of the pig pen was Zhang Xiangyang, his face ablaze with fury, glaring at the two inebriated men hurling insults back and forth. You, come here, drink. Wu Hao, noticing someone at the door, drunkenly pointed at Zhang Xiangyang and declared, "Today my brother's mood. Isn't good. I just slaughtered 2 piglets. Come drink. Just say. The captain is a fart." Zhang Xiangyang's face changed, striding over and smacking Wu Hao on the head. "What are you doing? Who is a fart? Wu Hao? Are you out of your mind? Can you do your job? If you can't, then quit." Hearing that voice, Wu Hao struggled to open his eyes and realized it was the captain standing before him, instantly sobering him up. "Captain, you slaughtered 2 piglets? Who gave you such audacity?" Zhang Xiangyang berated him. "You, the pig farmer, want to act out? Very well, starting tomorrow. You'll join winter training." I. Wu Hao's face fell, and he pleaded softly, "Captain, I was just trying to cheer Guzhen up because he seemed so down. Just to prepare some food. You slaughtered the squad's piglets?" Zhang Xiangyang shouted. "You are just the pig farmer. Your job is to raise them properly. Do your duties and stop causing trouble, understand? What nonsense is this? A pig farmer wanting to rebel?" Wu Hao felt himself shrinking, his face a mix of grievance and indignation. His eyes reddening from the alcohol began to fill with fury. With each mention of pig farmer, it pierced his already fragile self-esteem. Crash. Wu Hao flipped the table. "So what if I slaughtered 2 piglets? I did it to eat them. What can you do to me? What is wrong with being a pig farmer? I ask you, what is wrong with being a pig farmer?" In an unexpected outburst, fire ignited in his eyes, and his previously hunched body stood tall, glaring at Zhang Xiangyang with unrestrained anger. "I raise pigs for the 2nd squad, working from dawn till dusk. When have you ever regarded me as part of the 2nd squad? Yes, I am a pig farmer, but I am also a human being. Who wants to revolve around pig dung every day? Do I want that? I certainly do not. Zhang Xiangyang, I declare to you today, whoever wants to raise pigs can do so. From this day forth, I shall no longer raise pigs." Fueled by alcohol, Wu Hao unleashed all the pent-up frustrations and suppressions he had endured. His eyes glowed with fierce intensity, as if they were about to bleed. Zhang Xiangyang stood in shock. He had never imagined Wu Hao, the most obedient and honest soldier, would dare to shout at him like this, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, Guzhen landed a punch squarely on his face. Bam! Caught completely off guard, Zhang Xiangyang collapsed to the ground. "Wu Hao, run. I'll handle this scoundrel." Guzhen, while calling out, poured liquor from a bottle into his mouth, slurring drunkenly. "What a Japanese devil. Just the day before yesterday, you surrendered. And now you come out flaunting yourself. Do you believe our captain could take you down with a single shot? Just wait. We'll find our captain to take you down with a gun." After saying this, Guzhen staggered out of the pig pen, dragging Wu Hao along, leaving Zhang Xiangyang furious to the point of rolling his eyes. Chapter 50. New training with squad leader Gu. The next day, Wu Hao was called up for winter training. On the verge of tears, filled with regret, yet powerless to change his fate. Training was a challenge for him, and most importantly, while he trained here, he still had to tend to over 100 pigs across the yard. Drill harder. Push yourselves to the limit. Zhang Xiangyang growled through clenched teeth. "Don't you want to earn the recognition of the 2nd squad? Then show me you can meet the standards. I'm giving you the opportunity. Lest anyone say Zhang Xiangyang is a Japanese devil. Captain, it wasn't me who said it. 2nd squad leader, personally train Wu Hao. Instill in him a sense of belonging to the 2nd squad. If he fails to meet the standards, I will personally train you." "Yes, sir." Wu Hao felt his legs go weak, nearly bursting into tears. "Regretting it now?" The 2nd squad leader chuckled softly. "Do you think you can be like Guzhen just because you are brothers?" Suddenly, Wu Hao lifted his head sharply, locking eyes with the leader. "No regrets. If I had to do it all over again, I would still do what I must. Guzhen is my brother. Giving him 2 piglets for a hot pot is nothing out of the ordinary. Let us train. Who is afraid? Push me to the limit. I won't regret it." The last 4 words were spoken with unwavering determination, leaving everyone astonished. Is this Wu Hao? Yes, indeed, this is Wu Hao. Here. He was a soldier in the 2nd squad who had never felt any sense of presence, despite his diligent work. A lack of presence meant isolation, and isolation meant a lack of belonging. Wu Hao was different from Guzhen, yet from the very first day Guzhen arrived, they became brothers for a brother. There was no room for regrets. While Wu Hao endured the training, Guzhen stealthily slipped into the instructor team. Despite facing disciplinary action, he was selected as the finest private and appointed as a squad leader for new recruits, tasked with leading them. Why was he chosen? This decision was made after careful consideration. Guzhen's excellence was undeniable, yet his arrogance was equally prominent. As the Wolf King of the 2nd squad, he was a malleable talent, But such talents must be held to strict standards. Clearly, conventional methods would not suffice. He needed to grasp the weight of responsibility early on. After much deliberation, Gujun was appointed as the squad leader for new recruits. For him, this was a wholly new world. Even though the instructor team and the second squad were in the same courtyard, his position and role had changed. The new recruits arrived, and training commenced. Gujun became squad leader Go, now responsible for 10 new recruits. To be honest, he had no idea how to be an effective squad leader, nor did he understand the skills required for such a role or the significance of the position. Yet he was determined, having taken on the mantle of leadership. He aimed to emulate Zhang Xiaozha, his own squad leader. In December, the Northwest was blanketed in snow, the biting cold marking the beginning of the recruits' journey as soldiers. The first step in the military was precisely 75 centimeters, and I need you to achieve that with utmost accuracy. With a stern expression, Gujun loudly addressed his 10 recruits. I will employ the harshest methods to mold you into qualified soldiers. As he spoke, his mind drifted to the rigorous training he had undergone under Zhang Xiaozha. It was a memory, a bittersweet recollection that he could not fully appreciate at the time. Measuring tape, correcting stances one by one, crossbars, rectifying postures, pins, adjusting neck positions. He applied all of Zhang Xiaozha's techniques, as if his instructor's presence had re-emerged on this training ground. This was the essence of mentorship. How a squad leader trained his soldiers would be reflected in how those soldiers would train their own recruits when their time came. Other squads did not impose such complexity. Only Gujun South squad seemed to drive the new recruits nearly to madness. While others merely required orderly marching, in his squad, it had to be exactly 75 centimeters, eliminating any shortcuts in executing movements. Standing at the front of the formation, he maintained a rigid posture, hands firmly pressed against his trousers, middle fingers aligned with the seams. Despite the frigid weather, while the recruits donned gloves, he bore the biting cold barehanded, allowing frostbite to mar his skin. Standards, he understood, were mere words. True standards could only be set by the squad leader. The first step was not easily mastered. If executed correctly, your military journey would not be lost. 75 centimeters is a test of new beginnings, a refinement of character. My squad leader taught me this. Now I will impart it to you. Indeed, Zhang Xiaozha had taught him this, and now he was teaching his soldiers, his demeanor increasingly mirroring that of Zhang Xiaozha. Meticulous in every aspect, whether walking or dining, whether sleeping or assembling, he maintained a strict adherence to rules, imposing rigorous self-expectations. Under his unwaveringly stringent requirements, all the recruits held him in deep respect. At night, Gujun, with hands ill-suited for needlework, carefully stitched the torn uniforms of new recruits that had become ill-fitting. He worked diligently, paying meticulous attention to detail. Squad leader, a recruit said, his eyes misty with emotion, my mother has never sewn my clothes this well. Gujun smiled gently. This is the military. During training hours, I must be strict with you. Perhaps the sight of my stern face frightens you, but I am your squad leader. My squad leader taught me this role is one of leadership and nurturing. When you become a squad leader yourselves, you will understand. Now, extend your hand. Let me see your frostbite. The recruit extended his hand, revealing patches of bruised red, a southern soldier unaccustomed to the harsh weather. Gujun retrieved a bottle of medicinal oil, pouring a bit onto the recruit's hands before rubbing it in vigorously. The recruit gazed at his squad leader, his eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. Every morning before drills, rub some medicinal oil on your hands to promote circulation. It will help prevent frostbite, he chuckled. Gujun's smile was particularly radiant, his gaze towards the recruits infused with warmth reminiscent of spring. Squad leader, I heard you were the Wolf King of the second squad? A recruit asked softly. I am just a soldier, like you, a squad leader of soldiers. Gujun neither confirmed nor denied. Squad leader, once we are assigned to our units, can you take me to the second squad? The recruit's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Not only this recruit, but others' eyes also shone with fervor. The second squad is very demanding, Gujun replied. We won't fear hardship as long as we follow you. One recruit declared. Yes, as long as we can be with you, we can endure any suffering. Squad leader, we are willing to follow you forever. Indeed. They felt that with Gujun, they could face anything, even more so than their own mothers had cared for them. The recruits expressed their heartfelt sentiments, acknowledging that while Gujun's strictness could drive one to madness, he was a good squad leader, the very best. Gujun took a deep breath, gazing out the window. If you wish to join me in the second squad, you must meet one condition. You must completely outperform your rivals in all training subjects. To follow the Wolf King, one must become a wolf and possess a proud and fierce heart. A squad leader has the power to influence a soldier's entire life, shaping their destiny throughout their existence. Chapter 51. Maturity and composure. In April, the new recruits joined the platoon, and Guzhan returned to the second squad with over 30 inexperienced wolf soldiers, accompanied by a commendation certificate for being an outstanding training sergeant from the headquarters. Upon receiving it, he promptly sent the certificate to Zhang Xiaozha, who was far away in another land. He had matured and become more composed. The restlessness on his face had diminished significantly, and his gaze had deepened. The 4 months spent as a squad leader for the new recruits had transformed Guzhan immensely, a change that did not go unnoticed by Zhang Xianyang and Wang Haijun, who felt both joy and pride. Comrade Squad Leader, Guzhan has returned with 36 new recruits to report for duty. Please advise. Guzhan saluted, steadfast in his demeanor. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Xianyang returned the salute and said to Li Linzhong, Deputy Commander, please arrange for the new comrades to rest in the television room. We will hold a meeting first. Understood. Soon. The 36 new recruits were settled in the television room for a brief respite, while all cadre members and squad leaders convened in the meeting room. As Guzhan prepared to leave, he was called back by Zhang Xianyang. Guzhan, I still remember when you referred to me as a Japanese devil, Zhang Xianyang said, his expression darkening. Did I? Guzhan widened his eyes, feigning innocence. Captain, you must be joking. Dreaming, perhaps? I would never call you that. Absolutely not. He maintained a facade of righteous indignation, utterly refusing to admit to any wrongdoing. Is this really so unforgiving? It's been 4 months. Yet you still haven't let it go? I must escape. Despite Guzhan's mischief, Zhang Xianyang insisted, there is a vacancy for a squad leader. You will take it. What? Me? A squad leader? Guzhan was momentarily bewildered, not because he was returning to a leadership position, but because he was being promoted to the role of squad leader. The squad leader of a new recruit unit was not necessarily a leader in the traditional sense. They might be a deputy or a seasoned non-commissioned officer. However, the squad leader of an established unit was a different matter entirely. It was rare for a private to lead an established team. If one were to do so, it would indicate extraordinary capabilities across the board. For the second squad, the position of squad leader represented the spearhead, the very essence of strength. For the past 6 years, the squad leader had been Zhang Xiaozha, and now, with the position vacant, Guzhan was being promoted, an unprecedented move due to his insufficient experience. Will you do it? Zhang Xianyang asked, visibly impatient. But I still carry a serious demerit. Guzhan protested with a smile. This really isn't suited for me enough with the excuses. After 4 months in the new recruit unit, you've had to maintain a standard of excellence daily, nearly suffocating under the pressure. I thought upon returning you could have it easier, yet the captain insists on making you squad leader? This is absurd. I prefer being a regular soldier. Being a squad leader is too exhausting. You even dare to hit me knowing I have a serious demerit? Zhang Xianyang's expression hardened as he commanded, enter the meeting room. That is an order. Understood. Reluctantly, Guzhan walked into the meeting room, enduring yet another meeting, before being thrust into the role of squad leader. All personnel, including the new recruits, gathered on the training ground, preparing for the induction ceremony and class assignments. Present the battle flag. Zhang Xianyang stood tall, his voice resonating. 8 wolf soldiers stepped forward, carrying the battle flag with solemn precision, presenting the fierce wolf emblem to the new recruits. At the sight of the flag, excitement surged among all present, especially the new recruits, whose eyes sparkled with fervor as they realized they were about to become wolf soldiers, an unparalleled honor. The second squad of the armed police was established in 1983, and over the past 2 decades had weathered storms, unwaveringly supporting the party's directive to wield the gun in service of the people. Instructor Wang Haijun loudly recited the history of the second squad, marking the induction ceremony and serving as the first lesson for the new recruits. Everyone stood solemnly, erect, chests out, eyes fixed upon the wolf emblem that symbolized their squad. Just then, a rugged off-road vehicle drove into the squad area, coming to a steady halt, and the deputy political commissar stepped out. Upon seeing the deputy political commissar's arrival, Wang Haijun immediately halted the induction ceremony and rushed over to report. Deputy political commissar, the second squad is conducting the new recruits induction ceremony. Please advise. Proceed as planned. Yes. Wang Haijun saluted and turned to return to the induction ceremony, but a voice interrupted from behind. No need to rush. A stocky major officer, sporting a smile that bore an unsettling sharpness, stood before them. Guzhan caught a glimpse of the major and sensed a hint of bloodlust emanating from him, accompanied by an almost tangible pressure. Wang Haijun halted, turning to face the major, unsure of his intentions. When he sought clarification from the deputy political commissar, through his gaze, he was met with a look of disdain. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhou, given name Meng. You can call me Old Zhou, or Big Zhou, or even affectionately Zhou Zhou. The major chuckled casually, his eyes briefly darting to Wang Haijin's face before settling on the wolf emblem. Ah, this wolf emblem is quite well crafted. It must have required significant effort. Zhou Ming smirked, loosening his collar and taking a step toward the flag. All eyes were on him, filled with confusion and wariness. I've heard your squad has a wolf king. Who might that be? Zhou Ming inquired, nonchalantly stroking the wolf emblem. It's me. Guzhen stepped forward. Ah, I see. Zhou Ming acknowledged with a casual nod, continuing to caress the emblem as though it were an infant's head. Remove your hand from our battle flag. Guzhen narrowed his eyes. This is not your toy, if you persist. I assure you that you will enter standing and exit horizontally today. At this, Zhou Ming burst into laughter. Oh, this is amusing. You are the wolf king of the second squad? Not bad, not bad. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner, he chuckled. Suddenly, his hand moved on the emblem. Rip. A gash tore through the wolf emblem, splitting it down the middle. In an instant, a blaze of fury ignited in the eyes of all present. Their battle flag had been desecrated. The flag represented their spirit, their soul, intricately woven into the very essence of each member of the squad. Destroyed? Zhou Ming shrugged, feigning indifference. Well, it's better this way. The wolf emblem can only have one face. Second squad, prepare for a full test. With that, he turned and strode toward the vehicle, opening the door. Bang! Guzhen kicked the door shut. I offer you 3 choices. He raised 2 fingers. First, kneel before our battle flag and bow 3 times as an apology. Second, kneel before our battle flag and bow 3 times as an apology. Third, kneel before our battle flag and bow 3 times as an apology. Zhou Ming laughed. But as his amusement faded, a sharp intensity emanated from him, a formidable aura that surged forth, laced with a thick scent of blood, bearing down on Guzhen. Countdown. Guzhen remained unfazed, his eyelids unflinching. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. With each number, Zhou Ming's gaze sharpened. The scent of blood grew more potent, instilling a chilling terror that pressed heavily upon Guzhen. Finally, Guzhen lifted his eyelids, meeting Zhou Ming's gaze with a fierce ferocity. He was prepared to confront this man, no matter who he was. To defile their battle flag was tantamount to declaring war on the second squad. Although he now exudes maturity and composure, definitions can vary. Maturity, in Guzhen's case, is epitomized by his exceptional prowess in combat, having reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Composure, on the other hand, manifests in his steady and powerful punches, capable of rendering opponents unrecognizable to their own mothers. In Chapter 52, Incorporation into the Mobile Division, 2 pairs of eyes collide fiercely in the air, igniting sparks. Zhou Ming is taken aback by the palpable aura of menace radiating from Guzhen. He can distinctly sense the sanguine scent emanating from this private adorned with the rank of a second lieutenant. Guzhen, stand down. The deputy political commissar strides forward, positioning himself between the two, his expression darkening significantly. Comrade Yang, you must resolve this matter. Zhou Ming remarks with a smile. I shall head to the brigade. There are numerous handover tasks that demand my attention. After saying this, he opens the car door and takes his seat. Guzhen, intent on confronting him, is firmly restrained by the deputy political commissar, left to watch helplessly as the off-road vehicle carries Zhou Ming away. Frustration simmers within him, a profound displeasure. Commissar, what do you mean by this? Guzhen exclaims loudly. He has desecrated our battle flag. This is no mere provocation, it is a declaration of war. Indeed, this is not mere provocation. A torn battle flag is an affront that none can tolerate. The battle flag, it is merely a symbol. Yet I do not wish for you to suffer a grave loss. The deputy political commissar sighs. You are our brigade's finest soldier, our most exceptional training instructor, with vast potential for growth. Guzhen, I am protecting you. If he is allowed to act with impunity, the consequences would be dire. Before Guzhen can seek clarification, the deputy political commissar instructs Zhang Xianyang to summon all cadre members to the conference room for an urgent meeting. Are we foregoing the new recruits' induction ceremony? Wang Haijin inquires. We shall discuss it post-meeting. All cadre members gather in the conference room, while the duty officer organizes military posture training for the bewildered new recruits. The soldiers stand in formation, and the squad leaders huddle together. What is happening? One squad leader inquires, furrowing his brow. The battle flag has been destroyed. Eliminating him would be too lenient. Another squad leader responds. The atmosphere is charged with anger. The battle flag is the very foundation of their second squad. Despite their seething rage, the squad leaders understand the necessity of maintaining stability within the squad. Chaos cannot ensue. Guzhen, what does the deputy political commissar mean by holding you back? One squad leader questions. How should I know what it means? They claim it is for my protection. Guzhen retorts, lighting a cigarette, his frustration palpable. Do I truly require protection? I've already faced significant disciplinary actions. I fear nothing. The destruction of the battle flag has incited Zhou Yong to storm off, with the deputy political commissar desperately attempting to restrain him, leaving Guzhen seething with unexpressed anger. This is no trivial matter, it is of utmost importance. I suspect the situation is more complex than it appears. Zhou Yong is already a major. He must comprehend the ramifications of destroying a battalion's battle flag, unless what? Unless this battle flag has already lost its significance, unless it has been rescinded, otherwise. One seasoned squad leader, known for his level-headedness and extensive experience, utters a chilling possibility. That is inconceivable. Guzhen dismisses, the conferral of a battle flag to a battalion is no trivial affair. Revoking it is even more significant, representing the dissolution of a battalion's identity. We received our battle flag merely 6 months ago. It cannot be rescinded. Indeed, it is impossible. There is no way this could happen. The rise of our second squad has only just begun. No one wishes to believe that the second squad is facing dissolution. For such a scenario is unfathomable. Yet, why is this occurring? From the highest ranks down to the soldiers, no officer would dare desecrate a battle flag. Even commanding officers treat it with utmost reverence. It may be a flag of negligible material value, yet it embodies the spirit and faith of the battalion. Something no one would dare trample upon, unless they wished for their own demise. Yet, Zhou Yong has done just that, obliterating their wolf-head battle flag. In the office, the deputy political commissar convenes a meeting, and the faces of all present officers are etched with sorrow and indignation. Zhang Xiangyang clenches his fists tightly, while Wang Haijun grips his hat anxiously, and Li Linzhang's complexion darkens, veins bulging in his neck. Comrades, this is a directive from headquarters. We have no choice in the matter. Revolutionary soldiers are like bricks, moved wherever needed. Everyone knows this slogan, and now. The deputy political commissar rubs his temples, sighing heavily as he whispers, in other words, from this moment forth, the second squad ceases to exist. How can this be? Zhang Xianyang cries out in disbelief, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, disappointment, anger, frustration, sorrow, and helplessness. We too wish to question this. But is this even a matter of questioning? The deputy political commissar exhales deeply. Prepare yourselves. They will first assess the officers. Those who meet the standards shall remain. Those who do not will be discharged. The brigade has lost all authority. Their fate is now in the hands of others. The atmosphere in the conference room is stifling, suffocating. How do we convey this to the soldiers? Wang Haijun murmurs. I shall do it, the deputy political commissar says with a wry smile. I do not wish to bear this burden, yet it falls upon me. Go and assemble the troops. As the meeting adjourns, the deputy political commissar is the first to exit the office, followed closely by Zhang Xianyang and the other cadre members. Each face reflects a blend of resignation and discontent. What options remain? The only path is to accept their fate. Second squad, assemble. The deputy political commissar commands. Instantly, the entire battalion springs into action, gathering with remarkable speed. Each soldier anxiously anticipating the unfolding events, sensing the gravity of the situation from their leader's expressions. Comrades, the second squad is a battle-hardened unit. Having excelled in fulfilling the tasks set forth by the party and the nation, and was bestowed with a sacred battle flag last year. This is a point of pride for the second squad, for each of you, and for the brigade. You are exceptional. A band of wolf soldiers who will never be vanquished in the desolate Gobi of the Northwest. The battalion remains silent, each soldier waiting anxiously for the next words. From this day forth, the deputy political commissar pauses, scanning the soldiers before him, letting out a heavy sigh as he solemnly declares, you no longer belong to the brigade. You are now part of the A Mobile Division's reconnaissance battalion. In the coming week, the Mobile Division will assess you. Those who meet the criteria will be incorporated into the A Division's reconnaissance battalion. Those who do not will either be discharged or reassigned. As these words resonate, a sense of impending doom envelopes the second squad. The soldiers do not erupt in chaos, but stand frozen, staring blankly at the deputy political commissar. They have been integrated into the A Division. Their second squad has been irrevocably erased. Chapter 53. Such unfairness silence reigns. A deathly stillness pervades the second squad. Devoid of any sound, all soldiers bearing expressions of stone-cold stoicism. The news arrives with shocking abruptness on the very first day of their enlistment. They are no longer members of the second squad. No, to be precise, the second squad is rendered non-existent. Even if the brigade were to establish a new second squad, it would not be theirs. A piercing wail suddenly shatters the oppressive silence, resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow and anguish. Wah! The sound reverberates through the air, followed by another, you. The third, fourth, and fifth cries join in unison. Emotion is contagious, and the wailing spreads among the battle-hardened wolf soldiers, who now weep openly. The second squad has vanished, the battle flag is lost. Commissar, why has this happened? Woe is us. Our second squad has toiled for 2 decades since its establishment to earn a battle flag, only to have it taken away in the blink of an eye. Can we not let the second squad vanish? This is our home, our sanctuary. I will not abandon the second squad. I will not abandon the second squad. I shall not leave, not even in death. The cries were heart-wrenching, as nearly every soldier was moved to tears, fervently pleading with the deputy political commissar to preserve the second squad, for it is a home to each of them. Witnessing this scene, the deputy political commissar felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. He too did not wish for the second squad to disappear. All the leaders of the brigade shared this sentiment, as so much dedication had been poured into this unit, only to see it face obliteration at the moment of its fruition. Comrades, this is... The deputy political commissar wanted to say something, yet found himself unable to contain his emotions, turning away to wipe the corners of his eyes. At this stage in his life, he was seldom swayed by emotions. But now he was utterly powerless. The second squad represents the visage of the brigade, a formidable tooth placed here by the headquarters. Though young, having been established only 2 decades, it has nonetheless cultivated its own spirit and beliefs during this brief span, even amidst peacetime. This is a remarkable achievement. Yet the second squad has indeed succeeded in this endeavor, embodying a core spirit. A succession of soldiers, a lineage passed down through generations, meticulously sculpted and honed, has forged the second squad. Soldiers from Yunnan, Shaanxi, Jiangsu, Hubei, Anhui, Sichuan, Shandong, and Shaanxi converged, integrated, struggled, and advanced. Enough with the tears. Is this any way to behave? You are still wolf soldiers, and there are new recruits watching you. Zhang Xiangyang bellowed. Silence. No crying. That is an order. As he spoke, Zhang Xiangyang found himself crying too, vigorously wiping his face, yet the tears would not cease. The second squad is gone. And he never imagined he would become the last commander of the second squad. He had always believed himself to be the first to wave the wolf head battle flag. This transition was straightforward. The A Division became aware of the second squad and promptly took action to absorb the entire unit. The second squad, subordinate to the municipal armed police force, was poised to be integrated into the A Division, an elite mobile unit in the Northwest region. From a combat perspective, the second squad ought to be incorporated into the A Division rather than remaining as a local force. To put it plainly, a fully formed counterterrorism squad would possess greater combat efficacy within the A Division. The disparity between the two is vast in terms of equipment. The A Division boasts armored vehicles, large-caliber artillery, electronic countermeasure systems, and so forth. What does the second squad possess? Merely light weaponry. The Mobile Armed Police Division is capable of executing any combat task or engaging in large-scale warfare, akin to an army's restructured division. We harbor no objections to being incorporated into the A Division, but why must the second squad be eradicated? Why must we relinquish the wolf flag of the second squad? Gu Jin, seething with rage, declared, "This is not incorporation. This is a complete dissolution, merely to replenish their manpower." This was the source of the soldiers' tears. Had the second squad been restructured into the A Division, there would have been no issue, but now they face disbandment. It is profoundly unjust, utterly unfair. Yet the truth is that fairness does not exist in this matter. Soldiers must obey orders and follow directives. A soldier is akin to a brick, to be moved wherever needed. Because the reconnaissance battalion of the A Division already possesses a wolf soldier company, the deputy political commissar side. Thus, there is no need for further discussion. They are the wolf soldier company, and the reconnaissance battalion of the A Division also has a wolf soldier company, which inevitably means one must vanish. Undoubtedly, it will be the second squad that disappears. Prepare yourselves. The day after tomorrow, officers will undergo evaluation, and the day after that, all soldiers will be assessed. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhang Xiangyang lifted his head and stated, "Given the circumstances, there is nothing more to discuss. We can only comply with the arrangements. Officers who do not meet the standards will be reassigned, and soldiers who do not qualify will face alternate assignments or early discharge." The most brutal reality is about to unfold. Integrating the second squad into the reconnaissance battalion of the A Division necessitates a re-evaluation according to the standards set by the A Division. Those who qualify will remain. Those who do not will depart, with no room for leniency. This represents a new choice for each member of the second squad. They are powerless, and they can only accept. Enough with the tears. Are you not still wolf soldiers? Wang Haijin shouted. If anyone is to leave, it shall be us first. Once those who are to depart have done so, then you may weep freely. The only thing that matters now is to exert every effort to remain until the end. Indeed, they must prepare now to ensure they endure until the very last moment. This is the final hard battle for the second squad. Gu Jin's gaze radiated a feral brilliance, and he spoke with a deep, resonant voice. Let them see who the true wolf soldiers are. Let them regret everything they have done today. We are not lone wolves. We are a pack, having conquered the arid deserts and now seeking to conquer our own kind. The fierce glint in the eyes of the comrades reflected back at him, and the tear-filled gazes began to shimmer with a fierce wolf-like determination. As the Wolf King of the second squad, I declare a truth to you all. Guzhan paused, then burst forth with a wild, proud laugh. The second squad embodies the essence of the wolf. The roar erupted as he tilted his head back toward the heavens. The second squad embodies the essence of the wolf. The second squad embodies the essence of the wolf. Howl, howl. The piercing howl of wolves rose as they began to unleash themselves one final time to conquer with the wildness that belongs solely to men. Chapter 54. The Battle Flag in Our Hearts. In the brigade headquarters, the brigade leader and the political commissar were in a fury, furious over Zhou Yong's destruction of the wolf head battle flag. Although the second squad was no longer under their command, it remained their child, who granted the authority to destroy the wolf flag. Zhou, do not overstep your bounds. Have we been too courteous to you? The brigade leader roared. That battle flag was earned by our brigade, and you must provide us with an explanation for this matter. Zhou, you are the reconnaissance battalion commander of the A division, but this is our brigade. Even if the wolf flag is rescinded, it must remain with our brigade. Displayed in the brigade's historical room, the political commissar's face was grim. Their assertions were entirely justified, even if the second squad ceases to exist. The battle flag must be preserved in the brigade for display. To elaborate further, the battle flag belongs to the second squad, but more importantly, it belongs to the brigade. The two leaders need not be so agitated. Zhou Yong replied with a smile, while the second squad is famed for its wolf-like spirit. There remains a significant gap between them and my reconnaissance battalion's wolf soldier company. I have come to oversee the selection evaluations, intending to take all the soldiers of the second squad with me. They will need a compelling reason, and the rescinded battle flag is undoubtedly the best leverage. I need them to fight with all their might. I relish their fervor, as it aligns with my evaluation criteria. This is a deliberate act of flag desecration, a battle flag that has already been rescinded. As the reconnaissance battalion commander, Zhou Yong is well aware of the significance of the battle flag. Yet he wishes to take the entire second squad with him, despite the existing gaps in their requirements. In this scenario, it is imperative to fundamentally provoke them, inciting them to fight with abandon. This is not your rationale, nor is it an excuse you can wield. You have desecrated our battle flag. The brigade leader's words were abruptly cut off by Zhou Yong. No, I only destroyed our own battle flag. Zhou Yong smiled, extending a finger. The second squad is now part of our division. Everything I do to them is none of your concern. Just now, I extended my respect to you, hence my lengthy explanation. However, let me make it clear. Do not interfere with the affairs of the second squad any longer. They are already part of our division. To be precise, they are my soldiers, Zhou Yong's troops. How I manage my soldiers is my own affair, and there is no need for your concern. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. These fruitless conversations can wait until I have the leisure to engage with someone. Having spoken this, Zhou Yong smiled, rose, and strode out of the office, ignoring the brigade commander and the political commissar entirely. How arrogant! How audacious! The brigade commander slammed his hand on the table in frustration. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely flatten him. Arrogance is my hallmark, whether you like it or not. I, Zhou Yong, am indeed this arrogant. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yong, having exited, tossed this remark over his shoulder, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Yet, he truly possessed the credentials to be so. As the reconnaissance battalion commander of the elite mobile division was no ordinary individual. He had no need to cater to others' feelings. He merely needed to attend to his own responsibilities. Upon entering the temporary dormitory, Zhou Yong's smile faded as he stood rigidly while dialing a number on the phone. Comrade Chief of Staff, I have a rather immature suggestion. I hope to reorganize and incorporate the second squad, transforming them into the 4th company of the reconnaissance battalion. The rationale is simple. They are wolf soldiers, and we also have a pack of wolf soldiers. Wolf soldiers competing against wolf soldiers fosters excellent rivalry. His eyes gleamed with determination as he conveyed his thoughts to the Chief of Staff. Although our last battle incurred significant losses and urgently required veteran reinforcements, there was no need to disband the second squad. They possess their own spirit and traditions. Altering the course now can still be reconciled without affecting the assessment standards I require. Yes, yes, yes. After 3 affirmations, Zhou Yong hung up the phone, a faint look of helplessness passing through his eyes. The second squad, it is not that we wish to dismantle you, but rather that you lack battlefield experience. Thus you can only be dispersed and integrated. Do not blame me for being heartless. We all serve our country, our people, and the land beneath our feet. This was a soliloquy. Zhou Yong did not genuinely wish to disband the second squad. He hoped for a harmonious partnership between the two wolves. Unfortunately, Time simply would not allow it. In the second squad, drink. Drink up. In the mess hall, Zhang Xiangyang raised a bottle and shouted, "You all enjoy sneaking drinks, so today, I'll let you drink to your heart's content. Once you're drunk, feel free to call me a Japanese devil. It's all good. Brothers, let us go for it. Down it, down it, down it, down it." All the soldiers lifted their beer bottles, shouting as they gulped down the contents. The beer was bitter, yet it could not compare to the bitterness within their hearts. However, alcohol could momentarily allow them to forget, igniting the pain within into a fierce flame of bravery. Zhang Xiangyang discarded the empty bottle and grabbed another, biting off the cap. "This one, I toast to my brothers." He raised the beer and declared, "I am not a good captain, nor is the instructor a qualified one. We only know how to drill you. And our concern for you has been lacking." Wang Haijun interjected, "But we are brothers. Wherever we go from here, we must remember that we will always be brothers. Brothers. Drink up. It's all in the booze. Cheers to you, my two elder brothers. Cheers. No matter where I go, I only have you two big brothers. Cheers." Gulp. 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 The second squad drank heartily, disregarding military discipline, for this would be their last opportunity to gather as a whole. In 2 days, the officers would face assessment. Failure would mean packing their bags and returning home, and the same fate awaited the soldiers, who would be discharged early. "Beer isn't strong enough. Let us switch to white liquor." Guzhen tossed aside his beer bottle and climbed onto the table, laughing loudly. "In this place, drinking weak beer? Bring out the strong stuff, burn your throat, cut your insides, scorch your stomach. That's what it means to be a Northwest Wolf soldier. Ha ha ha. Right. Right, let us go for the strong stuff. Where is the white liquor?" Indeed, beer lacked potency, especially at this moment. Without the fiery burn of white liquor down their throats, nothing felt satisfying. A fervent crowd clamored around the table, exchanging beer for white liquor, drinking as if they were madmen. The spirits flowed, washing away their sorrow. This was their final feast, the last madness of the brothers from the second squad. They drank to excess, completely intoxicated, sprawled across the mess hall. Jin. Wang Haijun, clutching a bottle, mumbled incoherently, "You are a wolf, 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 king. Regardless of our fate, let them all stay. The battle flag remains unbroken. It is, in our hearts, our souls." Before he could finish, Wang Haijun's head drooped as he fell asleep. Guzhen continued to drink, sitting there, taking swigs of white liquor. He was intoxicated, yet the more he drank, the clearer his mind became. The battle flag remains unbroken. It resides in the hearts of all from the second squad, intertwined with their souls. He is the Wolf King. He must uphold the battle flag. Chapter 55. The proud wolf soldiers. The assessment team of the mobile division was fully prepared to begin evaluating all officers of the second squad. The first item of assessment, the physical fitness test, was announced by Zhou Yong, who stood with hands behind his back, speaking loudly. 5 kilometers with a 15-kilogram load on armed cross-country. Passing time is 22 minutes, after a 10-minute rest, 20 pull-ups and 20 bar dips, after another 10-minute rest, 60 push-ups in 1 minute, 60 sit-ups in 1 minute, and 60 squats in 1 minute. After 10 minutes of rest, the 400-meter obstacle course must be completed in 1 minute and 40 seconds to pass, after another 10-minute rest. An 800-meter comprehensive exercise. The list of physical fitness tasks went on and on, with only 10 minutes of rest between each item. This was an attempt to push them to their limits. Yet, this was the standard, the most fundamental physical fitness requirement. As the assessment commenced, Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun led all the officers of the squad in the 15-kilogram armed cross-country run. A passing time of 22 minutes was deemed acceptable, significantly exceeding the normal standard. Usually, 26 minutes is considered the passing mark, and given the altitude and oxygen levels in the northwest, the time should be extended. However, under Zhou Yong, the requirement was strictly 22 minutes. This was not a challenge but merely a standard. Midway through the run, the quartermaster began to lag behind. He could no longer continue, drenched in sweat, unable to take another step. Zhang Xiangyang and Wang Haijun remained at the front, leading the team, breathing heavily, their eyes filled with determination. The deputy captain, deputy instructor, and 9 squad leaders followed resolutely, gritting their teeth. They all had military competence in the second squad. All training subjects must be met by the officers first. The quartermaster was an exception. He had exerted himself to the utmost. "Captain, I'll go ahead," he rasped, throwing his equipment to the ground and lying down, closing his eyes in agony. A vehicle approached, and 2 medical personnel lifted him onto it to return to the starting point. "Here is your discharge report. Please sign it." Zhou Yong handed the quartermaster a prepared discharge report. Receiving the report, the quartermaster glared at Zhou Yong with resentment. "Brother, there is no need for such animosity," Zhou Yong said. The quartermaster is part of logistics, yet in wartime, logistics are more vital than any combat unit. When a road is destroyed and vehicles cannot proceed, the urgent supplies must be carried by men. A delay of even a minute could cost lives. I am not your brother, the quartermaster spat, signing the discharge report and forcefully tossing it back. Zhou Yang smiled. Your post-discharge benefits have already been arranged. I assure you, you will not be mistreated. The quartermaster fell silent, removing his insignia, placing it along with his neatly folded uniform and cap before the tattered battle flag. Salute, he commanded himself, paying a final tribute to the wolf head battle flag of the 2nd Squad before turning to grab his bag and mount his bicycle. In that fleeting moment of ascent, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and once seated, he buried his head deeply. After a grueling 5 kilometers of cross-country, Zhang Xiangyang and his comrades returned with gaping mouths, saliva flying, almost in a state of unconsciousness, completing the course in 22 minutes. After a brief 10-minute respite, they prepared for the next assessment. 10 minutes later, the officers rose once more to undergo the next evaluation. Gasping for breath, they relentlessly tackled one challenge after another, yet their stamina was severely depleted. Captain, I can't hold on. I can't. The 3rd Squad leader's lips trembled, his complexion pale. Hold on. Just hold on. We absolutely cannot lose. Zhang Xiangyang gritted his teeth and urged. Thud. The 3rd Squad leader collapsed heavily onto the ground, losing consciousness instantly. The intensity was overwhelming. If only they could rest thoroughly, these challenges would be manageable. However, the mechanized division afforded them little time to recover, with one task following another. Even the strongest would struggle under such pressure. 3rd Squad leader. 3rd Squad leader. Half an hour later, the 3rd Squad leader placed his neatly pressed uniform before the battle flag, staring intently at the wolf head for a long moment. Salute. The final military salute was offered first to the wolf head battle flag, his eyes brimming with tears as he departed. More than 20 minutes later, Deputy Instructor Zhang Hongbin laid his uniform before the flag, pursing his lips as he saluted it. Subsequently, another squad leader followed suit, placing his uniform before the flag and saluting it before leaving. All the soldiers of the 2nd Squad watched, fully aware of where their leaders were headed. Unfair, unfair, it's so unfair. A squad leader growled, pounding the ground with his fist. There is no such thing as fairness, Guzhen replied. This is the military. In the military, nothing is right, yet everything is right. The saying nothing is right in the military is well known among veterans, for in such an environment, personal assumptions are entirely incorrect. Everything is right refers to the sacrifices made in the name of service, where all actions are justifiable, all for the people, with no right or wrong in the face of the nation. Roaring, Zhang Xiangyang completed the last assessment, radiating a fierce aura akin to a fierce wolf. Being appointed the captain of the 2nd Squad was no trivial achievement. Congratulations, you are stronger than I anticipated. Zhou Ming approached Zhang Xiangyang and said, My reconnaissance battalion will reserve a company for you. His eyes sparkled with admiration, for Zhang Xiangyang truly excelled and deserved a place in the reconnaissance battalion. A hint of disdain flickered in Zhang Xiangyang's eyes as he turned toward the battle flag, removing his rank insignia and placing his prepared uniform before it. Salute. He commanded himself, offering the final military salute to the flag. Zhou Ming's expression shifted to one of confusion and questioning upon witnessing this act. Captain. Guzhen stood up, his face a mask of shock. I passed the assessment, but I have decided to transfer. Zhang Xiangyang smiled at Guzhen. Guzhen, I have only taught you the ferocity of the wolf soldiers, but I have yet to impart one crucial lesson. Every wolf soldier is solitary and proud. You are the wolf king of our 2nd Squad. You will be even more alone, even prouder. I cannot see the path you will take, but I know that the 2nd Squad has left you with an indelible mark for life. With that, he waved goodbye to Guzhen and his fellow wolf soldiers, grabbing his bag and preparing to ride away. Zhang Captain, wait. Zhou Yang chased after him. My family's Land Rover is rusting away. I need to go back and drive it. Zhang Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. Even if you offered me your position as battalion commander, I would disdain to accept. I am the last captain of the 2nd Squad. With the squad disbanded, do you think I would remain? Zhou Yang ceased to persuade him, watching Zhang Xiangyang laugh as he rode away. Passing all assessments merely validated his capabilities. Zhang Xiangyang would not stay because the squad was no more, and he was its final leader. For whatever reason, he could not bear to remain. One must possess a sense of pride. Those from the 2nd Squad must carry an air of superiority, akin to a wolf from the desolate north that can never be tamed. Chapter 56, Farewells echoed. Salute, salute, salute. The repeated commands reverberated across the assessment field, as all officers from the 2nd Squad, who had passed the final assessment, chose to transfer. It was a salute, a sound of parting. They too were proud, never willing to yield, the wolf soldiers. Passing the assessment only confirmed that the wolf head would never bow down. Zhou Yong's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the members of the second squad would be so unruly, and these officers executed their decisions with such decisiveness. I passed. Yet I still choose to transfer. What can you do about it? Indeed, they were a pack of wolf soldiers, Zhou Yong murmured to himself. Among these officers, he had set his sights on Captain Zhang Xiangyang and instructor Wang Haijun, recognizing their remarkable qualities. He even envisioned giving them a company to lead. Despite the pressures from above, but now it seemed to have veered off course. The biggest issue lay ahead, if Zhang Xiangyang and the others took this path. The soldiers beneath them would surely follow. Yes, they would follow. The soldiers of the second squad displayed a fervent exuberance, their eyes filled with mockery. Chief of Staff, all officers of the second squad have chosen to transfer. Are the qualities of their officers so lacking? No, not lacking. They are not only competent but exceptionally strong. The pass rate reached 70%, yet after passing, they chose to transfer. Why? Because they are truly wolf soldiers. Zhou Yong felt a sensation akin to a lump lodged in his throat, unable to express it, unable to swallow. He could certainly refuse Zhang Xiangyang and the others' transfers. But the problem remained that even if he forcibly kept them, the remaining time would merely be spent idly. Would the soldiers' assessments continue? Yes, they must continue. A day later, the soldiers of the second squad began their assessments, and the soldiers' evaluations nearly pushed Zhou Yong to his breaking point. Salute. A squad leader placed his uniform before the battle flag, saluting it. Salute. A non-commissioned officer followed suit, placing his uniform before the flag and saluting. Salute. 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 The tattered battle flag was adorned with uniforms, the majority belonging to those who passed the assessment only to choose early discharge. Only one remained. You may also choose early discharge. Zhou Yong fixed his gaze on Guzhan. Why would I choose early discharge? Guzhan shook his head, replying. I passed the assessment and choose to stay. You wouldn't refuse, would you? No. Then that's settled. I will remain. In the entire second squad. Only Guzhan opted to stay, while all others chose to depart, leaving Zhou Yong in a position of disadvantage. He was irate. For the second squad was far too audacious. That evening, Guzhan and Mu Hao sat atop a pig pen, drinking. Guzhan. Today I truly risked my life, but there was no other way. Wu Hao lamented, I've made up my mind. Once I return home, I will find a steady job. Though often looked down upon, I have proven myself to be a member of the second squad. In the military, as a wolf soldier. I can't afford to be subpar upon returning, lest I bring disgrace to the squad. What have you decided to do when you go back? Guzhan asked. Taking a sip of liquor. Raise pigs. Wu Hao chuckled. I'll set up a pig farm at home, raising 1,000 or so pigs. Working hard for a few years to strike it rich. Haha. Once I make money, I'll find a wife and enjoy a beautiful life. As he spoke, his face gleamed with anticipation, his eyes sparkling with joy, as if he had already become a successful pig farmer, cash flowing in, living life to the fullest. Cheers. Guzhan raised his bottle. However, Wu Hao remained motionless, the smile on his face fading away. And tears had begun to well up in his eyes without him even realizing it. Guzhan, am I particularly unaccomplished? Wu Hao choked out. Am I not soldier-like at all? Am I just a worthless coward? Seeing his comrades suddenly break down in tears. Guzhan was about to offer comfort when he noticed Wu Hao tilt his head back and drain the bottle of liquor. Wu. Guzhan. I've never even fired a gun once. I've enlisted without ever having shot a weapon. Wu. I'm just not a soldier. Wu Hao wept openly, never before having felt such sorrow. He was a pig farmer in the army, having spent his time caring for pigs since his arrival. Yet his greatest desire was to hold a gun and fire even a single bullet. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity. His sole duty was to tend the pigs. Brother, don't cry. Wait for me. I'm going to find you a gun so you can enjoy it properly. Guzhan tightly embraced Wu Hao and said, You are a soldier. A good soldier, content with solitude, steadfast in your duties. Wait for me. I must ensure you fire a weapon. I must. His heart ached. Tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He was determined to make Wu Hao fire a gun. It had to happen. Guzhan leaped down from the pig pen and dashed swiftly to the squadron. Where's the armory? Open the armory for me. Wu Hao has never fired a gun. If he hasn't fired a gun, he can't be considered a soldier. Come out, give me a gun. The entire building was silent. No one paid him any mind as most had already left. Gun, 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 bang, bang, bang. The armory door echoed with the sound of Guzhan kicking it, but it wouldn't budge. Even if it did open, there would be no guns inside. The armory had been cleared out, all firearms and ammunition transferred to the brigade. On the far side, after his bout of weeping, Wu Hao entered the feed room, shouldered his backpack, and took up his carry bag, leaving behind the pig pen that had been soaked in his youth and toil. He could hear Guzhan roaring inside the building. Upon hearing it, he chuckled. then laughed until he cried, and cried until he laughed again. Guzhan, thank you. Although I've never fired a gun, I've put my life on the line today. I'm leaving, brother. When we meet again, I'll treat you to a feast of roasted pig. Wu Hao departed, leaving with a heart full of regrets. With his departure, the second squad was entirely empty. Never again would they hear the fierce roars of the second squad, nor see those familiar faces. Some soldiers were transferred to other units, while others retired early. The mechanized division had no need for pig farmers, as the pigs they consumed were supplied by the logistics base. A home was lost. Guzhan sat in the center of the training ground, sipping white liquor, gazing up at the twinkling stars above. The second squad was gone. For him, it meant he had lost his home. Before enlisting, his home had been a nest, but upon joining the second squad, he had learned what it meant to have a home, yet now it was truly lost. From today onward, I am a wanderer without a home. I remain only because the battle flag requires a bearer. Guzhan raised the bottle of liquor to the sky, a toast to the heavens, a toast to the earth, and another to the wolf soldiers. May the battle flag never fall. At that moment, Guzhan completely let go of everything, becoming the proud Wolf King. Chapter 57. The Wolf King versus the Wolf King in the Mechanized Reconnaissance Battalion. There were 3 subordinate companies: Eagle Company, Tiger Company, and Wolf Soldier Company, each possessing its own battle flag. The dissolution of the second squad had occurred because a Wolf Soldier Company had already been established here. Thus, they could not continue to use the Wolf Head battle flag. They could only be assimilated or redistributed. Guzhan arrived at the Wolf Soldier Company, fixating on the battle flag of the Reconnaissance Battalion's Wolf Soldier Company. It too bore a wolf's head, fierce and menacing. Though it differed from the second squad's wolf head flag, the form was strikingly similar. He had been assigned to the Wolf Soldier Company, a personal arrangement made by Zhou Yong. Private, why are you standing there in a daze? A non-commissioned officer barked. Fall in, immediately join them for the induction ceremony. Guzhan cast a glance at him, his gaze resting on the soldiers who had also passed the assessment and were lined up, preparing for the induction ceremony. Wolf Soldier Company. A formidable name. This must be the Den of Wolves, right? Guzhan tossed his bag to the ground and said to the non-commissioned officer, since we are a pack of wolf soldiers, there must be a Wolf King. What nonsense are you spouting? The non-commissioned officer narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at him. To be part of the Wolf Soldier Company is an honor for any soldier. This is the Den of Wolves, the homeland of wolves. Wolf King? We have one. Bring out the Wolf King, Guzhan replied with a smile. If you want me to pledge allegiance to your wolf head battle flag, your Wolf King must conquer me first. Impudent. The non-commissioned officer's face contorted with anger. Silence. Guzhan roared, pointing a finger at him. Who do you think you are, shouting at me? I am Guzhan, the Wolf King of the second squad. If you want me to pledge allegiance to your flag, you'd better demonstrate you have that capability. I'm laying it down here. If you can defeat me, I will kneel and apologize to your wolf head flag. If I defeat your Wolf King, then that flag will come down and my own will be raised. With a swift motion, Guzhan drew forth the tattered battle flag of the second squad, flinging it fiercely to reveal the still menacing wolf head emblem. This was not a provocation, it was a declaration of war. Why did he choose to stay? It was for this declaration, for a battle of dignity. Guzhan would no longer remain low-key, for all who could command him had departed. No one could demand anything of him anymore, nor could anyone suppress him. This is the Wolf Soldier Company, not a place for your antics. Want to fight? Fine, I'll oblige. The non-commissioned officer charged at him, eager to teach this presumptuous soldier a lesson, to make him understand this was the elite mechanized division's Wolf Soldier Company. Guzhan remained still, crossing his arms with a mocking expression as he watched the officer rush toward him, fist swinging. Just as the officer's fist was about to land on his face, Guzhan lifted his right foot and kicked straight forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the non-commissioned officer's body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Guzhan quickly stepped forward, raising his right leg, drawing a cold arc in the air before slamming his foot down hard on the officer's chest. Bang! Ugh! The non-commissioned officer's body convulsed, a pained groan escaping his throat as he fell to the ground, stripped of all combat capability. Hush! Guzhan chuckled, whistling. Where's the Wolf King? Guzhan of the second squad has come to declare war. Are you brave enough to fight? As he spoke, he had moved his right foot from the officer's chest to his face, trampling mercilessly. Are you seeking death? Daring to provoke here? 2 soldiers, furious, charged toward Guzhan, attacking him. Smack! Smack! Bang! In less than 3 seconds, both were left sprawled on the ground, their faces smeared with blood. Hey! Where's the Wolf King of the Reconnaissance Battalion's Wolf Soldier Company? Hurry out. I'm here to declare war. If you don't dare to come out, I'll take down your wolf head flag myself. Unlike Zhou Yong, I'm here openly and honestly. Arrogant, extraordinarily arrogant. Yet, he spoke a truth. Zhou Yong had abruptly destroyed their flag, while he, Xiao Zhan, had entered openly, declaring his identity and intentions, brimming with grandeur and integrity. At this moment, the expression of the company commander was as dark as thunder, his eyes blazing with fury. Here, and indeed throughout the entire western region, no one had ever dared to provoke the Wolf Soldier Company. "Commander, let me shut this kid up," a tall non-commissioned officer said with a laugh. "There are always some soldiers who are too ignorant of their place. A good beating will make them behave. Leave it to me. Within a minute, I'll make him obedient and know his place." The squad leader nodded slightly. "Old Wolf, don't be too harsh. This soldier was specifically assigned to our company by the battalion commander. I understand. The commander has a penchant for rebels, and this one seems to align with his preferences," chuckled the sergeant as he stepped out from the ranks, casually tossing his hat to a nearby soldier and standing before Guzhan with a smile. "I am Old Wolf, the squad leader of the Wolf Brigade, and also the so-called Wolf King you mentioned. As for my name, I won't disclose it. You'll learn it naturally when you submit." The sergeant shrugged and grinned. "You really are quite the rebel. Well then, you'll work under me from now on. I promise to train you into a soldier who understands manners and decorum." "Understanding manners? Decorum? Ha." Guzhan shook his head, laughing heartily. "I can't believe Zhou Yong could ever teach a soldier about manners and decorum. Don't make me laugh." The sergeant Old Wolf shook his head, extending a finger. "1 minute, you'll be on the ground." As the words fell, Old Wolf's expression suddenly turned fierce, an aura of brutality permeating from him. In an instant, he transformed from a man into a ferocious wolf. With a swift motion, his right leg lashed out like a whip, slicing through the air towards Guzhan. Filled with an indescribable ferocity, Guzhan responded with his own kick, equally vicious, colliding with Old Wolf's leg. Nearby, both officers and soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. They could distinctly sense the power behind the kicks and the primal ferocity that erupted in an instant. It was as if a single person were attacking their reflection in a mirror, a terrifying sight. The two legs collided with a resounding thud, flesh against flesh, bone against bone, before they sprang apart. After landing, Old Wolf staggered back a step, his brow furrowing in pain as his right leg trembled. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he was astonished to see Guzhan still standing firm, charging towards him with a ferocious bloodlust. In this moment, Old Wolf realized the magnitude of his mistake. He had seen blood before, had taken lives, but what Guzhan exhibited was a bloodthirst that only their battalion commander possessed, an overwhelming presence of slaughter. This was not the result of killing 1 or 2 people. It felt as if dozens or even hundreds of lives had been extinguished. This was true killing intent, an invisible force one could feel, akin to an ordinary person facing a murderer, inducing a profound pressure. Fear, confusion, trembling. All negative emotions surged within Old Wolf. He had intended to test the waters, yet his opponent came at him with a life-or-death struggle, without a moment to ponder. He launched a hook punch aimed to push Guzhan back. But with lightning speed, Guzhan seized his wrist, twisting and yanking. A sickening crack echoed as Old Wolf let out a pained grunt. His wrist was dislocated, agony shooting through him. First, he overwhelmed with momentum, then unleashed a devastating counterattack. Though brash, Guzhan understood the balance between strategic disdain and tactical seriousness. Old Wolf, the Wolf King of the Reconnaissance Battalion, was no slouch. Knowing this, Guzhan opted for the strongest blow to incapacitate him instantly, delivering a powerful shock. Crack. His left wrist also dislocated. Guzhan began to circle around Old Wolf, relentlessly assaulting his joints. Crack. 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 The screams rang out. Old Wolf felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Suddenly, Guzhan grasped his neck, lifting him. 17 seconds you were the Wolf King here? His tone was devoid of emotion, laced with scorn. Old Wolf's face turned a shade of purple from asphyxiation, unable to utter a word. With a thud, he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. A test, followed by a relentless, full-force strike. Regardless of any disparity in strength, an instant reversal was achieved. The Wolf King of the Wolf Brigade had suffered a significant setback. He had not anticipated Guzhan's strength, nor his ferocity and ruthlessness. "I thought I had entered a den of wolves, but it seems I have stumbled into a sheep pen. You've disappointed me greatly, truly." Suddenly, Guzhan dashed toward the flagpole, producing a small surgical blade. Slicing through the ropes with a fierce motion, the wolf head battle flag fell. With a resounding thud, Guzhan stepped upon it, crushing it underfoot. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, tears streaming down his face. "Is this your Wolf King? Is this your Wolf Brigade?" Ha 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 ha. His laughter was audacious, yet no one could discern the bitterness, helplessness, and suppressed fury within. "You have the Wolf Brigade, and you expect to break us apart? I have come, I have struck, and your Wolf King is nothing but a wretch beneath my feet." My purpose here is to see whether your wolves are fiercer than our second squads. Guzhan stood tall, his voice ringing out. Your battle flag lies beneath my feet. If you want it back, then you must take me down. The eyes of the soldiers in the reconnaissance battalion blazed with fury. The flag represented their lives, their honor, and pride, now trampled underfoot. Such a gaze was all too familiar. He had worn it not long ago. Guzhan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. As he bent down to light it, he glanced sideways. What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, the wolf's head on your flag will be crushed by me. The company commander's eyes blazed with fury, his fists cracking ominously as he struggled to maintain his composure. How can I remain calm? Our flag is beneath his feet. How can I remain calm? He roared. This is a slap in the face to our company. If we do not deal with him today, I shall no longer be worthy of the title of company commander. Wolf Brigade, heed my command. Attack. Strike him down. Wolf Brigade, kill. 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 Dozens of soldiers from the Wolf Brigade erupted in a furious roar, charging at Guzhan, intent on beating this insult to their flag into submission. Nothing was more intolerable than trampling their banner. As the soldiers surged from all directions, Guzhan took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. It was farcical, the anger radiating from these soldiers, their furious gazes, and the humiliation they bore were feelings he had once experienced himself, not long ago. Charge! One soldier lunged at Guzhan, throwing a powerful punch fueled by rage. Crack! Guzhan pivoted, his foot striking the soldier's face, sending him reeling, blood pouring from his mouth. Clenching the cigarette, he bent low, partially turning his face, revealing a predatory gaze, cold, brutal, merciless. Roar! Charge! In an instant, the cacophony of roars rose to the heavens, as one soldier after another launched their strongest attacks, determined to bring him down. Crack! 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 Boom! Boom! Fists and feet collided as Guzhan found himself encircled, becoming a trapped beast. Blows rained down upon him, yet more soldiers from the Wolf Brigade fell one after another. Seizing the wrist of one soldier, he yanked him close, delivering a powerful shoulder check that sent the soldier crashing into two others. Then, his legs began to dance, executing a whirlwind of devastating kicks. Crack! A soldier was struck in the chest by a sweeping leg, emitting a harrowing scream as he flew backward, colliding with others behind him, causing 3 or 4 to topple. Subsequently, his right fist crashed into the face of another soldier. A loud smack echoed, blood spraying from the soldier's visage as he fell to the ground without uttering a sound. With a swift motion, a foot kicked at Guzhan's back, yet his body merely swayed slightly. Like lightning, he turned, grasping the assailant's ankle and pulling him towards himself, then used his shoulder to hoist the man's thigh, violently slamming him onto the ground. Upon impact, the soldier's body arched grotesquely, his face turning crimson, mouth agape as he spewed blood. Meanwhile, Guzhan continued to clench a half-burned cigarette, taking intermittent drags, his eyes glinting with 2 distinct lights, one fierce like a wolf, the other brutal like an eagle. Get lost. Bang. Fall. Boom. Lie down. Crack. Each monosyllabic command from Guzhan resulted in another soldier collapsing, causing the Wolf Soldier Battalion's commander to experience a tightening of his pupils and a prickling sweat. It dawned on him just how terrifying this soldier, adorned with the rank of private, truly was. He resembled a relentless fighting machine, embodying a human weapon. From start to finish, he was on the offensive, aggressive, and unwavering, while his own soldiers lay defeated. How could this be? They were elite fighters. Yet the grim reality was evident. Despite their wolf-like ferocity, they faced a solitary wolf, one who had lost everything. Chapter 59. The Lone Wolf Banner in the Animal Kingdom, within the realm of wolves. There exists a rule. A lone wolf encountering a pack must either retreat or engage in battle. If this lone wolf manages to vanquish the pack's alpha, instilling fear among the others, it may integrate into the pack, ascending to the role of the new alpha. Conversely, failure leads to dismemberment, its flesh consumed by its kin. This stark dichotomy of conquest and subjugation is embodied in Guzhan, the lone wolf, battling against a horde of wolves, fighting for his life. With a final soldier thrown to the ground, attempting to rise, Guzhan plopped down upon him. Still clutching his cigarette, it had burned to its end, allowing him to take one last drag. Hissing, he exhaled a plume of smoke, flicking the butt away with 2 fingers. To be honest, if it came to blows, I fear myself, he remarked, grinning at the Wolf Battalion's commander. By the way, that was merely a warm-up. I, Guzhan, understand the importance of purpose. Today's goal is to topple your Wolf Battalion. With those words, he rose slowly, tearing his shirt open and tossing it aside, revealing scars earned on the battlefield. Come. Your battle flag lies here. Come and retrieve it. I want to see how long you wolves can contend with me, to gauge your ferocity. Several squad leaders could no longer contain their frustration, charging at Guzhan with batons in hand. Whoosh! A baton sliced through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages before crashing heavily into his back. Thud! A dull sound resonated, causing Guzhan to taste blood in his throat, his body beginning to sag. Roaring, his eyes gleamed with bloodlust, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he violently pressed the assailant's neck down towards the ground. The squad leader's body lifted off the ground, utterly defenseless, before crashing down with a resounding thump. The impact sent dust swirling, his face contorted in agony, eyes bulging from their sockets. Smack! 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 Guzhan relentlessly struck the leader's face with his elbow, reducing it to a bloody pulp, rendering him unconscious. Simultaneously, multiple batons descended upon his back. Bang! 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 Unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, Guzhan collapsed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The batons, inflicting internal injuries, were some of the simplest yet most ruthless weapons. Fight! Bang! 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 The gritted sounds of teeth echoed as batons whirled. Spitting blood, Guzhan began to smile, pushing himself off the ground, resisting the relentless strikes of the batons as he slowly rose. Witnessing this, the squad leaders were taken aback. They understood the debilitating effects of a baton strike. Once down, standing again was nearly impossible, especially since the blows were landing on his back. The severity of his internal injuries was evident as he bled. Whoosh! A baton swung for Guzhan's head, indifferent to whether it would cause a cerebral hemorrhage or render him a vegetable. Cursing, Guzhan lunged at his attacker, rolling onto the ground while simultaneously launching punches at the man's neck. Thud! 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 His fist struck the carotid arteries, cutting off oxygen, causing the squad leader to promptly lose consciousness. As other squad leaders approached with batons raised, Guzhan's complexion flushed, blood dripping from his lips, his wolf-like eyes still glinting with mockery. He seized the unconscious squad leader, lifting him as a weapon to hurl at the approaching foes, embodying sheer savagery. A few quickly extended their hands to catch him, and in that instant, Guzhan advanced, delivering a bone-crushing impact. Crack! 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 Ah! The sounds of bones dislocating and snapping mingled with agonized cries as the squad leaders fell, their twisted faces reflecting their torment. Exhaling heavily, Guzhan spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite suffering severe internal injuries and swaying unsteadily, he refused to fall. The Wolf Battalion's captain's gaze shifted to one of fear. Yet his ferocity intensified. He realized that today, their battalion had been soundly defeated. Bah! Guzhan spat blood, striving to stand tall with pride. Do not think yourselves inadequate. In truth, you are quite formidable. Alas, you are but a pack of pups. Confronting an ordinary foe, you may unleash your ferocity, but facing me, the Wolf King of the 2nd Battalion, you are outmatched. With an air of defiance, even in pain, he maintained his arrogance. Your battle flag lies at my feet. Come and claim it if you dare. Guzhan grinned, revealing his bloody teeth. I am different from you. I will not recklessly desecrate a battle flag. I merely need to tread upon it and laugh heartily. The captain and instructor approached slowly, flanking Guzhan, their murderous intent palpable. They recognized the terror he instilled, yet felt compelled to advance, determined to reclaim the battle flag. Charge! The two surged forward like lightning, launching a fierce assault. As the attack commenced, Guzhan squinted, raising his arms in defense. Crack! 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 The sounds of fists and feet colliding rang out, yet neither could inflict any significant damage. Every blow was deftly thwarted. Guzhan's arms were like sturdy bulwarks, staunchly resisting the torrent of strikes. This was the absolute defense taught by Tao Yonggang, capable of neutralizing any ferocious assault, rendering him impervious to harm. Crack! 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 Defense! Defense! Defense again. Crack! Crack! Still defense. In the next moment, following a series of defensive maneuvers, Guzhan executed an upward kick, striking the Wolf Battalion's captain under the chin, sending him crashing to the ground, blood cascading from his mouth. Simultaneously, he resumed his defensive posture, preparing for the next onslaught. Bang! A powerful kick struck the chest of the Wolf Brigade's instructor, sending him flying several meters to the ground, curled up in agony. At this moment, every member of the Wolf Brigade lay prostrate, none aware of the extent of his prowess, except for one person, his father, Gushinji. From this day forth, you are forbidden to refer to the Wolf Brigade. Guzhan, wiping away the blood, hoisted the tattered Wolf's Head battle flag and roared, Our Wolf's Head flag is ruined, and none shall possess it. With an overwhelming ferocity, he declared that the disappearance of the 2nd Company was irrevocable. Thus, all wolf's head flags would be buried alongside it. From this day onward, there would be but one wolf's head flag, and that flag would represent Gujun himself, the sole wolf's banner. Chapter 60. Down in one in the confinement room, Gujun's hands were shackled together as he sat before the interrogation table, facing the investigative team. Although handcuffs were unnecessary, his lethal capabilities necessitated caution. A single individual had toppled the reconnaissance battalion's wolf brigade. Comrade Gujun, regarding this incident, your actions. There is no fault in what I did, Gujun retorted, disdainfully. Stop with the superfluous talk. Is my case sufficient for a sentence? If it is, then swiftly throw me into military prison. If it isn't, impose the appropriate penalties or discharge me from service. If none apply, then proceed with the necessary repercussions. His words left the investigative team at a loss for response as Gujun appeared utterly unfazed. Do you not harbor a shred of remorse? The team leader inquired, frowning. Regret? Gujun nodded emphatically. I regret not having caught Zhou Yong and given him a proper beating. Should the opportunity arise again, I would surely leave him half dead. What do you mean by that? Gujun shot back, eyes blazing. I am who I am. I've fought, and I've leveled them all. What of it? Just a mere wolf brigade. Do they truly believe they are wolves simply because of their name? I alone from the second company could topple them all. Dare they contest it? If they wish to challenge me again, let them choose any subject. I will prevail. He exhibited no remorse whatsoever. Rather, he felt a sense of honor and joy, exhilarated by the chaos he had sown. Now, everyone must weigh their worth. Are we the true wolves, or is it they? Gujun had proven that the decision to dissolve the second company was erroneous. The second company was formidable, and though not at its peak now, it would undoubtedly rise to become the sharpest spearhead in the future. Do you comprehend the consequences your attitude may bring? The team leader remarked coldly. Your actions alone warrant a place in military prison. Are your ears deaf? Gujun snapped, visibly irritated. I have already stated that if I qualify for imprisonment, then throw me in. At my age, do I still need to be taught common sense? I stand by my actions and will bear the consequences, understood? The team members exchanged glances, their expressions somber, as they closed their notebooks and exited the confinement room. Further investigation was futile. Communicating with this soldier was impossible. They would simply decide how to proceed. Hey, leader, toss me a pack of cigarettes? Gujun called out. Even if you can't spare a pack, a single stick would suffice. Hey, don't leave. Let us have a proper chat. I'll cooperate. Bang. The heavy door of the confinement room shut, isolating him in that cramped space. Damn, I should have played along a bit. I might have scored a pack of smokes. He lamented. In the confinement room, he had long understood the protocol. When higher-ups came to investigate, a good attitude could earn one a cigarette or a cup of tea. But this time, he had let his arrogance lead him astray. He didn't care how he was treated. It was done, and what is spilled cannot be retrieved. Am I too overbearing? Gujun mused aloud. Should I adopt a more low-key demeanor? No. I prefer to remain bold and brash. It aligns with my character. This fellow was beyond subtlety. Those who could temper him, who could bring him to seriousness and obedience, had long departed from the unit. In other words, the second company was both the crucible that forged him as a soldier and the very force that restrained his nature. It housed those he respected, those he admired, and those he willingly obeyed. With everything gone, there would be no one left to rein him in. Bang! The door of the confinement room swung open, and Zhou Yong entered, carrying 2 military water bottles. Upon seeing Gujun's current state, an array of emotions surged within him. Regardless, he had to acknowledge that the second company was indeed formidable. Their dissolution had proven to be the gravest mistake. If he could turn back time, he would ensure the entire second company was integrated into the 4th company of the reconnaissance battalion. Oh, you're here. Gujun stared at Zhou Yong as if he were a creature from another realm. Feeling stifled, thought I'd come for a chat. Zhou Yong handed him one of the water bottles. I heard you enjoy quozi jiao, so I arranged some dry wine. Not much, just a pound each. Instantly, Gujun's eyes lit up. This was a rare treat. Back home, his father had to pull strings to acquire even a small bottle of dry wine. This was not some diluted concoction. It was pure, straight from the ancient vats. One sip could bring unparalleled delight. Why so polite? Gujun chuckled, opening the bottle with his shackled hands and inhaling deeply. Ah, potent. This is the essence of 65-degree quozi jiao. When chatting, one should always bring something. Zhou Yong remarked. All right, let us not waste words. Down in one. Gujun raised the bottle. Hearing this, Zhou Yong stared at him for a moment, his throat bobbing at least 4 times as he gripped the bottle tightly, his fingers straining as he summoned his resolve. Cheers. Zhou Yong raised his bottle. Gujun tilted his head back, pouring the 65-degree wine down his throat, his eyes fixed on Zhou Yong with a smirk. Zhou Yong mirrored him. tilting his head back as well. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In no time, they both finished a pound of dry wine as if it were water. Bang. Guzhen set the bottle down, sitting upright as his eyes began to redden, the alcohol's potency surging through him. This was no ordinary drink, at 65 degrees. Consuming a pound in one go could be lethal. Aya! Zhou Yong howled, doubling over in agony as tears streamed from his eyes, desperately trying to expel the fiery sensation from his throat. His tolerance might be decent, but this drink was beyond anyone's capacity. Damn it! Zhou Yong clutched his throat and exclaimed, I never wished for the second company to disappear. That was beyond my control. The destruction of your flag stemmed from my need to provoke you, to unleash your full potential, and then bring you all into my reconnaissance battalion. Zhou Yong continued to wail, swaying unsteadily as the fierce liquor intoxicated him utterly. To break you apart, someone must lead. You lack battlefield experience. You need veterans to guide you, to impart their knowledge. Why are you holding me up? What have I done to deserve this? Why challenge the Wolf Brigade? If you're upset, just beat me up. It would suffice. I've been a lousy company commander for a year and a half without seeing my wife and child. I'm not even sure if my head is green. Why must you hold me up? Are you mad? Zhou Yong had genuinely come to converse with Guzhen. After downing a bottle of dry wine, he was no longer the reconnaissance battalion commander, but just an ordinary man. Whose fault was it? Guzhen, with a dizzying mind, lamented, the second squadron is my home. You have destroyed my home, utterly, completely destroyed. I have just taken on the role of company commander, eager to prove myself. And I do not even return home, all for this. Who am I? I am Zhou Yong. And who is Zhou Yong? A mere nobody. I have never regretted anything in my life, yet I have just committed a regrettable act. Do you want to curse me? Do you want to strike me? Come on. If I hold back, I shall be your grandson. Come on. Zhou Yong was truly intoxicated. He genuinely sought a conversation with Guzhen, as he felt an immense discomfort within, yet many matters were beyond his control. He was, after all, a straightforward and staunch soldier. Chapter 61. Simplicity and simplicity. Guzhen was uncertain of the outcome awaiting him, but he was prepared to accept whatever verdict was rendered. Thus, the Wolf King of the second squadron found himself confined, while the other soldiers scattered, bringing closure to this vanished chapter. After Zhang Xiangyang transitioned to civilian life, he spent his days driving a Land Rover into the desolate Gobi, often driving at speeds of 200 miles per hour, chasing the distant snow-capped mountains. He had not adjusted at all. Perhaps this state would accompany him for many years to come. Instructor Wang Haijun, on the other hand, retired to rest at home, leading a life of drinking and watching military channels, exuding an air of despair, occasionally seeking out Zhang Xianyang for bouts of drinking, which often ended in chaos. After which they would reminisce about their comrades and the events of the second squadron. Wu Hao, having been discharged early, returned to his hometown in Ningxia. One of the few soldiers to do so. The reason was simple. The reconnaissance battalion had no need for pig farmers, hence his return home. Back in his hometown, Wu Hao did not remain idle. He aspired to establish a pig farm, but alas, he lacked the funds, leading him to realize that his previous life in the second squadron, raising pigs, was now a luxury. Refusing to remain idle, he took his 1,500 yuan of severance pay, borrowed a bit from his father, and purchased a rickshaw to begin pedaling. With a starting fare of 2 yuan, he relied solely on his own strength. Riding his brand new rickshaw, he patiently awaited customers, only to discover that the competition was fierce and predatory. After an entire day of waiting, he finally picked up a passenger, earning 5 yuan. Clutching the 5 yuan, he pedaled to the banks of the Yellow River, crying heart-wrenchingly. He did not even know why he cried, but the tears flowed regardless. After his bout of weeping, Wu Hao stared blankly at the rushing waters of the Yellow River, slowly wiping away his tear-streaked face. Young man, is life not treating you well? A middle-aged man smiled at him. Still wearing your military uniform? Just discharged? The unit restructured. I was discharged early, Wu Hao replied. There's nothing good here. Come with me to develop in Hangzhou, haha. Wu Hao stared at the man for 3 seconds, then forcefully kicked his newly bought rickshaw worth over 2,000 yuan into the Yellow River. I will go with you. Without hesitation, he refused to struggle for 5 yuan. For he too was a wolf soldier. Each person has their own life, their own destiny, which may be calm or tumultuous. Guzhen was taken to an office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a stern-looking middle-aged officer seated at the desk, with a single shiny insignia on his shoulder. Intimidating to the eye. Without waiting for an invitation, he sat across from the officer, reached for a cigarette on the desk, and lit it. The handcuffs were removed. Yes, sir. But, sir, he is too violent. I am afraid. Remove them. It is non-negotiable. Yes, sir. As the handcuffs came off, Guzhen's hands were free. and he immediately began to eat a banana while simultaneously lighting a cigarette. I am Hu Qingshan. Hu Qinglan is my sister. Upon hearing this, Guzhan glanced up at him but continued to smoke and eat his fruit. Hu Qingshan showed no sign of anger or impatience at Guzhan's indifference. Your situation is quite troublesome. The best solution is for me to transfer you directly to my side as a guard. This might indeed be the most effective resolution. A transfer order would reduce a serious issue to a minor one, akin to a military officer being reassigned to a different branch or region, staying by your side only to be subtly influenced, ultimately leading to a severance from my father, right? Guzhan exhaled a puff of smoke, stating, I'm sorry, but I refuse to serve anyone, and I have no desire to work for you. When the time comes, I will extricate myself from your family. He saw through the ulterior motives of the offer. The assistance was not without a strong purpose, as he was, after all, Hu Qinglan's son, a fact he could not escape. Do you realize the consequences you face? Hu Qingshan said in a low voice. You meet the criteria for being thrown into a military prison, and considering your previous actions, there is nearly no room for maneuver. Then throw me in. Guzhan shrugged, laughing. Prison is merely another experience. My life is just beginning. I am young. And I have time. Seeing his demeanor, Hu Qingshan maintained an inscrutable expression, giving off an impression of unfathomable depths. Even if you take your mother away, how will you sustain her life? Hu Qingshan inquired. I am merely offering you a chance to accompany her. After all, you are her son. The one she would willingly pay any price for. Guzhan hesitated, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He nearly nodded in agreement. That was his mother. In the annals of the past, she had endured so much to ensure his survival. Of course, he wished to be with her. To do so was his deepest desire. To be honest, I fear falling into your trap. Guzhan looked at Hu Qingshan. How will I sustain my mother's life? That is for me to contemplate. What you need to do now is to take good care of her until I come to retrieve her. When I do, it will either be a peaceful reunion or a violent confrontation. With that, Guzhan stood and walked towards the exit. Halt! Hu Qingshan called out. Guzhan paused, turned back, and picked up the cigarette from the table. Sir, may I take this box of cigarettes? Thank you. Stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket without casting a glance at Hu Qingshan, he opened the door and extended his hands towards the sentry. Clank! The handcuffs were reattached, and he hummed a tune as he was led back to the confinement room. In the office, Hu Qingshan lit a cigarette, taking slow puffs as he gazed out the window, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Qinglan, your son truly resembles you, not at all like Gushianji. Rest assured, I will not allow Gushianji to harm you again. When you awaken, I will ensure the first face you see is that of Guzhan. Sometimes, holding high power is not advantageous. When faced with someone like Guzhan, all means become ineffective. The Hu family seeks to protect their beloved Hu Qinglan, while Guzhan desires to reunite with his mother. The conflicting desires of both parties are too vast to reconcile. Is it hatred? Yes, and yet, no? At least from Guzhan's perspective, hatred does not exist. His desires are simple, and so too are the wants of the Hu family. When two simplicities collide, they evolve into a complex familial affair. Chapter 62, on the snowy plateau at the border. The Hu Sai outpost stood as a desolate post that could drive any person mad. Nestled within the mountains yet not atop a peak, it rests on relatively flat ground at an altitude of nearly 5,000 meters. For over 200 kilometers, there was no sign of human life. The outpost lay to the east, with the boundary marker to the west, a mere 500 meters apart. There was no spring, no autumn here, only summer and winter. The melting of ice and snow heralded the arrival of summer. Heavy snowfall signified the onset of winter. Once winter set in, supplies and vehicles found it difficult to enter. In simple terms, this is a forgotten snowy plateau. In front loomed mountains, and behind them lay more mountains, leaving us nestled in between. The squad leader, Oldly, who had come to retrieve Guzhan, explained that this place was once a military horse farm, which had since been repurposed into a lookout post. Our duties were minimal. We merely had to guard a 10-kilometer stretch of the border. Oldly, a second-class non-commissioned officer, appeared to be in his 40s, with cheeks flushed a deep purple, revealing the capillaries from years of exposure to the high-altitude sun. His skin was parched and rough, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Though it was spring, snow still blanketed the landscape. Oldly, accompanied by a large wolf dog, picked up Guzhan at a point where the vehicle could proceed no further. The verdict had arrived. Guzhan Wunti served time in prison, but had been cast into this remote corner. As they trudged towards the lookout post, their feet sank into snow that reached up to their knees, producing a crunching sound with each step. How many people are stationed at the post? Guzhan inquired. 9. No, with you, it makes 10, Oldly replied, rubbing his flushed cheeks with a grin. This is our first complete squad in the second platoon. Once we arrive, I'll have Old Tao prepare a sumptuous meal of 1984 pork chops for you. Haha. Old Tao? Guzhen asked eagerly. He arrived half a month before you and has brought me endless joy. Guess what? Old Tao is the cook. Oldly laughed heartily. His cooking is delectable. He has been fattening us up lately. Is his name Tao Yonggang? Guzhen asked quickly. Yes, that's him. Do you know him? Oldly replied, astonished. Of course. We're in the same company. Guzhen exclaimed, filled with joy. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Oldly beamed with delight, genuinely pleased for Guzhen. Let us move quickly, Guzhen urged. We have over 20 kilometers to go. If we hurry, we might risk oxygen deprivation. Even Sai, who knows how to pace himself here. Patience is key, Oldly advised. Don't worry, I'm aware of my limits. We'll reach the lookout post before nightfall. All right, Guzhen laughed. Is the dog's name Sai-Hu? What kind of dog is it? Oldly chuckled. That's our leader. He has been here longer than any of us. Go ahead, call him. Sai-Hu ambled forward, glancing at Guzhen. Sai-Hu. Guzhen called out. Unfortunately, the dog pretended not to hear him, displaying a haughty demeanor. Leader. Guzhen called again. Upon hearing his name, Sai-Hu finally turned his head slowly and barked. Woof. Ha. The leader is impressive. So formidable. The laughter echoed as Guzhen felt a surge of happiness, especially upon learning that Tao Yonggang was here as well. He recalled that during the assessment, he hadn't seen Tao's figure and had assumed he was lost, only to discover he had arrived at the Husai lookout post ahead of him. One summer, veterans had taken new recruits up the mountain. Snowflakes drifted down mid-slope, and the recruits complained about the cold and shortness of breath. Old veterans, how can you endure this desolate, snowy landscape for so many years? Oldly began to sing with a heavy voice, albeit slightly off-key, but filled with emotion. The altitude was high, and the area was desolate. One simply had to persevere to acclimate. Once at the summit, the view would be expansive, revealing the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the lands of the north and south, and the loved ones waiting just beyond the mountains. Listening to Old Li's song and gazing at the endless snowy expanse, Guzhen felt an indescribable stirring within him. This was a place of the ordinary, yet imbued with an unrecognized greatness. As the clock struck 5 and dusk approached, Oldly led Guzhen to the lookout post. It consisted of several buildings surrounding a spacious courtyard, with a flagpole standing tall at the center, the 5-star red flag waving in the brisk wind. The newcomers have arrived. Come out and welcome them. Oldly called as they entered the courtyard. A few soldiers emerged, their heads instinctively retracting against the chilly breeze. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome, they chanted, grinning. What is going on? Clap your hands. Just moving your mouths won't suffice. Oldly exclaimed. Oh, Oldly. It's freezing. I can't move my hands, a private with a ruddy complexion chuckled. Welcome, what matters is the sentiment. Here, every action is unnecessary. It's the thought that lasts. Hey, Mawegwa, you've become quite the smooth talker since becoming a veteran. Oldly playfully scolded. Even if you can't move your hands, make some noise. A few soldiers clapped wooden sticks against the doorframe, making some noise to express their welcome. Haha, Guzhen. This is how things are here. There aren't so many rules. You'll get used to it, Oldly said with a smile. Sounds good. I'm not fond of rules, Guzhen replied with a grin, pulling out a few boxes of Black Lanzhou cigarettes and tossing them to the soldiers. Here you go, lads. The new recruits erupted in joy, eagerly reaching out for the cigarettes. Black Lanzhou. Not bad at all. You're my kind of brother. From now on, we're like family. Feel free to speak your mind, Guzhen beamed, enjoying the atmosphere. By the way, where are June and the others? Oldly asked. They're inside packing. While you were away, the headquarters called, and they were sent to take an exam. Upon hearing this, Oldly paused, then broke into a broad smile, yet Guzhen discerned a hint of resignation and bitterness in his eyes. Inside the 2nd Platoon S dormitory, for soldiers had finished packing. Upon seeing Oldly, they forced awkward smiles. Squad leader, the brigade notified us to take an exam. This is good news. Our platoon is getting a high-ranking officer. Oldly patted one on the shoulder, grinning. Tomorrow, I'll personally escort you to the transport point. Once there, perform steadily and ensure you get into the military academy. Bring honor to our platoon. Understood. The 4 soldiers preparing for the military academy ignored Guzhen, who, in turn, paid them no mind, walking to the back where he found Tao Yonggang busy around the stove. Team leader Tao, Guzhen called, rushing forward to embrace him tightly. The 2nd platoon may be gone, but its spirit lived on in its members. Words fail to express his current emotions. It was a thrill that felt as though it transcended time. Chapter 63. The battle flag is worthless. Tao Yonggang, taken by surprise, smirked and said, Don't hug. Go sit over there. It's the same as usual tonight. His eyes gleamed with mischief. The 2nd platoon is disbanded, but you can't escape. I sacrificed my savings to bring you here. You brought me here? Guzhen was taken aback. Of course. I still have things to teach you. It's me who brought you here. This place is peaceful, with plenty of time, too much to drive you mad. Sit down while I prepare the 1984 pork chops, along with some 1978 beef, and don't forget the 1986 wild rabbit. Guzhen chuckled at the rapid-fire list, realizing that Tao Yonggang had orchestrated his arrival here. From the beginning, Tao had been enigmatic, and the defensive skills he imparted were undoubtedly on par with the most practical techniques. With a combination of defensive prowess and close combat skills, he was unmatched in battle. The dormitory featured a heated Kong, a large communal bed that required constant burning day and night, ensuring warmth. The blankets were neatly folded atop the Kong, and the military uniforms were haphazardly draped, with the floor reasonably clean. This place was nothing like a regular military unit. It was neglected, yet it was far better than nothing. Come, Guzhen, this is your spot, Old Li said, placing Guzhen's backpack in the far corner, next to the firewall, where it's warm at night. As he spoke, he began to set up Guzhen's bed. Lao Li, I can handle this myself. Guzhen is going to snatch it. Let me take care of it. You should rest after such a long journey, haha. Lao Li refuses, insisting he should rest. There is no helping it. Guzhen gets out of bed and pulls out a cigarette. He lights it here. An upper-class soldier named Ma Weigua shouts at him. It's stuffy inside, smoke outside. Inhaling the crisp air and the cigarette simultaneously. The icy sensation mingles with the thrill as it fills his lungs. What a delight. All right, I shall indulge as well, he chuckles. The two men step out of the dormitory and into the icy courtyard, taking in the chill and savoring the cigarette, feeling quite pleasant indeed. You're Guzhen, right? Ma Weigua inquires. Yes, and you are Ma Weigua, Guzhen nods. Where are you from? Asks Ma Weigua. My hometown is in Anhui. Oh, so we are neighbors. I am from Jiangsu, Ma Weigua laughs. Fellow townsman, it's not easy, is it? How much do you get after 2 years of service back home? I don't know, Guzhen shakes his head. You don't know? Then why are you here in this godforsaken place? Ma Weigua's eyes widen in disbelief. I just know that I will receive a considerable amount when I return, Guzhen replies. Ma Weigua laughs. When we finish our service, we receive a 70 square meter apartment, 100,000 cash, and a job placement. If I endure 2 years in this place, my cash could even double. Where else can you find such a good deal? Just 183 more days, and the revolution will be a complete success, allowing me to enjoy the decadence of capitalism. As he speaks, his face is filled with visions of the prosperous city awaiting him. Is that why you joined the army? Guzhen asks. Of course, why else? Ma Weigua gestures dismissively towards the dormitory. Like those 4 fellows? What about them? Guzhen inquires. They're aiming for military school, Ma Weigua scoffs. In our squad. Every year there are those crying and clamoring to take the entrance exam, yet they fail to assess their own capabilities. I may be a bit mundane, but I refuse to be a coward. Ma Weigua looks down on those 4 aspiring for military school. Let me tell you, in our squad, not a single one who went to take the exam has returned. Do you know why? They weren't really going for the exam. They just couldn't stand it here and sought connections to transfer out. Don't be fooled by Lao Li's cheerful demeanor. He has suffering inside. Watching soldiers escape while he must still smile and encourage them. Only Lao Li is kind-hearted. If I were the squad leader, I wouldn't let them sign up at all. I would keep them on patrol. Guzhen comprehends, aware of the military's examination process. To apply for military school, soldiers must submit a request to their superiors, and approval allows them to sit for the exam. Typically, there is little resistance to such requests, and the process is quite lenient. In their squad, it ultimately falls to the squad leader Lao Li to submit these requests. He knows full well that those aspiring for military school will not return, yet he still submits their names for the exam every year, leading to a dead end. Dinner's ready. Lao Li calls out. Come quickly to enjoy the 1984 pork chops prepared by Lao Tao. It's delicious. Another 1984 dish? Can't we have something from 1990? This pork chop is older than I am. How can I eat it? Ma Weigua exclaims. Eat or don't eat. It's your choice. Eat, eat, eat. The 10 men in the squad gather around the table, savoring the fragrant meal. Indeed, the pork chops are from 1984. All preserved from that year's stockpile. Back then, preparing for war was the top priority, and no one knew how long the meat in the freezer would last. After dinner, the group engages in idle chatter, while Tao Yonggang leads Guzhen out of the dormitory, flashlight in hand, treading through the snow as they head towards the border. I know you have many questions, but there's no need to ask anything now. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you, Tao Yonggang says, affectionately ruffling Guzhen's hair. You did exceptionally well, taking a stand for the 2nd platoon. It was exhilarating. We must assert ourselves, even if it is the army. Guzhen declares, lighting a cigarette. I need to show them who truly deserves the Wolf Battalion's banner. Anyone who dares to tarnish our flag must pay the price. This is the duty of a man. For this reason, I will impart all my skills to you. But what? Tao Yonggang steps forward a few paces, standing in the shadows by the boundary marker, gazing beyond into foreign territory. In the end, the banner won't matter as much. What truly matters is the land beneath our feet. How can it not matter? Guzhen challenges. The banner represents spirit and soul. How can it be unimportant? At a certain point, you may possess neither the flag nor rank, Tao Yonggang replies, tapping the cold boundary marker. At that moment, your only concern will be the land beneath your feet. What is a banner? It is of no use. Crush it underfoot, and it changes nothing. That is a narrow perspective, akin to child's play. When the time comes to sacrifice oneself for the nation, who will still think of the banner? At that moment, it is only an inch of land and an inch of blood. Guzhen feels struck by lightning, suddenly enlightened. What does the banner signify? The spirit of the army? The soul of the military? If it isn't utilized for the protection of home and country, it means nothing. Daily cries of loyalty to the nation mask the brotherly disputes. Have I erred? His emotions become complex, questioning his actions. Indeed, Tao Yonggang seems to perceive his thoughts. Youth must be reckless. Youth must make mistakes. If you don't err at 18, will you wait until you're 30 or 40? If you don't chase after girls at 20, will you lament at 40 when you can't? This is a necessary process, a small wave of growth. The only thing to remember is that making mistakes is fine, but discern what constitutes a mistake. I understand. Guzhen nods. Good to know. Do you understand why I brought you here? Tao Yonggang asks. This place offers ample time and tranquility, allowing for patient training. Guzhen takes a drag from his cigarette. Smiling. Only by enduring solitude can one shine brightly. Nonsense. I brought you here because you can cross the border at any time. Tao Yonggang replies mysteriously. Training alone is not enough. When there is nothing to do, I will take you across the border for some real action. Haha. Cross the border? Engage in real combat. Are you joking? Yet when Tao Yonggang pulls a foreign sniper rifle from his coat, Guzhen is momentarily stunned. Wait, are you planning to take down an aircraft? This is an AW-50FT anti-material sniper rifle, also known as the G-24, a genuine piece of equipment. Chapter 64, Codename 011. The U.S. Special Forces M14 Sopmod Assault Rifle, Beretta M92F, British SAS Snow Camouflage Gore-Tex Polar Gear, paired with white lightweight nylon camouflage clothing. Black Hawk Tactical Gloves, Russian Special Forces Standard Grenades, Snow Boots. As Guzhen gazes in astonishment, Tao Yonggang produces an array of foreign military gear. All custom-made for Special Forces. What is this? When crossing the border, you must use all foreign equipment. Even your undergarments must be replaced. Don't be surprised. This is all trivial to me. Tao Yonggang beams, satisfied with Guzhen's expression. Oh, and there is another useful item. Tao Yonggang removes his coat to reveal a rocket launcher slung across his back. The RPOA single-man rocket launcher fires a 93mm thermobaric warhead, with a power equivalent to a 152mm howitzer. Simply put, this is the lightest heavy artillery, capable of providing fire support and striking positions. Guzhen was utterly astonished. Many of these weapons were unfamiliar to him, particularly the Wanhwami single-soldier rocket launcher, which astonishingly utilized thermobaric warheads equivalent in power to a 152mm howitzer. What does a 152mm howitzer resemble? It is akin to the formidable artillery depicted in war films, capable of creating a profound crater with a single shot, where the lethal shockwave extends over several dozen meters. Where did you procure these? Guzhen instinctively inquired. Is it even possible to buy such items? Tao Yonggang, with a look of disdain, replied, the most formidable arms dealers in the country can barely sell an AK. Do you think our nation resembles Libya? Guzhen, undeterred, sat in the snow, examining the weapons with great fascination. These are merely a selection. I possess an even broader array of foreign military equipment. Tao Yonggang boasted. Not everyone can acquire such items, haha. Are you a representative of the national will as an arms dealer? Guzhen blurted out. Is your imagination overly vivid? If I were a representative of the national will, would I be in this godforsaken place? I'm merely familiarizing you with all foreign military gear. What you see now are just conventional weapons, alongside unconventional ones, such as this cigarette. Tao Yonggang produced a cigarette and handed it to Guzhen. Upon receiving it, Guzhen scrutinized it closely, unable to detect anything amiss. He lit it and took a puff to assess its flavor. There is no knockout drug in this, is there? Why would I use a knockout drug on a man? You lack the physique worth my effort, Tao Yonggang retorted, lighting the cigarette for Guzhen with a windproof lighter. As Guzhen inhaled, he savored the smoke, finding the flavor delightful. But wait, this was merely a black lanzhou. Suddenly, the cigarette emitted a soft pop, and a bullet shot out, striking the ground. What the hell? Guzhan exclaimed, startled. A bullet hidden in a cigarette. No, it's an armor-piercing round. Tao Yonggang reached into the snow where the bullet had landed and retrieved it. It resembled a dart, with a needle-like tip, a circular midsection, and wingtail. Depleted uranium armor-piercing round, he explained. Uranium with less than 0.711 content is deemed depleted, regarded as nuclear waste, and the management costs for such waste are exorbitant. Thus, nations producing nuclear fuel seek ways to utilize depleted uranium, leading to the development of new ammunition. This is the fundamental reason behind the existence of depleted uranium rounds, primarily to manage nuclear waste, resulting in high hardness, combustibility, and the instantaneous release of temperatures exceeding 900 degrees Celsius, making it highly effective against tank armor. It can be fashioned into depleted uranium bombs or specialized sniper rounds, Tao Yonggang elaborated. The round I hold is frequently employed by assassins, utilizing thermal imaging to identify targets behind structures or penetrating through crowds to eliminate a target. Guzhan listened, astonished. He had never encountered such advanced equipment. The cigarette concealed a launcher, but its kinetic energy did not originate from a primer. It was modified so that the energy came from within the bullet itself and possessed a guided targeting function. The tail fins controlled balance, enabling linear motion for instantaneous armor penetration. Thus, when fired, there was virtually no recoil, allowing it to be concealed within a cigarette, a camera, or a mobile phone, among other items. Cool, Guzhan exclaimed. More like frightening, Tao Yonggang corrected him. He lit a cigarette, carefully folding the tail fins of the specialized armor-piercing round and stowing it in his pocket, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of melancholy. I began professional military training at the age of 7, embarked on my first mission at 17, and have completed 99 tasks. One more would secure my unparalleled pinnacle. But alas, that milestone was thwarted by this micro-depleted uranium armor-piercing round. The enigmatic Tao Yonggang was a man with a story. Yet Guzhan did not anticipate the depths and length of that story, beginning at the tender age of 7. After my failure on that mission, I departed and became the cook in the second squad. Failure can be revisited, Guzhan remarked. Nobody sails through life unscathed. One must rise from where they fell. That is the essence of true manhood. Have you been overly saturated with motivational platitudes? Tao Yonggang chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette. Countless individuals fall and cannot rise again, often because they lack the opportunity to prove themselves, and few dare to grant them that chance. In our line of work, failure is an absolute taboo. A single failure means there is no second chance. He exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, the weight of despondency deepening in his eyes. What about those bodyguards? Guzhan whispered. In this world, only two professions are intolerant of failure, assassins and bodyguards. Once one fails, there is no opportunity for redemption. Given Tao Yonggang's narrative, he must have been one of those elite bodyguards. These individuals are of the highest caliber, possessing exceptional strength, insight, observation, and protective abilities, typically adorned with military ranks. Their organization varies based on protective tasks, with intricate distinctions such as ZYJWBD, ZCJWJ, GAJWJ, etc. The ZYJWBD, for instance, comprises 2 active-duty military units. Few individuals are selected to enter such ranks. Most undergo specialized training through dedicated military institutions. Have you watched too many movies? Tao Yonggang remarked, staring beyond the borders. Actually, it's not far from the truth. Some comrades head straight into the field after training. We are known as 011. 011, a code name as well. Such units designated by numerical codes are often shrouded in secrecy, with outsiders finding it nearly impossible to glean insights into their operations. Where is that? Guzhan inquired quietly. Consider it affiliated with the legendary Red Vanguard. Tao Yonggang responded. Upon hearing this name, Guzhan's pupils dilated, and disbelief washed over his features. He scrutinized the man before him with transformed eyes. He could not reconcile the cook, Tao Yonggang, with the Red Vanguard, yet now he believed that Tao was indeed a member of this elite force. This was an ultra-rare, top-tier counterterrorism unit, likely surpassing Russia's Alpha Group, America's Delta Force, and Germany's GSG-9, among other world-renowned counterterrorism squads. Broadly speaking, the Red Vanguard refers to the SPC forces, the predecessor of the 722 Special Forces. The Special Police of China, abbreviated as SPC, coincidentally shares its acronym with Food Factory, leading to its colloquial reference as the Food Factory Unit. This is the broad designation for the Red Vanguard, generally understood as the SPC forces. However, in a narrower sense, the Red Vanguard is not merely an SPC unit. It is an independent entity primarily tasked with counterterrorism operations. The term Red Vanguard is not its official name. It is merely an external designation that they neither oppose nor endorse, ultimately establishing this code name. Red Vanguard. Guzhen wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Tao Yonggang. Enough. If you wish to understand the Red Vanguard or learn about 011, ask your father. He knows everything. Huh. You know who my father is? Of course, when you utilized the dislocation technique, I recognized you as Gu Xianji's son. Tao Yonggang waved his hand dismissively, continuing. Your father laid a solid foundation for you. Otherwise, could you effortlessly ascend to the position of Wolf King and challenge the second squad? It is precisely because your father established that foundation that I am willing to teach you, understand? Regarding this matter, Guzhen does not deny that his entire foundation was painstakingly established by his father through various subtle methods. With this solid groundwork in place, his growth has been remarkably swift. Defense requires training, and during this process, I will gradually familiarize you with all conventional foreign military equipment, as well as the gear used by bodyguards and assassins. In 2 months, once you have mastered everything, I can teach you more. Tao Yonggang remarked to the leader while leading him back. However, I will not teach you how to attack, as it is not my forte, and I fear I might lead you astray. Where can I learn the most formidable techniques of attack? Guzhen inquired. Isn't it obvious? Go ask your father. Who would dare claim to be the best if he acknowledges your father is second? Guzhen replied, but my father said that I must forge my own path from now on, or else there would be no need for this trouble, right? If he were willing to teach me, would I still need to learn defense from you? Would I need your guidance to familiarize myself with foreign military weaponry? Right-hand squad, Tao Yonggang casually stated, continuing to lead the leader back to the dormitory. Right-hand squad, the place most adept at attack, aside from the soldiers themselves, or rather, they have always been guarding the soldiers, waiting for them. At midnight that evening, Tao Yonggang commenced a new round of training with Guzhen amidst the icy expanse. Determined to impart everything he knew, Guzhen felt somewhat perplexed but understood the meaning behind it, recalling the promise he had made to the other. The following morning, class leader Lao Li accompanied Guzhen to bid farewell to the 4 soldiers departing for their exams. Through the frigid landscape, their laughter echoed until they could finally see the vehicle waiting for them. Guzhen, if you ever wish to apply to a military academy, I will be here to see you off, Lao Li said cheerfully to Guzhen. The 2 trailed behind, observing the 4 soldiers hastening ahead. For these 4 individuals, reaching the vehicle signified a permanent departure from the second squad of the 1st platoon, an escape from this forsaken place. Class leader, you know full well they will not return. Why do you still submit their names? Guzhen questioned Lao Li. Once they leave, we will be down to 6, and we won't have enough personnel for duty. Guzhen gazed at Lao Li, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Yesterday, Ma Weigua had declared that those heading to military academies were deserters, a sentiment Guzhen firmly believed to be true. Regardless of Ma Weigua's reasons for enlisting, he had remained steadfast, embodying sacrifice and dedication. What can I do? Lao Li sighed. I have no desire to linger in this place, let alone them. Has anyone from the second squad ever been accepted into a military academy? Guzhen asked. Haha. No, Lao Li chuckled. What concerns me is not the number of those from our squad who succeed, but ensuring that these soldiers have a future. Regardless of whether they are accepted, they will find opportunities better than what we have here. What is the second squad? A place devoid of hope and prospects. Anyone who arrives here is doomed to stagnate. They seek a future. How can I sever that? One day, you too must pursue your own future and leave the second squad behind. Guzhen was at a loss for words, aware that he too would eventually depart from this snowy plateau. With a snap, Lao Li lit a cigarette and paused, watching the 4 jubilant soldiers. He took a deep drag, his eyes sparkling with joy. Look, they have seen hope. How wonderful. I have lingered too long. Otherwise, I too would seek a future. However, I hope that when you leave, you will remember the time spent in the second squad. Though it may seem desolate, it is also a place of purity. As you soar away and rise high, it is enough to cherish fond memories of this place. Guzhen nodded. Understanding why Lao Li had brought in to bid farewell to these 4 soldiers, it was a reminder to remember the second squad amidst the snowy expanse. There was no grand spirit here, nor were there resounding battle cries. Only simplicity, so mundane that one might almost overlook it, burying it deep within. Upon reaching the vehicle point, the 4 soldiers, bags in hand, sprinted eagerly, ready to bid farewell to this place forever. Hey, Lao Li. He cupped his hands around his mouth, calling out to the soldiers, study hard, maintain your composure. When you become officers, the second squad will be honored. Upon hearing Lao Li's voice, the soldiers paused, then quickly jumped down from the vehicle, realizing they had forgotten to bid farewell to the class leader who had accompanied them through the snow. Class leader, we are leaving. Please take care of yourself. We will return to visit you. Don't come back. None of you should return. Surely you will all be accepted into military academies, Lao Li waved, chuckling. I am at a loss for words. What should I say? Then let us sing a song, our class song. I'll start. Class leader Lao smiled radiantly. Akin to a snow lotus blooming upon the snowy peaks, simple and pure. It was a summer day when the veterans led the new recruits up the mountain. Snowflakes drifted down the mountainside, and the recruits shivered, struggling to catch their breath. The off-key notes were filled with emotion. This was their class song. Here, at such high altitude with no signs of civilization, one must grit their teeth and endure. Slowly, they would grow accustomed to it. Once they reached the mountain summit, the view would be expansive. The 4 soldiers stood in line, gazing at Lao Li as he sang with gusto. We can see the sun and the moon. We can see the rivers of the north and south. We can see our loved ones from afar. They are just beyond the mountains. Here, snow lotuses bloom. Here, heroes are forged. You are but a single green leaf. You are the spring of this place. You are the spring of this place. As the song resonated, Lao Li turned his back and headed towards the outpost. At the vehicle point, the 4 new recruits continued to sing, tears streaming down their faces as they saluted Lao Li's retreating figure. This is the essence of the second squad. Chapter 66. The training begins. If anyone were to complain about the monotony of life, they surely have not experienced a dullness that verges on madness. The second squad currently comprises 6 individuals, who patrol in the morning, again in the afternoon, with the evening watch entrusted to the leader. With less than 10 kilometers of border to cover, their patrols conclude within 2 to 3 hours, leaving the rest of the time steeped in tedium. Poker has long lost its charm. The square mahjong tiles have nearly been worn into circles, and a pile of newspapers and magazines has been rifled through repeatedly, as though scavenged from a trash bin. In utter boredom, they would venture outside to roll in the snow, howl, and attempt to build a snowman. Though never managing to create a complete one, each time they tried, the snowman became a target for the soldiers to unleash their kicks and punches, perhaps providing some relief. Look, this is a photo of me before I joined the army. Wasn't I a handsome lad? Wasn't I a handsome lad? Ma Weiguo exclaimed, displaying his photo to everyone. Unfortunately, the others barely lifted their heads, showing no interest whatsoever. Guzhen took a drag from his cigarette, muttering to himself, I remember when I was a handsome lad. Now I have become an old relic. Oh, woe is me. But this is the essence of life, an ode to masculinity, a reflection on youth. The trajectory of existence, the continuation of fate. This, I believe, is the most beautiful version of me, a symphony of charm and maturity, a chapter waiting to be written. He didn't need to think. He could predict Ma Weiguo's next words, mimicking his tone perfectly. What are you doing? Ruining the mood? I'm done playing with you. Ma Weiguo said, looking disheartened. Go find the leader. Guzhen pointed toward the door. I'm busy over here. Yes, go find the leader and serve him. Ma Weiguo chuckled. Oh, I already took care of that half an hour ago. One soldier interjected. Then I'll serve him for a pea, Ma Weiguo added. I've done that too. Then I'll serve. Ma Weiguo rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the bed. I'm going to sleep. This is so boring. Indeed, it was all rather dreary. Even class leader Lao Li found it tedious, yet he discovered a new pastime, embroidery. With needle in hand and eyes narrowed, he stitched away, calm and unhurried, indifferent to everything around him, as if it were none of his concern. Tao Yougang finds no boredom in his current routine. He dedicates his time to culinary pursuits, no longer required to patrol. Each day, after preparing meals, he rests upon his bed, awaiting the evening to engage in training with Guzhen. As for Guzhen, he maintains a mere 4 hours of sleep, despite the ample opportunity to rest, fearing the encroachment of laziness and the growth of inertia. What are you up to, Guzhen? Drawing comics? Asks the restless Ma Weiguo, jumping off his bed to approach Guzhen. Not comics. I'm contemplating defensive countermeasures, Guzhen replies, sketching simple human figures on paper. Attack can reach its zenith through speed, strength, and reflexes. Defense can also attain its peak in the same manner. Yet, the two diverge. Attack expands outward, while defense contracts inward. They are inherently contradictory. Ma Weiguo listens, momentarily taken aback. Guzhen, though I do not fully grasp your words, they seem rather impressive. Look, a shield is for blocking, right? Indeed, Guzhen confirms. And a spear is for attacking? Correct. It can block after an attack or attack after blocking. They must be executed separately, yes? Precisely. What if we merge the shield and spear, intertwining defense with offense? Wouldn't that enhance effectiveness? Perhaps I should just go back to being bored. That question is rather taxing. Guzhen chuckles and lights a cigarette, continuing his research. He has ample time. He trains at night and refuses to squander a single second of daylight. In moments devoid of training, he diligently explores his path. Tao Yongang's defense is impeccable, yet his attack lacks finesse. The soldier's offensive capabilities are unparalleled, but his defense is flawed. It is not that they have neglected to compensate. Rather, a shield is a shield, and a spear is a spear. Each can only be honed to one aspect. Ordinarily, combat entails both defense and offense. However, Guzhen contemplates a synthesis where defense exists within attack and vice versa, aiming for a complete amalgamation. When attacking the enemy, one must remain impervious. When executing defense, the attack must be strikingly devastating. If he can discern the underlying principles, he could truly become invincible in close combat. Yet, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Defense is defense, and attack is attack. One must first defend before launching an attack, or vice versa. The notion of merging the two into a singular entity seems almost impossible. Yet, Guzhen remains undeterred, tirelessly writing and sketching, disassembling every combat technique and defensive maneuver to seek patterns. He believes there must be a discernible order since both rely on speed, strength, and reflexes. Within just 2 months, his manuscripts have accumulated to nearly a meter in height, detailing every possible attack technique, every body part that can be utilized for offense, even delving into joints and muscles. Similarly, he catalogs every defensive technique and potential defensive body part. He incessantly combines and disassembles, experimenting relentlessly, almost as if possessed, fueled by an insatiable desire for strength. As June arrives, the sun warms the thawing snow. By night, the ground is icy and biting cold. Guzhen practices with Tao Yonggang, perspiration glistening on his brow. Defend, and defend again. Faced with Tao Yonggang's assaults, Guzhen has honed his defense to absolute perfection. No matter the nature of the attacks, he remains unscathed. Well done. Your defense is now on par with the best, Tao Yonggang declares, halting his strikes. Exhaling deeply, Guzhen smiles, reflecting on his rapid and solid learning. In this environment, he can fully immerse himself, continuously refining and shaping his abilities. Suddenly, Tao Yonggang draws a knife and strikes fiercely towards him. The blade glimmers like lightning, causing Guzhen's pupils to constrict as he instinctively retreats, tumbling to the ground just in time to evade the blow. However, a second strike follows swiftly, the blade poised dangerously close to his forehead. Defense also encompasses the avoidance of all weaponry, Tao Yonggang states, sheathing the knife. This includes chairs, bottles, stones, shovels, sticks, and more. All can become lethal weapons. Starting today, we will train to defend against random weapons. Wow, you nearly scared me to death. Guzhen laughs as he rises. Will we also train to defend against gunfire and such? What do you think? Tao Yonggang winks. All of this will be aimed at you. Don't think it's just for your familiarity. What? Guzhen's eyes widen in disbelief. Indeed, this includes individual rocket launchers and all the lethal equipment you are familiar with. Exciting, isn't it? Tao Yonggang laughs, a devious grin spreading across his face. Absolute defense is not merely about close-range protection. It encompasses the avoidance of random weapons, evasion of battlefield firearms and projectiles, defense against toxic substances, and self-protection against extreme weather. Achieving all of this does not equate to absolute defense. For there remains one final, formidable challenge. Chapter 67. My wife, you've arrived as winter gives way to summer. The ice and snow have thoroughly melted, giving rise to lush green grass and blooming flowers adorning the mountains. Under a sky of soft blue, the Huss outpost welcomes its most pleasant and beautiful season. At this time, Old Li leads the troops up the mountain, shouting towards the east from the summit, continuing the tradition of the first and second squads. Guzhen, too, trains vigorously, his capacity for learning unparalleled, yet he still grapples with the most challenging training. Such progress astonishes Tao Yonggang, who calculates time and seeks ways to maximize it for Guzhen's final training. With the thaw, vehicles can finally access the area, bringing in various supplies, fresh fruits, vegetables, meats, and more. Additionally, a performing arts troupe arrives to offer entertainment. Upon receiving this news, the entire squad erupts in excitement. 3 days from now, we will greet the performing arts troupe with our best spirits, Old Li announces at a squad meeting, emphasizing the importance of the reception. Maintain cleanliness, fold your blankets neatly, wipe the dust from the windows, and sweep the courtyard. Appearance is paramount. There will be many beautiful female soldiers. In truth, there was no need for Old Li to convene the meeting. Everyone already knew their tasks. Ma Weiguo retrieves his long-saved facial cleanser, repeatedly washing his face, and pulls out gel to style his hair, making every strand spike out like a porcupine. The soldiers lay out their new uniforms to air out, lacking an iron. They heat flat iron blocks until red and quickly use them to press the creases into their trousers, making them as sharp as a stick. After 2 full days of diligent cleaning, both inside and out, every soldier appears polished and neat, their nails meticulously trimmed. Guzhen, hurry up and tidy yourself. Look at that scruffy beard. What an eyesore. Ma Weiguo chides. The performing arts troupe is coming tomorrow, with many female soldiers. You must uphold the image of our squad. Guzhen is busy. His manuscript has grown from 1 meter to over 2 meters tall, as the advancement of his training necessitates further exploration. He still sleeps only 4 hours, engaged in training and researching patterns, living in a fervent state of obsession. He is indifferent to the arrival of the performing arts troupe, as his progress is substantial. Doesn't that perfectly highlight your handsome demeanor? Gujin replies without looking up. How could flowers bloom without green leaves to accentuate them? Gujin is quite enlightened. A soldier nearby praises, giving a thumbs up. This selfless spirit is something we should all aspire to, though I'll learn it another time. Indeed, Gujin. A group of well-dressed soldiers, radiating joy, felt like vibrant flowers in bloom, yet they knew they needed the greenery to accentuate their charm. My good brother. Ma Weigwa clapped his shoulder, exclaiming, when the time comes, just tell me which female soldier you fancy, and I shall procure her name for you. I, old Ma, am not a stingy man, I assure you. With a chuckle, Gujin continued to immerse himself in his studies of close defense and attack patterns. Having grasped the fundamentals, yet knowing that complete integration remained essential. The following morning, the second squad of the first platoon donned their uniforms impeccably, even their squad leader. Old Lee unearthed a long-forgotten new military outfit from the depths of his trunk, looking quite sprightly. Despite their spirited appearance, their faces bore the telltale signs of high-altitude exposure. Rough skin and large pores, but they were content, believing themselves handsome nonetheless. The sergeant's fur had been neatly groomed, and he had been treated to a refreshing bath, now lounging lazily at the doorway, exuding an air of pride. Hurry up. Scatter the gesang flowers. Old Lee suddenly recalled a vital task. Yes. Spread the flowers, quickly. The soldiers hastily scattered the freshly picked gesang flowers onto the ground, creating a path of petals, doing their utmost given the circumstances. At 10 in the morning, 2 minibuses arrived at the second squad of the first platoon. And as the doors opened, military leaders accompanied the art troupe onto the scene. Upon seeing the female soldiers from the troop, Ma Weigwa and his comrades were rendered speechless, including squad leader Old Lee. I never knew women could look like this. Ma Weigwa gasped, nearly moaning. I had forgotten what women were like. Oh my, those long legs. Indeed, women are truly enchanting, Old Lee murmured, like celestial beings. For them, women seemed to belong to the realm of legends. Facing the snowy plateau day after day, they had nearly forgotten what they looked like. Welcome. A warm welcome. The applause erupted, with Old Lee and the others clapping fervently, their already rosy cheeks flushing deeper with excitement, their palms sore from the fervent clapping. They saluted the steadfast soldiers guarding the border. The female soldiers of the art troupe stood in a line, raising their right hands in salute to Old Lee and his comrades. Oh, wait. Old Lee fumbled, raising his right hand and calling out, salute to the female comrades. Following this, they guided the art troupe through the dormitories and their work environment. Ladies, please. Have some water. Ma Weigwa rushed about, ensuring no one was left unattended. Enjoy some fruit. The water here isn't pleasant at all. Another soldier jostled with Ma Weigwa over the fruit. Let me explain our life here to you, he continued. This is a kong. This is a pot. This is a bench. This is a table. The female soldiers of the art troupe laughed like blooming gesang flowers. And Ma Weigwa and his comrades felt their hearts swell with joy, their faces reddening further with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice broke the lively atmosphere. Wife, Gujin exclaimed, causing all eyes to turn toward him. What on earth? Wife, why are you here? Gujin, usually reserved, was now filled with excitement, overwhelmed by a surge of hormones as he spotted Su Mushiwe among the female soldiers. Su Mushiwe was present, but she was not part of the troop. She had merely accompanied them. Upon seeing Gujin and hearing his endearing term for her, Su Mushiwe's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her rosy lips slightly parted, as if confronted by a ghost. Mushiwe, this is. A leader from the art troupe furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is this? Have you leaders never cared about our lives? Gujin declared loudly, Su Mushiwe, my wife. We have a son named Gujinshiwe. I'm Gujin. She is Su Mushiwe, and thus we named our son Gujinshiwe. In an instant, the crowd fell into a state of shock. Su Mushiwe felt dizzy, her world spinning as she struggled to balance herself. How could I encounter this shameless rogue here? She wanted to rebut him, to explain, but the words eluded her as she felt faint with anger, all thanks to Gujin's audacity. Chapter 68. We are married, my heavens, my wife. Gujin dashed forward, embracing Su Mushiwe. Perhaps it was the altitude, the oxygen. Quickly. The accompanying military doctor called out. At this elevation, the common cause of fainting was indeed lack of oxygen. Soon, an oxygen bag was brought over, but Gujin pushed it aside vehemently. You know nothing, he exclaimed. This is my wife, who suffered a condition during her confinement. It is not merely a lack of oxygen. You have no idea the struggles we faced to be together. The immense pressure we endured, to the point where any sudden joy causes her to faint. How could you bring her up here without understanding the situation? Now look. She fainted from shock. At that moment, Gujun's face was etched with concern as he held Su Mushua tightly, leaving those around him bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. They thought it impossible, yet it seemed to be true. He was calling her wife and even spoke of a child. The soldiers, simple and sincere, wondered how a private could claim such a relationship with an officer, and a son to boot. Gujun took a deep breath, gazing at Su Mushua with profound affection. Her family disapproved of our union due to our differing backgrounds, yet we have borne a child together. I joined the army to prove myself worthy of her family. I vowed before her father to achieve merit in the military, to earn their respect. Thus, I enlisted in the 2nd Squad of the 1st Platoon to refine my spirit amid solitude and the harshness of the snowy plateau. With heartfelt conviction, his tone unwavering. Those who listened began to believe. A man's love is singular. Gujun slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the female soldiers. His voice resonating with solemnity. I have given my life to Mushua, my essence is hers, and all my emotions are born of her. Upon uttering these words, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, moving the female soldiers deeply. Some even had tears welling in their eyes, covering their mouths with their hands in astonishment. The 2nd Squad stood in line, mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist, staring at Gujun in disbelief. What is happening? What on earth is going on? Indeed, sometimes men are pitiable and tragic, yet they endure. Gujun chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps the journey will be arduous. Perhaps I will stumble and fall. Perhaps I will be battered and bruised, but I have no regrets. I must provide for Mushua. She must know that I, Gujun, am her steadfast protector, the strongest support for her and our son. I will grant them dignity and strive to rise step by step, carrying the hopes of both mother and child. Amid the art troupe, a sentimental young woman began to weep quietly, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected emotions stirred by this sight. At that moment, Su Mushua, with her eyes closed, shed 2 tears, adding to the poignant atmosphere. Leaders, may we have a moment? Gujun smiled at the leaders. Can we have some time to reunite? Please, don't worry about her condition. She will be fine shortly. The leader hesitated. Leaders, let them have a little time together. Indeed, let the couple reunite. Such a rare opportunity, such a touching love. Are you truly husband and wife? The leader inquired of Gujun. Of course we are husband and wife. We have a son, Gujun asserted with conviction. Would I dare to speak carelessly about such matters? Would I tarnish a young lady's reputation? This is the army, not another place. I am merely a private. Then, in that case, you should reunite properly, the leader suggested. Thank you, leader. Thank you. Gujun replied, his face brimming with gratitude. She adores Gesang flowers. Particularly so, I am taking her up the mountain to see them. We have so much to talk about, we. Thank you once again, leader. With that, he hurriedly carried Su Mushua toward the southern mountain, moving with such swiftness that even the most oblivious of insects would sense the overwhelming hormones exuding from him. An unexpected turn of events, one that no one could have foreseen. What? The most beautiful one is Gujun's wife? They already have a child? Ma Weigu's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Old Tao, is this Gujun's wife? Old Li inquired. Perhaps. Tao Yonggang blinked, still in a daze. He never mentioned it to me. It must be, right? If it weren't, he wouldn't be so bold. I know Gujun well. He is quite principled. Values his reputation, is loyal, straightforward, and decent. It seems unlikely to be false. It's truly remarkable that he has such a wonderful wife but still comes to our outpost. What does it mean to be shameless? This is what shamelessness looks like. To let others know of one's shamelessness is not true shamelessness. Being so shameless that others believe one is not shameless is what true shamelessness entails. Gujun, let me go. Let me go. Su Mushua, regaining her composure, struggled fiercely. Although she had felt faint, she had not lost consciousness, and thus heard every word Gujun had spoken. She yearned to retort loudly, yet found herself unable to articulate her thoughts, her eyes still closed. Frustrated and embarrassed, tears streamed down her face. Yet, those tears only served to accentuate the tragic love that persisted despite the obstacles between her and Gujun. Impossible, Gujun said as he ran. Do you think I'm foolish? If I set you down now, you would run back. You're shameless. You're a rogue. You scoundrel. Su Mushua shouted in anger. How did you know? Gujun replied, feigning surprise, but then nodded. Indeed, you cannot be unaware. You are my wife. Upon hearing this, Su Mushua rolled her eyes, nearly fainting again. She had merely come along to enjoy the scenery, never anticipating that she would encounter Gujun here, and that within just a few short minutes. This rogue would convince everyone in the art troupe that they were husband and wife, and that they had a son. Su Mushua wished for death, longing to collide against a wall. All right, don't faint. Gujun set Su Mushua down and flashed her a smile. I was just joking. Joking? You're telling me this is a joke? Su Mushua exclaimed furiously. Now they all believe that I am your wife, and that we have a son. And you dare to say this is a joke? My innocence. All my innocence has been destroyed by Guzhen. So does that mean? You acknowledge it? Guzhen gazed into her beautiful eyes. Su Mushua nearly spat blood in disbelief, pondering whether Guzhen was a man or a beast. Chapter 69. This is how one courts from a young age. Su Mushua received the finest education and possessed a family background that many envied. Men who aspired to win her heart lined up, each more gentlemanly than the last, and no one ever dared to utter a single disrespectful word to her. They were all gentlemen, considerate and respectful of her in every aspect. Yet Guzhen was like a bandit. She had never encountered a man like him before. Initially, she had been curious to see what the son of Guxianji was like, only to be met with a rogue, which left her profoundly disappointed. The two could have had no further interactions. But who could have known that a trip to the Hughes outpost would lead her to encounter this man and cause such an uproar? Su Mushua was at a loss for words, feeling a murderous intent toward Guzhen. Do you wish to kill me? Guzhen's expression turned serious suddenly. Yes, I want to kill you. Su Mushua gritted her teeth. Very well. With a clang, Guzhen unsheathed his military knife, offering her the hilt. If you wish to kill me, I, Guzhen, assure you I will not blink. I understand that my jest has caused you great distress. But the moment I laid eyes on you, I vowed to marry no one but you. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Su Mushua seized the knife. Ha ha. Guzhen laughed heartily. If I dare to give you the knife, I have no doubt that you would not hesitate. I am a wolf. The wolf king of the second squad. My heart is that of a beast. In the realm of beasts, when one encounters a woman they admire, they must leap forward. I will never disguise myself cautiously like other men, trying to capture your heart through trickery. Such men are utterly useless. What a woman like you truly needs is not flattery, but conquest. With that declaration, Guzhen began to undress. What are you doing? Su Mushua gasped. Taking a large step back, her hands gripping the knife, trembling. They were on a mountain, several kilometers away from the outpost below, and it was just the two of them. With Guzhen undressing, if he were to take advantage today, you have witnessed this, and when we meet again, there will be even more to behold. Remember, I shall stand at the pinnacle of manhood for you. I shall become a being that treads upon the roof of the world for your sake. Upon uttering these words, Guzhen's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, devoid of desire or surging hormones. Only confidence and profound affection remained. You need not go to such lengths. Aye. Su Mushua lowered her knife and patted her chest, exclaiming, You nearly frightened me to death. If you wish to pursue me, there is no need for such theatrics. I am not difficult to approach. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with bashfulness. Slowly lowering her gaze under Guzhen's scrutiny, she could distinctly feel her heart racing, acknowledging that the sensations Guzhen evoked were unparalleled by any other suitor. Wild and domineering, he was infuriating yet inexplicably delightful. Observing her bashful demeanor, Guzhen's smile grew even more virile, his lips curling into a triumphant arc. I must let you know my true feelings. I must voice what I wish to convey, or else it festers within, causing me great discomfort. With a grand gesture, he declared, You may descend the mountain. I shall become the strongest man. In an instant, an unprecedented confidence radiated from Guzhen. An aura Su Mushua had never experienced before, causing her heart to flutter violently, ensnared in an overwhelming sensation of surrender. Realizing she could not linger any longer, she hastily discarded her knife and raced down the mountain, feeling her face ablaze. Guzhen, hands behind his back, stood against the wind, watching her depart, guiding her toward the dormitory. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and let out a howl. This is how one woos a lady. All set. Now await your return to me. He. All traces of his masculine confidence vanished, replaced by a rather sordid demeanor. He was unconcerned about Su Mushua's potential complaints. Based on his accumulated experiences since kindergarten, he perceived her as rather innocent, undoubtedly captivated by his domineering charm, even if she was not entirely subdued. She had already become a proverbial duck in his mouth. As mealtime approached, Guzhen, humming a tune, meandered back, only to find the gazes of his comrades had shifted unfavorably. Scoundrel! Ugh! The female soldier who had been moved to tears earlier muttered curses under her breath, nearly spitting at his feet. It's time to eat. Time to eat. Eat. All you ever think about is food. Stand guard. Old Li's face was particularly dark. What? Stand guard? Guzhen was taken aback. He recalled that there was no need for guard duty here, patrols during the day, with the leader serving as the sentry at night. You're taking over for the leader while he watches the show. Mawag was shot him a glare. Guzhen suddenly realized there must be some misunderstanding, and it certainly stemmed from Su Mushua. What are you still doing? Go stand guard. Tao Yonggang emerged wielding a spoon, glaring at him fiercely. This is not today. All right, I will stand guard, I will go. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Su Mushiwei extending her middle finger at him, mouthing the words, I'll make sure you regret this. The wicked glint in her eyes sent shivers down Guzhan's spine, a foreboding sensation coursing from his feet to the top of his head. Innocent? Hardly. Her behavior on the mountain had been nothing but a ruse. Chapter 70, a forthrighted mission at the foot of the mountain. The sentry post was alive with song and dance, applause ringing out intermittently, while Guzhan, famished and isolated, stood vigil atop the mountain. Several times he attempted to descend, only to be shooed away without uttering a word. Even the leader bared his teeth at him. What's wrong? Surely Su Mushiwei has revealed the truth. No, that cannot be. If she had, it would not be like this. What kind of potion did he feed them? Guzhan mused, perplexed. If Su Mushiwei had exposed his lies, then the leader's descending would undoubtedly confront him. Since no one had approached him, it implied she had undermined him. If there had been no sabotage, what was truly transpiring? Pondering this conundrum, he only found clarity when the entertainment performance concluded and the performers departed. How wonderful it was. The dance was truly captivating. The songs were delightful, especially one that brought tears to his eyes, making him realize that even in this place, he was safeguarding his homeland. That soldier named Shasha was truly beautiful, with a fine figure and a sweet voice. How splendid it would be to marry her. A group of soldiers chatted while cleaning up the courtyard, their enjoyment evident. What on earth was happening today? Guzhan dashed back, exclaiming, They won't feed me and expect me to stand guard atop the mountain? What does this mean? Clarify it for me. Upon his return, the soldiers, who had been reveling in the performance, instantly changed their expressions, with Old Li's face darkening ominously. Bang! Old Li forcefully slammed his shovel onto the ground, unleashing his first roar as the squad leader. First squad, second class, gather for a meeting. Ma Weigua and the others quickly dropped their belongings and rushed back to the dormitory, leaving Guzhan momentarily stunned, gazing at Old Li in disbelief. Squad leader, what's wrong? What's wrong? You still have the audacity to ask what's wrong? Old Li berated him. You scoundrel, how dare you question this? Today, I shall represent the troops, the party, and the organization to thoroughly examine your issues. Our first squad, second class, has never had a disgraceful soldier like you. Now, get inside. Guzhan's face twitched, forcing a smile as he trailed behind. Upon reaching the door, he seized Tao Yonggang's arm. Old Tao, what's the situation? What situation? Tao Yonggang jabbed a finger at his chest. Don't you know? What am I supposed to know? Guzhan whispered. Did Su Mushiwei say something? Huh. Tao Yonggang chuckled, gesturing for him to enter. All right, I'll go in, but I just want to say, Su Mushiwei is extremely cunning. You cannot trust her words. Bang! Tao Yonggang kicked him inside. Within the dormitory, everyone sat upright, and upon seeing Guzhan enter, their faces displayed contempt. Hee. What are you laughing at? Did I give you permission to laugh? Sit down. Old Li pointed at the edge of the bed. There was a small stool placed there, designated for Guzhan, a position that represented a target of criticism within the first squad, second class. All right, I want to laugh. I'll sit down. Climbing onto the bed, Guzhan took a seat. Morally bankrupt, Old Li exclaimed in fury. Since the inception of our first squad, second class, we have never encountered a soldier like Guzhan. Though we may not be distinguished, we have diligently adhered to our duties. I do not demand accolades or honors from you. I only expect you to be decent human beings. With a clear conscience, you can hold your head high wherever you go. One must be true to heaven, the earth. One has parents, family, and one's own conscience. Guzhan listened, stunned, pondering when they had transitioned to moral philosophy. Was he being accused? Guzhan, I ask you, where's your son? Old Li's glare was piercing. What? My son? Guzhan's eyes widened in shock. Yes, where's your son? Old Li's voice seethed with anger. Squad leader, I don't have a son. Guzhan was flabbergasted. Nonsense. Old Li stood, agitated. You and Su Mushiwei's son. Guzhan Shue, are you denying him? Now, tell me, where is your son? I. Guzhan stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. He had no son. The notion of Guzhan Shue was utterly fictitious. She was with you since she was 14, and at 20, she bore your child, remaining devoted to you. Yet, you insisted she abort, and now that the child is born, you even sent him away. Is there a scoundrel like you? Su Mushiwei must truly be blind. Upon hearing these words, Guzhan's mouth fell open, his eyes glazed over, and his mind went blank. Su Mushiwei was with me at just 14? At 20, she bore me a son, and I even suggested she terminate the pregnancy? Guzhan, how could I have ever imagined you to be such a scoundrel? Ma Weigua, filled with disappointment, exclaimed, what a wonderful girl Su Mushiwei is. Even if you have wronged her, can't you let her off the hook just this once? You disgrace. You are a disgrace to our class. Gujun, I speak on behalf of all men when I express my contempt for you. How utterly disgraceful. You have brought shame upon all men. The collective denunciation left Gujun utterly humiliated. In that moment, he finally recalled Su Mushiue's gestures. Sister will ruin you. I have no connection with Su Mushue, absolutely none. Gujun hastily explained. I merely joked that she was my wife and that we had a son. We have only met twice, and nothing happened. I said that only because I wanted to date her. This is a trap, a scheme. This girl is ruthless. She has spun a tale that casts me as an unrepentant scoundrel. Although it may not be physically damaging, how will I ever manage to coexist in this class? How can I endure the stigma of being a scoundrel, facing disdain and hostility from everyone? Su Mushue, how devious you are. A trap? How could such a fine girl joke about her purity? Oldly slammed the table. Are you even a man? Do you lack the courage to admit the truth? Let me tell you, if you do not clarify this matter today, get out of my class tomorrow. How can I clarify? Gujin spread his hands in despair. Where have you sent your son? Oldly inquired. Yes, where is your son? Regardless. He's your flesh and blood. To abandon your own child, your heart must be truly callous. You may know a person's face, but never their heart. A human visage can conceal a beastly nature. Confess. Speak. Faced with the scorn of the entire class and the righteous indignation of his peers, Gujin nearly burst into tears. How could he explain? His mind was in turmoil, unable to articulate anything. Su Mushue is truly ruthless and cunning, evidently intent on ensuring he could not remain in this class. Chapter 71. Enemies gathered. What kind of place is Class 1, Section 2? It is a border outpost. What kind of individuals are found in Class 1, Section 2? A group of idlers so bored they can sit and embroider for an entire day, walk dogs for 8 hours, or engage in soliloquies for weeks, lost in their own minds forever. Matters of morality, justice, and women's rights, they will pursue these relentlessly, for they have an abundance of time. Hurry up and confess. Oldly shouted angrily. This matter must be clarified. Though it is your personal affair here, it is a matter for Class 1, Section 2. We will not tolerate any scoundrels like Chinshimi as class leader. I must seek justice for the women of our class. Indeed, while this may be a family matter, the military cannot easily intervene, yet here, it pertains to Class 1. Section 2. At this point, Gujin sighed deeply, his anger boiling as he was compelled to confess. He knew well that those who had spent a long time here had twisted thoughts, especially Oldly. Once his stubbornness flared, no one could stop him. Actually, I did not send my son away. Rather, I left him at. Nonsense. You sent your son to a family with the surname Zhang. And then your son fell ill with a blood disorder, subsequently being sent to an orphanage. Little Sue gave birth out of wedlock while still in military school. How could she dare to tell her parents? This was the moment when you, as a father, should have stepped up. Yet you fled to join the army to shirk your responsibilities. Damn it. Gujin cursed vehemently, decisively rolling off the bed, his eyes rolling back in despair. Su Mushue, you are truly ruthless. I will not let this go. I will pursue this to the end. Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and confess. Get up. Who are you trying to impress? If you do not clarify today, you will be on lookout duty every day on the mountain. A group of people pulled him up from the ground. Bind him. Bind him. I will do the binding. Soon, Gujin was tightly bound with a hemp rope, the very method used for executing criminals. I confess. I will confess. All right? Gujin said with a quivering voice. I am less than human. I am worse than a beast. I should not have abandoned my wife and child. I should not have. I regret it, truly regret it. Confession made. He continued to rack his brain for the plot while stammering through his confession well into the night. We will leave it at this for today. You will continue your confession tomorrow. Oldly declared. You will not be considered done until you fully confess. Haven't I already confessed? You are hiding the key points. Gujin had no other options. Only a long sigh escaped his lips as he closed his regret-filled eyes. While he confessed here, Su Mushue was on the other side, nearly driven mad. The reason was simple. Su Mushue had concocted a story to deal with Gujin, but this story entangled her completely. It was a case of killing 1,000 enemies while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself. Mushue, you are married and have a son. Yet you still maintain such a fine figure. When did you get married? How come we are unaware? What year did you give birth? While attending military school? How could you maintain such a figure after childbirth? Do you have a secret method? Su Mushue forced a smile, but internally she had mentally killed Gujin countless times, and after each time, she would lash out at the corpse. Have I lost my mind? Why did I think to use this method to deal with that scoundrel? Alas, it's no big deal. I'll just go along with it. As long as I can deal with him, that's what matters. After returning, Su Mushue bid farewell to the art troupe and, on her way back, received a call from her father. What on earth is going on? I heard people say you had a son with someone else. Her father erupted in fury over the phone. How could you do such a thing? How did I raise you? You've brought shame upon our family. Do you know how many congratulatory calls I received? A total of 138, and even now the calls keep coming in. Explain yourself. Before she could utter a word, her father began to scold her, making Su Mushiwei wish she could disappear. Dad, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Su Mushiwei spoke urgently. You often mention the soldier Guxianji, right? I received news that his son Guzhan is in the army. And I happened to have some free time that day, so I wanted to see what the son of the national hero Guxianji was like, purely out of curiosity. But then, before she could finish, her father interrupted. Who? The son of Guxianji? You had a son with Guxianji's son? His name is Guzhan, is it? No, I didn't. Such a matter should certainly have been disclosed to us. How could you secretly have a child? Now when others inquire, what am I to say? Although I am extremely busy, I am still a person who values reputation. What am I to do now? Mushiwei, your mother passed away early, and I know you were rebellious, but this is not a trivial matter. Su Mushiwei rolled her eyes, her beautiful face twitching, feeling a lump in her throat that she could neither expel nor swallow. Dad, it's absolutely not as you think. I'm Guzhan actually. Regardless of what you two are up to, you cannot abandon the child to an orphanage. The child is innocent. If the Gu family doesn't want him, then we must take him. No, I must speak with Guxianji. He must ensure his son marries you rightfully. The urgent matter now is to bring the child back. He carries our Su bloodline. Dad, Su Mushiwei let out a piercing scream. What are you doing? You think you're in the right? Her father, furious, retorted, I have yet to settle the score with you. What kind of daughter have I raised? Tell me where the child is, and I will send someone to retrieve him from the orphanage. I am currently busy with a meeting, and I will address the subsequent matters after I finish this meeting. Thus it is, I find myself in a confidential unit, where communication time is severely limited. With a sudden click, the call disconnects. Su Mushiwei is caught in a whirlwind of emotions, torn between laughter and tears, as she perceives the world around her as a chaotic blur of running alpacas. Guzhan, I will not let this go, Su Mushiwei emits a piercing cry, banging her head against the steering wheel, her eyes red with frustration, yet devoid of tears. Meanwhile, Guzhan is pressured to clarify matters. The entire class too must ensure he retrieves their son, absolutely refusing to abandon his wife. On the other side, Su Mushiwei's father insists that she bring her grandson back, repeatedly emphasizing that the child is innocent. At this juncture, words are futile. They must hastily arrange to redo the wedding. Su Mushiwei could explain, but the dilemma lies in the fact that her father is currently in a confidential unit, with restricted communication time. Both are on the brink of madness, incessantly urged to find a son who does not exist, Guzhan wishes to strangle Su Mushiwei. Su Mushiwei desires to bite Guzhan. They are not enemies by nature, yet when together, they find themselves in a narrow path of rivalry. Chapter 72, Astonishing Identities Class 2, Early Morning. Tao Yonggang relentlessly torments Guzhan, dragging him from the mountaintop to the valley below, employing an arsenal befitting an assassin. Old Tao, stop. I can barely endure any longer. Guzhan cries out in despair. I truly have no connection with Su Mushiwei. I cannot explain. Suddenly, a silent poison needle shoots from Tao Yonggang's sleeve, aimed directly at Guzhan in the darkness. Instinctively, Guzhan senses danger and falls backward to evade the invisible threat. Every assassination bears its own premonition. The poison needle possesses its unique signs, which I discerned merely by observing your hand. A muffled gunshot erupts as Tao Yonggang fires a disguised pistol, camouflaged as a lighter, at Guzhan. Roll. The bullet grazes his body, disappearing into the shadows. Old Tao, are you trying to kill me? Guzhan exclaims, you're using real bullets. Had I not mastered over 1,000 assassination techniques, my life would surely be forfeit. The torment continues, and even Tao Yonggang's myriad methods may not harm Guzhan. He is learning too rapidly. Though assassins operate in the shadows, any skilled assassin will invariably exhibit signs before striking. For instance, when an assassin employs the crowd for cover to approach their target, they must disguise themselves. Uncovering their disguise allows one to anticipate their method of attack, preparing one to counter effectively. I kill you to protect the people. Tao Yonggang scolds. How could I have overlooked your foolishness? To be outsmarted by a woman. You have no choice but to concede. Alas, I did not father a child with her. Why can't anyone believe me? Guzhan laments. They keep insisting I must confess to this fictional son. Of course, Tao Yonggang lights a cigarette, settling on a rock. I investigated. Su Mushiwei's father is named Su Guoshi, a figure of remarkable stature. He is a titan in our country's financial and economic sector, having repeatedly safeguarded our nation through tumultuous times. Currently, he is under protection, seemingly preparing for an important meeting. Su Guoshi, an unparalleled figure in the financial realm, is rightly compared to a warlord in his field. Additionally, he bears the moniker National Treasure. In modern warfare, the battlefield is seldom marked by cannon fire. Rather, economic warfare represents a brutal combat devoid of smoke. Indeed, this battlefield can be more terrifying than one littered with bodies, fraught with tension and peril. Tao Yonggang exhales a plume of smoke, succinctly summarizing Su Mushue's father's significance. He is not merely a soldier but a general, a guardian of the nation's financial and economic stability. This domain is of utmost importance, directly influencing the fate of the country. In Siam, local manufacturing is virtually non-existent. A glance in any supermarket reveals an array of foreign goods, even the telecommunications sector outsourced to foreign entities, should one wish to destabilize them. Severing imports would plunge the nation into chaos, causing economic collapse and societal despair. In our own country, the virtual economy and bubble economy have reached unprecedented heights. While the real sector dwindles, internet, real estate, various forms of financing, our vast land and populous nation allow for internal demand to mitigate these issues. The timing of the trade war coincides with this critical juncture. Anyone who deems Donald a madman or a fool is undoubtedly ignorant. The economy is the foundation of livelihood, the essence of the nation. Once it collapses, the populace will suffer, and society will descend into uncontrollable turmoil. Su Guoshi is specifically tasked with addressing such national matters. Largely unrecognized, even less renowned than an ordinary stock analyst. Is it that impressive? Gu Zhen is taken aback, though he is not well versed in such matters. He understands that someone like Su Guoshi is indeed a national treasure, receiving round-the-clock protection from the military. Perhaps he lacks a formal title, yet his stature far surpasses that of so-called influential figures. Over 2 decades ago, when Su was kidnapped overseas, it was your father who rescued him. Both were young then, albeit in different fields, yet they united under the banner of national peace, forming a close bond. Tao Yonggang glances at Gu Zhen, a smirk playing on his lips. Truth be told, it wouldn't be unusual if you did father a child with Su Mushue. Is that so? Gu Zhen chuckles. Do you know what Su Mushue actually does? What does she do? A civilian officer in the military, of course. Are you blind? Su Mushue holds a position identical to her father's, yet her path diverges from his. Tao Yonggang smirks. This girl could drive you to madness. Her role in the military is merely a disguise for protection. Su Mushue entered the Military Academy's War Research Institute at the age of 16. What of it? Gu Zhen scoffs. Her research focuses on deceitful tactics, simply put, cunning and treachery, devised to compensate for her father's inclination towards direct confrontation. Surely you must have felt the strain. She has nearly driven you to the brink of insanity. This girl is adept at weaving intricate tales, her narratives fraught with traps. This, Gu Zhen is reluctant to concede, yet he must admit that Su Mushue has indeed exhausted him. Old Li and the others are still pursuing their critiques. Yet, he cannot retaliate against them, only suppress his frustrations. Wait, you say this girl is cunning? I concede. But she has ensnared herself in her own web in her efforts to entrap me. Haha. A single unmarried girl has a son with Gu Zhen. If that spreads, her reputation is ruined. Haha. Regardless, I bear no losses. Haha. Idiot. Tao Yonggang shoots him a disdainful glance. Do you truly believe she is that foolish? Though she may be temporarily ensnared, this situation can be easily clarified. It is merely that old Li and his crew have grown stagnant in their thinking from prolonged exposure here, making them easy pawns. Does she truly risk harming herself to eliminate you? That girl is calculating. If you cannot keep up, trouble will soon find you. Hiki. Gu Zhen chuckles nonchalantly. While he acknowledges Su Mushue's cunning, he does not regard her as a formidable threat. Prepare yourself. I will take you out. Tao Yonggang states. Out there? Gu Zhen gestures toward the border. Yes, time is of the essence. Directly out? You are an active duty soldier. Tao Yonggang discards his cigarette. Eyeing Gu Zhen as if you were a fool. Tomorrow, request a month's leave from old Li to search for your son. 1 month. You have merely that time to undergo final project training, a true test of combat. S face grew exceedingly solemn, for what lay ahead was indeed a matter of practical engagement. Chapter 73. This is the mission. Gu Zhen fully acknowledged his mistakes. His eyes reddened as he wept, tears streaming down his face. Squad leader, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I should not have acted so beastly. I am nothing but a great beast, sobbing uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain his composure, his hands only serving to exacerbate the flow of tears, prompting Lao Li to feel a pang of sympathy. Stop crying, stop crying. I can see that you have recognized your errors from your current demeanor, Lao Li sighed. In truth, leading a life is quite simple. We merely need to be true to those around us. Wipe your tears and speak clearly. The daily lessons had borne fruit, and Lao Li felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully guided a wayward soul back to the right path. I, I, I cannot help but cry, truly cannot help but cry. Guzhan, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, "It is only under your guidance that I have come to realize the foolishness of my actions. I wish I could refrain from crying, but I simply cannot." As he wept loudly, Tao Yonggang applied chilly water to his eyes and soaked his hands in mustard, insisting he seek out Laoli. The effect was strikingly evident. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning is as valuable as gold. It appeared that Guzhan had genuinely grasped the nature of his missteps this time. Ma Weiguo slowly shook his head and remarked, "Everyone makes mistakes, but recognizing and correcting them makes one a good comrade. Our second squad, under the leadership of the squad leader, is as vast as the ocean, capable of redeeming any sinner. Guzhan, do not be overly distressed. Fortunately, you did not persist in your wrongdoings. You must express gratitude to the squad leader, to us comrades, to the second squad, and to the chief. Now, bow to the squad leader, bow to us, bow to the chief." With eyes barely open, Guzhan felt an urge to wipe his snot on his fellow's face, then toss him aside to serve the chief. "Squad leader, thank you." Guzhan bowed to Laoli, crying, "I wish to return to find my son." "Squad leader, I miss my son." Sob, sob, sob. "Please, grant me a month's leave? I want to find my son. My only desire is to be with him." Laoli's expression grew troubled. This matter was indeed complicated. Guzhan was a private and had no leave available. What reason could be given to the higher-ups? Sitting at the back, Tao Yonggang flipped his hand and, using a device to release a poison needle, shot a toothpick with precision into Guzhan's right knee. Thud. Guzhan collapsed heavily to the ground, facing Laoli with an even more sorrowful countenance, crying even harder. Sob. "Lao Tao, you scoundrel." Before he could finish his lament, Laoli grew anxious and stepped forward to pull him up. "What is this? Is it merely a request to take leave to find your son?" "I will grant it. I will grant it." Laoli spoke urgently, "Recognizing your mistakes is enough." "What are you doing? We are all part of the second squad. As your squad leader, your matters are my concerns too. I will call the higher-ups right now to request your leave." Laoli, the ever kind-hearted and unassumingly earnest leader, felt a discomfort in his heart at Guzhan's passive demeanor. It was imperative to facilitate this. Guzhan must be allowed to find his son. "Laoli, wait," Tao Yonggang interjected. "How do you plan to communicate this to the higher-ups?" "What else can I say? I'll simply state that Guzhan wishes to return to find his son." Laoli sighed. Guzhan was merely too young back then. Young people make mistakes and deserve opportunities for redemption. Now that he has recognized his wrongs, he should be allowed to return to find his son, lest the child be left parentless. This cannot be stated outright. Doing so would jeopardize Guzhan's future. Tao Yonggang cautioned. "Consider this. What is the greatest fear within our ranks? The most dreaded issue is that of conduct. Although Guzhan's misdeeds occurred prior to his enlistment, if we were to make it public, it would ruin his prospects." Upon hearing this, Laoli's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? A future is of utmost importance. He would never be the obstacle to another's future, as long as there was a better path to pursue, even if it unsettled him. He would smile and send them forth from the second squad. Claim that his father is gravely ill, Tao Yonggang suggested. That would be the most convincing reason. "Ah, I must accompany him." "What?" Laoli looked at Tao Yonggang. Tao Yonggang approached and whispered in Laoli's ear. "I fear this lad might stir up trouble upon his return. If that happens, it will be a problem for our second squad. Thus, someone must accompany him to ensure he finds his son and secures a proper arrangement. As the squad leader, you cannot go. Ma Weiguo and the others surely cannot either. So it falls to me. Conveniently, I have yet to take my leave this year, so I will report it alongside you. But then, there will be no one to maintain duty," Laoli replied. "They will send someone to supplement our duty personnel, relative to the maintenance of duty here. Guzhan retrieving his son is far more crucial." "Laoli, we must not easily abandon any comrade," Tao Yonggang insisted. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." The leave was swiftly approved. After being reported to the company, it was immediately escalated to the regiment, and on the same day it was granted. This was due to the special consideration given to the second squad, as well as the absolute trust placed in Laoli by the higher-ups. That evening, the two departed the second squad and, upon reaching the city, promptly returned to the border. Upon arrival at the border, they changed clothes completely, removing all identification markers, and replaced their military undergarments with French brands. Guzhan, brimming with excitement, repeatedly checked his handgun before stowing it away. "Before we proceed, I must clarify something," Tao Yonggang said, fixing his gaze on Guzhan. "This is not an unauthorized exit. Rather, it is an assigned mission. The task has been delegated by me, and you are the executor of this mission. Do you understand? Exiting is exiting. What is the big deal? Why all this fuss?" Guzhan scoffed, displaying disdain. In his mind, there was no concept of exiting or not. A step forward meant leaving. A step back meant returning. Such trivialities. Unauthorized exit could be classified as desertion or treason without prior permission. Tao Yonggang continued to admonish him. You will encounter such matters in your future career when they arise. You must adhere strictly to protocol, for if not, no one can safeguard you. And what about this instance? I am leading you in my capacity as Instructor 011. And approval has already been granted. You are my sole pupil. Should you survive this mission, you must fulfill your promise. Gu Jun's expression turned serious, as he vividly recalled the promise he had made to Tao Yonggang, to enter 011 as his only disciple and attain the highest honor of the realm, Divine Domain. Tao Yonggang's gaze grew fervent. The title of Divine Domain should rightfully belong to me, yet I have no further opportunity. You must help me realize this dream and become the Divine Domain of 011. Divine Domain? Gu Jun narrowed his eyes. It represents the pinnacle of absolute defense. You may also interpret it as a lofty deity. This was the task Tao Yonggang set for Gu Jun. He wished for him to fulfill the dream that was only a step away. Chapter 74. The Town of Country X. Indeed, this was a mission. A task that Tao Yonggang had reported and received approval for. He had not been in contact with 011 for a long time, yet within 011, he remained an instructor. And every instructor possesses the authority to cultivate their successor. During this process, instructors can employ various methods of training for their successors, and when reaching the final stage, a task is required to meet the standards. Upon meeting the standards, one may enter 011. Of course, this scenario is exceptional. Typically, instructors and their successors are all within 011 from the very beginning. Tao Yonggang belongs to a peculiar situation. While Gu Jun can only qualify for entry upon meeting task standards, I will fulfill my promises, Gu Jun stated confidently. Although I am unaware of what your divine realm truly represents, it is undoubtedly the strongest. Since it is the strongest, I shall conquer it. His tone was casual, brimming with self-assurance. Had these words been uttered by another, Tao Yonggang would have scoffed in disdain. However, they came from Gu Jun. Initially, Tao trained him with a sense of tentative curiosity, acknowledging Gu Jun's solid foundation. Yet, as training progressed, he realized that Gu Jun was indeed an exemplary talent, possessing an extraordinary capacity for endurance and comprehension. It is important to note that Gu Xianji had laid the groundwork for him in offense, whereas Tao Yonggang taught defense two opposing facets. Typically, a proficient attacker would lack in defense, and a skilled defender would struggle with offense. The remarkable aspect of Gu Jun was his ability to swiftly transition from offense to defense while discerning the intricate connection between the two. Upon reviewing the manuscripts, Tao Yonggang's initial indifference transformed into frequent nods of approval. By the time he reached the halfway point, astonishment graced his features, and upon completing the reading, his expression mirrored that of encountering a ghost. He hesitated to assert that Gu Jun's research on offense and defense was flawed, nor could he claim it was flawless. For this path was one he had not yet explored himself. Defense, offense, offense, defense. Gu Jun was not only adept at both, but also possessed an extraordinary intellect, blending passionate fervor with rigorous thought. This instilled a sense of hope in Tao Yonggang. Wu Long, nicknamed Ant, was an arms dealer active in West Asia. After procuring weaponry from Russia and Eastern Europe, he sold them to foreign armed organizations. Given the border situation, it was clear that the weapons he sold were frequently utilized. Tao Yonggang presented a photograph to Gu Jun recently. He is set to deliver arms to an armed organization. I will destroy this batch of weapons. Your task is to protect Wu Long. Gu Jun glanced at the photograph, committing it to memory. The individual appeared somewhat frail, seemingly unremarkable, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of malevolence. Protect him? Gu Jun inquired. Such a person should be eliminated. He poses an extreme threat to national security by supplying weapons abroad. While killing him was simple, it was imperative to ascertain which weapons he was trading with the armed organization. Intelligence indicated that the transaction included unconventional lethal weapons, potentially including gas bombs and white phosphorus munitions. Gu Jun nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Conventional weapons were not the primary concern. The true peril lay in unconventional arms, which were far more insidious. It was crucial to identify who these unconventional weapons were sold to and in what quantities. Otherwise, once the adversary deployed them, there would be no time to defend. While eliminating Wu Long was not challenging, uncovering the trajectory of these weapons necessitated his survival. You must ensure he crosses the border. Once he is within our territory, your mission will be deemed complete, Tao Yonggang instructed, affirming Gu Jun's task of keeping Wu Long alive. Gu Jun neither made promises nor spoke further. He understood that this mission allowed for no failures. They proceeded. After donning their disguises, the two crossed the border and embarked on their mission. This narrative unfolds in a small, yet restless town near the border of Country X. The underlying reason for its unrest is evident. Internal chaos within Country X has left border regions like this vulnerable. allowing armed organizations to establish strongholds. These groups are not ordinary. They possess a keen focus and will do everything possible to infiltrate our territory when given the chance. In addition to these well-organized factions, some second-rate mercenaries linger here, seeking work to earn a meager living. As Guzhen entered the town, cigarette in mouth and a cold glint in his eyes, he recalled Tao Yonggong's information indicating that Wulong was already in this vicinity. The town was small, and his first step was to locate his target, capture their attention, and blend into their circle. "Young man, where do you come from, and what brings you here?" A middle-aged man clad in traditional garb, appearing amiable, inquired with a smile. Having just entered the town, Guzhen observed the man, who sat with a lamb in his arms, exuding a harmless demeanor. Guzhen did not respond immediately. Instead, he scanned his surroundings before turning his gaze to the man, locking onto him with a fierce intensity. His eyes radiated a venomous sharpness, glimmering with the promise of violence, his expression a clear declaration of his lethal nature. "If you dare extend your right hand, I will blow your brains out," Guzhen hissed, his voice dripping with menace. The middle-aged man chuckled, refraining from moving his right hand, instead gesturing with his left in a placating manner. "Perhaps this is not a place for you, but once you arrive—" "This world has no place I fear to tread," Guzhen interrupted impatiently. "Utter another word, and I'll eliminate you." He drew his pistol, aiming it at the man's head. The middle-aged man maintained his smile, feigning helplessness as Guzhen continued deeper into the town. At that moment, several armed members lurking in the shadows had already set their sights on him, raising their weapons discreetly. "Humph," Guzhen scoffed, casting a discerning glance at the concealed figures before resolutely moving forward. "Weapons must be left behind. That is the rule," the middle-aged man stated, with a sardonic laugh. Guzhen disarmed himself, retaining only a military knife. "I understand the rules better than anyone," he asserted, glancing back at the middle-aged man with a smile reminiscent of a serpent. As he entered the town, several individuals promptly retrieved the weapons he had left behind and presented them to the middle-aged man. "American, Russian, all old guns." The middle-aged man squinted, observing the direction Guzhen had vanished. "It seems he is a desperate man, but with such fine equipment, there might be more to him. Keep a close watch and ascertain his background." "Understood." Those seeking a meager livelihood here are largely second-rate mercenaries, wielding simple arms. Yet Guzhen's weaponry was all standard issue from various special forces, making him stand out starkly amongst them. Chapter 75. I am worth 2,000. The sudden emergence of such a desperate figure heightened the vigilance of the armed organization within the town. Under their watchful eyes, they observed Guzhen as he approached the mercenary gathering point at the western edge of the town. This gathering was situated in a dilapidated courtyard where a group of mercenaries clad in various camouflage patterns drank cheap liquor, exchanging crude jokes and raucous laughter. "Are these beggars?" Guzhen muttered to himself. In his mind, mercenaries were robust figures clad in standardized camouflage, wielding assault rifles, and puffing on cigars. However, the individuals before him were starkly different. Their camouflage outfits resembled outdated versions sold at domestic labor protection stores, some merely comprised of tops, tattered and greasy, appearing unkempt. Moreover, the firearms these mercenaries brandished were AKs, sold by weight on the battlefields of Afghanistan, with wooden stocks either polished to a shine or severely damaged, wrapped in cloth for makeshift repairs. Indeed, they resembled beggars. These second-rate mercenaries were akin to beggars, armed merely to fight, scraping by for a meager existence. And in the event of death, their lives would hold no value. Guzhen's arrival rendered the previously chaotic mercenary gathering silent. As the ragtag group gazed at him with gleaming eyes, "Hey, sweetie, take off your clothes," a drunken, bearded mercenary approached, grinning. "I want your clothes, not your—" He roared with laughter, reeking of alcohol and a foul odor that nearly made Guzhen retch. The mercenary brazenly reached out, attempting to strip him of his clothing. Slap. Guzhen swiftly seized the outstretched hand, forcefully bending the right wrist backward. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Ah! A scream erupted almost simultaneously. Clatter. A group of mercenaries sprang to their feet, charging over with a fierce demeanor. To them, they were already a formidable collective, despite frequent conflicts involving firearms. They felt emboldened to converge upon a solitary figure clad in standard camouflage attire and combat boots. They were beggar mercenaries, and to them, Guzhen's apparel represented opulence. Who dares to wreak havoc here? Brothers, let us strip him down and see if he has got any jewels. Ha ha ha. Whoever catches his jewels first gets the combat gear. The mercenaries rushed toward Guzhen, launching an assault, their desire for his striking outfit palpable. Something they yearned for yet could not attain. Under attack, Guzhen wore a mocking expression, standing still as a statue. Whoosh! A fist came crashing down. And at the very moment it was about to make contact with his cheek, Guzhen caught it with his hand. Slap. Gripping the fist, he swiftly slid down, locking the wrist and bending it backward. Crack. Ah. My hand. Whoosh. A leg swung horizontally, aiming for Guzhen's ribs. Even if the kick didn't break bones, it could incapacitate him. Unfortunately, just as it was about to connect, Guzhen deflected it with his arm. Slap. Simultaneously. A flurry of attacks from a dozen individuals descended upon him, fists and feet flying. Slap. 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 The sounds of colliding limbs reverberated as Guzhen found himself engulfed in a swarm, appearing to be suffering immensely. Yet, in truth, he had not been struck even once. His arms and legs formed a shield, blocking and deflecting with precision. These second-rate mercenaries possessed little skill, relying solely on brute strength. Slap. 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 The cacophony continued as Guzhen was pushed several dozen meters from the entrance, still maintaining his defense, showing no intent to retaliate, his eyes filled with derision. The commotion attracted a crowd, and among them, Guzhen spotted his target, Wulong. In reality, Wulong resembled his photographs, gaunt with poor skin marred by numerous blemishes, easily distinguishable in a crowd. At that moment, Wulong observed the scene with keen interest, flanked by two bodyguards. Are these mercenaries or bodyguards? Wulong inquired with a grin. Bodyguards, one of them replied. Proficient in defense, leaving no room for error, their strikes are decent, but they fall short compared to us. Wulong chuckled and turned to the middle-aged man Guzhen encountered earlier. What is his background? He just arrived, well-equipped, claiming to seek work. But I suspect he is an undercover operative from over there. The middle-aged man pointed eastward. That's unlikely. I'm well acquainted with the situation over there. Wulong shook his head. If they were to deploy an undercover agent, they would develop their presence here, especially given his conspicuous appearance. If an assassination were intended, they wouldn't brazenly appear here. After uttering these words, Wulong continued to observe Guzhen, a glint of inscrutable amusement and contemplation flickering in his eyes. Puff, puff, puff. A group of subpar mercenaries panted heavily, having assaulted Guzhen for nearly 10 minutes, nearly exhausting themselves. Yet he continued to deflect effortlessly, as if playing a game. You wretched scoundrels. Puff. If you can block, let us hit you. Puff, puff. Just stand there. Stay put. Don't run. Laughter erupted around them, as over a dozen mercenaries struggled to subdue one man, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. Guzhen shook his head, turning to leave. He had captured Wulong's attention and was disinclined to continue this charade with the beggars. Stop. The mercenaries encircled him once more, their expressions ferocious and filled with indignation. I'll give you a moment to consider, once I finish my sentence. If you're still here, I want to hold back, he chuckled. As the laughter faded, Guzhen boldly struck. Crack, crack, ah, ah, ah. The cries of agony rose in unison as over a dozen mediocre mercenaries fell, bones shattered, all within less than a minute. Witnessing this, Wulong's pupils constricted slightly, reflecting contemplation, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, profound smile. He approached Guzhen, flanked by his two bodyguards, blocking his path. Friend, which unit are you from? Your skills are impressive, Wulong remarked with a knowing smirk, scrutinizing Guzhen from head to toe. From over there. Guzhen pointed eastward, gazing at Wulong with a grin. Boss, you seem quite imposing. Do you need to hire someone as a bodyguard? Wulong chuckled, extending a finger. $1,000 a day? Guzhen's eyes sparkled with greed, a trait that aligned him closely with desperate outlaws. He began calculating in his mind, almost forgetting his mission. Damn it, $1,000 a day amounts to 10,000 in 10 days, 30,000 in a month, which translates to nearly 200,000 in RMB. Damn it, arms dealers are indeed wealthy. I'm about to make a fortune. Wulong perceived this gleam clearly. He understood it was a manifestation of faith and money, for his own faith revolved around wealth. You're not worth that much. They only earn 500 a day. Wulong gestured toward his two bodyguards, who stepped forward, exuding arrogance, their eyes filled with disdain. Whoosh. Suddenly, Guzhen unsheathed a military knife, swiftly sweeping it toward the bodyguard's throat. Two soft sounds echoed as the knife was retracted. Splat. Blood gushed from the carotid arteries, creating a ghastly fountain of crimson on either side of Wulong. It was unexpected, precise, and brutally efficient. Boss, I'm worth at least 2,000 now. Guzhen licked his lips, a grin spreading across his face. They each earn 500. If I eliminate them, it signifies I'm worth 1,000. Adding their 1,000 to my 1,000 makes exactly 2,000. Ha ha ha. His eyes gleamed with madness, and his ruthless nature as a mercenary was fully manifested. Wulong smiled faintly, suddenly drawing a pistol and aiming it at Guzhen's head. You're a special forces soldier from the east, here to kill me. Didn't anyone inform you that my nickname is Ant? Ha ha ha. Clatter. The sound of at least 20 rifles being cocked echoed around Guzhen. Chapter 76, repeated probing Wulong's nickname, Ant, derived from the phrase ants looking up at the sky, likened himself to an ant daring to gaze upward. treading carefully and cautiously, living in constant fear. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. He was consumed by insatiable desire, yet he moved with extreme caution. Fully aware of a crucial truth, his insignificance could lead to his immediate destruction. Such individuals rarely err, as they harbor suspicion toward everything around them. Cold sweat beaded on Guzhen's scalp, slowly trickling down the roots of his hair, creating an uncomfortable, tingling sensation. It was his first encounter with such a situation, and his body exhibited instinctual reactions, which Wulong keenly observed. "You're still too green." Wulong shook his head with a smile. "Many wish to kill me. You're neither the first nor the last." Suddenly, Wulong furrowed his brow, sensing something pressing against his groin. A hint of crimson flickered in Guzhen's eyes. "Care to guess whether I'll blow your head off first, or will I sever your manhood first?" Haha. Guzhen held a triangular military dagger poised against Wulong's trousers. Wulong narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the glimmer of bloodlust in Guzhen's gaze. Certain that the moment he pulled the trigger, the dagger would sever his manhood entirely. "Don't get agitated." Wulong sheathed his gun and laughed heartily, declaring, "It was merely a minor test. I am exceedingly cautious and careful, ha ha ha." "Indeed, you are quite impressive, worth 2,000. Upon finishing his statement, he gestured for the guns around him to be lowered. Suddenly, a triangular bayonet pierced directly into his groin. Wulong gasped sharply, rising onto his toes in astonishment. "Boss, I didn't harm you," Guzhen grinned. Wulong laughed heartily, patting Guzhen on the shoulder, and remarked, "You know, I see my past in your eyes, the desperate and ruthless path I took for money and my desires. Stay with me, and I assure you will not be wronged." Guzhen retracted the bayonet, licking his lips with a smile. "Daily settlement. Deal." As he mingled with Wulong in this perilous manner, the sweat finally trickled down his forehead, and the weight on his heart eased. The armed men retreated, seemingly respectful towards Wulong. "Many wish to kill me, from both sides," Wulong continued as they walked forward. "But let us not discuss that. On this side, it's primarily my competitors. I have made numerous enemies in my quest to dominate this territory, and my life is perpetually at stake. Fear not. With me, your safety is assured." Guzhen squinted and spoke softly. "I indeed hail from that side and have undergone the finest bodyguard training. I can discern that you are unlike others. Even your equipment is distinct." Wulong chuckled and replied, "I was initially concerned you might be sent from that side, but your eyes have put me at ease." "What is wrong with my eyes?" Guzhen inquired. Wulong cast him a sidelong glance, his pupils revealing admiration. At that moment, Guzhen was fully immersed in his role, his body half turned away from Wulong, exhibiting heightened vigilance, adjusting his speed to shield against potential ambushes. Professional, exceedingly professional. Not everyone possesses your aura of desperation. Your thirst for wealth surpasses that of many. Wulong paused, smiling at Guzhen. "Typically, individuals like you are not embraced by the ordinary world, for you are a wolf." Guzhen remained non-committal, refraining from further dialogue, aware of Wulong's cunning nature and his ongoing testing. Observing Guzhen maintain his bodyguard stance in silence, Wulong merely smiled, opting not to probe further. For him, the identity of this new bodyguard remained suspect, yet there was no immediate need to delve deeper. If he were indeed sent from that side, it could provide temporary safety and even utility, considering the dangers of this locale. Upon returning to their lodgings, Wulong settled at the table to brew tea, savoring it slowly. Guzhen directed him towards a corner, stating, "Why?" Wulong queried. "If someone employs thermal imaging weaponry to target you, this fragile earthen wall will offer little protection. Once a bullet penetrates the wall, it will deform, and upon striking you, it could obliterate your body without a chance for rescue. That corner is reinforced with triangular padding. Only my position can execute a kill, but I am here." After this, he moved the tea table into the corner and pulled Wulong to sit in the specified spot. "Is it necessary to be this cautious?" Wulong sighed. "In matters of profit, I never take chances." Guzhen fixed his gaze on him, speaking solemnly. "From this moment forth, your travel, accommodation, activities, and even your meals will be entirely my responsibility." "What about using the restroom?" Wulong jested. Though seemingly lighthearted, the question instantly piqued Guzhen's alertness. The duty of a bodyguard encompasses safeguarding the principle in all aspects of life, including privacy, where many successful assassinations occur. Mastering security during such vulnerable moments is the hallmark of true professionalism. Wulong was testing Guzhen's expertise, probing how far his professionalism extended. "If you provide me with the fee for 24-hour close protection, I wouldn't mind enduring your less pleasant aromas," Guzhen replied, raising his hands. "Your payment does not cover 24-hour proximity protection. If you wish for me to maintain my services during your restroom visits, then I require an increase to $4,000 a day, no negotiation." "Haha. You truly think of money at all times, haha. Quite impressive." Wulong chuckled. Many scorn those enamored with wealth, yet they fail to comprehend that it is such individuals who possess the greatest loyalty. Money is humanity's greatest motivator. Those who disdain it have never experienced the joy it can bring, akin to power. I like you. I am growing fonder of you by the moment. Wulong laughed heartily. At that moment, Wulong's satellite phone rang. Boss, trouble. The goods we transported have been blown up. A muffled gunshot echoed through the line, and the caller fell silent. Wulong's expression shifted drastically, his pupils constricting sharply as he leaped to his feet, overturning the table and shattering the teacups. This was not good news. It was utterly disastrous. Chapter 77. The closed bodyguard go. We must leave immediately. Wulong hastily gathered his belongings, slinging a bulging pack over his shoulder, then donning a long robe, with his right hand grasping an AK beneath it. Observing his anxious demeanor, Guzhen narrowed his eyes but said nothing, leading him outside. Boss, drop the gun. It's too conspicuous. Guzhen whispered, stay calm. I will ensure your safety. Hearing this, Wulong frowned but did not discard the weapon, for his sense of security rested entirely upon it. Since you have hired me, you must trust me completely. Your current appearance will undoubtedly arouse suspicion. It is best to discard the pack as well. Guzhen urged. He had overheard the conversation on the phone. Realizing that Tao Yong had already taken action, and now the focus was on safeguarding the arms dealer's escape. I cannot discard the pack. It contains money. Wulong shook his head. I have worked hard for this money. I cannot abandon it. Two choices, your life or your money. Guzhen stared intently at him. Without life, money is worthless. Only the living deserve to enjoy wealth. You look entirely different now. The armed men are highly perceptive. If I heard correctly, your goods have been intercepted, yet you have already received payment. The armed organization will not care about your predicament if they have not received their order, correct? Indeed. Wulong spun around, fixing a fierce gaze on him. How do you know this so well? Historically, his shipments had never faced issues in this region. He had always operated on a pay-first, deliver-later basis due to the urgent demands of these armed factions. However, with today's complications, failing to deliver post-payment would sever his relationship with the armed organization instantly. In this territory, he understood the brutality and unreasonableness of these individuals. A refund was not an option, as they demanded weapons. As a bodyguard, without formidable insight and deduction skills, how could one ensure the employer's safety? Boss, choose money or life. If you choose money, I cannot guarantee your safe escape, Guzhen remarked coolly. The explanation is remarkably logical and impeccable. Indeed, as a bodyguard, one must possess formidable insight and deductive abilities. Thus, Wulong's gaze softened, recognizing that at this moment, only his newly assigned bodyguard could ensure his safe departure. The situation was urgent, leaving no room for contemplation, and Wulong had no choice but to make a decision. Damn it! After uttering this exclamation, he tossed a bag filled with money onto the bed, swiftly shedding his robe and setting down his AK. Guzhen nodded, moving forward to hoist the bag onto his back. Boss, act naturally. You've weathered many storms. This is merely a minor ripple on your journey. Let us proceed as usual. Carrying the heavy bag of money, Guzhen stepped out of the room first. Why are you carrying the money? Wulong inquired. Guzhen licked his lips. The boss values his life, while I value money over my life. You. What do you mean? This is what you discarded. I merely picked it up. We must hurry. It will be too late if we delay. The two exited, with Guzhen continuing to shield Wulong from the front. Wulong, a veteran of numerous trials, smiled at the familiar armed men as he walked forward. The small town remained tranquil as they strolled from west to east. Nearing their exit, Mr. Ant, where are you headed? A middle-aged man seated nearby, cradling a lamb, inquired with a friendly smile. I am just taking a stroll up the mountain, Wulong replied with a grin. My bodyguard needs to assess the surroundings. He is the most professional of bodyguards. He chuckled. I cherish my life more than anyone else, always engaging in perilous transactions. When will the cargo arrive? The middle-aged man, still cradling the lamb, wore a benign smile, appearing harmless. However, Guzhen noticed something amiss. The man held the lamb with both hands, his right hand stroking it while his left hand lingered on the lamb's belly, concealed by its wool. In this cold region, herders never raised goats, as their wool is too short to withstand the chill. The sheep here, likely of the Shao Wei Han breed, have long wool, even the lambs being sufficient to conceal a firearm. It is expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. It will not delay your use, Wulong assured with a smile. Old friend, there is no need to rush. Everything is under control. That is good. That is good. You may proceed, the man chuckled. Wulong nodded in acknowledgement and continued alongside Guzhen. Just as their gazes diverged, a handgun emerged from the lamb's belly. The previously amiable middle-aged man's demeanor transformed into one of murderous intent, his eyes glinting coldly like a serpent. Bang! The gunshot rang out, a bullet striking him precisely at the center of his forehead, leaving a wound the size of a peanut. Hot blood gushed from the wound, viscous inconsistency. "What are you doing?" Wulong demanded. They could have escaped, but Guzhen turned and fired a shot. The lamb, startled, broke free, revealing the firearm clutched in the man's left hand, his index finger halfway on the trigger. "Run," Guzhen commanded, holding his gun in the right hand while pressing Wulong forward with his left hand, urging him to sprint. They found it impossible to leave unscathed. Wulong received word that the armed organization was also alerted, albeit delayed. Seeing the middle-aged man drop dead from a gunshot, two armed men emerged ahead, raising their AKs. Guzhen swiftly fired. Bang! The armed man's chest erupted with blood as he fell backward. Simultaneously, he yanked Wulong hard to his right and fired at the armed man on the left. Bang! The assailant collapsed, his rifle discharging bullets into the air as he fell. Bang! 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 Two more armed men approached, guns raised to kill them. Guzhen, with a cold expression, rolled against Wulong's back, shielding him. As he rolled, he tackled Wulong to the ground and fired continuously. Bang! Bang! Two bullets found their mark in the armed men, drawing forth streams of blood. Guzhen sprang to his feet, yanking Wulong up, only to confront yet another armed man ahead. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted, a barrage of bullets flying towards Wulong, whose pupils contracted in despair as he realized the imminent threat. The gunman aimed directly at him, the bullets hurtling his way. Suddenly, his ankle was violently struck, and in agony, he fell to the ground, feeling the searing bullet pass mere inches from his face. Thud. The sound of landing coincided with Guzhen's gunfire as the armed man fell, shot in the neck, collapsing lifelessly. Before Wulong could collect himself from the harrowing experience, Guzhen yanked him up again. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted again. In that moment, Wulong was utterly bewildered, his body spinning under Guzhen's control. Acutely aware of the gun pressed against his leg and chest, the trigger pulled with a jarring sensation. A spent magazine flew past him, and Guzhen pressed against his back, deftly engaging in a swift exchange, loading a fresh magazine in less than a second. The precision of his movements was astounding. Showing no signs of hesitation, Guzhen then pulled Wulong into a position facing him, firing again. Bang! Another armed man collapsed into a pool of blood. At this moment, Wulong comprehended the sheer prowess of a bodyguard hired at $2,000 a day. Professional, professional, professional. Chapter 78, Eastward Bound. Indeed, Guzhen was exceedingly professional. His speed in changing magazines never exceeded 1 second, his eyes capturing every living and non-living entity within a 180-degree arc, completing a full scan in 2 seconds. Upon altering his angle, he maintained this method. This capability is essential for a bodyguard, requiring training to ensure one's eyes are as keen as a hawk's. With sufficient speed and reflexes, any assailant can be neutralized, securing the safety of the protected individual. Let us go. Guzhen, with a stern countenance, pulled Wulong toward a nearby jeep, tossing him inside before taking the driver's seat, igniting the engine, and accelerating forward. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed behind them as more armed men pursued. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets struck the rear of the vehicle, sparking. But ultimately, they could only watch as the two escaped. Wulong exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead, glancing back with trepidation. The sight was startling. At the eastern entrance of the town lay at least a dozen corpses, all felled by Guzhen. Incredible! Wulong clenched his fist, exhilarated, turning to Guzhen. From now on, you shall remain by my side. As long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall have yours as well. I will lead you to vast fortunes, immense wealth. His strength had proven everything. Though he had been yanked around moments earlier, he now realized that his bodyguard was no ordinary individual. Guzhen had utilized his own body to eliminate armed men, scarcely allowing them time to return fire. This is what a bodyguard should be. Driving, Guzhen maintained his icy demeanor, freeing his right hand to retrieve the backpack he had been carrying. Swiftly discarding his bulletproof vest and tossing it to Wulong, put this on. Upon seeing the vest, Wulong hesitated not a moment, donning it immediately. His gaze fixated on the bag of money. That is mine, Guzhen warned. All yours. Wulong withdrew his gaze and proclaimed confidently, as long as you follow me. There's no need to fear financial loss. Guzhen, ignoring him, hoisted the money bag back onto his shoulder and accelerated recklessly along the bumpy mountain road. Money was significant, but life was paramount. Wulong felt fortunate to have encountered Guzhen. Had it been his previous two bodyguards, escape would have seemed impossible. The sound of gunfire echoed behind them as several armed vehicles pursued closely. They're closing in. Speed up, Wulong shouted. With a roar, Guzhen pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing eastward in desperate flight. Kill them. Shoot. The armed assailants, relentless in their pursuit, unleashed a barrage of gunfire from mounted machine guns. Yet the distance between them was still 600 or 700 meters, and the winding mountain terrain provided ample cover. Initially, they had locked onto Guzhen's vehicle, but as the assailants attempted to fire, Guzhen skillfully maneuvered around the rocky bends. The bullets ricocheted off the stones, exploding into shards, a display of brutality that ultimately served only as an outlet for their fury. The armed group, driven by rage, was intent on claiming Wulong's life. Yet he taunted them with laughter. "You can't catch up, you can't hit us. Don't laugh. The fuel tank only has enough for 200 kilometers, Guzhen cautioned, glancing at the fuel gauge. "Once we run out, we're finished." Fuel was indeed a critical concern. If they exhausted their supply and failed to escape the armed group, they would inevitably be cornered. At that point, the overwhelming firepower of the assailants would reduce them to mere pulp, even if they were firing blindly. 200 kilometers? That should suffice, Wulong chuckled. "Do you know why I risked everything to do business with them? Because if anything goes wrong, I have the safest place to hide." "Where?" Guzhen inquired. "Where? Haha. Have you forgotten where you came from? Of course, it's within our borders. It's the safest place. Once we cross into the country, these armed groups can only watch in despair. They wouldn't dare pursue us. Should they attempt to cross, our valiant soldiers would tear them to shreds." Though it seemed like a jest, the reality held a grain of truth. Where was the safest place? Within the country. Not only Wulong, who trafficked arms, but even the drug lords of the Southwest knew that in times of peril, running into the country was the best choice when close to the border. While risk still existed within, they had already prepared safe zones. After all, the border was too extensive to have soldiers patrolling every inch around the clock. "Are you sure you want to enter the country?" Guzhen glanced at him warily. "It's dangerous, with counterterrorism units, rapid response teams, and established border patrols. Rest assured, it's absolutely safe," Wulong assured, thumping his chest. "I want to return to the country. Once I'm out, I want to go back." Guzhen's eyes darkened with a fierce hatred, a glint of bloodlust shining through. His mission was to protect Wulong and bring him back alive. Now that Wulong insisted on entering, he felt compelled to refuse. Wulong noticed Guzhen's expression and felt a surge of delight. This man was truly devoted to guarding the borders. It was a test, a mere probe. If Guzhen readily agreed to return, Wulong would have to reconsider his plans. It seemed his bodyguard was indeed reliable, albeit harboring intense resentment. "I'm the boss. And you're the bodyguard. Follow my orders," Wulong commanded, fixing his gaze on Guzhen. "I want to betray you or put you in danger. I need you to protect me as we venture east, always east." "Are you certain?" Guzhen squinted, questioning. "Absolutely," Wulong affirmed with a determined nod. "If you help me through this ordeal, I'll reward you with an equal sum of money." At this, Guzhen's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, igniting a spark of determination within him. The jeep sped eastward, evading their pursuers, but as the fuel gauge approached empty, they still had several kilometers of mountainous terrain to traverse. Due to their detours, fuel consumption had been excessive, pushing them well past the 200 kilometers. Ahead lay a long, uneven stretch of road, approximately 1.5 kilometers long. The jeep jolted violently, tossing both Guzhen and Wulong about. "Hurry, push through." "They've stopped chasing," Wulong exclaimed with excitement. "They must have run out of fuel ahead of us. Just a little farther, and we'll escape." However, Guzhen, glancing into the rearview mirror, felt a surge of dread as he saw armed assailants hoisting a rocket launcher, locking onto them down the straight mountain road. If it were a standard RPG or a Viper, it wouldn't be a significant threat, but he recognized the launcher as a man-portable system capable of delivering devastating firepower. Suddenly, he recalled old Tao's ominous words, "The weapons I bring will eventually be used against you." As the rocket soared toward them, trailing a brilliant tail, Guzhen's complexion paled. "Damn it," he shouted, "do they think I'm a target?" Indeed, this mission was akin to being played with, forcefully and mercilessly. As the rocket struck, the explosion was deafening, obliterating the jeep in an instant and sending flames soaring into the sky. The surrounding air was rapidly consumed by the blast, fueling the inferno. The explosive shockwave rippled outward, shaking the very ground beneath them, reminiscent of a catastrophic artillery strike. The shockwave, engulfed in flames, transformed into a whirlwind, surging forth in all directions, rolling and crashing like a tsunami, leaving no refuge for those in its path. The boulders where Guzhen and Wulong had sought shelter were consumed in an instant. This was a shockwave, imbued with intense heat and ferocity. At that moment, holding his breath, Guzhen felt as though he were ensconced within a furnace. His body's hair singed instantly, and his skin throbbed painfully, as if countless scalpels were mercilessly slicing into it, plunging him into a profound despair. It was as if he had been cast into the depths of hell, or abandoned within a molten steel crucible, drenched in searing iron. Yet, this flame-wrapped shockwave arrived swiftly and receded just as quickly, lasting but a fleeting second. Though to Guzhan, whose thoughts raced unceasingly, that moment felt longer than a century. In the distance, the armed militants watched in sheer terror, each one more bewildered than the last. They were no strangers to rocket launchers and understood their power well, yet this rocket seemed akin to a cannon. No. Even a cannon could not compare. This was a missile, perhaps? The militants, glancing back and forth at the rocket launcher on their comrade's shoulder, peered inside. Their faces a canvas of disbelief. What kind of rocket launcher is this? One leader inquired. Perhaps a specialized rocket launcher? The militants appeared utterly confounded. As the flames receded, Guzhan lay supine on the ground, pressing a damp cloth against his mouth and nose, desperately gasping for air. His hair was gone, his eyebrows vanished, his eyelashes obliterated. Moreover, his exposed skin was marred with burns. Fortunately, due to the combat uniform's exceptional fire-resistant properties, his body remained largely unscathed. Wu Long, enveloped in smoke, had lost his hair, eyebrows, and beard, yet fared better, for prior to disembarking, Guzhan had poured an entire canteen of water over him. Wu Long gasped, mouth agape, struggling to inhale. However, each breath felt like daggers slicing through his trachea, leaving his face contorted in agony. I want to die? Guzhan pressed the damp cloth over Wu Long's mouth and nose, aiding him in this desperate situation. The rocket's flames consumed not just oxygen, but all the moisture in the air. Once subjected to such searing heat, the body was severely dehydrated. Inhaling air devoid of any moisture would cause catastrophic damage to the trachea. In truth, the air remained oppressively hot. Taking a breath rendered his throat instantly parched. Who? Wu Long gasped for air, finally regaining some composure. Let us go. Guzhan grasped him firmly, pulling him upwards, yet as he did, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, causing his grip to slip. His arm had been scorched by the flames, the skin reddened and blistering. As Wu Long grasped it to pull him up, he inadvertently tore away a layer of skin, exposing raw flesh, which soon bled profusely. Get up. We must flee. Even so, Guzhan resolutely held on to Wu Long's hand, dragging him as they sprinted up the mountain. The armed militants, having regained their senses, immediately pursued them in vehicles, machine guns unleashing a torrent of fire. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Bullets rained down, shattering the rocks. Yet they struggled to catch up with the two fleeing for their lives. Get out, pursue. The militants leapt from their vehicles, numbering 20 to 30, brandishing their weapons as they charged up the mountain. Sniper. The armed leader commanded. A sniper swiftly retrieved a sniper rifle, using a jeep for cover, setting up the G-24. Upon seeing this formidable anti-material weapon, the armed leader paused, recalling he hadn't possessed such an arsenal. This was a .50 caliber anti-material weapon, capable of targeting tanks, helicopters, and delivering precision strikes against any armored heavy weaponry. Where did this come from? The armed leader inquired. From the armory, the sniper replied, tossing a bag. There are many powerful grenades. Opening the bag, the armed leader's eyes widened as he extracted a grenade, which was covered in steel balls, with multiple layers of them. This was a pearl grenade, capable of turning anyone within a 20-meter radius into a sieve. In addition to the pearl grenade, there were white phosphorus grenades and various models of offensive, area of effect, and defensive grenades. All of these were weapons that Tao Yonggang had previously explained to Guzhan, and they were indeed part of the batch he had brought. Now, all these weapons lay in the hands of the armed organization. The sniper slowly adjusted the rifle, squinting to lock onto the fleeing Wu Long. Though he was more accustomed to the simpler AVA sniper rifle, the G-24's complexity posed no issue. As the gun's greatest strength lay in its automatic calculations, all he needed was to complete the targeting. Chapter 80. Money over life as Guzhan fled. He felt an overwhelming urge to abandon Wu Long, as carrying him was undeniably a burden. Encountering such combat alone was already daunting. To protect a defenseless individual amidst such chaos while ensuring his survival was an even greater challenge. Simply put, being a true bodyguard is far more demanding than being a specialized elite responsible for offense, necessitating exceptional skill in both attack and defense. Guzhan pressed Wu Long's head down, guiding him behind a rock for cover. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Bullets poured down, striking the rock, causing Wu Long to instinctively cower, clutching his head. Guzhan swiftly tore a piece of fabric, wrapping it tightly around his arm to prevent further skin loss. Boss, calm down. It's just a bunch of armed militants, Guzhan reassured him with a smile. As long as I'm here, I'll ensure your safety. Brother, no need for words. Once we get through this, I'll take you to enjoy wealth and splendor. Guzhan grinned, reaching for the pouch of money on his back. This was an instinctive action. Once the mission concluded, he would take care how to deal with Wu Long. Those funds were his, and no one could take them away. Yet, upon touching it, his expression shifted drastically. Where's my money? Where's my money? The pouch was gone, having fallen off at some point. My money, my money. Guzhan immediately lay flat, scanning the mountainside for the pouch, spotting it halfway down the slope, about 100 meters away from him and 300 from the militants. Damn it, Guzhan cursed, preparing to roll away. What are you doing? Wulong shouted, grabbing him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? There are armed militants below. Money isn't important. Your life is. Let go. Guzhan retorted, his eyes ablaze. He shoved Wulong aside and rolled away, charging straight down the mountain with fierce determination. You really don't care about your life, Wulong exclaimed. Yes, I choose money over life, Guzhan bellowed. Upon hearing this, Wulong pounded his chest in frustration. He appreciated his bodyguard's greed but detested his disregard for life. At such a moment, money was secondary. Yet, he could not stop Guzhan's reckless pursuit, for in truth, Guzhan harbored no ulterior motives. His desire for wealth was genuine and profound. He craved money, lots of it. How much could this bag contain? He didn't know, but it was certainly substantial. Previously, in South Sudan, he had risked everything for a bounty, merely for money yet to be claimed. Now, this was money already in hand, driving him to act even more desperately. Da-da-da, da-da-da. As Guzhan suddenly dashed downward, the militants, 400 meters away, squeezed their triggers, firing at him. The AK, a classic firearm, was far inferior to modern 5.8mm assault rifles yet remained undeniably effective. At a distance of 400 meters, the AK could deliver a devastating barrage against group targets. A barrage of bullets rained down, forcing Guzhan to drop to the ground. Engulfed by the chaos of gunfire and the adrenaline coursing through his veins, he found himself unable to advance, almost paralyzed by the danger surrounding him. Yet, the money lay there on the ground, quietly awaiting him. If he failed to retrieve it now, it would slip away forever. What should he do? Should he abandon the pursuit? He could easily turn back and flee with Wulong, but the thought filled him with profound reluctance. Reason and logic urged him to give up, and he understood the necessity of maintaining composure at such a moment. However, this was a substantial sum of money, essential for bringing his mother out and prolonging her life. Beyond that, there were countless other pressing needs. Money was a tangible force. Some fail to comprehend the desperation of those who toil for wealth, thinking that earning money at the expense of health is not worth it. This perspective arises from their ignorance of the ecstasy that wealth can bring. Those with riches can afford to extend life. Those without cannot even aspire to that privilege. What if one's parents were gravely ill and in dire need of funds for surgery? Should the financially destitute kneel before their dying parents, weeping and claiming filial piety? All these situations require money. The relentless pursuit of wealth is not solely for oneself, but for everything one cherishes, as this society demands currency for every endeavor. Deeply touched by this truth, Guzhan resolved that he would choose money over life. He shouted defiantly, rolling down the hillside. The uneven stones battered against his body, leaving him bruised and bloodied as sharp edges tore through his clothing, lacerating his skin. He rolled down the slope, a treacherous descent of 100 meters strewn with rubble, feeling as though he were tumbling down a mountainside of blades. The gunfire echoed around him, the armed assailants charging upwards, closing in. In a blur, he reached out, his bloodied hand grasping the money bag. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of stability enveloped him. It was exhilarating, as if he had seized control of his entire existence. Cradling the money bag, he let out a primal roar and surged upward with the speed of a cheetah racing across the plains, explosive and powerful. There was no room for evasive maneuvers. At such velocity, it was impossible. The only option was to push his speed to the limit. Bullets pursued him relentlessly, creating craters in the earth as they struck, fragments of stone enveloping his injured ankles, blood oozing from his wounds. In a mere 11 seconds, he covered the 100 meters back to the original rocky outcropping, only 4 meters away from safety. With a mighty roar, he leaped into the air, pouncing behind the rock like a fierce tiger. He landed heavily, crashing down before Wulong, just as a sniper's bullet struck the rock, shattering it to pieces. It's a grenade launcher, Wulong exclaimed in terror. No, it's an anti-material sniper rifle, Guzhan questioned, clutching the money back. Where did you acquire an anti-material weapon to sell to them? I can't even procure one for myself, let alone sell it. The Russians won't part with such arms. He tossed aside his outer garment, just as a .50 caliber bullet pierced through, leaving a gaping hole. Seizing the moment, he quickly peered out and spotted a sniper in the distance, gripping a G-24 anti-material weapon. Damn, Guzhan nearly spat blood. It was ruthless indeed. And to be targeted like a mere pawn in their game was infuriating. G-24. They might as well kill me outright. All their firepower was directed at him. Tao Yonggang had kept his word, proving himself a man of integrity. Chapter 81. All a deception, the G-24 anti-material sniper rifle. As an arms dealer, Wulong was well aware of the G-24 and its status as a cutting-edge weapon produced by an international precision instrument company. It rivaled, if not surpassed, the Barrett in performance. The British Precision Company sniper rifles were particularly renowned for their accuracy, and many components of the G-24 were crafted from titanium alloy, rendering it lighter. Suddenly, the rock behind them exploded, sending a shower of debris soaring into the air, raining down upon them. Guzhan spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced at the massive rock, which was at least 4 to 5 meters thick. Yet, under the impact of the G-25's 50 caliber bullet, it proved fragile. Cracks marred its surface, rendering it unable to withstand another sniper shot. The armed assailants were advancing once more. Now only 200 meters away, and they had ceased firing as a sniper provided cover. With no weapon at their disposal, Guzhan and Wulong were nearly defenseless. Guzhan calculated their odds. The G-24's magazine held only 5 rounds, despite its floating barrel and muzzle brake designed to redirect gas and reduce recoil. It still kicked hard. Each shot required recalibration, taking roughly 3 seconds. Can we reach the summit in 3 seconds? Wulong glanced upward, shaking his head. We are still 60 to 70 meters from the top. There is no way. True, but we have 3 chances, 2 bullets for 6 seconds. Reloading the magazine will take at least 3 seconds, totaling 9 seconds. Guzhan pointed to a rock ahead. In 3 seconds, we should be able to reach that stone. Wulong scrutinized it, noting it was about 20 meters away, his face reflecting uncertainty. However, he nodded firmly. This was a life or death moment. And they had to take the risk. I'll draw their fire. Get ready to escape. Guzhan declared. All right, brother, we're counting on you. Taking a deep breath, Guzhan clutched the money bag tightly, a fierce determination lighting his eyes. Abruptly, he sprang up, revealing his head from behind the rock for a brief half-second, then swiftly ducked back down. The bullet struck the rock above him. Run, Guzhan shouted, propelling himself and Wulong forward in a desperate charge. Wulong's cries echoed, vowing he had never experienced such a heart-pounding escape in his life. They sprinted the 20 meters uphill in 3 seconds, and just as they neared the rock, Guzhan launched himself forward. The bullets from the sniper and the rifle converged simultaneously, falling to the ground. Guzhan propelled himself and Wulong toward another rock 20 meters away, leaping just before the bullets arrived, then charging toward the summit once more. The sniper's shots fell silent. The 5 bullets had been exhausted, and the sniper was reloading. More accurately, he was pressing bullets into the magazine. With only 1 magazine, this situation granted Guzhan and Wulong precious extra moments, allowing them to reach the mountaintop in one breath. A torrent of bullets rained down from hundreds of meters away, but they were rendered ineffective. Guzhan had already reached safety. My legs are cramping. Wulong groaned in agony. After a frenzied dash of nearly 100 meters, his body was at its limit, half exposed to the armed assailants, and his leg muscles spasmed uncontrollably. A volley of bullets struck his back, and he screamed, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, Guzhan's eyes brimmed with fury. His mission was to bring the living Wulong back. Yet this fellow had suffered muscle spasms in his legs and had been shot at least 3 times. Ugh. Collapsing on the ground, Wulong spat out a mouthful of blood, attempting to prop himself up with both hands, only to discover that his entire body was numb. Hiss. Guzhan tore open the bulletproof vest, revealing that the bullets had penetrated and lodged into the flesh. He wouldn't die. The distance was too great. The bullets had merely embedded themselves in the flesh without penetrating deeply. He hoisted Wulong onto his shoulder and dashed down the mountain. Indeed, the bullets had not entered his body, partly due to the distance and partly because of the superior quality of the bulletproof vest. The vest absorbed most of the bullet's penetrative power, leaving Wulong with significant trauma, though not fatal. Brother, I fear I may not last much longer. You should run alone. Wulong coughed out blood as he spoke to Guzhan. I truly can't hold on. Truly can't. You are my employer, and I am your bodyguard. My duty is to ensure your survival, Guzhan replied. Brother, allow me to say one thing. Listen to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Wulong coughed up another mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. Guzhan merely glanced at him before continuing his flight. Pursuit and escape, escape and pursuit. Even though they were only a few dozen kilometers from the border, the armed militants relentlessly pursued them from day to night. As night fell, Guzhan began employing various tactics to evade them, heading south, then turning west, circling around the militants. Without food or water, utterly exhausted, he finally shed the armed pursuers by midnight. He found a secluded hollow in the mountains, set Wulong down, and sat heavily, gritting his teeth to inspect his wounds. Wulong had regained consciousness, lying heavily with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Brother, did we lose the money? Wulong inquired. Anything can be lost, but not the money, Guzhan chuckled. Haha, valuing money above life. You truly are ruthless, Wulong replied with a wry smile. I once thought I was the wild one, but it turns out you are even more outrageous. What can I say? I simply adore money. What purpose does one serve in this world if not to pursue wealth? Guzhan clutched the money pouch tightly. In truth, one can accomplish much more. Life is not solely about money, Wulong remarked, casting a glance at him. You could have abandoned me. The money contained here amounts to $600,000. Why must you insist on protecting me? My affinity for money is undeniable, but I also have my own principles. Once I accept your commission, I must ensure your safety. Otherwise, who would trust me in the future? I desire to earn more than just this $600,000. I aspire to accumulate even more. Ha. Suddenly, Wulong burst into laughter, his body curling up as he laughed until he could hardly breathe. Guzhan shot him a cold glance and opened the money pouch, pulling out a handful of colorful bills. The moment he laid eyes on the cash, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him, even amidst the chaos of being hunted. Money, he simply relished it, never denying it wherever he went. Smack. He planted a heavy kiss on the bills, delightfully stowing them away and sealing the pouch. All this money is counterfeit. Ha. Wulong roared with laughter. Did you really think I would carry $600,000 in cash around? Ha. It's all fake. Guzhan's expression instantly soured, slowly turning to stare at the cackling Wulong, his gaze icy. He had been played for a fool, led around by this guy from beginning to end. Chapter 82. Genuine emotions. No one would carry a bag of cash around, least of all someone like Wulong, who was so enamored with money that he would undoubtedly stash it in the safest place. In these times, making money is no easy feat, especially for someone like Wulong, who walks a tightrope. He dealt in arms, profiting from violence, but constantly had to guard against government troops, assassination by competitors, blackmail from armed groups, and even treachery from the bigwigs supplying him arms. On the surface, it appeared glamorous, with profits rolling in, yet a single misstep could lead to total ruin. This bag of counterfeit money is the final prop I have determined for you. I do not trust a sudden appearance of someone as my bodyguard. Wulong pointed eastward, grinning. Those folks over there have long wanted to eliminate me. Your arrival made me anxious, but then I thought, if you were truly sent by them, would you need to go to such lengths? I am merely a trivial figure. A bullet costing 6 dimes could easily resolve me. Guzhan remained silent, pulling out the bills to scrutinize them under the moonlight, rubbing them repeatedly. Upon noticing the ink fading and the bills disintegrating with a mere rub, he confirmed they were all counterfeit. A fire of indignation ignited within him. He wanted nothing more than to shoot Wulong right then and there. This was an affront to his dignity. It wasn't merely about the money. It was, indeed, about the money. A person who values money over life is not the style of those special forces. They care little for money, scarcely giving it a glance, focused solely on protecting their homeland. Settle the bill. Guzhan glared at Wulong. Wulong chuckled, removing a diamond from a hidden compartment in his belt. 2 carats, to pay you for today's work. Upon receiving the diamond, a look of skepticism filled Guzhan's eyes. Indeed, this diamond is genuine. Wulong sat up, shrugging with a smile. A person like me, often living on the edge, must carry something of value. Otherwise, when the time comes, I would have nothing to offer and would be truly doomed. Examining the diamond closely for a while, even biting it once, Guzhan finally tucked it away. This is more like it. You won't be shortchanged following me, Wulong remarked with a smile. But I have a question. Why do you value money over life so much? At this point, Wulong had completely lowered his guard towards Guzhan. He was genuinely curious about why his bodyguard was so keen on money, even more so than himself. Such individuals were indeed rare. My father is a miner, suffering from advanced pneumoconiosis. My mother is in a vegetative state. To keep her alive, I must secure funds. Guzhan sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness as he spoke. I need money for everything, and the meager salary from my military service is hardly sufficient. My father can barely afford a yearly lung wash, and my mother's situation is even more dire. All expenses must come from me. The doctor told me to wait at home for death, but I refuse. I wish to see my mother awaken, and I long for our family to be joyful together. As he spoke, tears glistened in his eyes, memories flooding back of his father's once straight posture now bent with illness, and the relentless cough that never ceased. Then there was his mother, emaciated to the bone, lying in bed like a living corpse. Yet, their family of 3 had never been reunited. All Guzhan desired was to experience family togetherness, to know what maternal love felt like. Was this request too excessive? Not at all, not in the slightest. Wulong extended his hand to pat Guzhan's shoulder, a rare sincerity shining in his eyes. He could discern from his years of experience that the other's words held no deception. This was a filial son, regardless of one's reputation. A true filial child commands respect. Brother, do not be disheartened. Money can always be earned. With your abilities, how hard can it be to earn more? Wulong encouraged. The world is vast. Go explore. Having come this far, I am undoubtedly here to earn money. Whoever pays me, I shall serve. Guzhan wiped the tears from his eyes with a smile. Although my reputation may not be pristine, As long as I can ensure my parents live well, that is enough for me. Indeed, Wulong deeply reflected, life is not solely for oneself, but also for those one loves. He chuckled softly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying an unmasked sorrow. Boss, why are you dealing in arms here? This line of work is perilous. You risk being taken down by adversaries or consumed by competitors, Guzhun inquired. It was evident that Wulong was operating solo, frequently encountering danger, to be precise. He was playing the role of a middleman. Genuine arms dealers possess their own armed forces, rarely exposing themselves in typical transactions, living like local emperors. My wife bore me a pair of twins, 2 daughters, 2 little darlings. They are utterly adorable. Holding them fills me with a sense of having the world in my grasp. Wulong's eyes radiated profound contentment and joy at that moment. He bore no resemblance to a ruthless arms dealer, but rather a father lost in love. Indeed, the birth of new life signifies continuation. They are the most treasured gifts of their parents, the essence of existence. Ah, those were blissful times, when the 2 little ones called me daddy for the first time. You know what happened? I wept, laughing and crying simultaneously, wishing to give them everything I possess. My life, all that I am, is because they exist. He chuckled again, his laughter infused with affection, tears welling in his eyes, and his blood-stained visage seemed to illuminate the surrounding darkness. This was no facade. A person's gaze can completely reflect their inner world. At that moment, Wulong was entirely unguarded, revealing his emotions unabashedly. Perhaps he sought to bridge the gap with Guzhun, yet the display of sentiment was undeniably genuine. When Ming Ming was 1.5 years old, she was hospitalized due to a fever. We thought it was a mere temperature spike, but the fever persisted. Eventually, it was diagnosed as leukemia. I felt as if the sky was collapsing, unable to believe it, yet there was no alternative. We raised funds for treatment, and after much effort, we stabilized her condition. But then, Jiao Jiao also developed a fever and was admitted, only to be diagnosed with leukemia as well. Do you know how I felt? It wasn't just the sky falling. It was the entire world crumbling. Wulong's voice cracked as he recounted his agony. Every night, I stood on the hospital rooftop, overwhelmed with the urge to jump, but I couldn't. I had to save my 2 treasures. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. His eyes filled with anguish, causing Guzhun's heart to ache. Every individual has their own story, and perhaps every villain harbors their own struggles. Evil and goodness coexist. Who can delineate them clearly? Perhaps this is the vivid tapestry of life. Chapter 83. No escape after shedding tears. Wulong's emotions gradually stabilized, returning to his former demeanor, though now with a hint of approachability. I apologize for my outburst, he said with a chuckle. Men harbor so many emotions. There must be an outlet for them, so it is not excessive. I did not laugh. I understood the helplessness of those living on the fringes. Guzhun looked at him with sympathy. It's not just that both children have leukemia, even one could drive you to despair. Medical expenses may be covered. But what about medication? Education is free, yet what of all the tutoring? The pressure of school district housing? He himself resided in the lower echelons of society. Fully aware of these burdens, in his small city, the cost of a school district property overwhelmed countless parents. Of course, one could opt for nearby schools. But who wouldn't desire to send their child to a better institution? Hospital stays may be reimbursed, but not all medications are. The ones that aren't can be exorbitant yet more effective. How to choose? Money may not be omnipotent, but without it, one cannot survive. Not to mention that a burial plot costs hundreds of thousands for just 20 years of use. Dying is not an option. Who would choose this path if not driven by necessity? Wulong sighed. Who doesn't wish to return home? Only helplessness remained. Once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. Just as Guzhun had always understood, once a choice is made, one must bear the consequences. Suddenly, an explosion erupted without warning, deafening and accompanied by blinding light. A flashbang. Instantly, Guzhun closed his eyes, raising his hands to shield himself, his mouth agape to mitigate the assault of sound. Yet, even so, after the flash, he experienced a brief moment of blindness, his ears ringing, blood surging in his veins, and his limbs tingling. Chest constricted as if ready to burst, unbearable pain coursing through him. Wulong screamed in terror, blinded and rolling on the ground. This was the shockwave of the flashbang. Its primary function is to incapacitate, rendering the body defenseless. Fortunately, they were at a distance. Had it detonated nearby, both would have faced permanent blindness, reduced to mere remnants. The armed group was upon them. Guzhun had no time to contemplate. He grasped Wulong and sprinted toward their predetermined escape route. This route led to a steep slope, and once atop, they could roll down. Clutching Wulong, they tumbled down the incline, over and over. Suddenly, a rock struck Guzhun's forehead, blood cascading down, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet he dared not succumb, for the armed group was in hot pursuit. The sound of gunfire echoed in the darkness, flames erupting from the barrels, sweeping below in a frenzy. The distinct sounds of bullets ricocheted off stones, mingling with those flying above. Soon, Guzhen and Wulong reached the bottom. He opened his eyes, rubbing them, and could vaguely discern the gunfire. His hands were slick, and upon touching his forehead, he realized the injury was severe. Run. Keep running. A grenade exploded, landing about 40 meters away. Guzhen, having just risen, fell heavily, his back ablaze with pain, feeling numb, almost oblivious to it all. A pearl grenade. Indeed, the armed insurgents had hurled a pearl grenade from above, its explosion sending hundreds of steel balls in all directions, with no safe haven. At this moment, Guzhen felt a wave of relief, acutely aware of the terror of a pearl grenade. Had it been within 20 meters, he would have been riddled with shrapnel. Even so, dozens of steel balls had penetrated his back. Though not fatal, the pain and numbness were overwhelming. Wulong fared slightly better, clad in a bulletproof vest that shielded him from the incoming steel balls, yet his legs were not spared. I can't stand up. I can't stand up. Wulong cried out, my eyes are blind, my ears are deaf. His response was sluggish, lacking sufficient training to protect himself in time. Such protection was vital. Even a small measure could significantly mitigate injury. Wulong sensed Guzhen pulling him forward, gratitude etched on his face. Brother, you must go. Don't worry about me. I'm truly done for. Just go, don't mind me. If you have a heart, visit Shangxi, my family is. Before he could finish, a swift strike to his neck rendered him unconscious. Guzhen emitted a low, thunderous roar, exerting all his strength to hoist Wulong onto his back and sprint forward in a desperate bid for survival. This was his mission objective. He had to bring him back alive. Beyond that, he believed Wulong deserved to live, for if he were to perish, the twin sisters at home would surely face a grim fate. To be a villain or a hero, Guzhen was uncertain. Yet he recognized that he was neither wholly evil nor entirely virtuous. Everything hinged upon his heart's compass. Ahead, the path beckoned. Hurry, pursue. The relentless sound of gunfire echoed behind them, as the armed assailants closed in fiercely. Wounded and weary, Guzhen felt his pace falter, his body drenched in a slick of blood. The loss was too great. The more he moved, the faster his lifeblood seeped away. They were still over 20 kilometers from the border, and under these circumstances, reaching it was a distant hope. Continuing this flight would soon leave him utterly exhausted. And at that moment, death would be inevitable. He could not run any longer. He absolutely could not. The scene before him sharpened. The blinding light of the explosive diminished with time, and a glimmer of frenzied calm radiated from his eyes. Defense was offense, and offense was defense. The bodyguard's role was one of pure defense, yet at times, striking back was also a means of safeguarding oneself. Similarly, the warriors clashing on the battlefield were primarily offensive. But defense, when necessary, could serve as an attack. Both bore a common principle, and that principle was. Guzhen laughed, his face smeared with blood, a maniacal joy erupting within him. He had comprehended it, truly understood. The manuscript he had crafted over 2 meters high at the outpost lingered outside. The final step eluding him, yet in this moment, clarity dawned. Offense was also defense, and defense was also offense. There was, in essence, no distinction between the two. Chapter 84. The dual hellfire. Upon reaching a hillside, Guzhen cast Wulong aside, drawing his military knife with his left hand and his pistol with his right. Taking refuge behind a rock to await the enemy. Kill, only through slaughter could he hope to escape. The gunfire rang out incessantly. The armed assailants hot on their trail, yet shrouded in darkness, they failed to notice that Guzhen had ceased his flight and was merely being pursued. The gunfire drew nearer, footsteps echoed closer. With a sigh, Guzhen pierced the tip of his knife into his fingertip, penetrating the flesh beneath the nail. Feeling the warm blood escape and the unbearable sting radiate through him, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Anyone who has suffered an injury to their fingers knows that the pain is unlike any other. When other parts of the body are injured, one can at least find solace in sleep, but pain in the fingers renders sleep utterly impossible. Accompanied by the sharp pain, Guzhen emitted a low groan, his body trembling violently, his scalp tingling. Yet, with this pain, the numbness in his back lessened significantly, and his limbs felt relieved, no longer heavy. He was employing a different form of pain to alleviate discomfort elsewhere. Only a true rogue could master such a technique. Closer now, so very close. With a roar, Guzhen burst forth, his right hand firing the pistol with rapid precision, while his left hand wielded the knife in a horizontal slash toward the neck of an armed assailant. Blood sprayed forth, bullets flew, piercing one after another, extinguishing lives in their wake. He resembled a ravenous wolf, eyes aflame, indiscriminate in his hunger. Gunfire persisted as Guzhan plunged into the ranks of the armed men, unleashing a brutal slaughter. The sound of rifles continued, yet in the chaos of close combat, their effectiveness waned. With his pistol emptied, Guzhan discarded the spent magazine, his left hand wielding the knife with deadly efficiency. Simultaneously, he swept his pistol under his clothing at the waist, slamming it down with force. The magazine clicked into place, the motion swift and impeccable. Another round of rapid fire ensued, taking down several more armed men. However, a barrage of AK-47 fire erupted simultaneously, 7.62mm bullets locking onto him. Guzhan immediately dove to the ground, executing a series of tactical rolls. A bullet tore through his shoulder, and as he attempted to brace himself for another roll, he glimpsed the gory aftermath of the projectile's impact. Though the bullet had not struck directly, it left his shoulder a mangled mess, flesh tearing and blood gushing, rendering his left arm nearly useless. Unable to perform another roll, Guzhan clutched an AK with his weakening left arm, adapting swiftly, rolling along the ground. A hail of bullets pursued him, the relentless armed assailants widening the gap, preparing for effective fire. Yet, to their surprise, the enemy before them rolled, pulling the trigger with each rotation. Each turn of his body was accompanied by gunfire, the speed of his movement outpacing their ability to aim. With astonishing agility, Guzhan fired as he rolled, his aim remarkably steady despite the chaos. As though he required no sighting, one armed assailant dropped to one knee, blood erupting from his thigh. Another dropped his rifle with a cry, his arm struck by a bullet. Guzhan, having rolled back behind the rock, did not wait for the armed men to close in again. He emerged to empty his pistol. He could only take them down in waves, for in this desolate terrain, stealthy kills were impossible. Only a fierce stand could be taken against overwhelming odds. Facing 2 to 3 dozen armed men, he was but one man. Frontal combat would always favor superior firepower and numbers. The Middle Eastern battlefield frequently bore witness to elite special forces being overwhelmed by armed groups, often at a cost tenfold or even 100-fold. Special forces were not invincible. Being isolated in enemy territory was nearly a death sentence. Wake up. Guzhan kicked Wulong sharply. Wulong jolted awake, instantly aware of his surroundings. Can you shoot? Guzhan inquired. The sound of bullets whizzing by snapped Wulong to attention, and he realized he could hear the question. Yes, he replied, seizing an assault rifle. Hellfire, Guzhan commanded. Yes, Wulong affirmed. The Hellfire tactic, a method of retreat for tactical teams, involved one man providing suppressive fire while the others withdrew. As soon as his magazine was emptied, a comrade would take over, covering his retreat. In essence, the Hellfire tactic maximized firepower during a tactical withdrawal, simple yet effective. Are you ready? Guzhan asked while reloading. Ready. Wulong gritted his teeth. Commence. At the very moment the command was given, he sprang to his feet and fired forward. He emptied his magazine in one breath. Despite the diminished firepower, his aim remained precise, effectively suppressing the enemy. Reload, Guzhan shouted. As the gunfire echoed, Wulong brandished an AK, scanning the area with fervor, exerting suppressive fire on the armed assailants, while Guzhan swiftly dashed behind him. Reload, Wulong shouted. The sound of gunfire erupted as Guzhan took over the defense. Reload. The two men executed a Hellfire tactic, seamlessly maneuvering and coordinating their movements to retreat from the area, successfully outpacing the assailants once again. Boss, impressive. You actually know the Hellfire tactic, Guzhan remarked with a laugh as they sprinted. That's a strategy only special forces employ. Wulong grinned. Is my coordination satisfactory? Without hesitation, Guzhan gave a thumbs up, acknowledging their camaraderie in battle. Yet, a peculiar feeling arose within him. He found Wulong to be quite likable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. I am a soldier. He is a thief. Chapter 85. Logical correctness. They engaged in a hit-and-run strategy, seizing opportunities to strike hard at the armed men, continuing this relentless pursuit throughout the night. With 2 or 3 dozen assailants already casualties, only 7 or 8 remained. The armed leader seethed with rage but dared not pursue further. Continuing the chase could lead to his own demise. They aimed to escape across the border. The leader, his bloodshot eyes filled with malice, gritted his teeth, find an opportunity to eliminate them all, starting with the bodyguard. The sniper nodded, gripping his G-24 as he moved forward in search of a vantage point. Meanwhile, battered and bruised, Guzhan and Wulong had reached the border, the boundary marker standing tall before them. If they could just reach it, they would be safe. Huff, huff. Wulong limped along, gasping with relief. Finally, we've made it. There's south no place safer than here. Once we cross the border, those armed men won't dare follow. With only 500 meters left to cover, the terrain was flat and exposed. However, traversing that final stretch would prove treacherous. Guzhan squinted, whispering, Their sniper is still alive. He may be waiting for us to advance. The ground ahead was a yellow expanse, littered with stones of various sizes, no boulders to provide cover. Entering that area would leave them completely exposed. Even the least skilled sniper could achieve precision kills in such an unobstructed environment. Let us turn back and eliminate them. Wu Long said, his face set with determination. You want to kill them? Guzhen pointed to his left arm. I can barely lift my left hand, let alone kill anyone. It's daytime now. This was a stark reality. Visibility was clear, and while the armed group had suffered losses, they still had men and weapons. Guzhen had a gun too, but only 3 bullets remained, and his injuries hindered him from engaging in direct combat. If Wu Long's AK had ammunition, it would help, yet currently, it served merely as a crutch. Fighting was nearly impossible, and retreat led to certain death. What to do? Take a detour? Wu Long frowned and shook his head vigorously. No detours. It's easiest to enter and exit here. I never intended to take a detour. We'll go straight through. Guzhen stated with a smile. We'll walk boldly forward. Walk? Impossible. Wu Long exclaimed urgently. There's a sniper. So what? Guzhen replied mysteriously, as your bodyguard. I will ensure your safe passage across the border. Without these skills, how could I survive in this world? Let us go. With that, he took the lead, trudging heavily onward. Wu Long stared at him for a long moment, various complex emotions flickering in his eyes, but ultimately, he sighed silently and followed, propping himself up with his AK. On the exposed ground, the 2 men were glaringly visible, easily observable from the mountainside. Initially, Guzhen led, but after 100 meters, Wu Long took the front. The armed assailants, having found their high vantage point, lay in wait, eyeing Guzhen through their scopes. 1 shot, 1 bullet, and they could obliterate both men. But at that moment, the sniper saw Guzhen raise his middle finger defiantly. This provocative gesture ignited fury within the sniper, who prepared to take the shot. Did he think the gesture was directed at him? It was aimed at me. A voice suddenly echoed in his ear, startling the sniper and causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. He immediately abandoned his target, reaching for his handgun. Alas, it was too late. A 3-edged dagger pierced through the back of his neck, slanting upward into his brain. The sniper's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. This lazy fool, Tao Yonggang remarked, sheathing his dagger and shouldering the G24, grinning. You left the last sniper for me. Your trust in me is commendable. Indeed, Guzhen had placed his faith in him. It wasn't that he couldn't eliminate the sniper, but he simply didn't want to expend the effort climbing the mountain again. He just wanted to complete the task and move on. Every step was agonizing. He longed to return to a mundane existence. 500 meters later, they crossed into safety, fully secure. We're finally back, Wu Long exclaimed, arms wide open and a broad smile on his face. Is it good? Guzhen thought otherwise, for the surroundings were just as barren as before, an arid wasteland. You know, every time I return, I feel a peculiar sensation, as if this place is my home, yet not quite. It's very conflicting. Wu Long leaned on his AK, saying, Brother, do you think a person like me can truly return home? Sitting beneath the boundary marker, Guzhen glanced at him and pulled out a diamond, rubbing it before tucking it into his boot. He paid no mind to Wu Long's musings. His mission was accomplished, and now he awaited the arrival of others. Sigh. I fear I may never truly return home. Wu Long sighed deeply, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Yet, I don't feel I've done anything wrong. Of course, for the sake of children, one cannot deem any action as wrong. Guzhen looked intently at his back, speaking solemnly. Killing? Arson? Criminality? A person without children lives for themselves, but once children arrive, one lives for them. It's an animal instinct. No one can escape it. Indeed, animal instinct. Wu Long murmured, nodding as he continued. Do you know? If I don't sell arms to those armed organizations, others will. By selling to them, at least I can maintain control. AKs, rocket launchers, grenades, explosive barrels. These are all conventional weapons. Seemingly fatigued, he turned to sit, cradling his AK and gazing into Guzhen's eyes. I only provide them with conventional weapons because I understand their intentions for our nation. I am in control. I have the ability to control. It's not that I am overly patriotic, but I must accumulate virtue for my children. Guzhen paused, suddenly realizing that Wu Long's rationale was sound, and his actions were justifiable. Weapons would always be sold to armed groups, and one could never be certain of what was sold. Yet someone who had a firm grip on the situation could manage it with precision. It was akin to countries plagued by rampant crime, where criminals controlled criminals, and the local police chief was often the biggest crime lord, fully aware of any impending criminal activities within his jurisdiction, ensuring that chaos could never reign. Was there anything wrong with such an approach? It seems that as long as there is no chaos, the people can live and work in peace. Chapter 86. Be kind to him. The logic is sound. And in the practical operations of reality, there are no issues. The cat raises the mouse, and the officials nurture the bandits. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. Regardless of the methods employed, a stabilizing approach is deemed effective. Brother, here is the password to my safe, and this is the key. My wife and children are in Dongying, Shandong. You can take the money inside. 20% is yours, and 80% is for them. Wu Long extracted the key from his belt and handed it to Guzhan, his face earnest and his eyes pleading. What are you doing? Guzhan furrowed his brow. Stop pretending. When you led me the last stretch, I knew you were a special operative sent from this side. Wu Long smiled and said, I am nicknamed Ant. I know how insignificant I am, which is why I am more cautious than anyone. However, I still fell into your hands. At least from the moment you prioritized money over life. I no longer doubted you. Unfortunately, he had realized his demise was imminent. Although he had kept a bullet hidden, he did not shoot Guzhan in the back. The reason was simple. What would it matter if he killed the other person? He could not escape his own fate. With only Guzhan beside him, there were still many things he had not explained. In such a situation, he could only gamble. Gamble that his judgment of character was not misplaced, and that his final move could succeed. Brother, never reveal your true feelings. Otherwise, it could cost you your life. You are still too naive, not understanding the treachery of human hearts. Reserve your affections for those you love, and face others with indifference. Wu Long held the AK with both hands, pressing the barrel against his throat, a look of relief spreading across his face. Brother, I won't labor my hands. I shall go first. Guzhan widened his eyes, pupils constricting, reaching out swiftly. No. Bang. The gunshot rang out. In that moment, Guzhan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He instinctively closed his eyes and turned his head, unwilling to witness Wu Long's head explode. What is humanity? It is the struggle and the cries of desperation. Yet when he opened his eyes, he discovered Wu Long was unscathed, sitting there with his rifle flung several meters away. Shattered in two. Boom. Guzhan rushed forward, landing a punch on Wu Long's carotid artery, instantly rendering him unconscious. If he could not die, then he would live. At least to see his wife and daughter one last time. This was a sniper bullet, accurately striking the AK, preventing Wu Long from dying even if he wished to. Is it truly good not to die? He did not know. But Guzhan had to ensure Wu Long would not attempt suicide again, even though he genuinely desired to see the other perish. His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Turning his gaze toward the sniper's position, he sighed deeply, tightly gripping the safe key and password in his hand. A squad of soldiers rushed over, lifting the unconscious Wu Long and covering his head with a hood. Brother. Guzhan hesitated. What is it? The leading officer turned to look at him. Be kind to him. Guzhan forced a smile. He is a father, a responsible father. He originally did not want to speak, but the words were unavoidable. The officer scrutinized him from head to toe, a peculiar glint in his eyes, yet ultimately said nothing as he departed with Wu Long Ha. Guzhan self-deprecatingly chuckled. I am meddling in matters that do not concern me. I am a soldier, and he is ultimately a bandit, leaning against a boundary stone. He gazed at the sky, as blue as if washed by water, and sighed heavily. The world is filled with contradictions, and the people in it are often helpless. No one can control another, nor can anyone determine another's fate. Yet one thing is certain. When one errs, one must bear the consequences. Not long after, Tao Yonggang stumbled over with a G-24, a smirk playing on his lips. Old Tao, are you trying to get me killed? Guzhan jumped up, pointing at him with indignation. You heartless wretch, we are both from the second squad, yet you expend all your efforts on me. What if I had died? What then? Upon seeing Tao Yonggang, he felt an urge to retaliate against him. The Fireflower rocket launcher, Pearl grenades, G-24 anti-material sniper rifle. What was he thinking? He nearly got him killed. What are you shouting about? You're still alive, aren't you? Tao Yonggang replied nonchalantly. With someone like you, it's hard to die? Ha. Damn it. Enough of this nonsense. Tao Yonggang suddenly turned serious, fixing his gaze on Guzhan. I have been watching your entire mission process. I would say you could score an 80. However, there will be a comprehensive evaluation, and only after that can it be determined whether you can enter 011. To hell with 011. I want to find my son now, Guzhan cursed. You have a son? Tao Yonggang scoffed. What does it matter to you whether I have a son or not? Unlike you, who is bursting with pent-up energy, only able to sneak out at night to frolic on the sheets. Tell me, what on earth did that lump on your bedsheet come from? Hearing this, Tao Yonggang felt a bit embarrassed but quickly regained his serious demeanor. Complete your mission. Do not engage in unnecessary complications. Some things are detrimental to you and can make you a sensitive individual. He knew what Guzhan intended to do and felt compelled to dissuade him, not wishing for his only student to become an object of scrutiny. In 10 days, I want to see my mother. Guzhun said sternly. You should know my situation. So, Tao Yonggang was certainly aware of his circumstances, making this request difficult for him. He feared Guzhun would do something reckless. I understand what should and should not be done. Guzhun smiled. Life is fleeting, fighting and striving for 2 decades, resting in peace only for 60 or 70 years. Time seems ample yet scarce. Does it always have to be about right and wrong? As long as one is true to oneself. Old Tao, I want to see my mother. His tone was resolute, leaving Tao Yonggang at a loss for how to refuse. Guzhun, I want to see my mother. Guzhun glared fiercely at him. I will accompany you. Tao Yonggang replied. You cannot accompany me. If your information is accurate, you should know my mother is the apple of the Hu family Si. She is currently a vegetable, and any day could be her last. Tao Yonggang pressed his lips together tightly, brows furrowed, feeling torn. I told you, I want to see my mother. Guzhun suddenly shouted. Tao Yonggang. If I truly wish to go, can you stop me? I have my own sense of propriety in what I do. I will forge my own path. Out of respect for you as my mentor, I sought your opinion. After saying this, Guzhun limped forward. Stop. Tao Yonggang called out. What is it? I have a car. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 87. He is a lone wolf. You cannot dictate the path that one ultimately chooses. Just as Tao Yonggang knew that Guzhun would inevitably go to Wulong's home, concerned for Guzhun's future, he felt the need to intervene but was powerless to determine his path or future. Their relationship was not one of command and subservience. They were both teacher and friend, more like brothers. Sometimes, one must attempt to understand the other, and to do so requires a supportive attitude and action. In Shandong, Dongying, Guzhun found Wulong's wife and daughters, witnessing the frail, weary figure of his wife alongside the twin sisters. He did not reveal his identity, but spent half the morning in the hospital playing with the twin girls. He gave them rides like a horse, danced clumsily, prompting their giggles, and then told them stories and sang songs. Before leaving, he entrusted the safe's key and password, including the hidden diamond, to Wulong's wife. Sister-in-law, this is what Wulong entrusted me to deliver to you. Inside, there is a substantial sum of money intended for the treatment of our 2 nieces. However, I must stress one point. Take only what you need, and do not attract attention. Where is Wulong? He is diligently working to earn money, and he will return once he has enough. Sister-in-law, he is a man of integrity, a wonderful husband, and a devoted father. Wulong's wife had more questions, but Guzhun had already turned to leave. This was a necessary visit. The key and password to the safe Wulong entrusted to him represent the lifeline for this family. Perhaps there is already a considerable amount, sufficient for bone marrow matching and surgery, yet the subsequent expenses will be extraordinarily high. He could forego his 20%. And the diamonds already in his possession, not out of desire but out of necessity. After leaving, Guzhun hailed a taxi and headed to the train station, completely unaware that he was being watched since the moment he entered the hospital. Video and conversation records were meticulously kept and subsequently shared. After the interaction, the data was uploaded. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man spoke in a low tone, pressing something to his ear. This scene was observed clearly by Tao Yonggang, who was covertly following him. Guzhun, I told you not to come. Now we'll see how they assess you. Anxiety gleamed in his eyes, as this fell under the jurisdiction of the 011 assessment. Guzhun's clandestine contact with Wulong's wife and daughters implied that there was indeed an unusual relationship between him and Wulong. Such matters could either be magnified or ignored, though the latter was nearly impossible. What is 011? It is a place bound by stringent political requirements, as its actions aim to protect truly vital targets. Tao Yonggang felt unable to voice his concerns. He was uncertain if Guzhun could gain entry into 011, despite it holding his ultimate aspirations. Ultimately, he could not dictate Guzhun's actions. Would all efforts be in vain? Perhaps they would indeed be fruitless. Guzhun, how should I address you? Tao Yonggang said with a bitter smile. Do you have any idea how constricted my life has been these past years? And you, if not for our brotherhood, would I have allowed you to come here? It was a helpless situation, yet what could he do? Guzhun's character was such that he followed his heart, embodying a unique persona. Upon exiting the hospital, Guzhun hastily made his way to Hu Hailang's residence. He waited from day until deep into the night, finally approaching the villa silently at 2 in the morning. Cautiously circumventing the surveillance, he reached the walls of the Hu family's villa. While it was relatively easy to bypass the monitoring equipment, gaining entry into the villa was exceedingly challenging due to the presence of highly skilled security personnel. Taking a deep breath, Guzhun squinted and observed from the fence, remaining calm as he awaited the right moment. The guards at the Hu residence were all veterans, maintaining a level of vigilance and discipline akin to their military training. With both visible and hidden sentries, Guzhan assessed their shifts and the positioning of the concealed guards. At approximately 3:30 in the morning, he finally seized an opportunity. He leaped over the wall, landing silently on the tips of his toes, bending low like a cat. Quickly, Guzhan navigated through the villa's garden and climbed up to a window, swiftly reaching the second floor. Once there, he entered through a half-open window in the corridor and made his way to the door of his mother's room. Everything was silent. He only needed to turn the lock to spend a moment with her. Yet, Guzhan did not reach for the lock. He stood before the door, gazing at it with profound longing. But he did not open it. He remained motionless. Suddenly, he felt a cold sting at the back of his neck. A sharp and trident press between the second and third vertebrae. A gentle push would sever his central nervous system, resulting in a silent death. Shoo. Guzhan placed a finger to his lips. Keep quiet. Do not disturb my mother's sleep. In the darkness, the face of the war tiger emerged, eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. If you weren't Qinglan's son, you would already be a corpse, he hissed. If I were to act here, it remains uncertain who would become the corpse, Guzhan replied softly. I merely came to see how difficult it would be to enter. It seems I can do so with relative ease. Did you think I came to take my mother away? No, you are mistaken. Had that been my intention, I would have entered long ago. Guzhan wore a relaxed expression, slowly turning around, allowing the trident to glide down his neck. In the darkness, his gaze was calm, devoid of the anxiety he felt upon his first encounter with the war tiger. The Hu family has already aided you greatly. Do you understand? The war tiger narrowed his eyes. As an outsider, I have no authority to speak. However, as Qinglan's elder, I will not permit her to be involved with that scoundrel Guxianji. If you wish to see your mother, I can turn a blind eye and let you in. After all, you are mother and son. Guzhan chuckled, pushing the trident away with a casual grace, turning back with confidence. Enhance your defenses. If this is all you have, no one will stop me from taking my mother away a year from now. Must it be done this way? The war tiger inquired. Guzhan halted, turning back with a smile. Yes, it must be done this way. Without this approach, I would have no means to avenge my father, nor to seek justice for myself. For 18 years, the Hu family could have found us, could have informed my mother that she was still alive. Yet they chose to forget. The war tiger furrowed his brow, observing the rising, distinctly individual Guzhan, as if he saw a reflection of Hu Qinglan within him. My father, Guxianji, is a national hero, but I am not. Having spoken these words, Guzhan strode away. Indeed, his father was a national hero, bearing a heavy burden, but Guzhan was merely a lone wolf. Chapter 88. He can only endure in the snowy highlands. The second squad of the first platoon. Guzhan leisurely recuperated here, awaiting the assessment criteria from Tao Yonggang. As for Old Li, he claimed his injuries were a result of his son being beaten. He had a knack for spinning tales, convincing the entire squad that those ruffians were easy to deceive. Guzhan, now that you've settled your son, you must focus on your service, Old Li said solemnly while stitching. Responsibility is paramount, whether in our squad or elsewhere. Yes, yes, Guzhan replied, munching on a chicken leg, his words somewhat garbled. Old Li, don't worry, I know what to do. It's tough here, but it is precisely this hardship that tests our dedication. I will stand guard during every shift, ensuring thorough patrols. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and I will invest my utmost effort into my duties. Such declarations came easily to him, flowing without the need for preparation. The outpost is about to be withdrawn, Old Li remarked, rubbing his temples. If you hope to contribute here, your chances may be limited. Upon hearing this, Guzhan sat up, swallowing his mouth full of chicken, but before he could inquire further, Ma Weiguo jumped up. Squad leader? The outpost is being withdrawn, he exclaimed with wide eyes. Yes, it's true. Aren't you happy? Old Li chuckled. This area is to be developed into an international trade port, so our outpost must be dismantled. Upon receiving the news of the withdrawal, Old Li was ecstatic. He truly did not wish to remain in this desolate place. When will it happen? Ma Weiguo asked loudly. It won't be next month, will it? Let us hope it holds off until the end of the year. If the allowance is withdrawn now, I will receive significantly less cash upon returning home. My goodness, let us not do that now. How I cherish the second platoon of the first company on the snowy plateau. This lad is not only unhappy but also vehemently opposes it. For staying here for 2 years is utterly different from merely a year and a half. Even a 2-month reduction is a tremendous loss. Once withdrawn, the allowance will diminish considerably, and when I return, local government subsidies are calculated based on the duration spent in such a challenging environment. Are you merely thinking of monetary gain? What do you truly love? Old Li, with a grin, remarked, the outpost has completed its withdrawal before the heavy snow seals the mountains. It's not far off. Alas, after enduring for so long, I can finally stay below. He chuckled. No. Ma Weiguo, clutching his head, rushed out, calling to the commander, Commander, we cannot be without the outpost. This is our home. The other soldiers, upon hearing this news, were elated, for they would no longer endure this cursed place. Life below is far more comfortable. The outpost is to be withdrawn. Is the news reliable? Gujun wiped his mouth and inquired. There should be no surprises. Oldly stood, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains, sighed. Ah, in the past, I longed to leave. Now that the outpost is truly to be withdrawn, I feel an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Take a good look at the snow-capped mountains. Before long, you shall no longer see them. Gujun shut his eyes tightly and turned his head. A trace of undeniable sorrow etched on his face. The outpost is to be withdrawn, and the second platoon of the first company will no longer remain here. It is profoundly unsettling. He had come to regard the second platoon as his home, and now it was vanishing. Just as he began to adapt and integrate into the first company, the outpost was to be withdrawn. This feeling would be uncomfortable for anyone. It is akin to a cat abandoned by its owner, only to be sent away again after finding a new family. Wandering, drifting. Gujun felt as though he had become a rootless reed, lacking a harbor, lacking a home. What shall become of our second platoon? Gujun asked. We shall return to the company, replied Oldly with a smile. The company's environment is far superior to here. Ha ha ha. Damn. Gujun cursed. Leaping off the bed and stepping outside, staring at the distant snow-capped mountains, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could leave, as long as the second platoon remained. It would still be a home to return to after wandering. But the outpost of the second platoon would soon cease to exist. And the second platoon would no longer be the second platoon. He wished to scream, to release the pent-up frustration within him. But it transformed into a song upon his lips. There was a summer when the veteran led the new recruits up the mountain, snowflakes drifting down halfway. And the new recruits said it was so cold that breathing became laborious. O veteran, in this desolate snow-covered mountain, how could you endure for so many years? The 011 unit. This was Tao Yonggang's return after several years. Many faces were unfamiliar to him, yet some still recognized him. Is this Tao Yonggang? The one who almost became a deity but caused the target's death during the last mission? Yes, that is him. Speak softly, do not let him hear. What is there to fear? He is merely a failure. In our line of work, failure should be met with death. Be quiet. Why should I be silent? He is a failure, and has the audacity to return? Shoo, let us say nothing. The last mission of Tao Yonggang was to protect his own father. Upon returning, Tao Yonggang clearly heard these voices. He clenched his fists tightly, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Indeed, his final mission was to protect his father, and it ended in failure. There was no shame, only sadness, for shame could hardly be discussed. The primary reason he left the 011 unit was due to the identity of the target. Had it not been for that, he would not have departed. Tao Yonggang, you have returned. A lieutenant with bright eyes approached him. I have returned, just to have a look. Tao Yonggang cast a glance at the officer's right chest, noting the 8 shields. No need to heed their nonsense. You are forever the best of 011. The officer patted his shoulder and smiled. Although I, Chu Liang, have always competed with you, I greatly respect you as a rival because you are formidable. Now, I too am aiming for the deity rank. I just need one final mission. This was Chu Liang, Tao Yonggang's longtime rival, who had competed with him until he left in disgrace after his mission failed. Congratulations, Tao Yonggang managed a strained smile. Thank you, but suddenly, Chu Liang's tone shifted sharply. Why have you returned? You are finished, do you understand? You couldn't even protect your own father. What face do you have to return? If you were like this, what kind of soldiers do you bring forth? Tao Yonggang, if I were you, I would put a bullet in myself, because there's no way to live. Crack. The sound of bones grinding echoed as Tao Yonggang's fists revealed their battered state. His eyes blazing with fury, glaring intensely at Chu Liang. Want to resort to violence? Fine, let everyone witness, ha ha ha. Chu Liang took a step forward, their faces almost touching. Tao Yonggang, do you recall the days when you trampled on me? Perhaps you have forgotten, but I have not. You are merely a waste. And the soldiers you lead are the dregs of the dregs, a pair of useless fools. At that moment, Tao Yonggang's face contorted in anguish, the flames in his eyes threatening to erupt. Ha ha, come on, I'm giving you a chance, ha ha ha. Chu Liang's smile was particularly charming. Tao Yonggang released his fist and stepped back, sidestepping Chu Liang as he made his way toward the office building, striving to endure. In truth, he could only endure, for even he believed himself to be a failure. Chapter 89. A national treasure. Tao Yonggang was not merely facing doubts and rumors. He was confronting himself, and no one knew how he endured it all. Returning to the 011 unit required immense courage. How have the years treated you? In the office, the head of the 011 unit's review board, Yi Jingyu, sat before Tao Yonggang, his eyes filled with concern. Having reviewed countless soldiers over the years, this man, now over 50, found this particular soldier unforgettable. Tao Yonggang. Once the finest of the 011 unit, the most likely to ascend to deity status, yet his final mission ended in failure. If it had been a mere, ordinary failure, it might have been bearable, but this failure cost him his father forever. I'm well, Tao Yonggang nodded. How is your injury? Yi Jingyu inquired again. It's nearly healed, Tao Yonggang replied. That's good. Yi Jingyu nodded. Come back to visit more often. Don't pay them any mind. Tao Yonggang nodded again. Everyone here was aware of the rivalry between him and Chu Liang, and they understood what a single failure entailed. The soldiers of 011 were quite simple. They despised all failures, convinced that they themselves would never falter. When they discussed Tao Yonggang, it was not out of malice. It was simply their inability to accept failure. A man who couldn't even protect his father, should he be exempt from criticism? We have reviewed Gu Zhen's file and conducted an assessment, the final evaluation standard. Yi Jingyu opened the file and glanced at Tao Yonggang with some reluctance. I know Gu Zhen may have been your last choice, and you placed your hopes in him. But he is unqualified. Upon hearing this, Tao Yonggang's body jolted violently, his eyes revealing profound disappointment, tinged with restlessness and urgency. Why is he unqualified? I taught him everything I could, and he performed no worse than I did back then. Throughout the entire mission, I monitored him closely, even presenting him with challenges at great cost, yet he handled them exceptionally well. I am well aware of the standards of the 011 unit. He has far exceeded the threshold, surpassing my performance during my assessments. Why is he unqualified? Why? To muster immense courage to return to the 011 unit only to be met with the verdict of unqualified left Tao Yonggang in a state of agitation. Because he is associated with Wulong. Yi Jingyu stated. Is it because he visited the wife and daughter of Wulong and entrusted them with the money for his salvation? I believe he acted rightly. Were I in his position, I would have done the same. At this moment, Tao Yonggang felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He had anticipated problems arising in this regard, and indeed, his fears were confirmed. Unit 011 would never employ someone who had formed a bond with a thief. Setting aside other considerations, he would undoubtedly fail the political scrutiny. Soldiers are soldiers, and thieves are thieves. The eternal struggle between good and evil cannot be altered. It is not merely because he handed over the money to Wulong's family, but rather due to his incompatible character. Yi Jingyu took out a cigarette and handed it to Tao Yonggang, stating, We are the finest guards, the best bodyguards, the most formidable shields. What is required of us is ruthlessness, not emotional depth. Is there anything inherently wrong with that? Only by possessing a full range of human emotions can we better identify problems. We are living beings, not mere objects. Every expression of a killer must be captured by us. If one lacks emotion, how can one detect the presence of a killer among countless individuals? This is indisputable. Only those with rich emotions can discern danger from varied emotional expressions. Conversely, being cold-hearted implies an inability to capture fleeting emotional displays, making it difficult to sense imminent threats. Had you acted decisively in the past, perhaps the mission would not have faltered. Yi Jingyu spoke softly. It is precisely your emotional richness that led to your father's demise. Xiaojiang, is your error not apparent enough? Bodyguards and killers are opposing forces. Thus, neither should be laden with emotions. Do you not understand this principle? His words drained all color from Tao Yonggang's face, leaving him slumped in his chair, rendered mute. The cold-blooded nature of killers and the emotionless demeanor of bodyguards are two specific rules of their respective professions. They stand in opposition, thriving on their unemotional adaptability. If one cannot adapt, one cannot be the best bodyguard. Internally, we serve as guards, externally as bodyguards. Should we become emotionally rich, our weaknesses would be easily exploited by adversaries. Every mission, every danger within those missions, places us directly against the killers. Have you forgotten how your weakness was exposed? In that fleeting moment, less than a second, Tao Yonggang's pallor shifted from ashen to a deathly gray. He could never forget that single second that caused him to lose everything. Do not allow Gu Zhen to become the next you. Yi Jingyu closed the file and lit a cigarette, adding, he is better suited to join the right-hand company, to be a soldier, rather than coming to Unit 011 as a guard or bodyguard. The review mechanism had conducted a comprehensive evaluation of Gu Zhen and had even inquired about Wulong, discovering that this arms dealer had spoken favorably of him. Consequently, the inquiry expanded, reaching out to Gu Zhen's small hometown to gather information from former neighbors, teachers, and classmates. Furthermore, his status in the second squad and within the mobile division was thoroughly investigated and compiled into a dossier. After being analyzed by at least 3 psychological experts from the perspectives of behavior, thought, and prediction, a final assessment was produced. Gu Zhen possessed nothing but loyalty. I acknowledge that he is an exceptionally skilled soldier, Yet such a soldier is more suited for offensive special operations, ill-fitting for our Unit 011. Even if we were to make an exception and retain him, unforeseen issues might arise in the future. Yi Jingyu continued, Xiaojiang, it is not a matter of outright rejection. We also trust the guards you train. However, you must consider his future. At this juncture, Yi Jingyu felt a pang of reluctance. He believed in the capabilities of Tao Yonggong's trained guards, but Guzhen bore too much resemblance to him. Killers are cold-blooded, and bodyguards must be devoid of sentiment. This rule must be adhered to. I understand. Tao Yonggang nodded with great effort. Unit 011 does not require emotionally rich individuals. They seek emotionless bodyguards to counter the cold-blooded killers. He is unqualified. Guzhen is also unqualified. Yi Jingyu exhaled a cloud of smoke, vexed by Tao Yonggong's current demeanor. But the issue was unavoidable. They all wished to assist this young man in escaping the shadows. Yet, suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing a tall man in a suit, approximately 50 years of age. Director Yi, stop sending me guard information. I, Su Guosher, do not require bodyguards. I have told you 1,000 times, I do not need them. I am well aware of my worth. No one would dare to kill me. So please do not present me with any guard options. Upon seeing the visitor, Yi Jingyu greeted him with a beaming smile, filled with enthusiasm. Tao Yonggang also turned to look, recognizing the legendary Su Guosher. Su Guosher, father of Su Muxue, was a special protection subject, even within Unit 011. Everyone was obliged to defer to him, as he was a true national treasure. Chapter 90. I want him at 50. Su Guosher emanated an aura of decisiveness. While he did not bear the essence of a soldier, his stature commanded respect. This presence was not born of military ferocity, but rather cultivated within his own domain. In his field of expertise, Su Guosher was unparalleled. Su Guosher, it is a pleasure to meet you, Yi Jingyu said with a smile, eager to introduce him to Tao Yonggang. However, as the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. Why was he introducing Tao Yonggang? Su Guosher was already disinterested in having guards, and with the recent events surrounding Tao Yonggang, the situation was only exacerbated. Are you Tao Yonggang? Su Guosher scrutinized him closely. I know your father. He is remarkable. In his field, no one surpasses him. Thank you, Tao Yonggang replied, managing a bitter smile as he nodded. I will take my leave. Under Su Guosher's gaze, Tao Yonggang turned and exited the office, feeling no need to linger. His departure was marked by a profound sense of solitude, one that Su Guosher observed keenly. Su Guosher, why are you here instead of resting? If there is something you need, just inform the guards, Yi Jingyu said, his smile strained, and his headache intensifying. Su Guosher was currently under protection within Unit 011, as it was the only place guaranteeing absolute safety. Soon, this national treasure would be traveling abroad for a conference, necessitating the presence of bodyguards for his security. However, this esteemed figure vehemently opposed having anyone shadow him, thus rejecting all offers for protection. Have you not provided him with an opportunity? Su Guosher gestured toward the door. To my knowledge, Tao Yonggang is the best guard in your Unit 011, despite the failure of his last mission. No son wishes to abandon his father. He was powerless in that situation. As an old friend, Su Guosher often found himself under protection by Unit 011 and was aware of certain matters. He expressed his regret. It is not that we do not wish to give him a chance, but he has become despondent. Yi Jingyu shook his head. If it were merely a failed mission, the impact on him would not be so profound. The target he was to protect was his father, and the error occurred due to his fiancée, Yi. Let us not dwell on Tao Yonggong's circumstances. Su Guosher nodded, casually picking up the dossier on Guzhen and flipping through it without much interest. Please refrain from sending me such materials in the future. I do not require a guard. When necessary, I am capable of protecting myself. Bingzhi Guxianji is my sworn brother. He trained me for a month. Suddenly, Su Guosher's movements halted, his eyes fixed intently on the photograph of Guzhen and the lengthy array of information below. Guzhen? Father Guxianji? Guzhen is one of your 011 members? Su Guosher inquired. Guzhen is not. Bang. Abruptly, Su Guosher slammed his hand down on the table, pointing at the information and exclaiming loudly, no more searching for guards. It is him. It is Guzhen. Yi Jingyu shook his head repeatedly. Su Guosher. This is impossible. He is not one of 011. This is a review report, and it has not passed. I want him. Su Guosher raised the document, stating, anyone who can undergo your 011 review must possess considerable capability. If you truly wish to assign me a guard, I want Guzhen. He is Gu Xianji's son. I can trust him. However, Yi Jingyu began to cradle his head, alleviating his headache. He was well aware of Su Guosher's temperament. He was a man of his word. Previously, he had insisted against needing a guard, but now he demanded Guzhen. Once he made a choice, it would be unchangeable. There are no buts. I want Guzhen. A flicker of fury ignited in Su Guosher's eyes. If I do not receive Gujin, then I will absolutely not travel with the guard. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He really is not one of 011. Due to his character, he cannot be admitted. Then let him enter 011. Is that not a mere matter of your say-so? Su Guoshi stood up, pointing to the door. It is settled. Very well. But you must allow us to assign you another guard. Yi Jingyu swiftly produced a document. This is Chu Liuyang's information. He is the best guard in 011. And he will work alongside Gujun to ensure your safety. He stepped back, but that step back also meant Su Guoshi had to concede as well. Gujun may lack experience, but Chu Liuyang is undoubtedly reliable. In due time, they can distribute their task areas. Inexperienced Gujun will handle the periphery while Chu Liuyang provides 24-hour close protection. Regarding this proposal, Su Guoshi understood he must also yield. Very well, Su Guoshi agreed. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingyu finally exhaled deeply. Although it was not as he had envisioned, at least the other party had accepted it. But I want the best one. Su Guoshi insisted. Indeed, Chu Liuyang is the best, Yi Jingyu affirmed. He already possesses 8 shields, capable of breaching the divine realm. As far as I know, Tao Yong is currently the best. This is indisputable. How about this? Let Tao Yong accompany Gujun to protect me. It is settled. I shall return now. After saying this, Su Guoshi turned and departed. Hey, Su Guoshi. Please wait. Yi Jingyu, both pained and helpless, had no choice. Either Su Guoshi would forego a guard or insist on Gujun and Tao Yong. Of course, it is better to have a guard. Have Tao Yong come to my office. Yi Jingyu picked up the phone and instructed. 5 minutes later, Tao Yong re-entered his office. Comrade Tao Yong, Gujun's entry into 011 has been approved. He is officially a member of 011. Approved? Tao Yong's face lit up with joy. Yes, it has been approved. That is the first matter. The second matter is that Yi Jingyu suddenly became serious, standing up to address him loudly. Comrade Tao Yong, the higher-ups intend to assign you to provide close protection for Su Guoshi. Are you confident? This. The unexpected turn left Tao Yong's body trembling with excitement. He felt it was unreal, merely an illusion. How could he possibly execute a mission again? He was a failure, with no further opportunities. This opportunity is singular. Seize it well. Yi Jingyu gazed deeply into his eyes and solemnly declared, restore your 8 golden shields, don your attire, and hone your skills. 20 days. You have 20 days to prepare. Yes. Tao Yong was already in tears, unable to fathom that he would have another chance. This was akin to rebirth for him. Chapter 91. The last one remaining Gujun received his orders and promptly headed to the agency to report. Old Li accompanied him, as before, but now it was not winter, nor were the mountains cloaked in ice and snow. Everywhere was adorned with greenery, blooming with resplendent gesang flowers. It's good to go. After all, the outpost will soon be dismantled. So leaving now is far better than departing at the last moment. Old Li, hands behind his back, smiled warmly. Since the day you arrived, I knew you would leave. For you are different from the rest, hee. Different? In truth, we are all the same. Old Li, once the outpost is dismantled, buy some cosmetics and tidy up your face, then find yourself a wife. Gujun chuckled. At your age, how can you be without a wife? As he prepared to depart, Gujun made an effort to lighten the mood. He did not wish to create a somber atmosphere at the end. Nevertheless, it was reassuring that the outpost would certainly be dismantled this year, and both the 1st and 2nd platoons would depart, so Gujun felt much better about leaving now. Who would accompany someone like me? Hiki, I am not as youthful and spirited as you, after so many years in this outpost. I have turned into a dullard, ha. Though he said so, Old Li's eyes still sparkled with longing. He understood how this place had worn him down. Yet he believed that life ahead would still be beautiful. Old Li, once the outpost is dismantled, please send me a letter to let me know that the brothers are all doing well. Gujun glanced towards the nearby transportation point. I once regarded the 2nd squad as family. Now, I consider our 1st and 2nd platoons as my family. No matter where I go, I will always miss our home, miss you all, my family. Hiki, simply hold that thought in your heart. Remember our 1st and 2nd platoons. And in your leisure, reflect upon this snow-covered plateau. That would suffice for my contentment, hee. Old Li smiled, patting Gujun's shoulder. Go on. The transportation point is here. You must leave now, do not delay. Unbeknownst to them, the 20 kilometers had been traversed swiftly, as quick as a blink. A stark contrast to the lengthy journey upon arrival. Gujun nodded, squatting down to embrace the head of his dog. Old da. I have taken care of you, and you have had your share of treats. Remember me when I am gone. When I return next time, just do not bite me. Woof. Old Da barked twice, extending his wet tongue to lick Gujun's face, wagging his tail vigorously. All right, I'm leaving. Gujun stood up, shouldering his bag towards the transportation point. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Old barked, following him to the transportation point. At the transportation point, Guzhin set down his bag, standing tall before Old Li. Salute. A resounding call echoed from his lips, delivering a standard salute to his squad leader, Old Li. Old Li stood erect, returning the salute with utmost solemnity. Squad leader, after I leave, do not shed tears on the day I return. We shall come back to this snow-covered plateau together. All right. Old Li exclaimed loudly. Guzhin, I await your return. I know you are unlike the others. You will surely come back. Allow me to sing one more song. Guzhin's eyes glistened with emotion as he sang, One Summer. An old soldier led new recruits up the mountain, and halfway up, snowflakes drifted down. The new recruits said it was so cold that breathing was difficult. Old soldier, oh old soldier, how could you endure so many years in these desolate mountains and snowy ridges? Guzhin boarded the vehicle and departed. Yet the song still lingered in the air as Old Li wiped away his tears, returning while singing about their first and second platoon. How many soldiers had been sent off? Uncertain, he barely recalled the details. Yet he understood he had to continue sending off his comrades one by one until he was the sole occupant of the outpost. After completing all the handovers, he would depart alone, burdened by his pack. His squad leader had long since returned home. He had to remain until the end. For the one who stays behind is often the most sorrowful. Before long, the outpost began to close down, and Old Li started the farewells. Mawegwa, get in the car, get in the car. Standing at the boarding point, Old Li smiled warmly, urging Mawegwa to hasten. Squad leader, woo-woo. Mawegwa sobbed uncontrollably, rushing to embrace Old Li tightly. I really don't want to leave. Woo-woo. I want to stay here until the end, even if this place is desolate, even if it brings me to tears every night. But, woo-woo, let us go, he Old Li. Like a parent, gently wiped away Mawegwa's tears with his rough hands. Those who have stayed here for so long are all good soldiers. But I want to accompany you until the end. I am your squad leader. I must stay until the last. Get in the car. It's about to leave. All right. Squad leader, I will keep an eye on you. Hee. Let us go, hee. With tears in his eyes, Mawegwa boarded the vehicle, yet he was not heading to the same battalion as his comrades. In truth, almost everyone was assigned to different units. Old Li walked back with the older dog, humming their song. One summer, the old soldiers took the new recruits up the mountain. And snowflakes danced down from halfway up as he sang and wept. He had tea gone far before he squatted down, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The older dog circled him, occasionally licking him. Old buddy, they have all left. It's just the two of us now. I don't want to be the last one either. I want someone to see me off too. Woo-woo. Old Li covered his face and wept freely, for all his soldiers had departed, and the outpost of the second squad was entirely deserted. Snowflakes drifted down. More and more snowflakes fell. It had begun to snow, summer had passed, and winter had arrived. Inside the outpost, Old Li gazed vacantly at the empty dormitory, confirming each bunk where a soldier had once slept. Outside, snow fell, and many others arrived. All handovers had been completed. Sigh, it's time to go. Old Li sighed deeply, shouldered his pack, and departed with the older dog. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The older dog emitted a mournful sound, leaping out to run back toward the outpost. Old dog, come back. We need to leave. Old Li called out. Yet, the older dog paid him no mind. Sitting upright at the entrance of the outpost, gazing at Old Li in the vehicle. In exasperation, Old Li exited the vehicle, scooping up the older dog yet again. But the older dog leapt down once more, returning to sit at the entrance, watching him. Old dog, we must go. Please don't act stubborn, all right? Old Li implored, stepping down again to embrace the older dog. Yet this time, the older dog refused to budge, licking his face gently, expressing an unspoken longing. Squad leader, it's time to board. The driver called out. All right, I'll bring the old dog up. Old Li exerted himself to lift the older dog into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, descending the mountain. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The older dog emitted a whimper, jumping down for the third time, once again returning to sit at the entrance of the outpost. In that moment, Old Li understood something profound. His lips quivered, and tears streamed down his face as he wept uncontrollably. Whoa, who says no one is seeing me off? The old dog is sending me off. Whoa, I'm not the last one left. The old dog is. The older dog was the one seeing him off. Remaining until the end was not a person, but a dog, an old dog that had served longer than him. Salute. Old Li shouted hoarsely, saluting the older dog that squatted there, watching him depart. Snow continued to fall, growing heavier, as the older dog became a white silhouette, steadfastly guarding the outpost, preserving the legacy of the second squad forever. Chapter 92. Arrival at 011-011 is nestled within a mountain, an isolated area belonging to a particular military unit. entirely independent. Not only is it completely autonomous, but it also constitutes a forbidden zone within a military-restricted area, unknown even to those within the unit. They merely heard rumors that the mountain is empty, with an armory situated below. Gujan arrived at 011, and upon entering, he found no extraordinary features. The barracks, dormitories, and various training grounds appeared similar to those of any ordinary military unit. Dressed in pristine military attire, Tao Yonggang approached the entrance to greet him. His eyes sparkling with joy, embodying a vastly improved spirit, as though he had transformed into a different person. "Old Tao, have you found new life?" Gujan chuckled. "You seem to have traded in your maps for toilet paper." Joking carelessly, he noticed the 8 golden shields on Tao Yonggang's chest, and sensed the unmistakable shift in his demeanor. Even the aura of mystery that had previously surrounded him had considerably faded. "I don't use my hands," Tao Yonggang replied, lifting Gujan's bag with a smile. "Can we be serious? This is 011, not a typical grassroots unit." "All right, I'll be serious," Gujan nodded. "Did I pass?" "Yes, you passed," Tao Yonggang confirmed. "Although you may not be the most suitable, you still made the cut." "And what about Wu Long? Was he executed, or?" "I don't know. The security department handled his interrogation, so I have no insight into his situation. Furthermore, we lack the time to concern ourselves with his fate. As in 20 days, we will embark on an exceptionally challenging mission." "What is the mission?" Gujan inquired. "A security mission. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted," Tao Yonggang stated gravely. "This mission represents my rebirth and your new beginning." Hearing this, Gujan paused. "We're executing a mission right after arriving? Is there a shortage of personnel in 011? He had gathered some understanding of 011's purpose: to train and provide the finest guards, including those for high-profile individuals, ensuring their safety during visits, meetings, and various other events. Typically, entering such a unit necessitates further training, followed by assessments to determine readiness for the first mission. During the first mission, newcomers are positioned at the periphery, tasked with learning, often requiring a 2-year apprenticeship before they can operate independently. It was unheard of for someone to be dispatched to execute a mission immediately upon arrival. "What do the 8 golden shields signify?" Gujan asked, pointing to the insignia on Tao Yonggang's chest. "Rank and the number of successful missions completed. 1 shield represents the minimum, while 9 shields denote the highest achievement," Tao Yonggang succinctly explained. The PLA's insignia features an inner pentagram with the August 1st star, while the Armed Police's emblem contains a shield encasing the national emblem, hence the name Golden Shield for 011. "It seems impressive, but why do you only have 8? Doesn't T011 have any with 9? Gujan remarked critically. "You could at least have 9 shields. Come on, 9 shields denote the code name Divine Domain. Since 011's establishment, only one individual has ever earned 9 golden shields. Since then, it has become a curse. Anyone attempting to achieve 9 shields ultimately meets failure." "Only one? Who was it?" Gujan asked. "The unnamed personal guard of a great leader for 24 hours. "All right, I'll take you to the dormitory first. Then I need to familiarize myself with the latest equipment. You'll also need to get acquainted with the task's protective subject and understand his living habits." "When will the mission commence?" "In half a month." "We have only half a month." "Understood. However, could you kindly inquire about Wu Long's situation?" Tao Yonggang shot him a fierce glare, clutching his bag as he made his way to the dormitory. Yet, Gujan merely chuckled to himself. He had no real connection to Wu Long, but he was curious to know whether the head of the department's father had passed away. Wu Long was alive. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, nor did he understand whether those interrogating him were military personnel or from another department. One thing was abundantly clear: he had to speak the truth. It was straightforward. His interrogators possessed various means and methods to extract information from him, even if they appeared ordinary, perhaps even somewhat streetwise. "I am guilty, I confess. I assure you that everything I say is entirely truthful, with not a single word of falsehood." Wu Long, looking haggard and filled with regret, spoke with utmost sincerity. He had no choice but to be sincere, nor could he escape his remorse. When the records of donations made for his children were laid before him, he was struck dumb. The funds exceeded over $1 million, all aimed at saving the lives of his 2 daughters, which illuminated for him that the country and society he inhabited were not as cold and indifferent as he had thought. "I only wish to see my wife and my children just one last time. Such a modest request." Wu Long's eyes brimmed with desperation. He understood that his departure was inevitable. Death held no terror for him, but he longed for a final glimpse of his beloved family. "Impossible." The middle-aged man in charge of the interrogation replied coldly. "From the moment you were brought in, Wu Long was already a dead man, and your death certificate has been issued. Your remains have been cremated." The man produced a tablet and played a video. Wu Long's gaze remained fixated on the screen, where he saw his wife and 2 daughters. His eyes filled with profound tenderness, entirely disregarding his own image in the black and white photograph. I am already dead, dead. Wu Long murmured. Your funds remain untouched. They are entirely in your wife's hands and will be fully allocated for your children's treatment. A piece of good news. A matching bone marrow donor has been found, with a success rate of 90% for the surgery. Really? Wu Long exclaimed with excitement. My daughters can live? They can live. That's wonderful. Thank you to the government. Thank you to the party. Thank you. At that moment, he was enveloped in overwhelming exhilaration. This news was nothing short of celestial music to his ears. From today onwards, you will continue your arms dealings, the middle-aged man said, fixing his gaze on him. We need someone to establish control, and you are our best candidate. 20 years. If you survive, just serve your time, and you may return and continue living. Of course, the overall process is not so simple. You can choose to comply or not. Upon hearing this, Wu Long felt as though struck by lightning, staring blankly at the man before him, tears streaming down his face. I will do it. From this moment onward, my life belongs to the state. I will do it. I will do it. His reasoning was flawless. He was indeed the most suitable individual for the task. Chapter 93. A single move to break defense. Direct KO 011. Guzhun shared a dormitory with Tao Yonggang. The environment was quite pleasant, with 2 individuals per room and all necessary facilities in place. After settling in, Tao Yonggang went off to familiarize himself with the new equipment and security tactics, striving to regain what he had lost, or rather to reclaim his former state in the shortest time possible. As for Guzhun, there would be designated personnel to guide him through various training sessions, familiarizing him with security protocols and techniques for protecting targets. Guzhun, haven't you finished packing? Came a dissatisfied voice. It was a young guard, appearing to be merely 16 or 17, yet already adorned with 3 gold shields. Almost done, Guzhun replied with a smile. Suddenly, the young guard lunged toward him, nearly nose to nose, his eyes ablaze with unmasked anger. Did I smile at you? Huh? Did I smile at you? The young guard's tone was decidedly unfriendly. When I'm not smiling at you, keep your big teeth to yourself. I don't want to hear almost done. Here in 011, we don't have such phrases. It's either everything is ready or prepared, understood? The sudden shout caused Guzhun to stumble back a couple of steps, a look of apprehension etching his face as he cautiously regarded this young man, who was shorter than himself. The juxtaposition of the youthful face with an air of sternness and a slightly childish voice struck him as amusing. After all, he was 20 years old. Being scolded by someone who looked barely older than a child was rather ridiculous. Squad leader, There are no squad leaders here. I am Duan Honggang, 3 gold shields. The young guard narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at Guzhun, continuing. I don't care where you come from or what you did before. Once you step into 011, you must forget everything from your past. Adapt here or get out. All right. Guzhun extended his right hand from his pocket, smiling. Clearly, I need to adapt to 011. If I don't, I'll be eliminated. Squad leader. Oh no, Duan Honggang, care for a cigarette? Here's one for you. Chuckling, he produced a cigarette and offered it with a cheeky grin. Smack. Duan Honggang swatted the cigarette to the ground, his anger intensifying. Where do you think you are? Who do you think you are? To me, you're nothing but trash, understand?